In the sky, the blood moon cast an eerie glow, hanging low above him. The relentless fight for survival had long since drained Yang Huan's stamina, and he now sat on the grass, taking a moment to rest. At this juncture, an overwhelming sense of fatigue washed over him. Yet, despite this, his nerves remained taut and alert. In this brief respite, he comforted himself with the thought that they had temporarily evaded the crisis. Suddenly, a voice emerged beside him, his junior sister, her delicate tone trembling. "It's so cold, so cold." Yang Huan was jolted back to reality, hastily turning his gaze towards her and his companion. It dawned on him that in his previous focus on the peril, he had neglected to notice that their clothing was exceedingly thin. A chilling breeze infiltrated their garments, burrowing deep into their bones. The ambient temperature was indeed alarmingly low. In that moment, Yang Huan disregarded any notions of propriety between genders, shifting closer to his junior sister. He extended his arms, drawing her into an embrace, attempting to share his warmth with her shivering form. She had been invaded by the cold from her slumber, her brows furrowed tightly, her body instinctively curling up like a startled kitten. Now, feeling the sudden warmth envelop her, her innate yearning for comfort was instantly awakened. She instinctively nestled closer into Yang Huan's embrace, her hands wrapping around his waist, clutching him tightly. As if to secure this precious, why after approximately 2 hours, a cave finally emerged before the group. The entrance was partially obscured by vines and wild grass. Cautiously, they stepped into the cave, where a cold, damp air assaulted their senses. Inside, a dimly lit, narrow passage lay ahead, prompting the group to squint their eyes in an effort to discern the ancient beasts and enigmatic cultivation murals painted upon the walls on either side. As they proceeded slowly along the passage, their attention was captivated by these murals. Upon reaching a more spacious area within the passage, they decided to take a brief respite. The young man seized this opportunity to realign his dislocated joint. The moment of rejoining brought forth a wave of pain that nearly caused him to lose consciousness once more. After regaining his composure, he acknowledged that although he had sustained serious injuries, at least he could now move his right hand. After expressing his gratitude to the young man, he pulled his junior sister aside and, with a look of confusion and uncertainty, softly inquired, "Junior sister, upon awakening from my injury, my mind feels somewhat muddled, and I cannot recall many things. I heard you call me Brother Yang. Is my surname indeed Yang?" The junior sister tilted her head slightly, gazing at him with a flicker of surprise in her eyes, yet she patiently replied, "Yes, your name is Yang Huan, and you are my third senior brother." "Third senior brother? Yang Huan?" He mused, puzzled as to why this name resembled his previous one. Yang Huan Yang, again, O's former colleagues often jested that this name implied he owed someone a life. "Could you enlighten me on why we have encountered such perilous circumstances?" Yang Huan pressed further. With unwavering patience, his junior sister responded, "We had just arrived in Xingfeng town when you mentioned you needed to attend to another matter and instructed me to wait for you at the inn. As soon as I stepped into the inn, I was ambushed, and when I regained consciousness, I discovered you unconscious beside me." Yang Huan furrowed his brow and continued his inquiry. "Did we have any special mission for descending the mountain?" She shook her head. "There is no special mission, merely the usual gathering. However, I sensed that our encounter with the assailants was not a mere coincidence." Yang Huan nodded thoughtfully, preparing to speak when suddenly, the mother among the group let out a startled exclamation. "Look, there seems to be light at the end of that passage." Upon hearing this, the group turned their gazes toward that direction. Yang Huan's brow furrowed deeply, a surge of unease swelling within him. Meanwhile, the corner of the lewd, middle-aged man's mouth curled into a barely perceptible, sinister smile. Chapter 2. Death and bliss. As the light gradually intensified, its brilliance spread and rippled like waves upon water. In an instant, everyone found themselves enveloped beneath a dazzling aurora. Time slipped away, and Yang Huan slowly awakened, greeted by a vision so dreamlike that he felt as though he had entered an ethereal valley. Surrounding him was a mist of celestial fog. Beneath his feet lay a carpet of tender, soft grass, interspersed with nameless wildflowers that dotted the landscape like stars. A gentle breeze caressed the air, swaying delicately and whispering tales of the valley's tranquility and serenity. Lifting his gaze, he beheld a hillside blanketed in blooming peach blossoms. their petals cascading in the wind, showering the ground in a vibrant floral rain. The air was suffused with a subtle, refreshing fragrance of flowers that was intoxicating to the senses in the distance. Several women clad in flowing gowns danced gracefully beneath the peach trees. Their skirts billowed in the wind, a riot of colors harmonizing beautifully with the pink blossoms, as if they were ethereal fairies descended from a painting. Their movements were light and elegant, each gesture exuding a sense of vitality and grace, as if the tumult of the world had no bearing upon them in a state of bewilderment. Yang Huan rubbed his temples vigorously, struggling to recall how he had arrived in this celestial realm. Yet, the enchanting scenery before him possessed an irresistible allure, drawing him closer. Upon noticing his approach, the dancing women exchanged glances of surprise, their delicate steps bringing them closer to him. Their laughter filled the air, their eyes brimming with tenderness and concern, as they gently led Yang Huan to a stone table beneath the peach tree. One woman, her gaze enchanting, held a cup of fine wine and softly urged, "My dear, come join me in a toast. Let us not squander this splendid moment." Another woman nestled against Yang Huan's side, her hair brushing softly against his cheek as she playfully chided, "My love, you have made me wait in such agony." Seated upon the stone bench, Yang Huan began to absorb the warmth of his surroundings, the initial astonishment in his heart gradually melting away in this tender haven. As he gazed at the women before him, the depth of their affection seemed capable of drowning him in its embrace. The gentle breeze wafted through the valley, carrying with it a refreshing chill that mingled with the floral perfume and the delicate fragrance of the women, allowing his body and mind to unwind. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon the ground, evoking a dreamlike quality. His gaze wandered between the enchanting scenery and the women, his mind quietly contemplating. What marvelous place is this? How did I come to be here? Yet, within the comfort of this idyllic atmosphere, these questions began to lose their significance. He chose to cast aside his distractions, surrendering himself to the tranquility and beauty surrounding him. With one arm gently encircling the woman nestled beside him, he leaned in to kiss her crimson lips, eliciting a blush that painted her cheeks with a delicate hue. With his other hand, he drew in the woman standing nearby, bringing her closer to his side. His fingers inadvertently brushed through her silken hair, reveling in the enchanting ambience of this serene sanctuary. Suddenly, a jarring thought pierced through Yang Huan's mind like a bolt of lightning. Instinctively, he moved his right hand, and a shock ran through him. Hadn't his right hand been dislocated, causing him excruciating pain moments ago? Why did it now move freely, devoid of any discomfort? In that instant, a flicker of panic crossed his eyes, his thoughts racing. Then, without warning, a sharp pain seemed to stab into his mind, triggering a deluge of memories to surge forth. He vividly recalled battling fiercely against assailants amidst a hail of bullets, ultimately falling victim to a gunshot. The searing agony and the metallic scent of blood were all too real. Had he truly perished? A chill crept into Yang Huan's heart, surveying the poetic landscape around him. It starkly contrasted with his preconceptions of paradise. No, something was amiss. His eyes widened with terror as his breath quickened. He abruptly rose to his feet, instinctively pushing away the two women beside him. They stumbled back a few paces, yet seemed oblivious to his distress, still wearing playful smiles, their eyes filled with a dreamy affection. They edged closer once more, their voices melodious as they cooed, "My dear, do not be so mischievous." Their enchanting voices sent shivers down Yang Huan's spine, as if he were ensnared in a phantasmagorical dream from which he could not awaken. Yang Huan's eyes widened in disbelief, scrutinizing the two women closely. However, what appeared to be a beautiful tableau now seemed steeped in strangeness and horror. He vehemently rejected this bizarre reality. This cannot be real. Something is terribly wrong. His mind was overwhelmed with fear and confusion, and he instinctively bit down hard on his own tongue, attempting to use the pain as a means of confirming whether this was indeed a dream. Strangely, he felt no pain at all, further convincing him that this was nothing but an illusory facade. What to do? What should he do? His thoughts raced frantically. Suddenly, a memory flickered through his chaotic mind. Once, during a mission, he had encountered a wandering hermit who had bluntly remarked on his restless spirit, offering him a mantra to attain inner peace. At the time, he had dismissed it as the ramblings of a charlatan. Yet now, Ensnared in this strange predicament, he had no other recourse but to grasp at this lifeline. He closed his eyes tightly, straining to recall the mantra, murmuring softly. The Great Way is formless, nurturing heaven and earth. The Great Way is unfeeling, guiding the sun and moon. The Great Way is nameless. Fostering all things as he recited each word, something extraordinary began to unfold. The once vivid and surreal scene before him began to blur, like a painting being slowly rolled away. The space around him began to tremble with peculiar energy. The light dimming, and everything became hazy and unreal. His consciousness gradually awakened, faint sounds whispering in his ears. He hesitated to open his eyes, fearing that the illusion would still persist. After what felt like an eternity, he cautiously cracked open his eyes, however. The sight that greeted him sent chills racing down his spine. His blood seemed to turn to ice. Before him stood a creature of bizarre appearance, resembling a fox but possessing 9 tails. Exuding an eerie aura, even more horrifying, it was steadily drawing the old man from earlier into its maw. The old man's body became increasingly transparent, his face adorned with a blissful smile, not a hint of struggle to be seen. It was as if his soul had been extracted, leaving him entranced in a state of rapture, a scene that was chilling to behold. After the 9-tailed creature had completely consumed the old man, it slowly expelled a white mist. The lecherous middle-aged man, as if in sync, darted towards the mist, ravenously consuming it as if he were a starving wolf. Yang Huan stifled his shock, seizing the opportunity while the man and beast were preoccupied. Quickly scanning his surroundings, among the previously gathered crowd, only the mother and daughter, his junior sister, and a tall young man remained. To his horror, all 4 wore expressions of satisfaction and bliss akin to that of the devoured old man. A chill gripped Yang Huan's heart. Even the dimmest of minds could grasp the truth. The seemingly enchanting realm he had found himself in was undoubtedly the work of this man and beast. The creature was likely the legendary 9-tailed fox, employing illusions to lure individuals into a state of exquisite bliss, thereby lowering their guard before consuming them, leading them to their demise under the guise of ecstasy. While Yang Huan could not yet fathom their motives, he understood that the 9-tailed fox and the lascivious middle-aged man posed a grave threat. Now, having fully devoured the old man, the fox's greedy gaze was fixed upon the mother of the pair. In an instant, the fox inhaled sharply, causing the woman to float uncontrollably upwards, tilting backwards, as she was drawn towards the creature's gaping maw. Just as her form began to turn transparent, on the brink of being consumed, the woman miraculously stirred, as if awakening from a deep slumber. Suddenly, a long sword appeared in her hand, gripped firmly. With a swift motion, she flipped over, bringing the sword down fiercely upon the 9-tailed fox. A glimmer of cold light flashed as one of the fox's tails was severed at the root, blood gushing forth, eliciting a howl of anguish from the creature. The woman glared fiercely, proclaiming, "You, fox and man, may feast upon the essence of life, but to devour the very marrow is a true perversion of the way." The 9-tailed fox, evidently taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events, momentarily stood frozen. Upon witnessing the blood gushing from its severed tail, its eyes ignited with fury and malice, let out a piercing howl, baring its fangs as it lunged toward the woman. Unfazed, she brandished her sword, engaging in a breathtaking duel for survival. Simultaneously, the little girl too had awakened, her gaze reflecting an unsettling coldness that belied her tender age. Clutching a sword tightly in both hands, she charged towards the lascivious middle-aged man, crying out, "You exploit the fears of others using monsters, luring them here to ensnare them in the 9-tailed fox's illusion of bliss." A juxtaposition of fear and joy expanded the vitality of humanity, silently devouring individuals unaware of how many had fallen prey to your machinations. Today, we shall act in the name of justice. With that, the sword in hand was thrust directly at the middle-aged, disreputable man. The man, upon hearing the girl's words, displayed no fear whatsoever. Instead, his eyes glimmered with disdain as he mockingly retorted, "Acting in the name of justice? Do not elevate yourselves to such lofty ideals. Today is merely my unfortunate day, as I did not anticipate becoming entangled with the two of you. It seems you are not dignitaries. Rather, you covet the essence of the 9-tailed fox." With a flicker of movement, he engaged the young girl in a fierce struggle. For a moment, they battled fiercely, creating a scene of utter chaos. Meanwhile, Yang Huan, observing their exchange, realized that neither side was virtuous and pondered how to navigate the perilous situation. After a quick assessment in his mind, he gritted his teeth, resolved that it was best to escape this den of conflict. He glanced at his junior sister and the tall youth beside him, only to find them still entranced in that eerie illusion, showing no signs of awakening. Given the uncertainty of his own circumstances, his immediate priority was to rescue his junior sister. With this thought, he abruptly stood, scooped up his sister, and dashed toward the cave's exit, his steps frantic and hurried. At that moment, the three figures and one beast remained oblivious to Yang Huan's actions. As Yang Huan sprinted out of the cave, he was met with an impenetrable darkness. He gently placed his sister on the ground, grasped her shoulders, and shook her vigorously. "Junior sister, wake up, junior sister." Yet, she remained unresponsive, her face still adorned with that blissful but vacant smile. Suddenly, he recalled how he had awakened from the illusion by reciting the heart-purifying incantation. Embracing a sense of desperation, he leaned close to her ear and fervently whispered the familiar incantation. "The Tao is formless, giving birth to heaven and earth. The Tao is devoid of sentiment, guiding the sun and moon." Again and again, beads of sweat formed on his forehead, his eyes filled with anxiety as he hoped to rouse her. At last, his sister's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Yang Huan keenly observed this subtle shift. He intensified his shaking, exclaiming, "Junior sister, quickly awaken." Her eyes slowly opened, revealing confusion and daze. Only upon recognizing Yang Huan did she ask, "Brother Yang, what happened?" Yang Huan had no time to address her inquiry, urgently stating, "We are in grave danger. Do we have any weapons or the like?" The junior sister quickly rummaged through her belongings and after a moment's reflection replied, "We did not bring much when descending the mountain, just a sword and a dagger, along with 2 explosives crafted by our master. However, I do not know where the sword and dagger ended up." But as she spoke, her hand brushed against something hard at the bottom of her pack. Pulling it out, she discovered the 2 explosives were still intact. Yang Huan furrowed his brow, his expression grave as he replied, "Those inside are not good people, yet that young man remains with them. He assisted me earlier in resisting the beast and helped me when I was injured. Morally and ethically, I must rescue him." Concern etched on her face, she grasped Yang Huan's arm. "Brother, I fear for your safety. Let me accompany you." Yang Huan, meeting her resolute gaze, nodded, warmth swelling within him. The two cautiously rose and stealthily made their way toward the cave's entrance. Inside, the sounds of battle raged on, yet Yang Huan felt a newfound calmness. He began to devise a strategy rather than succumb to earlier panic. They concealed themselves in a shadowy corner, quietly observing the unfolding situation. The tall youth remained blissfully sprawled on the ground, ensnared in the illusion, while the girl had successfully wounded the middle-aged man. Blood streamed from his left arm, his eyes reflecting madness and fury. His rage provoked by the girl's assault as he lunged recklessly toward her. Meanwhile, the woman had successfully severed 4 tails from the 9-tailed fox, causing its essence to become erratic. Its movements slowed. Clearly grievously injured, the woman, seizing this opportune moment, thrust her sword towards the heart of the 9-tailed fox. The blade pierced precisely. Illicit Yang Huan astutely seized the opportunity, unhesitatingly grasping his junior sister's hand, and then desperately sprinted toward the cave's exit. At that moment, the singular thought in their minds was survival. Upon fleeing the cave, Yang Huan and his sister found themselves in a vast wilderness. Surrounding them was an endless abyss of darkness, yet they dared not pause for even a moment. Gritting their teeth and running with all their might, it was uncertain how long they had been running. But only when their strength was completely exhausted did they finally come to a halt. Nevertheless, the tension in the air remained palpable, as if danger could descend upon them at any moment. After catching their breath, they resumed their hurried pace. Deep within their subconscious, they felt that halting would leave them vulnerable to being mercilessly consumed by the lurking threats. They wandered aimlessly for an indeterminate duration when the faint sound of flowing water reached their ears. By this time, both were parched. Utilizing the cover of darkness, they cautiously navigated forward. At last, a winding river appeared before them. Yang Huan and his sister approached the riverbank, crouched down, and trembled as they cupped the water in their hands. After a moment's hesitation, Unable to withstand their thirst any longer, they bit the bullet and drank. However, the harrowing memories of their previous ordeal still haunted them, causing them to remain on high alert with each sip. Their eyes scanning the surface of the river, fearing that some monstrous creature might suddenly emerge. After quenching their thirst, they hastily distanced themselves from the river and sought refuge beneath a large tree. They lay down on the grass beside the tree, and at that moment, an overwhelming sense of fatigue washed over them. Yet, even amidst this temporary tranquility, Yang Huan's nerves remained taut in the stillness. They comforted themselves with the belief that perhaps the crisis had temporarily passed. After an extended period of frantic running, his sister was utterly spent. Her complexion was as pale as parchment, and her breath came in rapid, shallow gasps. The night had deepened, and the blood moon hung low in the sky, casting an eerie atmosphere over this unknown world. Yang Huan gazed up at the blood moon, his heart filled with confusion and uncertainty. He was acutely aware that he could not possibly still be in his original world. His sister's voice, tinged with exhaustion and weakness, broke through his thoughts. "Brother Yang, I am so tired. I wish to rest for a while." Yang Huan nodded slightly. "This place is perilous. Let us take turns sleeping. You rest first." His sister's eyes reflected gratitude and vulnerability as she gently nodded and gradually lay down on the grass. Before long, she succumbed to slumber, her breathing gradually becoming even and steady. Meanwhile, Yang Huan felt no drowsiness. He held the precious essence he had unexpectedly acquired earlier. It emitted a gentle warmth that spread across his skin, enveloping him in a peculiar sense of comfort and security. This essence must be extraordinary. Otherwise, how could that woman have been so desperate to consume it? As he contemplated, he instinctively drew the essence closer, examining it under the dim moonlight. He observed that the essence was round and translucent. Radiating a soft glow, he glanced at his sleeping sister, hesitated for a moment, and then, almost unconsciously, brought the essence closer to his lips. Yang Huan pondered that if others were to discover the essence on him, it would likely lead to trouble and danger. It would be wiser to consume it himself, perhaps gaining some ability for self-preservation in the process. Given how fiercely the woman had fought for it, it should pose no lethal threat to him. Thus, he brought the essence even closer, his heart brimming with trepidation and anticipation. The moment the essence entered his mouth, a wave of warmth enveloped him. The essence was colorless and tasteless, sliding down his throat as if it possessed a life of its own, gradually dissolving within him, and in the blink of an eye, it was completely absorbed by his body. Contrary to his expectations, he did not undergo any transformative change. Rather, he felt a gentle warmth at the instant of swallowing. Moments later, this feeling ebbed away like a receding tide, and tranquility returned once more. Yang Huan surveyed his surroundings again. The night remained profoundly dark. He understood that he was in an exceedingly peculiar world. The pressing concern was to wait for dawn and then devise a means of escape. His mind involuntarily drifted to the narratives he had encountered in novels during his studies. A flicker of hope ignited within him as he attempted to call forth the system, much like protagonists in those tales, yearning for a miraculous turn of events or extraordinary powers to assist him in extricating himself from this predicament. However, moments passed in silence, and no system manifested. His hopes were swiftly dashed, leaving him with a sense of despondency. With no other choice, he revisited the harrowing experiences he had just endured. He recognized that he had inexplicably crossed into this realm, and the absurdity and madness of everything he had faced overwhelmed him. This was an exceedingly deranged world. Yang Huan took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. He understood that neither complaints nor fears could resolve any issues. It was only through intelligence and courage that he could discover a way to survive in this world. Just then, a faint whimper reached his ears from his sister. "I am so cold, so cold." Yang Huan snapped back to reality, realizing that both of them were clad in exceptionally thin garments. Without hesitation, he disregarded any notions of propriety, shifting closer to her. He enveloped his sister in his embrace, attempting to share his warmth with her. As they held each other, time seemed to soften, flowing gently onward. After an indeterminate period, the horizon finally brightened with a hint of dawn. Yang Huan glanced around. At the edge of the wilderness, he discerned the faint outline of a mountain range. He thought to himself that perhaps heading toward the mountains might lead them to a place inhabited by others. Thus, he gently roused his sister from her slumber. She opened her eyes groggily, momentarily startled upon seeing Yang Huan, and then recollected the events of the previous night, a hint of shyness and panic flickering in her gaze. Yang Huan spoke softly, "Sister, daybreak is approaching. Let us proceed in that direction. Perhaps we can find a way out." His sister nodded slightly, and they tidied their somewhat disheveled clothing before setting off toward the mountains. As they walked, Yang Huan appeared nonchalant, yet he discreetly inquired about his sister's circumstances. He cleverly feigned confusion due to his earlier injury, using it as an excuse to ask her about their sect's origins and location. Hoping to piece together the contours of this unfamiliar world from the information she provided, he realized that in this bizarre realm, the more one understood, the greater the hope for survival. Thus, they engaged in casual conversation as they walked slowly forward. During their exchange, he learned his sister's name, Lu Shuiyao. Unbeknownst to them, the sun had risen high in the sky, bringing with it a sense of warmth but also intensifying their hunger. Luckily, the mountains were abundant with wild fruits, and they gathered some to stave off their hunger and replenish their strength for the journey ahead. After walking for a considerable time, they finally spotted wisps of smoke rising in the distance. Invigorating their spirits, the two quickened their pace, heading toward the source of the smoke. Before long, a small village came into view. The village was modest, sparsely populated with 7 or 8 households, exuding a tranquil and harmonious atmosphere. They approached the entrance of one household, where a burly middle-aged man was busily engaged in some tasks in the yard. Beside him stood a woman of considerable beauty. They appeared to be husband and wife. Yang Huan approached respectfully and bowed to the middle-aged man, saying, "Good sir, my sister and I encountered some misfortune in the mountains. We are now famished. May we seek refuge here for the night and request some food?" Perhaps due to the village's remote and tranquil nature, or perhaps because the couple possessed kind hearts, they displayed no excessive surprise at the arrival of the two. Instead, they warmly welcomed them into their home. Once inside, Yang Huan and Lu Shuiyao finally felt a measure of relief, their taut nerves beginning to ease. The interior was simply furnished yet meticulously organized, exuding a rustic atmosphere. The middle-aged man bustled about, bringing over stools for them to sit on, then called out to his wife, "Wife, please bring some water for our guests." The woman replied promptly, soon emerging with 2 bowls of clear water, a warm smile gracing her face. "You two must be exhausted. Please have some water and rest." Yang Huan and Lu Shuiyao accepted the water with gratitude, drinking it in one go. The middle-aged man observed them with concern, asking, "From your appearance, it seems you encountered some dangers in the mountains?" Yang Huan managed a wry smile and recounted their encounter with monsters and their subsequent escape. However, he omitted many details, merely stating that they were disciples on an outing who had lost their way. The middle-aged man and woman exchanged sympathetic glances upon hearing their tale. "You 2 children have truly suffered," the woman sighed. "The mountains are perilous, often plagued by various beasts. That you made it here safely is quite fortunate. Indeed, you are welcome to stay here for the night. If you need anything, do not hesitate to ask," the middle-aged man said generously. Yang Huan expressed his gratitude once more, feeling an even deeper appreciation for the couple. In this unfamiliar and perilous world, the sudden kindness they encountered was particularly precious. Before long, the woman prepared a simple yet steaming meal. Although it consisted merely of plain fare, to the famished Yang Huan and Lu Shuiyao, it felt like a feast fit for royalty. They wasted no time and began to eat heartily, and in no time, the meal was entirely consumed. After dining, Yang Huan and Lu Shuiyao assisted in clearing the dishes, and were then assigned to a clean room for rest. The room contained a spacious wooden bed adorned with a thick quilt, exuding an inviting comfort. Lu Shuiyao sat on the edge of the bed, her eyes still hinting at fatigue, yet her spirit had noticeably lifted. "Brother Yang, we owe our gratitude to this couple today. Otherwise, we would have been at a loss," she said softly. Yang Huan nodded in agreement, replying, "Indeed, but we cannot linger here for long. Tomorrow, we shall set off and return to our sect." Lu Shuiyao gave a slight nod. Yang Huan then urged her to rest early, before walking to the window and gazing into the night. Lost in thought, outside, the moonlight flowed like water over the tranquil village. Yang Huan was acutely aware that this world was rife with strangeness. From Lu Shuiyao's scattered words during the day, he had gleaned some insights. At this moment, He felt that returning to the sect was the only way to gain a deeper understanding of this world. Despite the lurking dangers, from Lu Shuiyao's accounts, it seemed that their sect would provide a temporary sanctuary from mortal threats. As these thoughts occupied his mind, drowsiness began to envelop him. He approached the bed, lifted the quilt, and prepared to sleep fully clothed. Just then, a faint sound reached his ears. He furrowed his brow, holding his breath, concentrating all his attention on capturing that elusive sound. To his astonishment, during this focused listening, he discovered that his hearing seemed remarkably sharper than before, enabling him to perceive distant and subtle noises. A flicker of doubt arose within him, speculating whether the essence of the nine-tailed fox he had consumed had bestowed some unforeseen changes upon his body. Just as he was immersed in pondering his transformation, the faint sound gradually became clearer. He heard the middle-aged man's urgent call, "Wife, come quickly." The voice penetrated the walls, reaching Yang Huan's ears directly. Following that, a series of rustling sounds ensued. The sound was soft and intimate, the friction of clothing against clothing. Yang Huan instantly comprehended what was about to transpire. Instinctively, he held his breath, striving to minimize his presence. Although a sense of embarrassment welled up within him, reason dictated that he must remain vigilant. After a while, the commotion between the two diminished, their breathing gradually stabilizing. The room returned to its previous tranquility, as though nothing had occurred. Yang Huan sighed in relief, relying on his keen hearing and instinct for danger to ascertain that there were no signs of peril. His taut nerves finally began to relax. He glanced at the peacefully sleeping Lu Shuiyao beside him, silently relieved that she had already fallen asleep and had not heard the mortifying sounds. Cautiously, he shifted to the other side of the bed, striving to maintain distance from Lu Shuiyao. Then, he gently closed his eyes, attempting to drift into slumber swiftly, however, despite his efforts to regain his composure. The earlier heat lingered in his heart. Memories of his interactions with Lu Shuiyao involuntarily surfaced in his mind, giving rise to an indescribable sentiment within him. Yang Huan was acutely aware that this was not the time for frivolous thoughts. He needed to maintain a clear mind and steadfast will, resisting the pull of these romantic feelings. Thus, he took a deep breath, exhaling slowly. In an attempt to dispel those alluring thoughts, he forced himself to concentrate on strategizing for the future. Gradually, after a challenging struggle against his own impulses, Yang Huan finally managed to calm himself. He fell into a deep sleep, entering the realm of dreams. However, shortly after Yang Huan dozed off, the couple began to converse softly. The man held the woman closely, his eyes revealing a sense of languor and satisfaction. "Wife, do you think that young man and woman would make suitable medicinal catalysts?" he teased. The woman shifted slightly, breathlessly responding, "It seems they lack any notable cultivation." A flicker of hesitation passed through her gaze. "Perhaps we should choose to be benevolent this time and spare them, living in seclusion here and avoiding unnecessary complications." The man's expression shifted to one of curiosity and doubt upon hearing her words. "What, have you taken a liking to that young man, that you would let them go?" The woman gently shook her head, her eyes radiating a feminine intuition and conviction. "No, it's merely a feeling that I will encounter that young man again." The man pondered her words in silence for a moment before ultimately nodding. "Very well, we shall heed your wishes this time." The moonlight continued to cascade silently over the village, while the inhabitants within the house had all succumbed to slumber. The gently swaying moonbeams seemed to whisper secrets of the night, veiled in tranquility and mystery. Chapter 4. The Master Brothers' Malice. The next morning, Yang Huan and Lu Shuiyao bid farewell to the middle-aged man and woman. Following the directions provided by the man, they set forth towards their sect. Along the way, relying on the provisions gifted by the couple, they trudged onward with great difficulty. Fortunately, they encountered no dangers, and Yang Huan found himself contemplating how he would repay the couple for their kindness upon his return. Finally, 5 days later, they arrived at the foot of the mountain. As soon as they reached the base, a young acolyte rushed down from the mountain, his expression frantic, upon spotting Yang Huan and Lu Shuiyao. His face turned pale, panic evident in his demeanor as he muttered, "Not good, not good." Yang Huan's heart tightened at the sight, and he hurried forward to intercept the young acolyte, urgently inquiring, "What has happened? Why are you so flustered?" The young acolyte gasped for breath, stammering, Senior brother, senior sister, you are finally back. Earlier, The alchemy room exploded. It seems Master is in trouble. Upon hearing this, Yang Huan and Lu Shuiyao's faces drained of color, an ominous premonition surging within them. They exchanged glances, disregarding everything else, and immediately sprinted up the mountain, desperate to return to their sect and uncover the truth of the situation. Yang Huan ran. Bitterness and helplessness swirled in his heart, silently cursing his unfortunate fate, while others traversed their new worlds with ease, basking in luxury and surrounded by beautiful companions. His experience was starkly different. The original owner of his body had fallen victim to a sinister plot, and upon his arrival in this world, he was relentlessly pursued by terrifying monsters, ensnared in meticulously crafted schemes, as if traps awaited him at every turn. Having barely escaped those dangers, he hastily rushed back to the sect, believing it to be a safe haven, only to discover that even the sect was not spared from calamity. When he and Lu Shuiyao arrived at the sect, they found the alchemy room engulfed in flames. Thick smoke billowing skyward, at a group of acolytes, under the command of a young man in his 30s, were frantically carrying buckets of water, desperately trying to douse the raging inferno. Yang Huan recognized that the young man leading the efforts was their master brother. Cheng Feng, he hurried forward, sincerity etched on his face, and said, "Master brother, we encountered an ambush on our way back and faced considerable challenges, which delayed our return. Please forgive you." As he spoke, he anxiously pressed on. What exactly transpired? Cheng Feng's gaze swept over Yang Huan and Lu Shuiyao, and when it landed on Yang Huan, a fleeting glimmer of malice flashed in his eyes, a cold intent that seemed capable of piercing the soul. However, Yang Huan, perceptive as ever, sensed the concealed danger instantaneously, understanding that this was not the moment to raise alarm, and thus maintained an air of nonchalance. Cheng Feng quickly masked his momentary abnormality, donning a warm and concerned expression as he replied, "As long as you are unharmed, that is what matters." Earlier, Master was engaged in alchemy, and suddenly, an explosion occurred. He sustained some injuries, but has since been taken by your second senior sister to rest. Although Yang Huan felt a flicker of doubt regarding his master brother's sudden shift in demeanor, he could only nod helplessly and say, "We must take good care of Master and hope for his swift recovery." But how could the alchemy room explode so suddenly? Do you have any idea why? As he spoke, he discreetly observed Cheng Feng's expressions, attempting to glean any clues from his subtle reactions. It was likely due to Xiao Si adding too much of the catalyst, resulting in the explosion. Fortunately, it seems there are no serious repercussions. By the way, you mentioned encountering an ambush on the road. What exactly happened? Did you manage to bring back the items you procured? Cheng Feng's seemingly casual inquiry bore an undertone of scrutiny. Lu Shuiyao, with a look of grievance, meekly replied, "As soon as we arrived at Qingfeng town, we were ambushed by masked assailants who were ruthless in their methods, capturing us and taking us to a cave. In a state of lingering trepidation, we were suddenly besieged by a monstrous creature that emerged from the depths of the cavern, robbing us of all our possessions. Had we not fled with all our might, the consequences would have been dire." As she recounted this harrowing experience, her voice quivered, clearly haunted by the vivid memories of those perilous moments. Upon hearing this, the elder brother's countenance shifted dramatically, and he feigned outrage, exclaiming, "What? How dare they attack the disciples of Yunyang's sect? Who are these audacious individuals?" His expression conveyed a genuine fury, yet Yang Huan perceived an underlying insincerity in his indignation. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his suspicions and merely responded, "We have no idea who they might be, but thankfully, we managed to escape." Just then, a woman approached with a graceful stride. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, possessing a slender figure and a visage that combined elegance with a hint of valor. This was their second senior sister, Lin Shi, who first glanced at Yang Huan and Lu Shuiyao before offering a slight bow to the elder brother. Cheng Feng died in a soft voice. She remarked, "Elder brother, regarding the explosion in the alchemy chamber, while Master is currently unharmed, the implications are considerable. We must exercise caution in our future alchemical endeavors. The incident involving the third junior brother and the fifth junior sister is significant and necessitates an investigation." Cheng Feng nodded slightly in agreement and replied, "You are right, second junior sister. This matter requires thorough scrutiny. We cannot allow those responsible to evade justice." He then turned his gaze toward Yang Huan and Lu Shuiyao. Shifting the conversation, "You two have endured considerable hardships on your journey. it would be prudent for you to return and rest. Once Master awakens, we shall pay our respects." Yang Huan pondered quietly, while the elder brother's demeanor seemed normal. An inexplicable oddity lingered in the air. However, he chose not to press further and replied, "Yes, elder brother, we shall take our leave." After bowing once more to second junior sister Lin Shi, he and Lu Shuiyao made their way to the disciples' quarters. Throughout their walk, Yang Huan contemplated the recent events, sensing that the upheaval within their sect concealed secrets yet to be unveiled. Chapter 5. A thorn in the eye, a splinter in the flesh. The Yunyang sect was modest in scale. According to Lu Shuiyao, Master Yunyangzi had founded the sect a mere 20 years prior. Under his tutelage, 5 disciples were taken in: the elder brother Cheng Feng, second senior sister Lin Shi, third junior brother Yang Huan, fourth junior brother Zhao Yu, and Lu Shuiyao, who had joined 2 years ago. Additionally, there were over 20 young acolytes who assisted with various tasks, maintaining the daily operations of the sect. Lu Shuiyao recounted that in her first year as a disciple, Yunyangzi frequently taught them martial arts, and life within the sect was relatively stable and orderly. However, in the past year, it seemed that someone had influenced Yunyangzi, who became increasingly obsessed with alchemy and the pursuit of immortality, neglecting other sect affairs and delegating nearly all responsibilities to the elder brother Cheng Feng. As Yang Huan and Lu Shuiyao strolled along the path to their quarters, the flora and fauna around them appeared to shimmer with an unusual hue. They had anticipated that returning to the sect would afford them a temporary sanctuary, granting time to delve deeper into the mysteries of this bizarre world. Yet upon their return, it seemed that hidden enigmas lurked at every turn, instilling an inexplicable sense of unease. The two walked in silence. Lu Shuiyao, having exhausted herself from their rapid flight, bore a pallid complexion, while Yang Huan was consumed by doubts, his brow furrowed as he replayed the elder brother's every action and word in his mind. The fleeting yet chilling aura of malevolence, combined with the seemingly caring yet distanced demeanor, led Yang Huan to believe that the explosion in the alchemy chamber and their ambush were far more intricate than they appeared. Upon entering the courtyard of their residence, an eerie silence enveloped them. The other disciples seemed preoccupied with addressing the aftermath of the alchemy chamber explosion. Yang Huan pushed open the door to his room, which was dimly lit. He approached the window, swinging it open to let in the light, illuminating the modest space. The furnishings were simple and unadorned. However, Yang Huan had little interest in these trivialities. He collapsed onto the stool at the table, resting his chin in his hands, lost in deeper contemplation. He mused that although the elder brother Cheng Feng appeared composed and capable in managing the sect's affairs, the concealed malice he had sensed today was perplexing. Had his original self inadvertently uncovered a secret that threatened Cheng Feng? Or was there a deeper enmity between them, compelling Cheng Feng to reveal his intent to eliminate him even in front of others? Furthermore, the explosion, attributed to fourth junior brother Zhao Yu's excessive use of medicinal catalysts, seemed implausible, as Lu Shuiyao had described Zhao Yu as consistently meticulous. Was it possible that someone had orchestrated this chaos, using Zhao Yu as a pawn? And what might their ulterior motives be? Were they targeting Master, or did they harbor other intentions? Reflecting on second senior sister Lin Shi's appearance only added to Yang Huan's confusion. Did she harbor secrets of her own? The more he pondered, the more he felt the depth of the intrigue surrounding them. Lin Shi's glance toward him and Lu Shuiyao had seemed merely cursory at first. Yet upon further reflection, it exuded an unsettling detachment, as if she were merely acknowledging their existence without the concern expected among comrades. Perhaps she was privy to certain hidden truths or was aligned with Cheng Feng, adept at concealing her true allegiance. After all, with Master engrossed in alchemical pursuits and Cheng Feng wielding significant authority, it was plausible that second senior sister sought to secure her position within the sect by aligning herself with him. If that were the case, Yang Huan and Lu Shuiyao would find themselves navigating a treacherous landscape within the Yunyang sect. Frustrated, Yang Huan rubbed his temples, feeling as though his mind were on the verge of bursting. This convoluted situation resembled a tangled web, impossible to unravel. In the days following their return to the sect, he had seized every opportunity to explore various avenues in search of a way back to his original world. Yet each endeavor yielded no results, and he understood that it was highly likely he would be trapped in this enigmatic realm for the long haul. Given these circumstances, improving his strength became an urgent necessity for survival in a place rife with hidden dangers. Yang Huan was acutely aware that any factor posing a threat to his life must be eradicated without mercy. Only by becoming sufficiently formidable could he hope to safeguard himself amid the shifting tides of peril. Perhaps his resolve stemmed from his previous profession, which had instilled in him a decisive and resilient character, one that would not easily retreat in the face of adversity. Yet the complexities of the current situation within the sect exceeded his wildest imaginings. The elder brother Chang Feng's veiled hostility, second senior sister Lin Shi's inscrutable demeanor, and the murky truths behind the alchemy chamber explosion weighed heavily upon him. With matters having escalated to this point, Yang Huan could only grit his teeth and resolve to take each step as it came. That moment, a faint sound of footsteps and a gentle knock interrupted his thoughts. Yang Huan's instincts heightened, and he fixed his gaze on the door, lowering his voice to inquire, "Who is it?" Lu Shuiyao softly tapped on the door, and upon receiving his response, she entered. Her expression bore traces of worry as she spoke quietly. "Yang's senior brother, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. The elder brother's demeanor seems rather unusual. What do you think we should do next?" Yang Huan met her gaze, letting out a slight sigh as he replied. "Junior sister, I too find this matter quite peculiar. However, we currently lack any leads. For now, let us heed the elder brother's advice and rest well. Once Master awakens, we can assess the situation then. Nonetheless, we must remain vigilant and discreetly observe our surroundings." Lu Shuiyao nodded obediently, affirming, "Yes, senior brother, you are right that I will return to my room now. Please take care of yourself and rest early." With that, she turned and exited the room, gently closing the door behind her. Once Lu Shuiyao had departed, Yang Huan found himself once again engulfed in profound contemplation. The current situation was fraught with peril, and the pressing matter at hand was undoubtedly to find a way to enhance his strength. He realized that to effectively augment his abilities, he first needed to understand the essence of the essence he had consumed from the nine-tailed fox. Recalling the moment he ingested the essence, he remembered feeling a gentle warmth coursing through his body, followed by an enhanced acuity of hearing and increased physical stamina. Yet, unlike the dramatic transformations often depicted in novels, he had not experienced any miraculous changes in power. However, in that cavern, the woman had desperately sought the essence, suggesting its immense value. Why, then, had it not manifested the anticipated extraordinary effects upon him? This question warranted thorough investigation. But where to begin? He contemplated that perhaps he could seek clues in literature. There might be records from those who came before him. Furthermore, given his own cultivation level, the situation within the Yunyang sect, as gleaned from Lu Shuiyao, was far from optimistic. Master Yunyangzi, though adept in the art of alchemy, does not possess any particularly outstanding martial prowess. The Yunyang sect has gained modest renown within a 10-mile radius, largely owing to its alchemical practices, frequently descending the mountain to sell elixirs for a modest profit or using these potions to heal others, thereby amassing wealth to sustain the numerous disciples and acolytes residing on the mountain. When it comes to martial skills, apart from the eldest disciple, Cheng Feng, and the second sister, Lin Shi, who are somewhat more proficient, the remaining 3 disciples, including himself, are rather mediocre. Reflecting on this, Yang Huan resolved to search through the original owner's quarters to see if any tomes that could aid in enhancing his cultivation were left behind. He scoured the room meticulously, leaving no potential hiding spot unexamined, rummaging through boxes and cabinets for quite some time. At last, in a corner, he stumbled upon 2 books, one titled Record of the Strange in the 9 Provinces, and the other, appearing somewhat tattered, bore a cover with indistinct characters, faintly discernible as being related to some form of cultivation technique. This discovery stirred a flicker of anticipation within Yang Huan, prompting him to retrieve both volumes and settle at the table. Prepared to study them intently, he gently brushed the dust off the 2 books, first picking up Record of the Strange in the 9 Provinces. The pages were slightly yellowed, exuding an aura of antiquity. Clearly aged, as he slowly opened the cover, he found the text densely packed, chronicling various bizarre tales and rumors. Fortunately, the script in this world bore a close resemblance to that of his own. And though Yang Huan was somewhat taken aback by this revelation, he pressed on with his reading. The book detailed an array of enigmatic demons and spirits, as well as lesser-known supernatural locales. He read each word carefully, hoping to unearth even the slightest hint regarding the essence of the 9-tailed fox, yearning for any fragment of a clue. Before long, He had turned halfway through the book, and a particular passage regarding the nine-tailed fox caught his attention. It was said that the nine-tailed fox was an ancient divine beast, capable of transforming into human form after millennia of cultivation, often employing illusions to deceive humans, consuming their essence and marrow to enhance its own abilities, accumulating essence in 300 years, achieving minor success in 800 years, and that consumption of its essence could aid in one's own cultivation. Upon reading this, Yang Huan's heart raced with a mix of excitement and confusion. He had never anticipated that this seemingly ordinary record of the strange in the 9 provinces contained genuine accounts of the nine-tailed fox. And according to the text, the essence he had ingested could indeed be a precious boon for his cultivation. However, he could not fathom why, aside from a slight enhancement in his hearing and physical strength, he had not experienced the significant transformations described in the book. This perplexity weighed heavily on him. Eagerly, he continued to leaf through the pages, his gaze fixed upon the words, fearful of missing any potentially useful clues. Unfortunately, the subsequent content offered no further detailed insights into the essence of the nine-tailed fox, merely listing locations where the creature had been sighted along with associated peculiar tales. This left Yang Huan feeling somewhat disheartened. Since the book yielded no more information, he shifted his hopes to the other tome with its faded cover. Carefully, he lifted the ancient volume, reopening its worn pages, his eyes igniting with a fervent curiosity. The content of this manual was indeed obscure and challenging to comprehend. The cultivation terminology resembled intricate riddles, and despite Yang Huan's utmost concentration, he could only glean a general understanding at this moment. It appeared to discuss a method of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, then combining it with one's own internal breath to open the meridians and enhance cultivation, though the specific steps and key points required further contemplation and insight. As he studied, he attempted to follow the described techniques, calming his mind to sense the ambient spiritual energy, guiding the faint aura to circulate within him. Yang Huan soon recognized the warm sensation that had arisen in his dantian after consuming the essence of the nine-tailed fox. Now gently surging upward, as if a dormant power was awakening, he hurriedly followed the cultivation steps outlined in the manual, attempting to guide and control this warm flow. Remarkably, the energy seemed to respond to his commands, beginning to circulate around him in steady loops before returning smoothly to his dantian. A wave of joy surged through Yang Huan as he felt he had possibly grasped the essence of cultivation. Just as he was eager to continue, a knock at the door interrupted him. Reluctantly, he paused, rising to open the door, only to find a young acolyte standing there with a plate of food. A look of apology on his face. "Brother Yang," the acolyte said, "due to the chaos caused by the fire in the alchemy chamber today, I could only prepare this meager meal for you. I hope you won't hold it against me." Yang Huan smiled gently, replying, "No trouble at all. I appreciate your effort." As he accepted the meal, a thought suddenly struck him, and he inquired of the acolyte, "By the way, do you know how the alchemy chamber caught fire?" The acolyte scratched his head, looking perplexed. "I'm not entirely sure. I only heard that the master had just entered to refine elixirs when there was an explosion and fire. I really don't know the specifics." Yang Huan, hearing this, chose not to ponder further and sent the acolyte on his way. He returned to his room with the meal, his mind now occupied with the hidden malice of his senior brother. Prompting a heightened sense of vigilance, he worried that someone might have tampered with the food, possibly poisoning it. Suddenly, he recalled a method he had read in a novel about testing food for poison, and he began to search for a silver needle, imitating the technique from the story, inserting the needle into the food. After observing for a moment, he noted that the needle had not darkened, which alleviated his concerns somewhat, and he began to eat. However, Yang Huan was acutely aware that even if the food was poison-free, the Yunyang sect was fraught with peril, necessitating utmost caution at all times. As he ate, he pondered the sensations he experienced during his earlier cultivation. The essence seemed to harbor immense energy that he had yet to fully unleash. It was clear he needed to delve deeper into the manual to swiftly master the techniques of cultivation and enhance his abilities, enabling him to confront the myriad unknown dangers ahead. After finishing his meal, Yang Huan tidied up the dishes and retrieved the 2 books from their hiding place, seated himself at the table, and resumed his study of the cultivation manual, hoping to soon unravel its secrets. With the experience gained from his previous practice, he now found the process increasingly intuitive. He held his breath and focused intently, carefully guiding the warm energy from his dantian, akin to a general commanding an army, precisely directing the energy to flow outwards from his dantian, then along the meridians, meandering throughout his body. The energy flowed like a lively stream, following the predetermined path, circulating tirelessly in loops. After traversing his entire body for quite some time, it returned steadily to his dantian, as if a weary bird returning to its nest. Everything felt so natural and seamless. Upon completing his practice, Yang Huan felt an overwhelming sense of ease, as if every pore was breathing freely, and he was imbued with boundless energy, his spirit completely rejuvenated. As night descended, enveloping the Yunyang sect in a shroud of darkness. Yang Huan rose from his bed, tiptoed to the window, and gently pushed it open. A cool night breeze swept in, caressing his cheeks, refreshing his face that had grown slightly warm from the cultivation. Peering outside, he observed the surrounding tranquility, the stillness profound, likely a result of the day's tumult, with everyone now exhausted and deeply asleep. Regarding the master, he wondered whether he had awakened, but deemed it inappropriate to disturb him at such an hour. Quietly, he closed the window and secured the doors, returning to his bed. Yet, sleep eluded him. His mind was beset with the strange occurrences of the past few days, a tangled web of thoughts that left him utterly perplexed. In the current predicament, how could he break free? Furrowing his brow, he sank into deep contemplation. Suddenly, a memory flashed through his mind of his experience at the middle-aged man's home, where his hearing had sharpened considerably after consuming the essence of the nine-tailed fox. Could he now leverage this ability to glean some useful information? With this thought, Yang Huan felt a surge of determination. He quickly calmed himself, adjusting his breathing, striving to cast aside all distractions, allowing his mind to sink into complete focus. He then directed that inner power towards his ears, attempting to amplify his hearing to its utmost potential. Miraculously, as he concentrated and guided his essence, his auditory perception expanded as he had hoped, breaking through the confines of the room and extending into the world beyond. Initially, he heard the faint sounds of snoring emanating from a distant chamber, rhythmic and varying, likely indicating that some acolyte was enjoying a sweet slumber. Soon after, indistinct murmurs of dream talk reached his ears, though the words were too vague to decipher. As he continued to extend his hearing further afield, he caught a familiar voice, faint but unmistakable. Yang Huan's senses heightened as he carefully discerned the source and identity of the voices, quickly realizing they belonged to Qing Feng, the eldest disciple, and Lin Shi, the second sister, whom he had encountered earlier that afternoon. Yet the first words that followed, like a sudden clap of thunder on a clear day, utterly stunned Yang Huan, causing his heart to race and nearly prompting an involuntary exclamation. How infuriating it was that they had not succeeded in eliminating him. The tone of the speaker was saturated with resentment and fury, as if Yang Huan's very existence were a thorn in her side, an irremovable irritant that she longed to eradicate. Yang Huan's eyes widened in shock, a chill creeping into his heart. He had initially believed that his senior brother harbored ill intentions towards his previous master, but it turned out to be his second senior sister. What sort of sinister conspiracy lay behind this revelation? Holding his breath, Yang Huan strained to listen, unwilling to miss a single word, fully aware that what he heard could very well determine his fate. Chapter 6. Teaching you a lesson in a man's way. The night was as tranquil as an impenetrable web, heavily enveloping the Yunyang sect. Lying in bed, Yang Huan was already troubled by the intricate dynamics within the sect, and now the eavesdropped conversation twisted his heart with anxiety. Well, there would be plenty of opportunities to kill him later. There was no need for such rage. The familiar voice was unmistakably that of his senior brother, Qing Feng. Merely hearing that voice intensified Yang Huan's disdain. He strained his senses to their utmost, as if transforming his very being into invisible threads, extending towards the source of the sound in an attempt to capture every nuance. As the conversation unfolded, Yang Huan could almost visualize the scene. Qing Feng, while speaking, held the second senior sister, Lin Shi, tightly in his embrace, their posture exuding an intimacy that made Yang Huan feel utterly nauseated. Lin Shi appeared almost boneless, playfully nestled against Qing Feng, their demeanor suggesting they were a couple deeply in love. Yet Yang Huan knew full well that their relationship was shrouded in unspeakable schemes. Upon hearing Qing Feng's words, Lin Shi's face suddenly flashed with anger. She lifted her head sharply, her eyes ablaze with fury, and retorted, "Are you worried that that girl, Lu Shuiyao, might also be killed? Humph, don't think I can't see through your intentions." Her voice carried an accusatory tone, laced with a hint of jealousy, resounding clearly in the stillness of the night. Cheng Feng hastily sought to placate her. A sycophantic smile plastered on his face. "How could that be? I have no feelings for her at all. My heart has only ever been yours. Can't you see my true intentions?" His tone was dripping with false affection, as if he were speaking from the depths of his heart. Yet Yang Huan was acutely aware that these were mere sweet nothings. Lin Shi, however, seemed unconvinced. She let out a derisive snort and retorted, "Who would believe such words from men? If it weren't for my last-minute decision to bring Lu Shuiyao along, you'd probably have already succeeded with her. Wouldn't you?" Her gaze was piercing, scrutinizing Cheng Feng as if searching for any sign of deceit. Cheng Feng hurriedly professed his loyalty, exclaiming, "Oh, what are you saying? I wouldn't dare. I will heed your every word. Is that not enough?" As he spoke, his hands began to wander restlessly. Those hands seemed to possess an irresistible allure, causing Lin Shi's body to stiffen momentarily before gradually yielding. A blush crept onto her cheeks, and her breath quickened. After a while, it seemed Lin Shi finally emerged from her daze. Regaining her composure, a glint of ruthlessness flickered in her eyes as she lowered her voice. "That old man. When he fainted this afternoon, I slipped him the 7-day powder. After 7 days, he will surely die from the poison. At that point, you will undoubtedly take over as the sect leader. Are you certain this plan will succeed?" She spoke while gazing at Cheng Feng, her eyes filled with expectation. Cheng Feng, upon hearing this, was momentarily overtaken by excitement and greed. Nodding vigorously as he confidently declared, "Rest assured, it will work. Just keep your mind at ease. Once I become the sect leader, you will be the sect leader's wife." His voice brimmed with barely contained exhilaration, as if he could already envision himself on the throne. Lin Shi smiled slightly, a satisfied expression gracing her features, teasingly adding, "Humph, just don't forget what I've done for you when the time comes." Cheng Feng tightened his embrace, his face filled with deep affection as he replied, "How could I ever forget you? I love you more than anything. Just wait to become the sect leader's wife." With that, he drew even closer to Lin Shi. Listening to all of this from within the confines of his room, Yang Huan felt a tumultuous churn in his stomach, as if a heavy stone pressed down upon his heart. His master had been administered the 7-day powder, and according to their conversation, 7 days later. The outlook was grim. Now that he was aware of their conspiracy, he found himself in a perilous position, utterly powerless to protect himself. What was even more perplexing was that the Yunyang sect was merely a small faction, with modest martial arts capabilities and scant financial resources. Given this context, why was Cheng Feng so determined to ascend to the position of sect leader, employing such unscrupulous means? Yet Yang Huan understood that some individuals' motivations defy logic. The human heart is inscrutable, and who could fathom Cheng Feng's true intentions? At that moment, the two seemed to have recovered from their earlier passion, both breathing heavily in the stillness of the night. Yang Huan, suppressing his revulsion, furrowed his brow and continued to listen intently, hoping to extract any critical information from their dialogue. Before long, after Cheng Feng had seemingly expended all his energy, he lazily reclined back onto the bed. Still holding Lin Shi close, their bodies entwined. Lin Shi lifted her head slightly, a warning glimmer in her eyes as she addressed Cheng Feng. "If you ever entertain any thoughts about that girl, Lu Shuiyao, beware. I will not hesitate to kill her. Humph, I won't tolerate you pining for another woman." Her tone was laced with jealousy and an unmistakable threat, as if she would indeed act on her words should Cheng Feng stray. Cheng Feng quickly smiled in appeasement, gently patting Lin Shi's back as he assured her, "How could that be? You are the only one in my heart. Don't overthink it." In F. Yang Huan, "There was a time when I humbled myself to extend my goodwill towards you, showering you with utmost attentiveness, yet you responded with indifference, like a stone that refuses to warm. Humph, now you shall witness. For I shall ensure that you pay a grievous price for your previous arrogance, devising ways to take your very life." Lin Shi's words were laden with resentment and unwillingness, her animosity seemingly capable of piercing through walls. Directly targeting Yang Huan. Upon hearing this, Yang Huan's heart tightened sharply, as if gripped by an invisible hand, and a flash of lightning traversed his mind. Sketching a vague yet chilling outline, it became clear that Lin Shi's feelings towards him, no, towards the original owner of this body, had transformed from love to hate, now morphing into a lethal intent that surged towards him. Subsequently, Lin Shi seemed to fall deeper into her distorted thoughts. Murmuring to herself, "Men are merely playthings to be manipulated at will. They can conjure no tricks in my palm," she spoke. A cold, mocking smile graced her lips, echoing through the empty room with an air of profound disdain. As if every man in the world were but ants in her eyes. Silence soon enveloped the space, akin to a deep slumber, permeating the room with a palpable stillness. Meanwhile, Yang Huan gradually retracted his acute sense of hearing. Exhaling softly, his face clouded with gravity. Sitting at the edge of the bed, his thoughts raced like unbridled steeds, fervently contemplating how to navigate the precarious situation. The current predicament, while seemingly clearer than before, remained fraught with peril. Yang Huan meticulously pondered every detail, secretly deducing from their recent explicit and conspiratorial dialogue that Lin Shi was most likely the mastermind behind it all. It seemed that she had ardently pursued the original owner of his body, only to be met with merciless rejection, thus igniting a flame of hatred that burned fiercely within her, compelling her to seek revenge by any means necessary. Consequently, she had allied herself with Cheng Feng, aiming to leverage him to fulfill her ulterior motives. But did her ambitions merely consist of ascending to the position of the sect leader's wife to seize control of Yunyang sect? Yang Huan furrowed his brow, sensing that matters were far more complex than they appeared, with hidden corners yet to be unearthed, concealing crucial secrets. Yet what could they be? He racked his brain, unable to grasp the answer. However, one thing was crystal clear to Yang Huan. The recent mission to procure supplies was originally intended for him to undertake alone. Cheng Feng, that scheming rogue, had long since plotted to act against Lu Shuiyao upon Yang Huan's descent from the mountain. Unfortunately for him, his vile intentions had not escaped Lin Shi's keen eye. Whether her actions stemmed from jealousy or other motives, she decisively altered her course, compelling Lu Shuiyao to accompany her. This twist of fate allowed her to seize the opportunity to eliminate both Yang Huan and Lu Shuiyao. Thus, when they arrived at Qingfeng town, the original owner of this body and Lu Shuiyao encountered a series of misfortunes. First, inexplicably captured in the mountains, teetering on the brink of doom, nearly becoming the prey of a mountain beast. They narrowly avoided becoming the meal of a nine-tailed fox and a mysterious middle-aged man, their lives hanging by a thread. Their plan was indeed meticulously crafted, each step intricately linked, yet they had never anticipated the whimsical turn of fate that awaited them. The original owner perished as intended, yet unbeknownst to them, the soul from another world had traversed into this body, rendering their calculations utterly futile. Yang Huan understood that finding a way to break free from this predicament was of utmost importance. With the key lying in his own cultivation and how to adeptly navigate this convoluted situation, he furrowed his brow, lost in deep contemplation, weighing various potential strategies. In terms of martial prowess, he was acutely aware of the significant gap between himself and his senior brother Cheng Feng, as well as his senior sister Lin Shi. Both held considerable skills within Yunyang sect, and surpassing them in a short span seemed nearly impossible. As for employing poison against them, he was a newcomer in this strange world, utterly ignorant of alchemy and medicine, leaving him at a loss for where to begin. Moreover, following the explosion in the alchemy room, Zhao Yu, the fourth disciple skilled in alchemy, had likely been detained by Cheng Feng and Lin Shi under various pretexts, making it exceedingly difficult to acquire poison or methods of concocting it. Yang Huan's thoughts churned relentlessly until, suddenly, a glimmer of inspiration struck him. Could Lin Shi's transformation of love into hate towards the original owner of this body serve as a pivotal point for his escape? A subtle smile graced his lips, a knowing expression forming as he mused. "Woman, do you truly believe that men can be so easily toyed with? Humph, since your hatred stems from love, I shall teach you a lesson in the manner of men." Chapter 7. The master's secret. Yang Huan was inherently a person of action. Once an idea took root in his mind, he immediately set about formulating a plan for implementation. He meticulously rehearsed each step in his mind, contemplating various scenarios and countermeasures until he felt the plan was sufficiently comprehensive, at which point he allowed himself to relax slightly. Lying on the bed with his eyes closed, his thoughts continued to wander through the intricate circumstances, making sleep elusive. The following morning, before the first rays of sunlight had fully dispelled the chill of night, a young acolyte arrived at Yang Huan's residence to inform him that his master, Yunyang Zi, had awakened. Upon hearing this news, Yang Huan's spirit lifted instantly, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes as he hurriedly dressed, eager to visit his master. His relationship with this so-called master, Yunyang Zi, was not one of deep camaraderie, for his time in this world had been brief, and he had yet to truly bond with Yunyang Zi, however, considering the current complex and dire circumstances, compounded by the shocking revelation he had overheard the previous night, that Yunyang Zi had been administered a lethal poison and had little time left. He recognized that even a fleeting revival could bolster the security of his impending plans, granting him some leeway to maneuver. Thus, he followed the acolyte, moving briskly yet with a heart full of trepidation towards Yunyang Zi's quarters. Along the way, Yang Huan pondered how to respond upon encountering his master and the others, strategizing on how to extract advantageous information from what appeared to be a routine meeting, all while avoiding any hint of suspicion. Upon stepping into his master's chamber, he was taken aback to find that his senior brother Cheng Feng, senior sister Lin Shi, and junior sister Lu Shueyao had all arrived early, with only the fourth disciple Zhao Yu conspicuously absent. Yang Huan surmised that Zhao Yu was likely injured from the previous day's alchemy room explosion and had been detained under the guise of care by Cheng Feng and Lin Shi. As for the specifics, he remained in the dark, yet he sensed that something was amiss. When his gaze fell upon his master, Yunyang Zi, he could not help but be slightly startled. The image he had conjured in his mind of a venerable sage was utterly eclipsed by the reality before him. There lay a corpulent man, at least 200 pounds, languidly sprawled across the bed, his massive form nearly engulfing the entire mattress. His complexion was ashen, devoid of color, his eyes sunken and hollow, emanating an aura of profound fatigue. With cracked and peeling lips, it appeared as though he had just emerged from a grave illness, rendering him extraordinarily weak and devoid of vitality. At that moment, two acolytes cautiously assisted Yunyang Zi into a sitting position at the head of the bed. Yang Huan quickly composed himself, joining the others in respectfully bowing to his master. Yunyang Zi slowly raised a heavy, feeble arm, as if summoning every ounce of strength to gesture dismissively, his voice a mere whisper, hoarse and strained. "Enough, enough. You are all excused from formalities." The sound seemed to emerge laboriously from deep within his throat, imbued with an overwhelming weariness that resonated in the silent room, eliciting sympathy from all who heard it. Following this, Yunyang Zi's gaze slowly swept across the faces of those present, finally resting on Yang Huan and Lu Shueyao. After a brief pause, a flicker of unrecognizable doubt flashed in his eyes, and he inquired, "Huaner, Yaoer, what transpired during your time in the mountains, in Qingfeng town? Why did such calamity befall you?" His gaze bore into Yang Huan and Lu Shueyao, as if seeking answers within their expressions, revealing a concern that transcended his own frail condition. After all, the safety of his disciples and the reputation of the sect were at stake, and even in his weakened state, he could not shirk these responsibilities. There was an unusual quality to Yunyang Zi's hoarse voice that echoed in the room, strikingly out of place. Yang Huan listened intently, a sense of unease swelling within him, as he noted that the tone carried an almost effeminate lilt. This sudden realization left him perplexed, instinctively causing him to furrow his brow. For reasons he could not grasp, the sound conjured memories of the eunuchs he had once heard on television in his previous world. The delicate, slender, and somewhat effeminate tone curiously coincided with the voice of Yunyang Zi at this moment. Yang Huan was startled by his own absurd thought and could not help but ponder privately. How could this be? Could it be that his master is a eunuch? The moment this notion emerged, he was taken aback, for it was indeed too bizarre, far beyond the realm of his imagination. At this juncture, Yang Huan keenly sensed that Yunyang Zi's gaze was flitting between him and Lu Shueyao. Seemingly in search of some answer, he quickly steadied his mind, forcibly suppressing the doubts within, striving to maintain an expression of calm composure before speaking. "Master, I have failed in my task this time, and I sincerely apologize for bringing shame upon you and the sect." His voice bore just the right amount of guilt and self-reproach, sounding heartfelt and sincere. Following this, Yang Huan succinctly recounted the events that had transpired in Qingfeng town. Deliberately omitting the matter of acquiring the essence of the nine-tailed fox, he merely described the dangers and difficulties he encountered in a light manner, striving to make the entire incident sound like an ordinary mishap. As Yunyangzi listened to Yang Huan's narration, he nodded slightly, his expression revealing no significant change, leaving one unable to discern his thoughts. After a moment, he turned to Cheng Feng and said with a serious demeanor, "Fenger, you must thoroughly investigate this matter. Although our Yunyang sect is but a small faction, we cannot allow ourselves to be bullied so wantonly. Moreover, the procurement matters cannot be delayed. You shall personally lead 2 disciples down the mountain today to attend to it." The senior brother Cheng Feng promptly acquiesced, saying, "Yes, master." Subsequently, Yunyangzi tilted his head slightly and let out a heavy sigh, his voice laden with self-reproach and helplessness. He spoke slowly. "Alas, it is also my fault for being remiss in your training, failing to impart the martial arts properly, which has resulted in your repeated sufferings and this kind of bullying in the outside world." As he spoke, his gaze shifted to his second disciple Lin Shi, his eyes imbued with a hint of expectation and entrustment. "Sheer, you must bear more responsibility in the future. When I am not around, you must diligently teach the younger disciples the martial arts, so as not to let them fall into peril so easily." Lin Shi quickly stepped forward, bowing respectfully as she replied, "Master, rest assured, I will do my utmost to impart all that I have learned to the younger disciples without reservation." Her expression was obedient and compliant, yet a subtle hint of impatience flickered in her eyes, suggesting that she was not entirely keen on this additional responsibility. However, before her master, she could only acquiesce for the moment. Seeing her agreement, Yunyangzi finally revealed a semblance of satisfaction, waving his hand slightly as he said, "All right, you may all leave now and attend to your own matters." As the group was about to take their leave, Yunyangzi suddenly seemed to recall something, his expression tightening as he asked, "How is Seer doing?" Cheng Feng, maintaining a calm demeanor, answered leisurely, "Master, the 4th junior brother has not awakened since he fainted yesterday. However, fortunately, he regained consciousness early this morning and is not in serious condition. He is currently resting in his room, and I have arranged for someone to take good care of him, so there is no need for you to worry." His tone sounded concerned and steady, yet Yang Huan perceptively detected a hint of unnaturalness in it, prompting him to harbor some suspicion regarding Cheng Feng's words. Upon hearing this, Yunyangzi let out a long sigh of relief, the look of worry on his face diminishing slightly as he murmured, "That is good, that is good. Very well. You all may withdraw." The group bowed and dispersed. Yang Huan felt a secret delight in Yunyangzi's arrangements. He thought to himself, finally, he would have the opportunity to avoid Cheng Feng for a while. With Cheng Feng going down the mountain for procurement, it would take at least 2 to 3 days. This provided him with a rare chance to catch his breath. He planned to use these 2 days to deal with Lin Shi, as she was currently the most challenging individual. Moreover, from Cheng Feng's earlier response, he had gained a general understanding of the situation regarding the 4th junior brother, which brought him some relief. Next, his primary task was to ensure Lu Shuiyao's safety and well-being. As Yang Huan gazed at Lin Shi's departing figure, he noticed her graceful form and light steps. His gaze lingered on her, stirring a ripple in his heart. Lin Shi was indeed extraordinarily beautiful, her fair skin as delicate as mutton fat jade, and her pair of peach blossom eyes were enchanting. Although her beauty was starkly different from Lu Shuiyao's fresh, innocent charm, it possessed a unique allure of mature seduction. Yang Huan's thoughts drifted back to the indecent conversations and scenes he had overheard the previous night, and he could not help but feel a pang of regret for the original owner of his body. How could such a captivating person have been overlooked? Chapter 8. Affections Lu Shuiyao. Observing Yang Huan lost in thought as he gazed in the direction of Lin Shi's departure, could not help but feel puzzled. She blinked her large, clear eyes like water and gently inquired, "Yang Shixiao, what is the matter?" Her voice was as gentle as a spring breeze, filled with concern. Yang Huan was jolted back to reality, realizing he had momentarily lost his composure. He hastily waved his hand and smiled. "It's nothing." Just suddenly recalling something. Although traces of contemplation still lingered in his eyes, he tried his best to appear natural, not wishing for Lu Shuiyao to perceive the complexity of his thoughts. Subsequently, with a serious expression, Yang Huan earnestly cautioned Lu Shuiyao, "You must be extremely cautious lately. Regardless of any disturbances, even if you merely sense the slightest hint of danger, You must inform me immediately, understood? His gaze was filled with concern and worry. Lu Shuiyao nodded vigorously, her demeanor both obedient and endearing, as she replied, Yes, I understand, Yang Shixiang. You must also take care of your own safety. In her gaze towards Yang Huan, there was a blend of trust, reliance, and a hint of unspoken affection. Ever since ascending the mountain, Lu Shuiyao had harbored an inexplicable fondness for this third senior brother, especially during these days when they had experienced several life and death trials together. Each instance of mutual support on the brink of peril seemed to plant a seed of emotion in her heart. She recalled the time they fled in the mountains, beneath the great tree by the river. When she was shivering from the cold, and it was Yang Huan who unhesitatingly opened his arms to envelop her tightly, using his warmth to dispel her chill in that moment, leaning against Yang Huan's embrace. Listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, her cheeks involuntarily flushed with warmth, and a sensation of longing surged within her. Later, when they shared a bed at a villager's house, though it was merely to fend off the cold of the night, the intimacy of their closeness stirred ripples in Lu Shuiyao's heart. In the following days, as they hurried back to the sect, every cold night found her quietly nestled in Yang Huan's arms for warmth, basking in his protection and warmth. Each moment spent together flowed like a gentle stream, coalescing into a unique affection for Yang Huan deep within her heart. This moment, hearing Yang Huan's earnest concern, Lu Shuiyao felt a surge of emotion, nodding earnestly once more, her gaze sincere. Subsequently, they exchanged smiles and walked towards their respective rooms. After Yang Huan returned to his room, it was not long before the disciple responsible for delivering meals arrived with a food box. The disciple respectfully laid out the dishes on the table before withdrawing. Yang Huan quickly consumed his meal, took a brief rest, and then began to focus intently on practicing the mysterious martial arts once more. The wondrous sensations from his cultivation the previous night were still vivid in his mind, making this session feel even more effortless, infused with anticipation and novelty. Following the principles of the technique, he gradually guided the mysterious energy within his body, fully immersing himself in the state of cultivation. 2 hours slipped by quietly, and Yang Huan slowly concluded his practice, rising to his feet. It was unclear whether it was due to the enhancement from the essence of the nine-tailed fox. But at this moment, he felt an inexhaustible power coursing through him, surging within his body as if it could burst forth at any moment, leaving him in a state of exhilaration. Yang Huan mused inwardly. If this power is as abundant as described in those novels, capable of propelling oneself into the air or manifesting wondrous phenomena of energy radiating outward, it would be utterly astonishing. The more he thought about it, the more restless he became, yearning to find a secluded spot to test his newfound abilities and ascertain the extent of his current prowess. Just then, he realized it was already time for lunch. Outside, the faint sounds of disciples heading to the dining hall and their chatter reached his ears. Yang Huan furrowed his brow slightly, thinking it best to eat first. After all, one must fill their stomach to better explore their ideas. After lunch, he planned to find an opportune moment to sneak to the remote and deserted area of the back mountain to thoroughly experiment with this extraordinary strength. Upon arriving at the dining hall, Yang Huan discovered that senior brother Cheng Feng had already descended the mountain with 2 disciples. Moreover, second senior sister Lin she was also absent, having sent a disciple to deliver her lunch to her own room. As they were inner disciples, their status was relatively elevated, and their actions were distinctly different from those of the ordinary disciples who busied themselves. Thus, at that moment, the dining hall was occupied solely by Yang Huan and Lu Shuiyao. As the 2 individuals leisurely enjoyed their lunch, a casual conversation ensued. Lu Shuiyao gently set down her chopsticks, a slight frown gracing her brow as she spoke. Yang Shixiang, I just visited Si Shixiang. He appears rather frail and will likely need several days of rest and recuperation. Upon hearing this, Yang Huan suddenly recalled that since his return, he had been preoccupied with devising strategies and had yet to pay a visit to Si Shidi. Although he did not harbor any particular affection for this Si Shidi, he learned from Lu Shuiyao that the bond between this disciple and the original owner was quite strong. Out of both emotional and rational considerations, he felt compelled to pay a visit. However, given the intricate situation before him, he contemplated that a hasty visit might draw the attention of De Shixiang and Heir Shiji, potentially bringing unnecessary trouble to either himself or Si Shidi. Thus, he quietly resolved to find an opportunity to send greetings through someone else instead. With that, The two finished their lunch and each returned to their respective quarters to rest. Back in his room, Yang Huan found his thoughts consumed with the desire to experiment with his cultivation on the back mountain, for that peculiar energy within him surged, igniting an insatiable curiosity. After cautiously listening for any unusual sounds outside, and confirming that all was well, he carefully opened his door and stealthily made his way toward the back mountain. Yang Huan treaded cautiously toward the back mountain. Anticipation filled his heart for the forthcoming trial of his cultivation. He moved with utmost lightness, fearful of making any noise that might attract attention. However, to his astonishment, upon arriving at the back mountain, he discovered Shiji Lin she engrossed in her training. Her graceful form exuded an unusual intensity, as if an ethereal aura enveloped her. Observing this, Yang Huan felt a wave of perplexity wash over him, pondering how she had ventured here alone to practice. Yet, he dared not approach hastily, aware of Lin Shi's profound thoughts. Provoking her ire could lead to numerous complications. Just as Yang Huan hesitated on how to proceed, his foot inadvertently stepped on a small stone, the sound echoing sharply in the tranquil back mountain. With a sudden start, Lin Shi opened her eyes, a glint of cold vigilance flashing within them as she turned toward the source of the noise. Realizing he had been discovered, Yang Huan could only muster a sheepish smile as he emerged from his hiding place, saying, "Shiji, it's me." Upon recognizing Yang Huan, Lin Shi's expression fluctuated, displaying a complex mix of skepticism and curiosity as she coldly inquired, "What brings you here?" Yang Huan's heart skipped a beat. His mind raced with apprehension, fearing Lin Shi might think he had come to spy on her, which would be detrimental to him. Yet, he quickly reasoned that she likely wouldn't jump to such conclusions based solely on this encounter. Moreover, he had been contemplating how to deal with Lin Shi, and this unexpected opportunity for a private conversation might be beneficial. Thus, he feigned a sincere and concerned demeanor, stating, "Shiji, when I finished lunch earlier, I noticed you were absent from the dining hall. I heard you had food sent to your room, and I thought perhaps you were unwell, that's why I came to look for you. But when I arrived, you were nowhere to be found. I was genuinely worried, which is why I decided to check the back mountain." Lin Shi narrowed her eyes slightly, a smirk playing on her lips as she regarded Yang Huan with a hint of derision, retorting, "Hmph, you genuinely care enough to search for me?" Yang Huan, sensing her skepticism, gazed upward, his expression imbued with deep emotion and regret, as if lost in nostalgic reflection. He slowly replied, "Shiji, you misunderstand me. In truth, I have harbored special feelings for you all along. But in my previous ignorance, I failed to recognize my own heart. I repeatedly squandered your kindness, and now, reflecting upon it, I am filled with regret." His words were earnest, and his demeanor suggested a man genuinely ensnared by love and remorse. Lin Shi, upon hearing his confession, maintained her icy facade, but her eyes betrayed a flicker of curiosity, as if assessing the truth behind his words. The atmosphere on the back mountain grew palpably tense. Chapter 9. "I want to apply for Shan Gongbao." Lin She let out a cold snort, her voice sharp as a winter gale, laced with disdain as she declared, "Stop your nonsensical chatter. What is it that you truly seek from me?" "Hmph, do not assume I will easily believe your flowery words." Her gaze pierced through Yang Huan like two glistening ice daggers, as if she intended to unveil his innermost thoughts. Yang Huan offered a bitter smile, his eyes filled with sincerity and earnestness as he hurriedly replied, "Shiji, I genuinely worry for you. Perhaps I have indeed erred in the past, too foolish to recognize the bond we share." He bowed his head slightly, as if ensnared in painful memories, his voice growing somber. "A few days ago, I was captured in Qingfeng town and taken to a mountain, trapped in that dire situation. As I felt life slipping away, your image was all that filled my mind. It was then I realized how precious your affections had been, and how blindly I had taken them for granted. Now, reflecting on it, I am filled with regret." He slowly raised his gaze, his eyes brimming with deep emotion as he continued, "Thus, upon my return, I have longed for an appropriate moment to express these feelings to you. However, yesterday, alas, I found it difficult to speak with De Shixiang in such a state. With everything that transpired, I feared saying something wrong that might upset you, which is why I remained silent." Lin Shi appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for his heartfelt words. The wariness in her eyes softened slightly, yet a lingering skepticism remained as she coldly replied, "Hmph, You speak so sweetly. Who knows what schemes you harbor in your heart? The two stood in silent confrontation, their gazes locked, as if invisible sparks ignited in the space between them. Yang Huan gazed at Lin Shi, his eyes growing ever more ardent as he took deliberate steps closer to her. Each movement slow yet resolute, imbued with an undeniable force. His gaze remained fixed on her eyes, as if he sought to convey his unreserved feelings through that very connection. As Lin, she observed Yang Huan approaching. She instinctively took a small step back, yet her feet seemed to betray her, rooted in place. Inside, her heart raced like a wild deer, sending ripples of unfamiliar sensations coursing through her. Her cheeks flushed, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms in spring, her demeanor exuding an enticing allure despite her attempts to maintain composure as she coolly stated, "You stay back. Who knows what your intentions are?" Yet, the authority in her voice was noticeably diminished, tinged with an ambivalence of reluctance. Yang Huan did not falter. He continued to draw near until the distance between them was mere inches. He could distinctly catch the faint fragrance that enveloped Lin Shi. Observing the flush on her cheeks and the flicker in her eyes as he softly uttered, "Shiji, every word I speak is from the heart. Cannot you feel my sincerity?" His voice held an enchanting quality, imbued with a subtle magic that quickened Lin Shi's heartbeat. Her breaths grew more rapid, her gaze betraying a hint of panic. She bit her lip, struggling to formulate a retort, yet words eluded her, leaving her at a lost eye. In that moment, the frigid facade she typically wore faded, revealing a woman ensnared in a whirlwind of conflict and confusion, a sight that exuded a captivating charm, compelling one to delve deeper. All of this unfolded before Yang Huan's eyes, igniting an invisible blaze within him, fueling his resolve to press forward. With a sudden burst of determination, he stepped closer, enveloping Lin Shi's slender waist in a firm embrace. Initially startled, she instinctively resisted, pushing against his chest with all her might, exclaiming in a flustered tone, "You how dare you?" Yet, Yang Huan seemed resolute, tightening his grip, as if binding her with an unbreakable chain. As he held her tightly, Lin Shi gradually felt her strength wane, her resistance softening until she ultimately surrendered. Leaning into his embrace, her cheeks aflame like the vibrant petals of a blooming peach blossom, exuding an irresistible allure. Yang Huan beheld Lin Shi, now so close, his heart swelling with joy, a confident grin gracing his lips, tinged with mischief. He was no stranger to the intricacies of romantic pursuits, having once navigated the delicate dance of courtship with finesse. In his past life, he had mastered the subtle art of attraction, captivating countless hearts with his charm and guile. That a few days ago, during that harrowing escape from life and death, while spending time with Lu Shuiyao, there were many moments of subtle intimacy. However, at that time, with life hanging in the balance and danger looming at every turn, even though there were alluring thoughts in his heart, he dared not act upon them excessively. Now, faced with the formidable figure of Lin Shi, in order to completely assert his influence over her and make her realize that a man is not something she can toy with at will, Yang Huan decided to employ all his cunning. Lin Shi felt a wave of tingling warmth surge from her heart. The remnants of her resistance had long since dissipated. In its place was an indescribable intoxication and acquiescence. Yang Huan mused inwardly that with such tactics, he was confident he could win over this woman. He understood that to establish a firm foothold and safeguard himself in the treacherous and complex dynamics of Yunyang's sect, he must exploit Lin Shi's emotional vulnerabilities, ensuring she becomes entirely his, even if only temporarily. At this moment, watching Lin Shi gradually succumb to his advances, he knew he had successfully taken the first step of his plan. All that remained was to ride this momentum and maintain control of the situation. Just as Yang Huan intended to further entangle Lin Shi in the web of amorous allure he had spun, a distant commotion of several young disciples chatting cheerfully broke the serene atmosphere of the secluded mountainside, shattering the sweet tension between the two. Enveloped in their tender feelings, Lin Shi was suddenly doused with cold water. Instantly waking from her reverie, the flash of panic crossed her eyes as she hastily pushed Yang Huan away, stumbling back a few steps, frantically adjusting her slightly disheveled attire and swiftly smoothing her slightly tousled hair. In mere moments, she regained her usual frosty demeanor, though a lingering blush betrayed her inner turmoil. She shot Yang Huan a fierce glare, yet it was not purely one of hatred. Instead, it hinted at a mix of reproach and reluctant acceptance, as if blaming Yang Huan for the abrupt yet abruptly halted intimacy that had briefly thrown her off balance. Yang Huan understood that now was not the time to press his advantage. After all, if those young disciples were to witness anything inappropriate, it could lead to complications. Thus, he could only stifle his thoughts, standing quietly while casting a meaningful glance at Lin Shi. The two tacitly maintained a distance. Feigning nonchalance as the figures of the young disciples grew clearer, they approached, chattering and laughing. Upon recognizing Yang Huan and Lin Shi, they paused momentarily before hastily bowing in greeting. One particularly astute young disciple curiously inquired, "Second senior sister, third senior brother, what brings you here?" It turned out that these young disciples had come to gather wild herbs from the back mountain to prepare for dinner that evening. Yang Huan immediately recognized one of them as the disciple who had attended to their master during the morning's greeting, and he mused on the peculiarities of fate. Lin Shi, noticing the situation, quickly cleared her throat, restoring her composure, and replied earnestly, "This morning, Master instructed me to impart martial arts to the younger disciples. I thought this secluded area would be perfect for practice, so I brought third junior brother along." Her words were seamless, leaving no room for suspicion. The young disciple, scratching his head, expressed a hint of apology and cautiously asked, "Did we interrupt you?" Lin Shi waved her hand slightly, saying, "Not at all, please continue with your tasks." With that, she turned away, her back to them, seemingly deep in thought about her recent encounter with Yang Huan, or perhaps lost in another reverie. Beneath her calm facade, however, her heart raced like a startled deer. Replaying the passionate embrace, the fervent kiss, and the sensation of his enchanting hands wandering over her, the unprecedented thrill and excitement left her with a faint anticipation of Yang Huan's next move. Meanwhile, Yang Huan stood by, his gaze lingering on Lin Shi's composed back, secretly amused. He knew his tactics had borne fruit. Lin Shi had likely lowered her guard against him, with a smirk gracing his lips. He approached her, whispering in a tone only she could hear, "Senior sister, I shall wait for you here at the hour of the pig tonight." His voice carried an alluring undertone, akin to a tempting invitation. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi's body stiffened slightly, her heart leaping in surprise, a barely perceptible glimmer of delight flashing in her eyes. She bit her lip, refraining from turning back, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Satisfied, Yang Huan turned to leave the mountainside. A triumphant smile lingering on his lips as he walked, he contemplated his plans, thinking, "Tonight I shall truly showcase my skills to completely ensnare Lin Shi. This way, I shall see how she can conspire with Cheng Feng against me, and perhaps even extract more secrets about their schemes from her." Lin Shi, believing herself exceptionally clever, had no inkling she was ultimately falling into my gentle trap. Tonight, I shall unleash my charm. Chapter 10. The enigmatic path of cultivation. Yang Huan's thoughts, tinged with cunning and calculation, lingered in his mind until his figure vanished completely from the mountainside. However, as he walked, he suddenly felt as though a bucket of call upon reflection. If the mural depicts a form of transcendental cultivation, then this world stands in stark contrast to the fantastical realms he had previously envisioned. An eerie atmosphere permeates every corner of this world, rendering it inscrutable. Yang Huan furrowed his brow, his mind swirling with doubts. Yet, in that moment, he could find no clarity, and thus chose to bury these questions deep within his heart, continuing to ponder how to navigate the complexities involving Lin Shi and the Yunyang sect. After all, the current situation left no room for complacency. Through a day's observation, he had begun to discern the reasons behind Master Brother Cheng Feng's intense animosity and murderous intent toward the original owner of this body. Upon reflection, there seemed to be several key factors. Firstly, from what he had gathered, Master Yunyang appeared to hold a peculiar favoritism toward the original owner. As the eldest disciple, Cheng Feng devoted himself wholeheartedly to the sect, shouldering numerous responsibilities in hopes of earning his master's recognition and praise. However, his master's gaze frequently lingered on the original owner, which undoubtedly destabilized Cheng Feng's heart. The imbalance between years of effort and meager rewards sprouted like a seed buried deep within him, gradually entwining around his heart with tendrils of jealousy and discontent, ultimately transforming into a fierce desire to eliminate the original owner. Secondly, emotional entanglements likely played a significant role. Chung Feng had long harbored feelings for junior sister Lin Shi. Yet her affections were entirely directed toward the original owner, a source of bitter resentment for him. Moreover, it was not just Lin Shi. Even the innocent and charming Lu Shuiyao seemed to share a unique bond with the original owner. This only compounded Chung Feng's sense of inferiority, escalating his pent-up frustration and desire to rid himself of the original owner, whom he viewed as a thorn in his side. Thirdly, it was conceivable that the daily interactions between the original owner and Chung Feng had given rise to numerous conflicts. Perhaps it stemmed from the unequal distribution of cultivation resources or differing opinions on sect matters. These myriad trivial disputes acted like sparks, igniting Chung Feng's emotions. Over time, they coalesced into a hatred potent enough to incite murder. While Lin Shi's feelings for the original owner had likely twisted into hatred born of unrequited love. Once deep affection turned to disappointment, it morphed into a vengeful blade aimed at Chung Feng. She sought to leverage him against the original owner, hoping to assuage her own bitterness and achieve some semblance of psychological balance through retribution. Yang Huan meticulously unraveled these motivations in his mind, feeling he had gained a clearer understanding. Yet, one aspect continued to elude him. Why would Chung Feng and Lin Shi go to such lengths to orchestrate so many schemes within the confines of such a small sect as Yunyang? Was their machination driven by a desire for the position of sect leader, or did it conceal some unknown secret? Furthermore, could this secret be linked to Master Yunyang's peculiar manner of speech, reminiscent of a eunuch and his incongruous, corpulent appearance? All these thoughts loomed over Yang Huan's mind like an unsolvable riddle, leaving him utterly perplexed. As he delved deeper into his contemplation, a faint sound suddenly shattered the stillness. It seemed to emanate from below the cliff, a ghostly echo, as if someone was weeping softly or some unknown creature was growling in the darkness, emanating an indescribable eeriness. Instantly alert, Yang Huan's previously vacant gaze sharpened with newfound intensity. Chapter 11. Divine Beast. Since the experiences of the previous night, Yang Huan discovered that whenever he attempted to summon the mysterious warmth within him, an extraordinary sensation washed over him, heightening his auditory and visual acuity. The world around him crystallized into clarity, with every subtle sound and minute movement escaping his notice. This sensation was novel, and he pondered whether it was the marvelous effect of the unknown technique or a unique enhancement from absorbing the essence of the nine-tailed fox. Regardless of the cause, it was undeniably advantageous for him. With a blend of curiosity and caution, he approached the cliff's edge and gazed downwards. Below, amidst swirling clouds, two bizarre beasts were locked in fierce combat. Each strike and evasion unleashed gusts of wind, sending surrounding vegetation tumbling and dust flying. One beast, agile and resplendent in pure white, bore a striking resemblance to a horse, yet exuded an air of majesty and mystery. A sharp horn sprouted from its brow, glinting with a chilling light under the sun. A visage reminiscent of the unicorns from ancient legends. Its hooves pounded the earth, raising clouds of dust, while its eyes blazed with rage. Fixated on its adversary, emitting low growls that seemed to challenge the opponent. The other creature, a grotesque behemoth, was massive and cumbersome, resembling a water buffalo but radiating a chilling aura that evoked the legendary beast known as the Niao Tai. Its skin was as dark as ink, seemingly forged from the deepest shadows, adorned with a layer of shimmering golden fur that swayed in the wind, casting an eerie glow. The Niao Tai's head was broad and flat, its enormous eyes burning with a green flame, betraying insatiable greed and ferocity. Most unsettling were its razor-sharp fangs, each one capable of rending steel with ease. The unicorn bore several grievous wounds, bloodied and staining the earth around it. Witnessing this scene, Yang Huan's heart raced with astonishment. He was acutely aware that these beasts were no ordinary foes. The unicorn's enigmatic strength and the Niao Tai's terrifying presence and ferocious attack methods imposed unprecedented pressure upon him. His gaze remained fixated on the fierce struggle below, scrutinizing every detail. Amidst this chaos, he suddenly noticed a small, curled figure behind the valiant yet wounded unicorn. It was a diminutive unicorn foal, measuring no more than the length of an adult's arm. Appearing particularly vulnerable compared to its towering mother. Clearly, the larger unicorn was the foal's mother, fighting fiercely to protect her defenseless offspring. This sight tugged at Yang Huan's heartstrings, evoking a wave of compassion within him. He understood that in both his past life and this mysterious realm, the magnitude of maternal love was boundless, A mother would unflinchingly confront any adversary to safeguard her child, creating a sanctuary from harm. Peering down the cliff, he estimated the distance, realizing that the beasts were approximately 20 zhang below. Such a height posed a perilous leap. Not only would the impact potentially injure him, but colliding with jutting rocks along the way could prove fatal. As he grappled with a sense of urgency, his peripheral vision caught sight of a robust tree nearby. Its vines cascaded down the cliff like serpents, extending into the mist below, rooted in an unknown place. An inexplicable impulse surged within him as he beheld the vines, compelling him to descend and assist the unicorn. Perhaps it was the profound manifestation of maternal love that stirred his innermost sentiments. Or perhaps it was his innate sense of justice that had been awakened. Regardless, he was resolute. He could not stand idly by as the unicorn and her foal faced peril with determination. Yang Huan gritted his teeth, approached the mighty tree, and grasped a sturdy vine. After testing its strength, he began to climb down, using both hands and feet, moving cautiously yet swiftly down the vine. Meanwhile, the two beasts continued their ferocious clash below. Oblivious to the figure traversing down the vine toward them, as Yang Huan finally reached the cliff's bottom, he was met with a harrowing scene. The unicorn, though still majestic, was bloodied and battered. Its once pristine white coat now stained crimson, its breath shallow and rapid, clearly on the brink of collapse from the relentless battle against the Niao Tai. The menacing creature, sensing imminent victory, bared its maw, revealing rows of dagger-like fangs and exuding a nauseating stench. He prepared to deliver a fatal blow to the creature known as the Niblet. The scene before Yang Huan was so tense that it felt as if the unicorn would be utterly torn to shreds in the next moment. Devoured limb by limb. In this critical juncture, an inexplicable surge of fearless courage welled up within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly summoned the energy within his body, concentrating all his vitality into his dantian. Attempting to gather every ounce of power he possessed in an instant, he felt a warm current surge forth from his dantian, coursing through his meridians to invigorate his limbs and bones, transforming his previously fatigued body into a vessel of strength. As though he had been injected with an adrenaline shot, Yang Huan roared, his voice echoing through the valley like thunder, and he lunged forward, the ground trembling beneath the force of his movement. With all his might, he raised his right fist high and struck fiercely towards the Niblet. The punch was as swift as lightning, accompanied by a whooshing sound, as if it carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. Compressing the air around it into visible whirlwinds, the Niblet, caught off guard, never anticipated that a human would suddenly appear at such a critical moment to unleash such a ferocious and powerful attack. It had no time to react. A resounding impact reverberated as Yang Huan's fist struck it squarely. The force of the blow was beyond imagination. The Niblet's massive and heavy form was propelled into the air, colliding violently with the cliffside behind it. With a thunderous crash, a substantial dent was left in the cliff, debris scattering and dust rising in a cloud. Embedded into the rock wall, the Niblet writhed in agony, emitting furious roars that revealed the extent of the damage it had sustained, igniting its already ferocious nature into a full-blown rage. Meanwhile, Yang Huan, reeling from the powerful recoil of his strike, felt his arm tingle and staggered back a few steps. Barely regaining his balance, he gazed at his fist, astonished and elated, scarcely able to believe that this seemingly casual punch contained such immense power. This strength surpassed anything he had previously known, as if a vast reservoir of energy within him had just been cracked open. In that moment of surprise, Yang Huan's confidence surged. His gaze sharpened and became unwavering as he focused intently on the enraged Niblet, a fierce determination igniting within him. With another mighty shout, he dashed towards the Niblet like a wraith. Propelling himself forward with powerful strides, leaping high into the air, fists raised, and raining blows upon the Niblet's head and belly in rapid succession. Thud, thud, thud. Yang Huan's fists fell like a torrential downpour upon the Niblet, each strike accompanied by a gust of wind and tremendous force, causing the beast to sway uncontrollably. Remarkably, the tough exterior of the Niblet began to show minute cracks, as if it could barely withstand the onslaught. However, the Niblet was a colossal creature, thick-skinned and exceedingly fierce. Despite the considerable damage it had suffered from Yang Huan's relentless barrage, it did not succumb. It shook its head, enduring the pain, desperately attempting to regain its composure. Its eyes, ablaze with green flames, were filled with fury and hatred, fixated on Yang Huan, as if to convey, "You wretched human, dare you inflict such harm upon me? I shall rend you to pieces." It then opened its gaping maw and unleashed a deafening roar directed at Yang Huan, a sound steeped in menace that sent chills down one's spine. Subsequently, it gathered its strength, launching itself at Yang Huan with its powerful front claws. Each attack brimming with speed and force, as if intent on flattening him against the ground. Caught off guard by the Niblet's ferocious counterattack, Yang Huan found himself somewhat flustered. After all, he had never before encountered such an intense battle, and he was still adapting to the beast's attack patterns and rhythm. The Niblet's staggering strength and speed left him increasingly overwhelmed. He dodged left and right, striving to evade the Niblet's assaults. Yet he could not escape unscathed, suffering several cuts from its razor-sharp claws, blood instantly staining his garments. Just as Yang Huan began to falter, the unicorn nearby seemed to regain some strength. He gazed at Yang Huan, who was struggling to hold his ground, its eyes glimmering with gratitude and determination. Summoning its last reserves of energy, it lowered its head sharply, the razor-sharp horn glinting with lethal intent, and thrust it fiercely into the Niblet's abdomen. The unicorn's speed was astonishing. Its horn punctured the Niblet's belly in an instant. With a powerful flick of its head, it carved a long gash across the Niblet's midsection. Blood erupted from the wound like a fountain, internal organs spilling forth, filling the air with a nauseating metallic scent. The Niblet staggered under the weight of this fatal blow, its massive form swaying unsteadily, the light in its eyes dimming. It appeared to be on the verge of making a last-ditch effort. But its body betrayed it. Its legs buckled, and with a thunderous thud, it collapsed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Its body twitched slightly, weak gasps escaping its lips, clearly on the brink of death, rendered incapable of further resistance. Yang Huan, meanwhile, felt like a ragdoll, slumped on the ground, gasping for breath, utterly drained from the fierce battle against the Niblet. He felt as though all the strength had been siphoned from his body, every limb aching as if pierced by countless needles with each movement. In stark contrast, the unicorn stood tall, shedding the earlier chaos of battle. It held its head high, moving with graceful and composed steps, circling the now feeble Niblet. Its posture resembled that of a victorious monarch surveying its spoils. An air of arrogance and disdain radiated from its gaze, directed at the Niblet, with a sudden display of dominance. It raised its powerful front hooves and delivered 2 sharp kicks to the Niblet's body, as if venting its pent-up wrath, simultaneously asserting its superiority over the vanquished foe. The resounding thuds echoed through the serene valley, imbued with an undeniable authority. Having finished, the unicorn lowered its head, probing the Niblet's blood-soaked, exposed belly with its keen horn, delicately searching for something. Its movements were meticulous, its eyes betraying a sense of urgency, as if in pursuit of an invaluable treasure. After a brief moment, a softly glowing object appeared beneath the unicorn's foreleg. This object was crystal clear, akin to the purest of crystals, with an inner luminescence that bore a striking resemblance to the essence of the 9-tailed fox that Yang Huan had absorbed earlier. Yang Huan sat quietly, observing the scene unfold before him without uttering a word, his gaze fixed intently on the unicorn's actions. The unicorn gingerly took the essence into its mouth, treating it as if it were the most precious of treasures, handling it with utmost care and caution. Subsequently, it turned slowly, making its way back to its trembling offspring. Still in a state of shock, it first nudged the young one affectionately with its nose, offering reassurance, then raised its head, casting a vigilant glance at Yang Huan. Its eyes were clearly filled with wariness and suspicion, for to the unicorn, Yang Huan was merely an unexpected stranger with formidable strength. Uncertain of his next move, it could not afford to let its guard down. Yang Huan, sensing its apprehension, hastily waved his hand, a gentle and friendly smile gracing his face, as he spoke apologetically. "Do not worry. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. I witnessed your valiant struggle against that beast to protect your young one from the cliff above, and I could not stand idly by, so I came to assist you." His words were sincere, imbued with earnestness, in hopes of conveying his goodwill to the unicorn. Perhaps it was the authenticity of Yang Huan's words that struck a chord with the unicorn, or perhaps it sensed the absence of malice in his gaze. Either way, It seemed to understand him, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. The unicorn opened its mouth and gently released the essence it had been holding, nudging it toward the young one, signaling it to consume the precious substance. The young unicorn hesitated, glancing between the essence and its mother, a hint of confusion in its eyes. After a moment's contemplation, it obediently swallowed the essence. Once this was accomplished, the unicorn trotted a few steps in another direction. Halting before a desiccated tree, Yang Huan looked up to see 3 vibrant red fruits adorning the barren branches, their vivid hue reminiscent of blood, standing in stark contrast against the desolation and stench of the valley. The unicorn extended its neck, deftly plucking the 3 fruits with its mouth, before carrying one back to Yang Huan. Lowering its head, it placed the fruit gently at Yang Huan's feet, then raised its gaze to meet his. Eyes filled with meaning, as if to convey that the fruit was edible, a token of gratitude for his assistance. Continuing, it consumed a fruit on its own and then offered the remaining one to the young one beside it. Yang Huan gazed at the alluringly glossy red fruit at his feet, feeling a twinge of uncertainty in his heart. He was genuinely perplexed about the origin of this fruit and whether consuming it would pose any issues. However, observing the serene demeanor of the unicorn mother and child, he reasoned that they likely meant him no harm. After a moment of hesitation, he picked up the fruit and took a bite. As soon as it touched his tongue, a wave of sweet flavor burst forth, reminiscent of the crispness of an apple, yet imbued with a unique fragrance, as if it encapsulated the myriad delightful tastes of the world, leaving a lingering aftertaste. Even more astonishing was the warmth that flowed from his stomach, gradually spreading throughout his body, offering an extraordinary comfort, as if all his fatigue and pain were being gently soothed away in that instant. At that moment, Yang Huan was astonished to witness the ghastly wounds on the unicorn beginning to heal at a visibly remarkable rate. The areas once flowing with blood gradually closed up, new fur sprouting forth. Before long, only faint scars remained on the unicorn's body. Lowering his gaze to inspect the scratches on his own hand inflicted by the ferocious creature, he noticed a tingling sensation at the wound. Upon closer examination, he discovered that the injury was also healing, with dried blood and fresh tissue emerging, as if an extraordinary power was mending the damage to his body. He couldn't help but ponder if this miraculous healing effect was indeed the fruit's doing. Yang Huan felt a surge of vitality coursing through him, his body no longer burdened by the previous ache and weakness. He quickly rose to his feet and bowed deeply to the unicorn, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you. If it weren't for your gift of this fruit, I wouldn't know how long it would take for me to recover." After speaking, he cautiously approached, tentatively extending his hand to touch the unicorn, his heart fluttering with uncertainty about whether it would permit such an encounter. To his surprise, the unicorn did not shy away. Instead, it lowered its head slightly, standing there with remarkable docility, allowing Yang Huan's hand to gently rest upon its neck, resembling a well-behaved pet relishing its owner's caress. Witnessing this, Yang Huan's heart swelled with joy, and his touch became tender as he stroked the unicorn's fur, savoring its softness and warmth. The unicorn foal, with its round, curious eyes, watched with fascination as Yang Huan petted its mother. After a moment of hesitation, it seemed to muster its courage, cautiously trotting towards Yang Huan with its youthful gait. Its petite form trembled slightly. Clearly still timid, yet the desire to approach overcame its inner fears. Yang Huan regarded the adorable creature before him, a gentle smile gracing his face as he extended his hand, delicately stroking the foal's soft fur. The young one's body tensed momentarily before relaxing, comfortably closing its eyes, seemingly reveling in Yang Huan's affection. As he continued to pet it, he chuckled softly. "You both are so beautifully unique. Shall I give you names?" His gaze first fell upon the tall, graceful unicorn, and after a brief contemplation, he declared, "From now on, you shall be called the Qiao." Then he turned to the foal, his eyes filled with fondness. "And you, little one, shall be known as Xiao Qiao." Strangely enough, the 2 unicorns seemed to understand Yang Huan's words, nodding obediently, their expressions utterly adorable. Seeing this, Yang Huan's heart brimmed with delight, and he couldn't resist playing with them. He would gently scratch De Qiao's neck one moment, then tease Xiao Qiao the next, the valley echoing with his hearty laughter and the unicorn's joyful calls, transforming the once bloody battlefield into a realm of merriment. Unbeknownst to him, as the sun gradually dipped in the west, The sky blossomed with vibrant hues of dusk, and the valley began to be enveloped in a soft twilight, shadows creeping across the land. Yang Huan looked up at the changing sky, realizing with dismay that he needed to return to his sect. Otherwise, if he were to return too late, it would surely arouse suspicion, potentially leading to unnecessary troubles. Thus, he approached the unicorn mother and child, reluctantly saying, "De Xiao, Xiao Qiao, is this your home?" De Xiao seemed to comprehend his words, nodding gently. Yang Huan sighed softly, continuing, "I must return to my sect now, but fret not. I shall come back to visit you in a couple of days, all right?" The two unicorns nodded in unison once more, their eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance. Taking a deep breath, Yang Huan turned and walked to the sturdy tree adorned with thick vines, gripping the vines tightly as he began to ascend. This time, he was amazed to find that his body felt infused with an inexhaustible vitality. The fatigue he had felt descending the tree had vanished without a trace. Each grasp of the vine and push against the trunk felt effortless, as if an unseen force were bolstering him. Yang Huan was filled with intrigue, but had no time to ponder further. Quickening his pace as he climbed, before long, he successfully reached the cliff's edge. He carefully surveyed his surroundings, confirming that all was well before hastily making his way toward the direction of his sect. Upon returning to his room at Yunyang's sect, he swiftly closed the door behind him, leaning against it and letting out a long breath, attempting to calm his racing heart. He then hurried to the wardrobe, opening it to retrieve a clean, pristine outfit, quickly changing into it. Although the miraculous red fruit had fully healed his injuries, leaving his skin smooth and unmarred, remnants of his previous attire bore the marks of claw tears at the sleeves and neckline, which could easily provoke unnecessary suspicion if noticed. Therefore, he meticulously folded the damaged garment and hid it at the bottom of the wardrobe, ensuring it would not be easily discovered. Just as he finished tidying up, a gentle knock echoed from outside the door, followed by a youthful voice, "Third senior brother, it's time for dinner." Yang Huan opened the door to find a young acolyte, typically responsible for delivering messages and meals, and he nodded slightly in acknowledgement. However, Yang Huan had other plans in mind. He recalled his appointment with Lin Shi that evening and aimed to avoid an encounter with Lu Shuiyao, who might notice any unusual expression on his face and raise concerns, potentially leading to more troubles. Thus, he said to the young acolyte, "Junior brother, I'm feeling a bit weary tonight. Could you please bring the meal to my room? I will eat in here and retire early afterward." The young acolyte obediently replied affirmatively and departed. Soon after, the acolyte returned with the evening meal, setting it on the table before retreating and thoughtfully closing the door behind him. Yang Huan approached the table, seating himself, his gaze drifting over the food as he held chopsticks in hand, but did not immediately begin eating. Instead, he absently picked at the dishes, while his mind wandered to thoughts of his upcoming meeting with Lin Shi. The mere anticipation of facing her sent his heart racing. He recalled the flirtatious moments they had shared earlier, contemplating in silence. Now invigorated and filled with energy, he was determined to make the most of the night, fulfilling Lin Shi's desires while seizing the opportunity to further assert his influence over her. Moreover, he could not deny that beneath Lin Shi's striking facade lay an enchanting allure that stirred an indescribable longing within him, igniting a desire to share this intimate nocturnal moment with her. Chapter 12. Night falls, winds chill, hearts entangled tonight. The moon appeared particularly captivating, resembling a jade plate radiating a cool luminescence, suspended high in the sky. The silvery light poured down, draping the earth in a gossamer veil, rendering the once mysterious night even more tranquil and profound. Yang Huan sat quietly in his room, gazing through the window at the dimming sky. His thoughts swirling, he understood that his rendezvous with Lin Shi tonight was of utmost importance. It could be the pivotal opportunity for him to gain greater control over the situation and acquire more information. Intertwined with an unexplainable sense of anticipation, the night fully enveloped the earth, and silence reigned. Yang Huan took a deep breath, carefully rising to his feet, adjusting his attire to ensure not a single flaw was visible. Then, like a nimble night owl, he quietly opened the door, peering out cautiously to assess the surroundings. Confirming that no one was present, he gradually stepped out, treading lightly towards the back mountain. Along the way, he made every effort to silence his footsteps, fearful of drawing any attention. The moonlight cast a long shadow behind him, resembling a solitary specter traversing through the tranquil night. Before long, Yang Huan arrived at the designated meeting place. Scanning his surroundings, he realized he had arrived a bit earlier than Lin Shi, so he sought a relatively concealed spot with a clear view and settled down. He lifted his gaze to the bright moon above, his expression revealing a hint of complexity. The luminous moon in this moment stands in stark contrast to those he had beheld in his previous life. It appears to hover closer to the earth, its vast disk occupying a substantial portion of the sky, exuding an inexplicable aura of eeriness. The moonlight cascades upon him, bringing no warmth, instead imparting a chill, as if it conceals some unknown mystical force that silently observes this world. Yang Huan sits quietly on the ground, captivated by the peculiar moonlight, while pondering how best to confront Lin Shi. Time drips away, each second a testament to the surrounding stillness, interrupted only by the occasional chirp of insects. Breaking the night's tranquility, unbeknownst to him, as he becomes lost in thought, it is now the hour of the pig. A faint sound of footsteps approaches from behind, disrupting his contemplation. Sensing Lin Shi's arrival, he hastily rises, adjusts his expression, and prepares for the impending confrontation. To grace this evening's ambiguous invitation, Lin Shi has evidently put forth considerable effort. Standing in her boudoir, surrounded by a wardrobe full of garments, her gaze reveals a hint of indecision. Ultimately, her hand delicately settles upon a seldom-worn silk gown. The design of this attire is audacious, its neckline slightly open, perfectly revealing her delicate neck akin to mutton-fat jade and her exquisite collarbones. The hem of the skirt dances lightly, swaying gently with her movements, each oscillation narrating an ineffable charm. A silk ribbon cinches her slender waist just right, accentuating her graceful figure and adding an extra touch of allure. As the moonlight flows like water, Yang Huan turns, his eyes fixated ahead, eye in the distance. Lin Shi's silhouette gradually comes into view. She glides forward with a light step, her form graceful and enchanting, as if a celestial being descended from the moonlight. Radiating a mysterious and captivating aura on her typically frosty visage, a faint smile now graces her features. Though not breathtakingly beautiful, it possesses a unique charm that could ensnare one's soul inadvertently, drawing them into an inescapable enchantment. Gazing at Lin Shi as she approaches, Yang Huan cannot help but lament the naivety and ignorance of the original owner of this body. With such a beauty by his side, he failed to cherish her, allowing countless beautiful moments to slip by, which has led to his current entanglement in this complex predicament, fraught with difficulties. Nevertheless, he silently vows that from this moment forth, everything shall be different, as Lin Shi draws near. Yang Huan does not immediately succumb to her beauty and allure. Instead, he adopts a courteous demeanor. He slightly bows, a gentle smile adorning his face, and softly speaks. "Senior sister, you have arrived. Tonight's moon is exceptionally special. Round and bright, resembling a brilliant pearl suspended in the sky in such a splendid setting. Might we take a moment to appreciate the moon together?" His voice is deep and magnetic, imbued with a unique charm that penetrates the heart, compelling one to become entranced. Upon hearing his words, Lin Shi's cheeks flush faintly, and she gently nods, implicitly agreeing to his suggestion. Subsequently, she gracefully shifts her steps, elegantly taking a seat nearby. Her movements are light and refined, each subtle gesture exuding nobility and grace. At this moment, the moon in the sky seems to sense the delicate atmosphere between the two, becoming even rounder and brighter. The pristine moonlight envelopes them, as if draping them in a sacred glow. Yet beneath this seemingly idyllic moonlight, there lurks an indescribable enchantment, subtly stirring the heartstrings of both individuals, causing their hearts to race uncontrollably. Thus, Yang Huan and Lin Shi sit in tranquil silence under the moonlight, neither daring to break the serene beauty of the moment with words. The surroundings are enveloped in stillness, save for the gentle rustle of leaves stirred by the breeze, as if serenading their silent rendezvous. Gradually, an inexplicable impulse begins to blossom within Yang Huan's heart. Unbeknownst to him, his hand grows warm, as if a flame ignites in his palm. Meanwhile, the faint fragrance emanating from Lin Shi acts like an invisible hand, delicately guiding his senses, quickening his breath. Ultimately, he can no longer suppress the yearning within. His hand, once resting at his side, begins to inch towards Lin Shi, inching ever closer. Lin Shi seems to sense Yang Huan's unusual behavior. Her body tenses momentarily, yet her gaze betrays no hint of resistance. instead revealing a subtle expectation. As Yang Huan's hand gently grazes her slender waist, she trembles slightly, her blush deepening to her ears. Akin to a blooming, vibrant rose, she bites her lips softly, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes, yet she does not withdraw from his touch. Rather, she leans gently into his embrace, feeling Lin Shi's warm body snug against him. Yang Huan's heart swells with delight. He wraps his arm around her shoulder, resting his chin atop her head, whispering, "Senior sister, you are truly beautiful." His voice is tender and affectionate, stirring a wave of warmth within Lin Shi. Enveloping her entirely in this tender moonlight, the two embrace, as if time itself has paused for their union. Everything around them fades into insignificance, leaving only the rhythmic symphony of their heartbeats and breaths. Composing the most enchanting melody of the world. Chapter 13. The moon hides, stars conceal. Love eludes. The moonlight gently bathes this tranquil hillside, casting a layer of ambiguous silver upon Yang Huan and Lin Shi. After a while, Lin Shi, resembling a languid and contented cat, lies softly upon Yang Huan's broad and warm chest. Her cheeks bloom like a blossoming peach flower, the intoxicating blush still lingering, exuding a hint of allure. Her eyes lower slightly, long lashes casting faint shadows on her eyelids, her expression tinged with a barely perceptible melancholy. Lin Shi parts her ruby lips, her voice soft yet laced with a hint of sorrow. As if a sigh emerges from the depths of her heart, "Yang Huan, if you had not so resolutely rejected me back then, perhaps none of this would have transpired." Her words drift like a gentle breeze across the night sky, carrying a touch of wistfulness that lingers in the air. Yang Huan listens quietly, introspection filling his mind. He understands that his actions tonight have, to a degree, captivated Lin Shi. Observing her current state, he refrains from rushing to respond. Instead, reaching out to tenderly caress her silken hair, his gaze revealing a complex mix of emotions. Since the moment the original owner of this body met his demise, the gears of fate began their relentless turn, leaving no room for retreat. Had his soul not fortuitously traversed time and space to occupy this form, it is likely that this body would have either perished at the hands of a beast or served as sustenance for a nine-tailed fox's cultivation. Now, although he has successfully lowered Lin Shi's defenses to some extent, allowing her to open her heart to him, Yang Huan is acutely aware that once he chose to tread this thorny and perilous path, from the moment the original owner of this body perished, he sealed his fate with no possibility of retreat. After a moment of silence, Yang Huan finally speaks, his voice deep and resonant. "Senior sister, the past is but a memory. I was young and naive then, failing to cherish those before me. Yet now, we have the chance to start anew. Let the past serve as a lesson for our growth." A flicker of lingering sorrow dances in Lin Shi's eyes as she gently bites her lip, her voice trembling slightly as she replies, "Some things can never be returned to, nor can they be forgotten." She pauses, lifting her gaze to meet Yang Huan's, her eyes a tapestry of deep affection and helplessness. "Yang Huan, promise me one thing, will you?" At her words, a foreboding premonition grips Yang Huan's heart, though he swiftly adopts a facade of feigned anger. Furrowing his brow with a hint of concern, he deliberately raises his voice. "Senior sister, whatever it is, please do tell. I will grant you anything within my power." Lin Shi gazes deeply into Yang Huan's eyes, as if etching his visage into her memory, speaking each word with deliberate clarity. "When the senior brother returns, you must find a way to leave this place, descend the mountain, and never return." Upon hearing this, Yang Huan's heart races uncontrollably. His hands clench instinctively into fists, knuckles whitening, yet he strives to maintain his composure, a flicker of tension and uncertainty crossing his gaze. He endeavors to keep his voice steady, pressing for answers. "Why? Senior sister, does the senior brother pose a threat to me? If you remain on the mountain, what will become of you if I leave?" Moreover, he hesitates, his gaze softening with affection. "I cannot bear to part from you. I do not wish to lose you." A shadow of pain and conflict crosses Lin Shi's features as she turns her head, evading Yang Huan's fervent gaze. Her voice trembles slightly as she responds, "Do not inquire further. Suffice it to say, this is for your own good. The thoughts of the senior brother are profound and inscrutable. I fear that you may encounter unforeseen misfortune. As for myself, you need not worry. I have my own plans." Yang Huan gazed at Lin Shi's profile, contemplating silently. He was acutely aware that Lin Shi must be concealing many matters from him. Yet at this moment, he understood that pressing too hard might lead to complete failure. Thus, he let out a gentle sigh, reached out to grasp Lin Shi's hand, and spoke softly, "Senior sister, I know you have my best interests at heart, but how could I bear to leave you to face all of this alone? However, since you have said so, I promise I will give it serious thought." Lin Shi turned her head, nodded slightly, and leaned gently against Yang Huan's embrace. In that instant, it seemed as if she wished only to seize this moment of warmth and tranquility. Chapter 14. A glimpse of understanding. Yang Huan held Lin Shi tightly, his arms instinctively tightening as if to merge her into his very being. Yet his thoughts had already drifted far away. He understood that Lin Shi's decision to send him down the mountain might indicate that he had, to some extent, successfully won her over, causing her to momentarily forego her desire to harm him and instead nurture a sense of protection. Recalling the harrowing experience from the previous night, when he had overheard the Master's impending calamity in 7 days, he pondered the fate of the entire sect. Yang Huan couldn't help but scoff inwardly. He realized that even if he descended the mountain, as long as Cheng Feng lived, he would forever be unable to escape the fate of being hunted. After a moment's contemplation, Yang Huan resolved to shift the topic, both to alleviate the somewhat heavy atmosphere and to glean more useful information from Lin Shi. He gently released his hold on her, placed his hands on her shoulders, and looked at her with tenderness and resolve, softly saying, "Senior sister, I will seriously consider your request for me to descend the mountain. However, I cannot help but wonder when I might see you again. My heart is truly reluctant." With that, he let out a soft sigh, his eyes betraying a hint of affection, as if genuinely caught in a dilemma. He continued, "If possible, I would like to take you with me, to leave this place and seek a haven of peace, just the two of us, together for a lifetime. Would that be agreeable?" He then tenderly brushed his fingers across Lin Shi's cheek, adopting an expression of deep affection. Lin Shi, emerging from the moment of tranquility and tenderness, felt a lingering sense of emotion and confusion in her eyes. She had distinctly sensed a significant change in Yang Huan over the past 2 days. In the past, he had always been distant and indifferent towards her, yet now he had suddenly become so warm, gentle, and caring. This drastic transformation left her somewhat bewildered, her heart filled with both joy and a hint of doubt. Nevertheless, the man before her, brimming with affection, was still the Yang Huan she had long cherished. Though she felt a sense of strangeness, she chose not to dwell on it, merely sighing softly and saying, "Let us discuss this matter further at another time." Yang Huan, noticing that Lin Shi had not given a definitive response to his proposal, remained undeterred. With a playful glint in his eyes and a seemingly casual smile, he teased, "Senior sister, it seems that within this sect, you and the senior brother possess the most profound martial arts prowess. I am curious, if the two of you were to engage in a contest, who would emerge victorious?" His tone was light and carefree, as if merely engaging in casual conversation. Yet his gaze held a trace of focus and anticipation, meticulously observing Lin Shi's expression, not wanting to miss any subtle changes. Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Yang Huan's sudden inquiry. After a moment of contemplation, her expression grew serious as she replied slowly, "In terms of martial prowess within this sect, I am indeed on par with the senior brother. However, once we descend the mountain and face the true powerhouses of the outside world, our skills would appear trivial in comparison." Yang Huan slightly furrowed his brow, his face reflecting a blend of surprise and confusion. His gaze remained fixed on Lin Shi, filled with an earnest curiosity, as he feigned astonishment, saying, "Senior sister, from my perspective, how could you and the senior brother be so formidable yet claim that once you descend the mountain, you would be deemed lacking in comparison to those strong individuals? This is quite perplexing." In truth, Yang Huan had already gleaned some understanding of the original owner of this body through previous conversations with Lu Shueyao. It appeared that the original owner was inherently indifferent, showing no interest in martial prowess or alchemy, instead devoting their thoughts to the flowers and plants in their small courtyard in the Yunyang sect. When it came to martial skills and alchemical abilities, he was essentially akin to a useless wastrel. This moment, Lin Shi's expression stiffened slightly, her gaze cast upon Yang Huan with a complex emotion that seemed to carry a trace of unnoticeable reproach. After a pause, she remarked, "You, who only concern yourself with those flowers and plants, have shown no regard for martial skills or alchemy, how could you possibly comprehend the intricacies involved? She continued, in truth, when it comes to cultivation. Both the senior brother and I are quite lowly, and even our master does not possess particularly high skills. Lin Shi's words fell upon Yang Huan like pebbles cast into a tranquil lake, stirring ripples within his heart. Though he maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, he inwardly pondered. Just how low is this so-called low? Moreover, how could a master of such modest skill establish a sect? This was replete with enigmas. However, he understood that it was not the time to pursue further inquiries. If he were to dig deeper, asking about the nature of this low, it might raise Lin Shi's suspicions. Especially since, in her mind, he had previously shown no interest in martial arts. At this juncture, Lin Shi's eyes also flickered with a hint of confusion. She could not comprehend why Yang Huan suddenly exhibited such curiosity about martial skills. A stark contrast to his prior demeanor. Unable to resist, she asked, "What has come over you today? Why are you suddenly so inquisitive about martial prowess?" Yang Huan felt a slight tightening in his chest at this question, his mind racing. After a moment, he feigned a sigh, saying, "Alas, it is all due to the recent experiences of descending the mountain. After facing those life-and-death crises, I have come to truly realize how vital it is to possess a higher level of skill. Had my abilities been stronger at that time, I would not have had to escape in such a disheveled state. If it weren't for the thought of you, senior sister, sustaining me with that belief, I might have perished on the mountain." As he spoke, he lowered his head slightly, adopting a pitiful expression, as if genuinely recalling the perilous moments with lingering trepidation. In truth, Yang Huan's words aimed to evoke Lin Shi's compassion. After all, the dangers encountered during this descent were part of a conspiracy orchestrated by Lin Shi and Cheng Feng, who had conspired to end his life. By presenting himself as vulnerable, he hoped to instill a sense of guilt within Lin Shi. Indeed, upon hearing his words, a complex emotion flashed in Lin Shi's gaze. She let out a soft sigh, her face revealing a hint of reluctance and regret. She said nothing further, instead resting gently against Yang Huan, as if silently expressing her inner remorse and concern for him. Chapter 15. Ascending to immortality. After a long while, Lin Shi gradually awakened from that dreamlike state. Her eyes still held a glimmer of daze and shyness. The blush upon her cheeks not yet fully faded. This moment, the moon, high in the night sky, had quietly reached its zenith, casting a cold and pure radiance. Lin Shi and Yang Huan exchanged a knowing glance, both understanding that it was unwise to linger here any longer. Thus, they cautiously made their way back towards the sect, each returning to their respective chambers. Along the way, both remained silent, the only sound being their gentle footsteps echoing in the stillness of the night, as if narrating the passionate yet slightly forbidden moments they had just shared. Yang Huan stealthily returned to his room, softly closing the door behind him, leaning against the door panel as he exhaled a long breath. Yet, his eyes were wide awake, shimmering with a complex and vigilant light. Tonight's experience had undeniably been a venture filled with temptation and peril, and the intimate contact with Lin Shi lingered in his heart like the haunting call of an owl. He slowly paced to the window, peering through the mottled lattice at the sect shrouded in night. The moonlight illuminated the not-so-grand buildings, casting eerie shadows that seemed to conceal untold secrets. That moment, a peculiar thought, like a specter, emerged from the depths of his mind, interrupting his reflections on the events of the night. He couldn't help but wonder why, in this world, he and the others in the sect, as cultivators, bore no resemblance to the Taoist figures of his past life, adorned in robes, exuding an ethereal spirit. Especially striking was the casual attire of the senior brothers and sisters, devoid of the solemnity and rigor one would expect of practitioners. This seemingly trivial detail, however, enveloped him in an inexplicable sense of unease on this quiet night. This unsettling feeling compelled him to sit at the edge of his bed, and he recalled Lin Shi's inadvertent revelation about their master's modest skills yet ability to establish a sect, which only deepened his sense of hidden secrets. No matter how he racked his brain, he could not untangle the intricate web of clues, feeling a chill creeping up his spine, an uncharacteristic coldness invading this otherwise warm room. Amidst this eerie confusion and disquiet, Yang Huan endeavored to calm himself, knowing that mere brooding would bear no fruit. Thus, he resolved to first focus on enhancing his own abilities. This evoked memories of the heart-stopping battle he had with that monstrous creature in the afternoon. In the dim, profound valley, he initially fought valiantly against the colossal beast, demonstrating a measure of strength and resilience that suggested his physical prowess was not as meager as it appeared. However, as the skirmish progressed, he quickly found himself in a defensive position, primarily due to his inability to skillfully harness the energy within him, resulting in chaotic and disjointed techniques lacking coherence and impact. After sustaining injuries, he consumed that miraculous red fruit, which not only swiftly restored his stamina, but also instantaneously healed his wounds. He sensed a latent power within him beginning to awaken, likely the result of the fusion of the essence of the nine-tailed fox and the red fruit. This made him feel akin to one who possesses a treasure yet is oblivious to how to unlock it. Now, the urgency to enhance his abilities weighed heavily upon him. It seemed imperative to seek out his master during the day. Although he felt no emotional attachment to this portly mentor and was aware of his impending demise, he recognized that the master still held some utility for him at present, and thus, it was necessary to make use of that. With this thought, Yang Huan ceased his internal conflict. He slowly approached the bedside, crossed his legs, and sat up straight. After taking a deep breath and closing his eyes, he began to attempt to mobilize the energy within his dantian. Soon, he entered a meditative state. A warm and gentle current gradually gathered and flowed smoothly within his dantian. This energy moved like agile fish traversing through his body, revitalizing every part it touched, causing him to tremble slightly as he reveled in the delightful sensation. As he delved deeper into his practice, Yang Huan was pleasantly surprised to discover that this current was growing increasingly robust. Its flow accelerating, and the vitality within him surged forth, invigorating every cell, which seemed to awaken with newfound vigor. Before he realized it, dawn broke, the sky outside showing the first light of day. Throughout the night of quiet meditation, he not only felt no drowsiness but instead found his spirit invigorated and his thoughts clearer than ever. At this moment, Yang Huan had formed a rough outline of his plans and arrangements for the coming days. He understood that his foremost task was to devise a way to send Lu Shuiyao away. If he failed to find a reasonable excuse to have Lu Shuiyao descend the mountain, it could not only trigger Lin Shi's vigilance, leading to a chain of troubles, but also pose a danger during the descent. A moment's carelessness could plunge Lu Shuiyao into an irretrievable predicament. Conversely, if he grew too intimate with Lu Shuiyao, it would equally arouse Lin Shi's suspicion and jealousy, placing him in a dilemma. After the senior brother descended the mountain yesterday, by calculating the time, it was likely that he would return either tomorrow or the day after. Thus, the window of opportunity to distract Lu Shuiyao was limited to just today until tomorrow morning. He pondered this repeatedly in his mind before resolutely deciding to meet with Lu Shuiyao first, discussing and meticulously planning a spectacular performance with her. As the first light of dawn emerged, the faint sun struggled to penetrate the clouds, casting a gray veil over the earth. Yang Huan's silhouette appeared particularly cautious in this dim light. His footsteps light as he slowly approached the door to Lu Shuiyao's room. Standing before the closed door, he gently rapped upon it. "Who is it?" came Lu Shuiyao's soft yet slightly wary voice from within. "It's me," Yang Huan replied in a lowered tone, striving to sound calm and gentle, though an undercurrent of urgency was unmistakable. The door creaked open, revealing Lu Shuiyao's drowsy visage. She had just awakened, clad in somewhat scant attire, with a few disheveled strands of hair cascading over her cheeks, adding an air of languid allure. Unintentionally, a hint of springtime radiance peeked from her loose neckline, causing Yang Huan's gaze to flicker and a complex emotion to swell within him. In truth, during the previous nights spent in Lu Shuiyao's company, he had already discerned that this seemingly petite girl possessed a curvaceous and graceful figure. Yet at this moment, he could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. Time was of the essence, leaving no room for distraction. He swiftly sidestepped into the room, turning to gently close the door behind him, the motion fluid and deliberate, lest he disturb the tranquility of the morning or be discovered in his secretive endeavor. On his way, his keen hearing had already picked up on the fact that Lin Shi was still deep in slumber. He hastened to Lu Shuiyao's side, locking his gaze onto hers, his expression imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. "Do you trust me?" he asked, his voice low and resolute. Lu Shuiyao, taken aback by Yang Huan's solemn demeanor, hesitated momentarily, a flicker of doubt crossing her eyes, but it was quickly supplanted by a resolute conviction. She nodded gently. The slight movement, though subtle, was infused with her unwavering trust in him. Seeing this, Yang Huan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Without pausing to consider that Lu Shuiyao had yet to change her clothes, he eagerly grasped her hand and divulged the intricately devised plan in its entirety. As he spoke, Lu Shuiyao's eyes widened, her face registering shock, clearly taken aback by the audacity and peril of the scheme. Nevertheless, her trust in him remained unshaken. After absorbing the plan, Lu Shuiyao fell into a momentary silence, seemingly weighing the pros and cons along with the risks involved. Yet ultimately, she nodded firmly, "I believe in you." Yang Huan inclined his head slightly, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. "I still need to confirm some key details this morning. Once everything is ready, we shall set our plan into motion." His tone brooked no dissent. With that, he released Lu Shuiyao's hand and swiftly exited the room. Lu Shuiyao stood in place, watching him depart until his figure vanished from sight. Taking a deep breath, she turned toward the wardrobe, preparing to change her attire. In this moment, although a trace of anxiety lingered within her, the prevailing sentiment was one of trust in Yang Huan. After leaving Lu Shuiyao's room, Yang Huan intended to seek his master's counsel, both to adhere to the customs of the sect and to hope for some martial guidance from him. The morning light cascaded over the winding path as Yang Huan swiftly made his way along. His steps hurried yet light. However, fate seemed to revel in its capriciousness. Before he had traversed half the distance, an unusual sound abruptly shattered the tranquility. It was laughter, drifting from the direction of his master's dwelling. The laughter, upon first hearing, instilled an unsettling discomfort, its tone dark and piercing, as if it could penetrate one's eardrums and stab deep into the heart, reverberating eerily through the morning air. Following this, a clear voice resonated. "Ha ha, I have succeeded. I have become an immortal." It was laced with a frenzied triumph, reminiscent of someone who, after enduring a long struggle, had finally achieved their heart's desire, yet it bore a disconcerting and chilling undertone. Upon hearing this, Yang Huan's body tensed, his face betraying a mix of astonishment and confusion. Become an immortal? These three words struck him like a heavy blow, sending ripples through his mind. In this bizarre world, was it truly so simple to attain immortality? Was his master's sudden proclamation grounded in reality, or had he succumbed to some illusion unbeknownst to him? His mind raced with a flurry of thoughts in that fleeting moment. Yet soon, he shook off the brief shock, a surge of intense unease and curiosity swelling within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he quickened his pace, racing toward his master's residence. Chapter 16. Immortal or Demon? The sharpness of his master's voice, akin to the haunting call of an owl in the night, sent chills down Yang Huan's spine, compelling him to hasten his steps. The crowd spilled forth from their respective corners, panic-stricken and disorganized, rushing toward the door of their master's abode. Upon their arrival, they beheld a strange white mist enveloping the vicinity of the dwelling, thick and impenetrable as if it were an unyielding shroud. Exuding a chilling aura that it bore no resemblance to the refreshing morning mists of the mountains, nor to the ordinary fog formed by condensed vapor. Rather, it seemed like a ghostly essence surging forth from the depths of the underworld, exuding an indescribable eeriness that filled onlookers with dread. Standing amidst the throng, Yang Huan furrowed his brow, his gaze filled with vigilance and uncertainty as he scrutinized the mist, attempting to discern any clues within. Just as the crowd was rendered bewildered by this strange phenomenon, his master's piercing laughter once again shattered the silence, brimming with madness and pride, yet tinged with a disquieting distortion. In the next instant, the previously clear blue sky above transformed rapidly, darkening ominously to a shade that was palpable to the naked eye. In a flash, a formidable bolt of lightning, resembling an enraged dragon, descended from the heavens, striking directly toward his master's dwelling. The brilliance of the lightning was blinding, forcing the onlookers to squint against its glare. Simultaneously, a deafening roar reverberated through the air, akin to the wrathful bellow of a thunder god, shaking the very earth beneath their feet. The crowd, utterly terrified by this sudden turn of events, recoiled in fear, their faces etched with horror and despair. Yet this was merely the beginning. Before they could recover from this jarring shock, a second bolt of lightning followed swiftly on its heels. It was even thicker and brighter than the first, illuminating the ominous space around them as if it were midday, with an unstoppable force. The lightning once more struck with precise accuracy, targeting the dwelling. This time, the walls of the house appeared to have been shaken by an overwhelming force, cracking ominously and emitting spine-chilling creaks. Witnessing this, the onlookers were gripped by terror, their souls seemingly fleeing their bodies. Some timid disciples even collapsed to the ground, their eyes brimming with helplessness and dread. Suddenly, a third bolt of lightning descended with an even more violent fury. Striking the house with ferocity in an instant, the structure was enveloped by a powerful force, dazzling light flickering as debris flew about, as if an invisible giant hand was mercilessly tearing it apart. The crowd instinctively covered their ears and tightly shut their eyes, unable to bear the sight of this horrifying tableau, as chaos and despair engulfed the scene. After 3 bolts of lightning struck with thunderous might, the ominous clouds that had loomed overhead dissipated like phantoms fleeing the light, leaving no trace behind. Yet, the palpable tension and fear that lingered in the air weighed heavily upon the spectators, making it difficult for them to breathe. Aside from the ghastly blackened cracks etched into the walls from the violent lightning, exuding a faint, burnt odor, the exterior of the master's house appeared strangely unchanged. The surrounding white mist, now resembling a ghostly shroud, thickened ominously. The crowd stood frozen in place, their legs seemingly nailed to the ground, faces awash with terror and confusion. Their eyes betrayed a profound fear of the unknown, none daring to approach the room shrouded in the aura of death. In this suffocating moment of dread, the master's sharp voice suddenly pierced the air. "I have succeeded. I have ascended." With this chilling proclamation, an extraordinarily bizarre scene unfolded above the house that had been ruthlessly struck by lightning. The master's once corpulent form gradually began to rise from within the dwelling, hair disheveled and flowing wildly. His eyes were wide open, vacant yet fervent, shimmering with a mad and eerie light. Astonishingly, his lower body seemed to dissolve into nothingness at a visible pace, leaving only his solitary head suspended in the air. The head grinned, emitting a deranged and distorted cry. "I have ascended." The voice reverberated throughout the space, lingering ominously. Yet, the grotesque spectacle did not conclude there. Suddenly, for reasons unknown, the head that had been hovering in the air was yanked downwards by an unseen force, crashing into the room with a dull, heart-stopping thud. The crowd recoiled in fright, screams escaping their lips as they stumbled back, some fainting in terror. After a prolonged silence behind the tightly closed door, an eerie stillness pervaded, not a single sound emerging. In this moment of paralyzing fear, Yang Huan understood that retreating was not an option. Taking a deep breath, he gathered all his courage and dashed towards the master's room. With trembling hands, he slowly opened the door, a pungent metallic scent assaulting his senses. The scene that unfolded before him was harrowing. The master's once plump head lay askew on the ground, blood gushing from the severed neck. Pooling into a dark crimson puddle, his eyes stared wide open, vacant yet filled with an indescribable strangeness and sorrow, as if he had glimpsed something terrifying in his final moments. Remarkably, the corners of his mouth curled slightly upwards, twisted into a grotesque grin that was particularly horrifying against the backdrop of the sanguine scene. The walls were marred with charred marks from the lightning strikes, and the floor was littered with indistinct remnants of flesh, some still connected by sinewy strands, presenting a ghastly sight in the dim light. Yang Huan felt a tumultuous wave of nausea rise within him, his face turning as pale as a sheet, and his body trembling uncontrollably. Yet, he gritted his teeth, fighting to suppress the overwhelming urge to vomit, desperately striving to maintain his composure. With quivering lips, he managed to voice a few fragmented words. "Master. Master." The head, which had appeared lifeless on the ground, suddenly twitched at the sound of his call. The once vacant eyes slowly regained a semblance of eerie vitality. Soon after, the lips of the head began to tremble, producing a dry, hoarse, yet insistent voice. "Huaner, quickly, I am almost ascended. Hurry, give me the elixir." The voice carried a haunting decay, reverberating through the room and piercing Yang Huan's ears, causing his hair to stand on end. Was this ascension or a descent into madness? At that moment, Yang Huan was utterly terrified by the sudden, spectral utterance. His body instinctively recoiled, nearly toppling over in his haste. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the horrifying head. Filled with fear and incredulity, his heart racing as if it might burst from his chest. After what felt like an eternity, he summoned the courage to ask, trembling, "Master, where is the elixir?" His voice, sharp and distorted from fear, echoed unsettlingly in the quiet room. The head grinned, revealing a jagged array of yellowed teeth, its facial muscles twitching in excitement. In a nearly frenzied tone, it urged, "It's in the box by the bed. Hurry, hurry. I need 3 more." The words were laced with greed and madness, as if those 3 elixirs were the keys to unlocking the gates of hell, promising liberation from the mortal realm and dominion over life and death. Yang Huan inhaled deeply, striving to steady himself. Despite his trembling legs, he clenched his teeth and cautiously made his way to the bedside. His gaze fixated on the box, and as he reached it and opened it with trembling hands, a musty, rancid odor assaulted him. Inside lay 3 black elixirs, each the size of a peanut, exuding a nauseating stench as if forged from blood and decaying flesh. Yang Huan steeled himself against the rising tide of terror. Picking up one of the elixirs and stammered, "Master, what should I do now?" He dared not look directly at the head, stealing glances from the corner of his eye, fearful of any sudden, horrifying movements. "Hurry, feed me. Feed me." The head writhed eagerly, blood gushing from the severed neck like a fountain, splattering onto the floor and creating a grotesque tableau. Its eyes were wide, bloodshot, resembling 2 crimson whirlpools brimming with insatiable greed and madness. Gritting his teeth, Yang Huan closed his eyes and slowly extended the elixir towards the head's mouth. As his fingers brushed against its cold, sticky lips, an icy shiver coursed through him, compelling him to tremble. He fought against the fear welling up inside him and pressed the elixir into the head's mouth, which eagerly began to chew, producing a series of bone-chilling crunches. After feeding the elixir, Yang Huan's legs felt weak, and he sank helplessly into a corner not far from the terrifying head. His heart raced violently within his chest, and he shut his eyes tightly, clutching his head as if to shield himself from the unending terror surrounding him. Time passed slowly in the suffocating silence. After what felt like an eternity, when he nearly succumbed to fear's grasp, the atmosphere gradually quieted, the haunting sounds of chewing fading away. Hesitantly, he opened his eyes, only to find his breath caught in his throat and his heart missed a beat. The head, which had been gushing blood, had inexplicably ceased its flow, and the dark red pool on the floor began to congeal. Even more chilling was the strange emergence of wisps of white smoke around the head, swirling like ghostly tendrils in the air, exuding a mysterious and malevolent aura. They seemed unbound by any natural law, moving at an unnaturally slow and eerie pace, stretching towards the heavens. As the smoke ascended, the head began to levitate, drawn upward by an unseen force, inching higher into the air. Yang Huan's eyes widened in horror as he watched this unfolding spectacle. His body frozen in place, legs seemingly anchored to the ground, he could only watch helplessly as the head, enveloped in the smoke, rose higher and higher, as if on the brink of breaking free from the confines of the room and entering a more terrifying, unknown realm. Just as this bizarre atmosphere enveloped the space, nearly suffocating Yang Huan, the master's piercing voice, sharp enough to slice through the very fabric of the soul, echoed unexpectedly, "Huaner, I have ascended. I see the Jade Capital. I have become immortal." The voice was imbued with a frenzied madness, as if it were passionately declaring his transcendence from this world. Each word pierced Yang Huan's eardrum like a sharp steel needle, causing his very soul to tremble. Yet, before the master's words could fully dissipate in the air thick with blood and fear, a sudden thunderous shout erupted from outside. "Die, old man. I won't allow you to become an immortal." The voice was laced with boundless fury, as though long-suppressed resentment had erupted in an instant, causing the entire room to reverberate. In that moment, Yang Huan felt an overwhelming wave of murderous intent crashing upon him like a torrential tide. Why did that voice sound so much like his senior brother Chengfeng's? An ominous premonition surged within Yang Huan, a thought that struck his mind like a lightning bolt. Should he not be at the foot of the mountain right now? Chapter 18. A life hanging by a thread. In an instant, a shadow darted past like a wraith. Senior brother Chengfeng's figure, enveloped in an intense aura of slaughter, abruptly appeared outside the door. His eyes burned with the flames of rage, flames that seemed capable of incinerating all the evil in the world. Before Yang Huan could react, the long sword in Chang Feng's hand transformed into a dazzling streak of light. Slicing through the air with the sound of a gale, aimed fiercely at the head of Yun Yangzi, who loomed ominously in midair, exuding a sinister aura. This strike was as swift as lightning and as unstoppable as a force of nature. Seemingly embodying all of Chang Feng's hatred and resentment, as the blade flickered, it appeared to tear the surrounding air apart, emitting a hissing sound. However, Yun Yangzi's head seemed to sense the impending danger. Letting out a series of discordant shrieks, "Chang Feng, you rebellious disciple! How dare you obstruct your master's ascension?" The voice was piercing and filled with madness and unwillingness, echoing in the cramped space, sending chills down one's spine. Yet Chang Feng was consumed entirely by his rage, his face contorted, veins bulging on his forehead like writhing earthworms. "I'll be damned if you become an immortal," he bellowed, his voice resonating like a thunderclap. "Today, I shall slay you, old wretch." With that, he swung his long sword once more, which seemed to come alive in his grip, transforming into silver streaks that poured down upon Yun Yangzi's head like a torrential storm. Each strike was imbued with Chang Feng's profound fury and determination, his gaze devoid of hesitation, only brimming with lethal intent. Yet Yun Yangzi's head did not seem entirely defenseless. It dodged left and right in midair, managing to parry several of Chang Feng's rapid assaults. But Chang Feng's swordsmanship was as if aided by divine forces, each thrust pressing relentlessly, granting that head no respite. Finally, under the relentless barrage of Chang Feng's attacks, Yun Yangzi's head began to falter. With a roar, Chang Feng struck down with even greater speed and force, and the head could no longer withstand the ferocity of the sword's might. With a sickening crunch, the sword sliced through the head as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, flesh and blood splattering in every direction, staining the corners of the room. Yet Chang Feng did not cease his onslaught. His eyes were now bloodshot, consumed by a frenzied state. Holding the long sword, he mercilessly struck the already shattered head countless times. Each blow was accompanied by splattering blood, as if he sought to unleash years of pent-up pain and hatred. The splattering blood fell upon Yang Huan's face like crimson raindrops, carrying a nauseating metallic scent that instantly provoked a wave of intense revulsion within him. That wave of nausea surged violently in his stomach. An inexplicable fire of wrath ignited deep within his heart. This flame was fierce and intense, a profound anger directed at Chang Feng for slaying Yun Yangzi, despite the bizarre and sinister appearance that Yun Yangzi had just exhibited. His wild demeanor and malevolent actions were worlds apart from the caring gaze he had cast upon his disciples just the previous morning. It was undeniable that the concern in Yun Yangzi's eyes was genuine, a sentiment impossible to feign. Regardless of the complex and obscure reasons behind these events, Yang Huan believed that Chang Feng's actions were undeniably a heinous crime of betraying his master and annihilating his lineage. As this anger spread like wildfire within his chest, Yang Huan felt the warm flow within his dantian suddenly ignite, like a lit powder. It surged forth, transforming into a powerful force that coursed throughout his body. His eyes turned crimson, fixated intently on Chang Feng, who radiated a palpable aura of murder, his teeth grinding together as he spat out through clenched jaws, "Chang Feng, how dare you kill our master?" The voice, hoarse and distorted with rage, reverberated in the blood-soaked silence of the room, as if it sought to ignite the very air around them, before the words had fully escaped his lips. Yang Huan lunged forward like an enraged cheetah, delivering a fist that carried the tempestuous energy surging within him. The punch, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, struck Chang Feng squarely. Chang Feng, lost in his frenzied emotions from slaying Yun Yangzi, had never regarded Yang Huan, the usually unassuming junior disciple, as a threat. However, the unexpected force of the punch struck him with unanticipated might, sending him reeling backward as if he were a kite severed from its string. Crashing through the door with a resounding bang and landing heavily on the ground outside, stirring up a cloud of dust. This sudden turn of events left the onlooking disciples dumbfounded, their faces etched with horror and disbelief. They instinctively recoiled several steps, fearful of being drawn into the chaos between the two frantic figures, their eyes reflecting a profound terror of the unknown. Yet Yang Huan, blinded by the raging tide of fury within him, felt no fear of Chang Feng any longer. With his eyes ablaze, He surged forward with all his might, heedlessly charging toward the fallen Ching Feng, roaring furiously as he engaged him in combat. In that moment, their figures blurred amidst the swirling dust, each strike fueled by a fierce determination to vanquish the other, entirely disregarding the terrified gazes of those around them and the chaotic scene unfolding. Confronting sharp blades with bare hands placed Yang Huan at a distinct disadvantage. Despite harboring a latent and formidable power within him, he had yet to master it, and his techniques were executed without coordination. After only a few exchanges, the tide of battle had clearly turned against him. Yang Huan found himself retreating under the relentless onslaught of Ching Feng, whose swordsmanship grew increasingly fierce and ruthless. Each thrust carried a chilling wind, as though aiming to claim Yang Huan's life in a mere flicker of cold light. Chang Feng's gaze was filled with a deadly resolve, each strike targeting Yang Huan's vital points. Showing no mercy. Had it not been for the strength gained from his series of extraordinary experiences, Yang Huan would have already succumbed to the cold embrace of death beneath Cheng Feng's sword. Yet even so, he began to falter under the storm of Cheng Feng's attacks. Having sustained 2 wounds, blood flowed profusely from his injuries, staining his garments. His complexion paled from blood loss, his steps grew unsteady, and his movements became increasingly sluggish and feeble, clearly nearing his limit. Cheng Feng, keenly aware of Yang Huan's weakening state, allowed a glimmer of cruelty to flash in his eyes. Seizing the opportune moment, he raised his long sword high. The blade shimmered with a cold light, gathering all his strength, poised to unleash the most lethal strike upon Yang Huan. This blow would be as swift as lightning and as unstoppable as a force of nature. Delivering a death sentence aimed directly at Yang Huan's heart. Chapter 19. Seeking the shaman, immortal Yang Huan gazed at the long sword, which hurtled toward him like a bolt of lightning. Despair flooding his heart, he understood all too well that he was utterly powerless to evade this fatal strike. Fear wrapped around his heart like a cold, venomous snake, rendering his limbs numb and heavy. In this life-and-death moment, his mind went blank. Instinctively, he closed his eyes, as if that could shield him from the impending death. Suddenly, a familiar and urgent call pierced the silence of death like an arrow. Spare him under the sword. It was the voice of second senior sister Lin Shi, a celestial melody that brought a glimmer of hope amidst the abyss of despair. Yang Huan's eyes flew open, yet what he beheld filled him with horror. Chang Feng's long sword, glimmering with cold light, had plunged directly into Lin Shi's heart, piercing through her body with ease. Blood gushed forth from the wound like a fountain, instantly staining her garments crimson. The vivid red appeared blindingly bright to Yang Huan, a cruel declaration of life, slowly ebbing away. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. The world fell silent, and all Yang Huan could hear was the frantic beat of his own heart and Lin Shi's faint gasps. He stared in shock at Lin Shi, his eyes filled with disbelief, guilt, and astonishment. This woman, who had once sought to end his life upon descending from the mountain, was now selflessly using her body to shield him from this inevitable death blow. Her behavior was so unpredictable that a tumult of complex emotions surged within Yang Huan's heart. Anger, gratitude, and confusion intertwined like a raging tide, almost overwhelming him. The anger burned like a fierce fire in his chest, intensifying to its peak. For reasons unknown, as this anger erupted, the faint energy in his dantian suddenly surged forth with a violent force. This power coursed through his body like a tempest, as if it sought to break free from all constraints. Yearning for an outlet to express his fury, at that moment, Yang Huan could no longer concern himself with supporting Lin Shi. A singular thought consumed him: to kill Cheng Feng. In this critical moment, Lu Shuiyao rushed in, her heart racing with urgency. Her footsteps were hurried and frantic, upon her gaze landing on the bloody and horrifying scene before her, despite her mind struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. The visceral imagery was enough to wrench her heart. She beheld her senior brother Chang Feng's sword deeply embedded in the chest of her second sister Lin Shi, who stood protectively in front of Yang Huan. It was evident to any discerning eye that Cheng Feng intended to kill Yang Huan, and Lin Shi had shielded him from the deadly blow. Lu Shuiyao instinctively gasped, but quickly regained her composure. Determination flashing in her eyes, without hesitation, she hurled the sword tightly grasped in her hand toward Yang Huan, simultaneously calling out, "Yang Shixiang, catch the sword." Her voice pierced through the blood-soaked air, resonating with a clarity that seemed to cleave through the darkness, offering Yang Huan a glimmer of hope for retaliation. Almost reflexively, Yang Huan extended his hand and caught the sword Lu Shuiyao had thrown with steady precision. His hands gripped the hilt tightly, the blade seemingly sensing the inferno of rage within him, vibrating slightly with a low hum. His eyes locked onto Cheng Feng, exuding a palpable and chilling aura of murderous intent. "Cheng Feng, I will kill you." Yang Huan roared like a lion, completely incensed, his voice brimming with wrath and vengeance. He then channeled all his strength, consolidating the tumultuous power within him into the sword he wielded in an instant. The blade transformed into a dazzling and icy glint, imbued with an insatiable desire to annihilate, as it cleaved toward Cheng Feng with reckless ferocity. At that moment, he paid no heed to any martial techniques or forms. His singular thought was retribution for the blood debt owed by Cheng Feng. Each swing of his sword was infused with fury and strength, as if the flames of hell sought to rend Cheng Feng into 1,000 pieces, ensuring he would taste the depths of pain and despair necessary to quell Yang Huan's inner tumult. Cheng Feng, with his sword still deeply lodged in Lin Shi's body, was utterly unprepared to mount any effective defense. He could only watch in horror as 3 streams of sword energy surged toward him, each imbued with a terrifying force. In that instant, his face contorted with fear, his body instinctively attempting to retreat. Yet his legs felt as if they were nailed to the ground, immovable. With 3 resounding cracks, the sword energies struck Cheng Feng, producing bone-chilling sounds of shattering. His body, frail as paper, was torn apart by the overwhelming force into 3 pieces. Blood erupted from his body like a rampant fountain, pooling on the ground to create a gruesome sea of crimson. His eyes widened in terror and despair, as if in his final moments. He could scarcely believe he had met such a tragic end. Yet, a bizarre phenomenon transpired. Just as Cheng Feng's life was on the brink of extinguishment, the portion of his body that had been severed still retained a flicker of life. His mouth opened wide, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to cry out, "Please, let the witch descend." Chapter 20. Slaying the immortal Cheng Feng's voice, hoarse and distorted as though it emerged from the depths of hell, reverberated through the deathly silence, every note laced with a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. Just as his spine-chilling words lingered in the air, an unimaginable and terrifying scene began to unfold before the onlookers. Cheng Feng's body, which had been cleaved into 3 by Yang Huan, should have perished, yet it appeared as if an evil deity had infused it with an uncanny vitality, leading to a startling transformation. The shattered form began to exude a thick, black mist, akin to malevolent spirits clawing their way out from the fissures of hell, wrapping around everything in a nauseating embrace as it ascended. Like black tendrils, they spread rapidly, tainting the surrounding air with a foulness, as if a dark curtain was descending to engulf the space entirely. Simultaneously, the blood that had pooled on the ground rapidly lost its vibrant hue, transforming into a somber black, each droplet seemingly whispering tales of death and malevolence. As if manipulated by an unseen evil hand, the 3 dismembered body parts began to levitate slowly from the ground, dancing grotesquely in midair like puppets driven by a demon's will, each movement rife with distortion and peculiarity. Gradually, they drew closer together, as though attracted by a mysterious and sinister force. Then, to the horror of all present, the 3 segments of the body began to merge, as if a supernatural power beyond the natural laws was reconstructing them. During this eerie process of healing, muscles and bones interwove and fused, emitting spine-chilling creaks, as if a demon were gnawing on a soul. As this grotesque reassembly progressed, Cheng Feng's body not only restored itself but began to expand at an unimaginable pace. His swelling form resembled a black mountain rising from the depths of the earth, exuding an unstoppable momentum until it towered over 10 feet tall. Before the onlookers, it stood like a sovereign from hell, radiating an overwhelming sense of oppression and terror. His entire being was engulfed in darkness, as if absorbed by an infinite void, with no crevice remaining. Encircling his immense and dreadful figure was an eerie fog formed from coagulated black blood, twisting and swirling around him, each motion conjuring a chilling breeze that exuded an oppressive, malevolent aura. His limbs, too, transformed in this uncanny metamorphosis, becoming robust and contorted. The black muscle gleamed cold and hard like wrought iron, Each subtle quiver seemed to stir the air around him, as though releasing an energy that emanated from the abyss of darkness, instilling a profound fear deep within the soul, akin to an invisible hand gripping one's heart tightly, rendering them breathless. Yang Huan's eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on the unimaginable and grotesque spectacle before him. His gaze filled with shock and horror, his mind momentarily blanked, utterly bewildered by the inexplicable transformation Cheng Feng had undergone, a horror that defied all reason. This reality surpassed his comprehension, as if he had stumbled into a malevolent world fraught with peril and mystery. Yet, instinctively, in this life-and-death moment, he was jolted awake as if by a lightning strike, fully aware that the danger looming before him far exceeded his imagination. With a single misstep, all present could be buried in this endless terror. Their lives forfeit. In this critical juncture, Yang Huan had no time for further contemplation or strategy. He turned to Lu Shuiyao, shouting, "You take them and leave here at once." His voice, sharp and urgent, betrayed his tension and fear. Gripping the sword tightly in his hand, it trembled slightly as if resonating with his inner turmoil and resolve. The tip of the blade pointed resolutely toward Cheng Feng, his eyes reflecting unwavering determination. "I care not whether you are human or immortal. Today, I shall slay you." Despite the tumult of anxiety and fear within him, retreat was no longer an option. Only through a desperate fight could he seize a sliver of hope. As soon as Yang Huan's words fell, he hesitated no longer, even neglecting to ascertain whether Lu Shuiyao had begun to evacuate the others. At that moment, his gaze was fixed solely on Cheng Feng, who loomed like a demonic figure in the air. His target for retribution, the focal point of his hatred and fury. Gripping the sword tightly, the hilt burned in his palm, seemingly merging with him. The tumultuous power within him surged like lava, racing through his veins, seeking an outlet for release. With a powerful push against the ground, he propelled himself like a bolt of lightning toward Cheng Feng. In this moment, he had no intricate techniques at his disposal, only the primal and pure determination to slay the being before him. Each swing of his sword was infused with all his strength and rage, the blade slicing through the air with a low, resonant hum, as if rallying in support of his fury. However, as his sword aura surged towards Cheng Feng, an uncanny event unfolded. The originally fierce sword energy, as it approached Cheng Feng's form enshrouded in dark miasma, seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, gradually seeping into the black fog surrounding him. It was as if raindrops had plummeted into an endless abyss of darkness, vanishing without a trace. The black mist resembled a ravenous beast, greedily devouring the sword energy, seemingly mocking Yang Huan's helplessness. At that moment, Cheng Feng appeared to be thoroughly consumed by malevolence. The echoes of a wretched spirit from the depths of hell bellowed, "You shall all perish today. I will make each of you pay a harrowing price for obstructing my path." The voice was rife with madness and murderous intent, sending chills down the spine of all who heard it. Just as Cheng Feng's twisted and murderous words dissipated, Yang Huan instinctively sensed a wave of lethal danger rushing towards him. Before he could react, several beams of black light, imbued with a chilling aura of death, shot towards him with blinding speed. His body instinctively sought to evade, yet the velocity of the black light was so overwhelming that his eyes could scarcely track their trajectory. In the blink of an eye, multiple horrifying wounds had appeared on his body, blood gushing forth like a fountain, instantly staining his garments crimson. Yang Huan gritted his teeth against the searing pain from his wounds, his eyes igniting with a fiery blaze fueled by rage and the will to survive. He swung his long sword with fervor, the blade carving a silver arc through the air, emitting a resonant hum, as if to challenge this malevolent force. However, each fierce sword energy he unleashed, as it surged towards Cheng Feng, became ensnared in an endless vortex of darkness, mercilessly consumed by the eerie blackness enveloping Cheng Feng, leaving no trace behind as though it had never existed. Yang Huan knew all too well that continuing to endure such passive assaults would surely lead to his demise. In this critical moment of life and death, his mind raced to devise a sliver of hope amidst the dire straits. He fixed his gaze upon Cheng Feng, his eyes sharp as a hawk. Scrutinizing every subtle movement of his opponent, he endeavored to observe Cheng Feng from various angles, seeking to uncover any potential weaknesses, even the tiniest chink in his armor that might turn the tide of battle. Thus, Yang Huan altered his strategy. He began to dart through the air with swift agility. The long sword in his grasp cut through the air with a whistling sound, launching a relentless series of fierce attacks aimed at every part of Cheng Feng's body. The sword energies intertwined like a silver web, ensnaring Cheng Feng within its grasp. At this juncture, Cheng Feng was entirely possessed by the sinister powers of malevolence. His gaze was hollow and devoid of life, emanating a chilling red glow. In response to Yang Huan's relentless barrage, he made no significant defensive gestures, as though these strikes were mere trifles to him. Yet, just as despair threatened to engulf Yang Huan, he suddenly discerned an exceedingly minute detail. When two of his sword energies struck precisely at Cheng Feng's neck, the latter's body exhibited a fleeting moment of stasis. His head instinctively tilted back slightly, as if attempting to evade the attack aimed at his neck. This minuscule movement, nearly imperceptible amidst the fierce combat, was seized by Yang Huan's keen eyes. In that instant, a glimmer of hope surged within him. He realized that Cheng Feng's neck might very well be his fatal weakness. This revelation rekindled the determination that had begun to waver in his heart. He gripped his long sword tightly, preparing to launch a more lethal assault centered around this newfound vulnerability. In a distant corner, Lu Shuiyao, while filled with trepidation, dared not exhibit any semblance of complacency. She recalled Yang Huan's instructions, hastily leading a group of several young disciples to find a concealed location before halting, anxiously gazing towards the fierce battlefield. Her heart raced within her chest, each beat accompanied by profound fear and concern. She understood all too well that Yang Huan was currently confronting the terrifying unknown alone, with life and death hanging in the balance. How could she remain uninvolved? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck her mind as she recalled the explosives used in their previous escape from the cave. Though immensely powerful, these explosives were equally perilous. A moment's carelessness could ignite disaster. Yet, at this moment, for the sake of Yang Huan and the faint hope of survival in this dire predicament, she could not afford to hesitate. Gritting her teeth, she swiftly gathered two of the more astute disciples and dashed towards the storage of explosives. Before long, Lu Shuiyao, along with the two disciples, returned, breathless, each clutching several explosives tightly to that moment. Lu Shuiyao had cast aside her own safety, her mind solely focused on one thought: to aid Yang Huan and repel the vile enemy. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her inner fear. Firmly grasping the explosives, and charged towards the imposing figure of Cheng Feng at the center of the battlefield. Her figure appeared diminutive and fragile, yet her gaze radiated unwavering resolve and fearlessness. "Senior brother Yang, I'm here to help you," she shouted with conviction. With that, she mustered all her strength, hurling the explosives towards Cheng Feng with fierce intent. The explosives arced through the air, imbued with the scent of death, hurtling directly towards Cheng Feng. With a deafening explosion, the explosives detonated beside Cheng Feng, instantly raising a cloud of dust and flames, the shockwave rippling through the surrounding air. Cheng Feng's form staggered slightly, evidently affected by the blast, though it was likely a trivial disruption for him. Nevertheless, his attention was momentarily diverted by the sudden explosion. Yang Huan astutely seized this fleeting opportunity, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes as he shouted, "Junior sister, stay safe." Continue attacking his lower body with explosives. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Yang Huan sprang into action, leaping high into the air, his long sword gleaming with the cold light under the sun. He concentrated all his strength into this single strike, aiming fiercely at Cheng Feng's head. That sword strike embodied his unwavering desire for survival, as if he sought to cleave through all the evil in this world. Upon hearing Yang Huan's call, Lu Shuiyao did not hesitate to act once more, swiftly retrieving 4 explosives from her robes, gripping them tightly, channeling all her strength into this throw, targeting Cheng Feng's lower body with fervor. The explosives detonated in rapid succession beside Cheng Feng, flames soaring skyward, debris flying in all directions. The tremendous force of the explosions caused Cheng Feng's form to sway precariously, momentarily diverting all his focus due to this unexpected barrage. His previously formidable ability to effortlessly consume sword energy seemed to falter in the wake of the blast, leaving him unable to evade Yang Huan's lightning-fast, wrath-filled, and immensely powerful lethal strike. Yang Huan soared into the air, his long sword slicing through the air with a brilliant gleam, the radiance seemingly capable of tearing through the darkness. descending directly upon Cheng Feng's head. Cheng Feng only perceived a blinding flash before an excruciating pain radiated from his neck. Before he could react, his head was cleaved from his body by Yang Huan's strike. The severed head tumbled through the air, its eyes still reflecting a lingering shock and disbelief, as if unable to comprehend how easily it had been struck at its vital point. Witnessing his successful strike, Yang Huan did not hesitate to pursue his advantage. He swung his longsword with unyielding determination, aiming fiercely at Cheng Feng's arms. This time, perhaps due to the loss of his head's command, the black mist that had once effortlessly devoured sword energy failed to manifest as before. Yang Huan's longsword cleaved through one of Cheng Feng's arms without obstruction, the severed limb thudding heavily to the ground. Yet, Yang Huan did not relent. He understood Cheng Feng's peculiar resilience and could not afford to let his guard down in a flash. He moved swiftly to Lu Shuiao's side, his gaze urgent yet resolute as he instructed. "Junior sister, hand me the remaining explosives, quickly retreat to safety. It's too dangerous here." Lu Shuiao looked at Yang Huan's sweat-soaked and blood-stained visage, worry gnawing at her heart, yet she recognized the gravity of the situation. Nodding firmly, she relinquished all the remaining explosives to Yang Huan. Taking the explosives, Yang Huan inhaled deeply, then leaped into the air with vigor. He adjusted his stance, while Cheng Feng's form swayed unsteadily from the loss of his head and arm. And he deftly inserted all the explosives into the gaping wound of Cheng Feng's massive body. Without hesitation, Yang Huan swung his sword once more, not to attack, but to propel himself swiftly away from the blast radius. His body traced an arc through the air, and as he landed, a thunderous roar erupted behind him, the tremendous force of the explosion causing him to stagger forward. Following this, a cacophony of explosions erupted in rapid succession as Cheng Feng's once mighty and terrifying form was engulfed in flames and smoke. As the smoke gradually dissipated, it revealed a gruesome sight. Cheng Feng's body lay in tatters, not a single intact piece remaining, severed limbs and blood mingling with the earth, painting a harrowing and bloody tableau. Yang Huan gazed at the scene before him. The tension that had been coiled tightly within him finally began to ease slightly. A hint of exhaustion, mingled with a sense of solace, graced his countenance as he murmured, "At last, I have vanquished you." In that moment, it seemed as though every ounce of strength had been siphoned from his body. His legs buckled, nearly collapsing beneath him. Fortuitously, from a distance, Lu Shuiao, with quick reflexes, hurried over to support Yang Huan. Chapter 21. The fragrance pendant. With Lu Shuiao's assistance, Yang Huan gradually settled onto the ground. Resting his head upon her fragrant shoulder, he remained still for approximately half an hour, finding solace in the quietude. Perhaps due to the miraculous properties of the red fruit, his injuries began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. By this time, he had regained much of his vitality, and the pallor that had previously marked his complexion began to yield to a faint flush. Slowly, he opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings with a hint of bewilderment, before his gaze fell upon the icy corpse of his second senior sister, Lin Shi, not far away. Instantly, his expression grew complex and profound. Turning to Lu Shuiao, he softly instructed, "Please have a few people tidy up this place." His voice bore an undertone of fatigue and resignation, as if he had just emerged from a protracted and arduous nightmare. He then rose to his feet, burdened with a tumult of emotions, and slowly approached Lin Shi's lifeless form. With each step closer, it felt as though an invisible hand tightened its grip around his heart. Lin Shi now lay devoid of any semblance of life, her once vibrant eyes firmly shut. Her previously alluring visage now exuded a pallid chill, as if she were simply ensnared in a deep slumber. Yet, Yang Huan understood all too well that she would never awaken again. Lu Shuiao stood silently nearby, observing Yang Huan's every movement. Concern and sympathy flickered in her clear eyes. Although she had only been a part of the sect for a mere year or two, and was not intimately acquainted with the intricacies of Yang Huan and Lin Shi's tumultuous relationship, she had occasionally gleaned fragments of their entangled fates from the whispers of the disciples. Witnessing Yang Huan's sorrowful demeanor, she wished to offer comfort but found herself at a loss for words. She could only stand by, offering silent companionship as a form of solace. Before Lin Shi's corpse, Yang Huan's heart was a cacophony of emotions, a veritable whirlwind of bitterness and confusion. In the early hours of the morning, he had harbored clear plans and aspirations. Yet, as time cruelly marched on, it began with his master's enigmatic ascension, shattering the tranquility that once enveloped him, followed by Cheng Feng's sudden intervention, culminating in the tragic demise of Lin Shi, who had sacrificed herself to save him. This cascade of events crashed upon his carefully laid plans like a relentless tide, leaving him adrift in a fog of uncertainty. His brow furrowed tightly as he pondered. How had matters spiraled to this extent? Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he lifted his gaze, urgency igniting his expression as he asked, "By the way, who accompanied the senior brother down the mountain yesterday?" As his words fell, the young acolyte who had been attending to his master hurriedly approached. A look of alarm etched on his face. Yang Shixiang, it was Fu and Xiaoxi, they accompanied the senior brother down the mountain, but they have yet to return. Hearing this, Yang Huan lowered his head. Lost in fleeting contemplation, after a brief pause, he raised his gaze to the acolyte and inquired, "Have you ever gone down the mountain to procure supplies?" The acolyte nodded slightly, a hint of confusion and unease in his eyes as he replied, "Yes, I have gone down a few times." Yang Huan's expression sharpened, his demeanor grave as he instructed, "In that case, you must ascend the mountain immediately and do everything within your power to locate Fu and Xiaoxi. Once you find them, leave one person there to continue procuring supplies, and bring the other back swiftly. It is imperative that you return before the day is out. This matter is of utmost importance and cannot be taken lightly. Do you understand?" Though the acolyte was uncertain of Yang Huan's motives, he sensed the gravity of the situation reflected in Yang Huan's serious countenance. He nodded vigorously, affirming, "Rest assured, Yang Shixiang, I shall go at once." With that, he swiftly turned and hurried down the mountain, his figure quickly vanishing from sight. Yang Huan then turned to Lu Shuiyao, weariness and sorrow evident in his eyes. He softly spoke, "Junior sister, I wish to first see to the burial of our second senior sister. Please seek out the fourth junior brother and inform him of everything that has transpired here. Meanwhile, let the others clean this place up and attend to their own tasks. I shall return later to deliberate further." Compassion and understanding shone in Lu Shuiyao's eyes as she gently nodded, replying, "Rest assured, senior brother, I will take care of it." Taking a deep breath, Yang Huan approached Lin Shi's cold body once more. He knelt down, carefully cradling her lifeless form in his arms, handling her with utmost gentleness as though fearing to disturb her eternal slumber. His gaze was heavy with complex emotions, grief, guilt, gratitude, and profound nostalgia. Thus, he held Lin Shi's corpse, step by step, slowly departing from that place, moving towards the rear mountain. Chapter 22. Beneath the jade bone spring alone on the rear mountain, Yang Huan found himself in the secluded spot where he had shared tender moments with Lin Shi just the previous night. Gradually, he knelt down, his hands moving mechanically as they dug into the earth. His fingers delved deeply into the soil, soon becoming caked with dark, gritty dirt, yet he remained oblivious to the pain, mechanically repeating the motion. As the earth was turned, a deep pit began to take form beneath him. He straightened, his gaze fixated on the emerging pit, an expression of indescribable complexity shadowing his features. This emotional turmoil resembled a tangled web, interweaving sorrow, guilt, reflection, and an inexplicable sense of fate. Deep within, he harbored the notion that entombing Lin Shi here was a predetermined fate, as this very spot held the weight of their most poignant shared moments. Only in this place could she find her final repose, free from the tribulations of the world, liberated from the entanglements of earthly grievances. He gently lifted Lin Shi's cold yet familiar form. His hands trembled involuntarily. The chill of her skin penetrated deeply, causing his heart to constrict painfully. The tender scenes from the previous night replayed in his mind, vivid and uncontrollable, as Lin Shi's affectionate gestures lingered, fresh in his memory, as if they had just transpired. Yet now, she lay before him, eyes shut tight, her complexion pale as parchment, devoid of any vitality. The chasm between life and death loomed mercilessly between them. Starkly contrasting their past warmth, it was as if a sharp blade had rent his heart, evoking an indescribable sorrow that surged within him like a tidal wave, nearly drowning him with a deep, shuddering breath. He extended his bloodied hands, marked by jagged stones, and began to scoop the earth back into the pit, filling it bit by bit. The crimson droplets of blood fell onto the dark soil, quickly absorbed, leaving only faint, muted stains. silent remnants of his anguish merging into this burial ground. Each handful of earth felt weighted with the burden of love, hate, and entangled pasts. Every scoop felt as though it buried not just physical matter, but also the complex emotions that had intertwined with Lin Shi's departure, sealing them away forever. Once the pit was filled, he treated the earth as if it were a precious treasure, gently and cautiously compacting it with his foot. His movements were tender and deliberate, his gaze imbued with a sense of devotion, as if his sincerity could ensure Lin Shi's peaceful slumber in the cold, dark depths beneath. He wished for her to remain undisturbed by the world's clamor. Liberated from unresolved grievances, each inch of earth he pressed down felt like the final farewell between him and Lin Shi, infused with reluctance, resignation, and a deep sigh for the capriciousness of fate. Having completed this solemn task, he quietly sat beside the filled pit, the sun casting its rays upon him, yet failing to dispel the shadows that lingered in his heart. The transience of life was a truth he had long known. Yet this time, those 4 words pierced him like a sharp steel blade, embedding themselves in his very core, uttering an unprecedented depth of feeling. He recalled her warmth beneath the moonlight just yesterday, and her tumultuous love and hate for the original master, those conflicting emotions entwined like venomous serpents, ultimately leading to the original master's demise. It was this sudden upheaval that had drawn him into this bizarre world. Subsequently, employing subtle means, he had managed to dismantle the defenses in her heart, leading her to gradually alter her perception of him. Yet, who could have foreseen that in this life-or-death moment, she would unhesitatingly reach out, sacrificing her life to save his? This complex and contradictory sentiment enveloped him entirely, granting him an eerily profound understanding of life's unpredictability. His feelings for Lin Shi were ineffable. Neither hate nor love could encapsulate the essence of their bond. After all, she had paid the ultimate price for her past wrongs, yet the memories of their shared moments clung to him, inescapable and vivid. All that remained was a profound sigh, a lament for the caprices of fate, and an awe at the marvelous yet cruel cycle of cause and effect in this world. He recalled how his original master had been treacherously slain by her machinations, and now, in a twist of destiny, she risked her life to save him. It was as if they were actors in a meticulously orchestrated, yet ironically poignant drama, evoking a sense of the unpredictable and inexorable nature of fate amidst such absurdity. Yang Huan sat silently by the earthen mound for a considerable time, as time gradually slipped away in this silent contemplation. He understood that matters were far from over. The safety of his junior sister, Lu Shuiyao, and his 4th junior brother, as well as the fates of the 2 or 3 dozen disciples in the sect, weighed heavily upon him. Finally, he rose slowly, his gaze fixed upon the freshly piled earthen grave as he softly spoke. "Second senior sister, I shall return to the sect now. If time permits in the future, I will surely visit you often." His voice echoed in the stillness of the mountainside, carrying a hint of poignant melancholy. After speaking, he took a deep breath, suppressing the complex emotions swirling within him. Turning away, he began his journey back to the sect. Chapter 23. The master turned eunuch. The morning of that day dawned like a harrowing nightmare for the members of Yunyang's sect. Shattering the tranquility and peace of bygone days, a series of calamities plunged the entire Yunyang sect into a profound sorrow and confusion. In just one morning, the master, the elder brother, and the 2nd senior sister had all departed in succession. Their absence seemed to have drained the very soul of the sect, transforming this once vibrant place into a realm of desolation. The disciples below appeared pale, their eyes filled with fear and unrest. Under the orders of 5th senior sister Lu Shuiyao, they cautiously began to clear the chaotic battlefield surrounding the master's chamber. Each movement was slow and heavy, as if shackled by dread. Their trembling hands wiped away blood and remnants, the acrid scent of blood permeating the air, heightening their anxiety. After the cleanup, the disciples dispersed to attend to their own affairs, yet their hearts remained in turmoil. Their gazes flitted restlessly, occasionally drifting towards the distance, as if awaiting something or fearing something. The departures of their master, elder brother, and 2nd senior sister had stripped them of their former reliance and guidance, leaving them engulfed in confusion and helplessness. What fate awaited them in the days to come? Returning from the sorrowful and tranquil rear mountains to Yunyang sect, Yang Huan keenly sensed the deep terror and unrest reflected in the disciples' eyes. Yet, he remained silent, absorbing these emotions without uttering a word, his expression grave as he headed straight for the chamber of Master Yunyangzi. His mind was a whirl of questions. This morning's bizarre ascension of Master Yunyangzi was utterly perplexing. He distinctly remembered the elder brother mentioning during a conversation with the second senior sister that Yunyangzi had been marked for death in 7 days. By all logic, Yunyangzi should have succumbed to the poison after 7 days. So why had such an abnormal situation arisen? Moreover, he had seen Yunyangzi in poor health just yesterday morning. How could such a drastic transformation occur overnight, culminating in such an enigmatic ascension? What undisclosed secrets lay hidden within this mystery? He felt an urgent need to uncover the truth behind this matter. Otherwise, this cloud of uncertainty would forever loom over him, depriving him of peace. Arriving at the door of Master Yunyangzi's chamber, Yang Huan gravely instructed a disciple, "No one is permitted to enter without my consent." His voice was low yet resolute, imbued with an undeniable authority. He then gently pushed the door open and stepped inside, carefully closing it behind him, as if fearing to disturb the secrets that might lie within. The room had already been meticulously tidied by the disciples, appearing neat and clean, aside from the stark black marks left by a previous lightning strike on the wall. There was no trace of blood to be found. The signs of the earlier horror had been thoroughly erased, as if nothing had ever transpired. Standing in the center of the room, Yang Huan's gaze revealed a glimmer of confusion. He began to survey the surroundings, meticulously examining every corner and item, leaving no potential clue overlooked. In truth, he was uncertain of what he sought. Yet, an insistent voice within him urged him to uncover an explanation for Master Yunyangzi's strange ascension. He painstakingly scrutinized every inch of the room, but after a thorough investigation, he found no valuable leads, which only deepened his furrowed brow and intensified his bewilderment. He slowly approached the wardrobe, gently pulling open the doors to reveal a few garments hanging inside. Among them were several plain, unremarkable robes, alongside a few Taoist robes that, by their style and fabric, appeared to be those worn by Master Yunyangzi. Yang Huan sifted through the clothes, his fingers carefully tracing every crease and seam in search of hidden secrets. Yet ultimately found nothing of significance. The wardrobe seemed to conceal no undisclosed items. Next, he turned to the bedside of Master Yunyangzi. He crouched down, cautiously feeling along the edge of the bed, lightly tapping every part of the bed frame, listening intently for any hollow echoes, but detected no anomalies. Standing up, he meticulously lifted the bedding, smoothing it out, inspecting every detail inch by inch, yet still found no hidden mechanisms or secret passages. Just as disappointment began to settle in, his gaze inadvertently swept under the bed. Leaning down slightly, he peered into the depths beneath the bed and suddenly his eyes lit up. He noticed an inconspicuous hidden compartment at one corner. The compartment's color almost blended seamlessly with the wooden floor, making it easily overlooked without careful scrutiny. Yang Huan's heart raced slightly. He took a deep breath to steady himself, then carefully reached out to gently pry open the edge of the hidden compartment. With a soft creak, it slowly yielded. He focused intently, and to his astonishment, he discovered an inky black passageway revealed beneath it. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Huan inhaled deeply and cautiously ventured into the depths of the mysterious passage. Each step was taken with utmost care, wary of triggering any unknown mechanisms or disturbing the secrets lurking in the shadows. As he descended, he gradually entered a small, dim chamber, filled with a musty atmosphere. Yang Huan's gaze swept around, and on the right side of the chamber, he noticed an altar bearing a tablet in the dim light. The altar appeared particularly solemn and imposing, emanating an aura of reverence. Filled with curiosity, Yang Huan approached. Upon reading the inscription on the tablet, he was momentarily taken aback. It boldly proclaimed the spirit tablet of the divine ancestor emperor. This sudden revelation stirred a tempest within him. His brows knitted in confusion as he pondered, why would my master venerate the tablet of an emperor here? What concealed secrets lie behind this? Yang Huan lingered before the tablet, attempting to glean more information from those words. However, apart from the striking inscription, there seemed to be no other clear clues. He gently shook his head, realizing that now was not the time to dwell on this, and turned to look left. To the left of the chamber, an object exuding an eerie aura suddenly caught Yang Huan's attention. Seizing his full focus, it was a translucent container, within which lay some lime, and atop the lime rested an object wrapped in layers of red cloth. The outer surface of the container bore several lines of text, among which the phrase ascending high stood out ominously. Adjacent was the phrase Yunyang, causing Yang Huan's heart to race, an inexplicable unease spreading rapidly within him. Why were these four characters present here? As Yang Huan's gaze fell upon the object, a flash of insight struck him, and a vague memory from a past visit to a museum surged forth. He recalled a scene in which a guide's narration echoed in his ears. This object was used by ancient eunuchs to store their personal items. The phrase ascending high symbolized the desire for promotion upon entering the palace. At that moment, a chilling sensation washed over Yang Huan, causing his hands to tremble involuntarily. Could it be that his master was an eunuch? The thought detonated in his mind like a bomb, plunging his consciousness into chaos and shock. To confirm this shocking hypothesis, Yang Huan took a deep breath, suppressing his inner turmoil, and slowly reached out towards the object wrapped in red cloth. He cautiously untied the bindings, and as the layers of red cloth fell away, a horrifying sight met his eyes. There it was, unmistakably a male organ. Yang Huan's eyes widened in shock and terror, and he instinctively recoiled, nearly collapsing to the ground. How could this be possible? He muttered to himself, his voice trembling with disbelief. Master, how could he possibly be a eunuch? Chapter 24. Who remembers the west wind alone and cold? For Yang Huan, his fear was not merely directed at the identity of a eunuch. Rather, within his established cognitive framework, the notion of a eunuch and the attainment of immortality seemed to lie across an insurmountable chasm. The conjunction of the two was utterly absurd and bizarre, entirely at odds with the principles of cultivation he was familiar with. The strange aura emanating from this revelation sent shivers down his spine, as though he had become ensnared in an absurd labyrinth shrouded in mist. Yet, the harsh reality lay starkly before him. Master Yun Yangzi was indeed a eunuch. This revelation plunged him into a profound inner conflict and turmoil. He could not discern whether he was engulfed by an unparalleled sense of absurdity or a deeply ingrained horror. However, the stubbornness and tenacity inherent in Yang Huan were now fully ignited. He resolved to uncover the truth amidst this tangled web of mysteries. He began to frantically search through the dim confines of the hidden chamber, leaving no corner unexamined for potential clues, his gaze reflecting an almost frenzied dedication and determination. He had a vague sense that the imperial deity enshrined here must be intricately linked to his master. How had his master fallen to the status of a eunuch? Under what circumstances had he established the Yun-Yang sect while still harboring aspirations of immortality? A series of questions weighed heavily upon his heart like a colossal stone, urging him to seek answers without delay. Yang Huan scoured the shadowy confines of the chamber. Yet, despite his fervent efforts and meticulous scrutiny of every minute detail, he could not unearth further clues regarding his master's origins. Ultimately, he chose to concede defeat. As he turned to exit the chamber, his footsteps were slow and heavy, each step seemingly burdened with an insatiable sense of resentment and desolation. At the threshold, he paused. Casting one last glance at the imperial deity and the cherished belongings of his master, his eyes intertwining with complex emotions, he silently contemplated. Very well, if some secrets are destined to remain unknown, let them continue to slumber in this endless darkness as time flows on. With a gentle sigh, he slowly departed from the hidden chamber. Upon returning to his master's quarters, he secured the entrance to the hidden room. Let his master's secret remain forever a secret. Yang Huan emerged from his master's chamber with a grave expression, summoning a young disciple. The disciple appeared to be no more than 10 years old, his face still bearing the remnants of childhood innocence. Yet today, under the somber atmosphere, he instinctively suppressed his usual exuberance. His eyes were filled with awe and unease as he stood silently before Yang Huan, too apprehensive to make a sound. With an undeniable authority, Yang Huan addressed the young disciple. Ensure that this room is locked meticulously. From this moment forth, no one shall enter without my express permission. Upon hearing this, the disciple trembled slightly and quickly nodded, responding, "Yes, Brother Yang. I will certainly follow your orders without the slightest negligence." He hurriedly scurried off to procure the locking mechanism, carefully securing the door. After watching the disciple lock the door, Yang Huan took a deep breath, attempting to quell the tumultuous thoughts that swirled within him. He then set off with heavy steps towards the residence of his fourth junior brother. Zhao Yu.at this moment, the Yun-Yang sect was shrouded in an atmosphere of sorrow and confusion. The young disciples bore expressions of lingering terror and anxiety about the future, huddled in small groups. Whispering about the events that unfolded that morning, their voices laced with unease and dread. Yang Huan navigated through them. He appeared oblivious to his surroundings, not wishing to dwell on these matters. For the time was not yet right. Arriving at Zhao Yu's residence, Yang Huan raised his hand and knocked on the tightly shut door. The door creaked open slowly, revealing the somewhat fatigued, yet still gentle face of Lu Shuiyao. She had been attentively caring for the ailing Zhao Yu, holding a steaming bowl of medicinal soup, preparing to feed him. Upon seeing Yang Huan at the door, Zhao Yu's previously vacant gaze flickered with a trace of subtle comfort and joy. He slightly parted his lips, softly inquiring, "Brother Yang, are you all right?" His voice carried a hint of concern. Yang Huan felt a warmth in his heart and quickly replied, "I am fine, junior brother. Sister has told you about this morning's events, hasn't she?" Zhao Yu nodded gently, a flash of pain and confusion crossing his eyes as he seemed to recall the heart-wrenching scene described by Lu Shuiyao. Yang Huan stepped closer, patting Zhao Yu's shoulder reassuringly, saying, "Do not worry. I will handle these matters moving forward. I understand that you are feeling unsettled now, but we must look ahead." His gaze conveyed determination and responsibility, attempting to instill strength in Zhao Yu. At that moment, Lu Shuiyao lifted her head, her eyes filled with worry as she asked, "Brother Yang, what shall we do next? With Master and the senior brothers and sisters all, what will become of the future of the Yun-Yang sect?" Yang Huan furrowed his brow slightly, pondering for a moment before responding, "I do not yet have a comprehensive plan. We must wait for the group sent down the mountain to return and gather information about the outside situation before making any decisions." His voice was steady and resolute. Despite the confusion he felt within, he had to project calmness and decisiveness in front of his junior siblings. Lu Shuiyao and Zhao Yu had always held Yang Huan in great trust and respect. And although unease lingered in their hearts upon hearing his words, they could only silently nod in agreement, indicating their willingness to follow his lead. Seeing this, Yang Huan chose not to elaborate further. Fearing that his emotions might influence them, he merely reminded Lu Shuiyao to take good care of Zhao Yu before slowly turning to leave. His silhouette appeared somewhat forlorn. In this challenging moment, he understood the immense responsibility he bore and the necessity of finding a way forward. Chapter 25. Disarray. Yang Huan trudged back to his room, which felt particularly cold and desolate at this moment. He had intended to calm himself and contemplate his next course of action. However, the sudden upheaval of the morning had left him directionless. The haunting images of the morning's events echoed in his mind. His master's bizarre state of aspiring for immortality, the fierce and resolute glint in the eyes of his senior brother Cheng Feng, and the tragic despair of the second sister Lin Shixiang as she perished. These scenes entwined around him like a nightmare. He could not fathom why everything had unraveled so swiftly, transforming into something so simple yet so dire. In his confusion, his thoughts drifted back to his earlier experience descending the mountain with Lu Shuiyao. It had been in Qingfeng town, where sunlight bathed the bluestone path, a scene that should have radiated peace and tranquility. The original owner had instructed Lu Shuiyao to return to the inn first. But who could have anticipated that the moment she stepped inside, she would be met with a sudden attack? Meanwhile, the original owner's outing had also met with misfortune. Logically, the original owner should have perished in that assault. Yet here he was, fortuitously traversing into this realm amidst the eerie wilderness, alongside the still terrified Lu Shuiyao. Clearly, both he and Lu Shuiyao had been attacked by the same group and thrown into that jungle. Subsequently, from eavesdropping on the conversations between Cheng Feng and Lin Shi, Yang Huan pieced together a terrifying truth. The original goal of descending the mountain had solely targeted the original owner, but Lin Shi, driven by narrow jealousy typical of women, had altered the plan at the last moment. By bringing Lu Shuiyao along, she intended to eliminate both of them at once, as for the group that had attacked him and Lu Shuiyao. Were they already in collusion with Cheng Feng and Lin Shi, or merely pawns temporarily bought and utilized by them? Yang Huan pondered this question repeatedly, leaning toward the former. After all, if it were merely a case of hiring an assassin on the fly, why would Cheng Feng go to such lengths, even resorting to murder to usurp control of the sect? Nevertheless, regardless of the scenario, Yang Huan was acutely aware that there existed a faction lurking in the shadows, coveting both him and the entire Yunyang sect. As long as they remained, they posed a significant threat that felt like a thorn in his side, and he must find a way to eradicate them completely. Otherwise, this endless danger would forever loom over him. With this thought, Yang Huan's gaze sharpened. He speculated that whether these individuals were already allied with Cheng Feng and Lin Shi or merely opportunistically exploited. There must be some form of communication among them. If he could uncover these critical clues, perhaps he could follow the trail to ensnare those hidden in the dark. With this in mind, Yang Huan could no longer contain his urgency. He instinctively rose and hastily left his room, striding purposefully toward the residence of his senior brother Cheng Feng. Arriving at Cheng Feng's door, he gently pushed it open. The hinges creaking slightly, he knew Cheng Feng had irrevocably departed from this world. Thus he felt no fear. Upon entering the room, Yang Huan surveyed his surroundings, noting that it was clean and orderly. He began to search meticulously, his gaze sharp, leaving no potential hiding place for clues overlooked. After a thorough search, he first discovered several manuals on swordsmanship and knife techniques. Yang Huan carefully stowed the manuals away, feeling a flicker of joy at this unexpected find, for it was undoubtedly a boon for enhancing his own strength. Yet he comprehended that, at this moment, the most pressing matter was to uncover the clues linking Cheng Feng to that group of individuals. However, as he continued to search, apart from a few volumes of ancient texts, it seemed there were no other noteworthy discoveries, which involuntarily furrowed Yang Huan's brow, leaving him awash with confusion and dissatisfaction. Just as he was on the verge of surrendering, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a jade pendant hanging by the wall in the dim light of the room. The pendant emanated a subtle yet distinct luster. Capturing Yang Huan's attention, he approached slowly, reached out to retrieve the pendant, and examined it closely in the palm of his hand. The pendant appeared rather ordinary, its texture smooth and warm, yet it did not possess the characteristics of an extraordinary treasure. Inscribed upon it were the characters Jianglu, rendered in an ancient and orderly script, exuding an air of mysterious charm. Surrounding these characters were some intricate and obscure patterns. These patterns twisted and turned, seemingly forming some enigmatic symbols or images that elicited a sense of bewilderment. Yet Yang Huan felt an instinctive conviction that this pendant held an extraordinary significance. He cautiously stowed the pendant away in the innermost pocket of his garment. A hint of solemnity flickered in his eyes, and he sensed that this pendant might be a vital clue, perhaps leading him to unveil certain truths. Nevertheless, at this moment, he did not wish to overlook any potential hiding places for clues. So he scanned the surroundings once more. Yet upon further inspection, he truly found no other noteworthy discoveries. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Huan resolved to seek out his second senior sister, Lin Shi. In her quarters, he hurriedly made his way to Lin Shi's residence, his heart a mix of anxiety and anticipation, hoping to uncover something of value there. Upon arriving at Lin Shi's door, he took a deep breath and pushed it open. As the door creaked ajar, a faint fragrance wafted out to greet him. It was a unique blend of floral notes and the delicate scent of women's cosmetics, a familiar aroma that stirred a complex emotion within Yang Huan, as though the visage of his second senior sister lingered before him. Yet now, the world had changed, leaving behind only the cold emptiness of the room. The space was adorned with a refined elegance, exuding the unique delicacy of a woman. By the window, several pots of still blooming flowers stood, their petals glistening with dewdrops, as if they had just been meticulously watered, infusing a touch of vitality into the otherwise mournful room. In the wardrobe beside the bed were a few garments commonly worn by Lin Shi, their fabric gently swaying in the breeze, as if their owner had merely stepped away for a moment, poised to return and don them once more. Yang Huan steadied his resolve and began to search the room. He first opened the drawer of the dressing table, which contained various cosmetics, hairpins, and several exquisite little vials, likely used by his second senior sister for health maintenance or as remedies for unforeseen circumstances. He picked up a vial for inspection. The labels bore the names of common herbs, revealing nothing particularly remarkable, prompting him to gently return it to its place. Next, he moved to the cabinet beside the bed and opened its doors, revealing several neatly folded blankets that felt soft and warm to the touch, still retaining a hint of residual body heat. Yet besides these everyday items, he found no clues related to that group of individuals. nor any objects that could illuminate the connection between his senior sister and them. Turning his gaze to the walls, adorned with several calligraphic artworks, he found himself disinterested in their aesthetic appeal, quickly scanning the room to confirm the absence of anything unusual. Reluctantly, he crouched down to inspect beneath the bed. The space was remarkably clean, with only a few small boxes containing miscellaneous items, which upon opening revealed merely old clothing and letters. The contents of the letters were mostly reflections on cultivation experiences penned by his senior sister. Devoid of any whispers of conspiracy, in this room devoid of clues, Yang Huan felt increasingly fatigued, his heart heavy with disappointment and helplessness. He realized that this time, he would likely return empty-handed once more. Yet even so, he was reluctant to relinquish any glimmer of hope. After conducting another thorough search, confirming the absence of any valuable discoveries, he left Lin Shi's room with a dispirited demeanor, slowly making his way back to his own quarters. Upon returning to his room, Yang Huan sank heavily onto the bed, rubbing his temples, his mind swirling with the various discoveries of the day. However, despite his contemplation, there was no substantial progress. He retrieved the volumes of swordplay and knife techniques he had found in Cheng Feng's room. Just as he was about to open them for review, a sudden, urgent knocking echoed from outside, accompanied by hurried footsteps. Yang Huan carefully placed the books aside and opened the door to find a young Taoist boy. It turned out that the young acolyte who had descended the mountain that morning had returned. Chapter 26. The turmoil of the world today. Yang Huan had urgently dispatched the acolyte down the mountain to search for Fu Er and Xiao Shi, insisting that one of them must return to the mountain. This decision was steeped in his profound doubts and unease. Earlier that morning, the startling incident had unfolded, and the sudden appearance of his senior brother Cheng Feng had left him feeling exceedingly perplexed. According to the original plan, Cheng Feng was not expected to return to the sect until at least the following day. Yet reality defied all expectations. He had appeared early, stirring chaos amidst the turmoil. This abnormality stirred a tempest of unrest within Yang Huan, leaving him in a state of constant disquiet. Throughout the day, he had been tirelessly seeking the truth. First, he had laid to rest his second senior sister, whose life had been tragically extinguished. Then, he had searched for clues in his master's quarters, followed by a hurried visit to Cheng Feng's residence, leaving no corner unexamined. Subsequently, he had entered Lin Shi's room with a heart full of complex emotions, hoping to uncover some insight. Every task weighed heavily upon him, pressing down on his heart and leaving him no respite for other concerns. Only when he finally regained his senses did he realize that night had completely fallen. The once vibrant sun long set, leaving a shroud of twilight enveloping the entirety of Yunyang's sect. It was then that he belatedly recognized that he had not consumed a drop of water all day. His throat felt parched, as if aflame, and his lips were cracked and dry. After securing the texts, he opened the door, forcing himself to maintain composure as he regarded the acolyte, his voice slightly hoarse as he instructed. "Please wait a moment. I shall be right there." With that, he turned and swiftly returned to his room, approaching the table to grasp the water jug, tilting it back to drink deeply. The cool liquid coursed down his throat, alleviating his unbearable thirst and awakening him somewhat. Subsequently, Yang Huan adjusted his somewhat disheveled attire before following the acolyte outside. The two proceeded briskly, soon arriving at the main hall of the sect. There, two other acolytes awaited, evidently having journeyed tirelessly. Their faces bore the marks of fatigue, breaths coming in quick gasps as they drank deeply from their water jugs. Upon seeing Yang Huan, the two acolytes hurriedly set down their vessels and bowed respectfully, exclaiming in unison, "Greetings, Senior Brother Yang." Their voices conveyed a blend of respect and trepidation. Observing the two somewhat inexperienced acolytes before him, Yang Huan furrowed his brow slightly, pointing to the acolyte who had descended the mountain with Cheng Feng the previous day, and inquired, "Are you Fu Er or Xiao Shi?" Upon hearing this, the acolyte's eyes flickered with confusion, seemingly puzzled as to why Yang Huan did not recognize him. However, he quickly masked that bewilderment, offering a shy and reserved response. "Senior Brother Yang, I am Xiao Shi." Yang Huan keenly detected the hint of uncertainty in Xiao Shi's gaze. He sighed softly, his expression weary as he explained, "I suffered a severe head injury when I descended the mountain, and many names and events have become clouded in my memory, rendering them difficult to recall in the current climate of the sect. With the passing of his master, senior brother, and second senior sister. The secrets that once needed to be concealed now seemed inconsequential to young Huan. At that moment, another acolyte, who usually attended to his master, stepped forward, slightly bowing his head, a hint of nervousness and unease on his face. Senior brother Yang, everyone usually calls me Xiao Chengzi. After descending the mountain, I managed to locate Fu Er and Xiao Shi, and following your instructions, I had Fu Er remain in the town to complete the procurement tasks, and then hurried back with Xiao Shi. Throughout the journey, we dared not slacken our pace, but if we have returned late, please do not hold it against us, senior brother. As he spoke, Xiao Chengzi's head lowered further, a trace of guilt evident on his face, as if fearing Yang Huan's wrath over their delay. Yang Huan looked up to see beads of sweat dotting Xiao Chengzi's youthful face, his chest heaving rapidly, clearly having rushed without pause. Yang Huan understood that the boy was likely apprehensive of his potential anger over their tardiness and truth. From the moment he had descended the mountain until this hurried return, Yang Huan was aware that, based on time and distance, they must have pressed on without a moment's delay, striving to fulfill his instructions as swiftly as possible. This sense of responsibility warmed Yang Huan's heart. He slightly lifted the corners of his mouth, offering a weary yet gentle smile as he replied softly, "Not at all. You have done exceedingly well with that." He waved a hand, seemingly to dispel Xiao Chengzi's unease. Then, he turned his attention to Xiao Shi, his eyes revealing a sense of urgency and gravity. "Xiao Shi, I would like to inquire about your journey yesterday with Fu Er and the senior brother. When did you descend the mountain? What activities did you engage in along the way? Please recount these events in detail, leaving no aspect unmentioned." Yang Huan's voice was low and resolute, each word seemingly imbued with immense weight. Resonating directly in Xiao Shi's ears, Xiao Shi gently raised her head, a flicker of reminiscence crossing her eyes. After organizing her thoughts, she replied, "In response to Brother Yang, we descended the mountain yesterday at the hour of C. Accompanied by our senior brother. By the time we reached the town, it was already the hour of Shun. The journey had left us somewhat fatigued, so we took a moment to rest before commencing our procurement activities in the town." Xiao Shi paused, swallowing hard, then continued, "Throughout the procurement process, everything proceeded smoothly. When we had nearly completed our tasks, around the end of the hour of you, we sought refuge in an inn to rest. However, it was then that our senior brother suddenly expressed the need to step out for an errand, instructing us to continue our procurement tasks in the town the following day. He mentioned that if he had not returned by then, we should return to the mountain first. Should he return, we would reconvene at the hour of high today and return to the sect together." Xiao Shi's voice trembled slightly, perhaps in fear that her response would not meet Yang Huan's satisfaction. She cautiously observed his expression, her eyes reflecting her tension, and her hands instinctively intertwined as she awaited his next inquiry or directive. As Xiao Shi recounted, Cheng Feng indeed descended the mountain yesterday. However, upon reaching the town and completing some procurement, he left Fu Er and Xiao Shi there to continue gathering supplies. By normal estimates of pace and time, he had ample opportunity to return to the sect. Yang Huan pondered silently. His urgent return likely stemmed from concerns about his plans and the possibility of unforeseen complications. Thus, he hastened back to oversee matters personally, ensuring everything would proceed without a hitch. With this in mind, Yang Huan felt he had begun to grasp the contours of the mystery, though it remained somewhat murky. He nevertheless had a general direction. He steadied himself and pressed on with his questioning. "Xiao Shi, during your journey, did the senior brother mention any unusual occurrences or utter any peculiar remarks?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Shi furrowed her brow, her face reflecting a struggle to recall. After a moment, she slowly replied, "Brother Yang, now that you mention it, the senior brother did say some things along the way, though at the time, they did not strike me as particularly odd. However, your inquiry now casts them in a different light. He remarked that the world below the mountain has grown increasingly chaotic and urged us to exercise extra caution during our procurement, advising us to avoid unnecessary troubles. Furthermore, he emphasized that in this tumultuous era, only by closely following him could we ensure our safety, promising to do everything in his power to protect us." A hint of uncertainty and doubt tinged Xiao Shi's voice, as if she too was contemplating the deeper meaning behind the senior brother's words. "The world is chaotic. Is it really that tumultuous?" Yang Huan's gaze flickered with confusion. After a brief pause, he inquired again, "Has the senior brother previously conveyed similar sentiments to you?" At this juncture, Xiao Cheng standing nearby, hesitated before stepping forward cautiously, saying, in response to Brother Yang, the senior brother has indeed expressed similar sentiments in the past. Perhaps you do not recall, but when you descended the mountain previously, you also cautioned us about the chaos of the world and urged us to be vigilant. However, the senior brother did not emphasize the need to closely follow him as he has this time. Xiao Cheng's voice gradually diminished, and as she glanced at Xiao Shi and then back at Yang Huan, her eyes revealed a mix of reverence and unease. Yang Huan listened attentively to their words. His hands clasped behind his back as he paced slowly around the hall. After a moment, he halted, inhaling deeply, a contemplative expression settling on his face. Why now? He had pieced together the essence of the situation. The previously scattered clues began to coalesce in his mind, forming a clear yet ominous outline. He raised his head to look at Xiao Shi and Xiao Cheng, a weary yet gentle smile gracing his features as he spoke. You have both worked hard today. After such a long journey, you must be exhausted. Please, go and have your meal, and rest early afterward. His tone conveyed genuine concern and understanding, reflecting his role as a caring elder brother. Xiao Shi and Xiao Cheng exchanged glances, gratitude evident in their eyes as they replied in unison, "Thank you for your concern, Brother Yang. We shall take our leave now." With that, the two bowed slightly and turned to exit slowly. Once they departed, the hall was left in solitude, with only Yang Huan remaining. The candlelight flickered gently in the breeze, casting shadows on the walls that seemed to narrate the day's tumultuous events. Yang Huan stood in quiet contemplation for a spell before realizing he was feeling somewhat hungry. Wearily, he made his way toward the dining hall. The dining hall was infused with a brisk chill. Having long passed mealtime, with only a few acolytes tidying up the remnants. Noticing Yang Huan's arrival, a couple of acolytes prepared to reheat some food for him, but Yang Huan gestured for them to attend to their tasks. Opting instead to find a corner to sit, observing the now cold dishes, he paid little heed and mechanically began to consume the food, tasting little. After satiating his hunger, Yang Huan took a brief respite before heading toward Lu Shuiyao's quarters. Inside Lu Shuiyao's room, a dim golden light glowed, the faint radiance appearing especially warm amidst the enveloping darkness, yet imbued with a sense of melancholy. Yang Huan gently knocked on the door, and after a moment, it creaked open, revealing Lu Shuiyao's somewhat weary yet still gentle visage. Her eyes reflected a blend of fatigue and concern, perhaps still haunted by the bloody upheaval of the day, or perhaps clouded by uncertainty regarding the future of Yunyang's sect. Like a shadow looming over her heart. Alternatively, she may have sensed Yang Huan's impending visit, waiting in her room for solace and guidance from him. Upon seeing Yang Huan, a flicker of relief washed over Lu Shuiyao's face, as if his presence provided her a semblance of stability in these tumultuous times. The room was suffused with a delicate fragrance, yet it did little to dispel the weight of the atmosphere. Yang Huan inhaled deeply, gazing at Lu Shuiyao as he slowly began, "Junior sister, I have gathered a general understanding of today's events. With master, senior brother, and senior sister all absent, we must strategize for the days ahead. After much contemplation, I believe that dispersing the acolytes may be a viable solution. What do you think?" His voice was low and hoarse, tinged with weariness and resignation, yet his eyes bore an unmistakable determination. As if he had thoroughly weighed his options, Lu Shuiyao, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, a look of shock and concern crossing her face. She lifted her gaze to meet Yang Huan's, her eyes filled with confusion and reluctance as she softly replied, "Brother Yang, disperse everyone. Is that not rather hasty? These acolytes are a part of our sect, most of whom have grown up here and hold deep affection for it. Moreover, with the chaos in the outside world, where can they go if they leave the sect?" Her voice trembled slightly, tears glistening in her eyes, as she found it unbearable to witness the familiar faces disperse. Furthermore, in such tumultuous times, their fates would become uncertain should they depart. Yang Huan furrowed his brow. He understood Lu Shuiyao's concerns all too well. He sighed softly and replied, "It is not my desire to take such action. However, if we remain, we cannot guarantee their safety. It is likely that there are still individuals watching us from the shadows. The fewer people we have, the less conspicuous we become, perhaps allowing us to better navigate the impending crisis. I recognize that this is a difficult decision, which is why I sought your counsel. Dio, you have a better suggestion?" A glimmer of hope flickered in Yang Huan's eyes as he awaited a constructive proposal from Lu Shuiyao to help him address the current predicament. Lu Shuiyao lowered her head in silence, her hands tightly clasped together, her mind torn in conflict. She understood the validity of Yang Huan's words, yet she found it unbearable to witness the acolytes parting. The room fell into a profound silence, the dim golden light swaying gently in the breeze, as if sighing for the arduous choice at hand. After a long moment, Lu Shuiyao gradually raised her head, determination shining in her eyes. Brother Yang, this place holds an irreplaceable significance for me. I cannot bear to leave. Moreover, if you are truly set on dispersing everyone, might it be wiser to inquire about the acolytes' wishes? If they desire to leave, we could provide them with sufficient funds for their sustenance, granting them a means to establish themselves. Conversely, if they wish to stay, let us remain together and weather the storm. Listening to Lu Shuiyao's words, Yang Huan's previously furrowed brow began to relax, a spark of recognition illuminating his gaze as he replied, "Indeed, junior sister, your proposal is quite feasible. Regardless, having granted them the right to choose can be considered an act of utmost benevolence. Tomorrow morning, we shall summon them for inquiries." Lu Shuiyao gently bit her lip and continued, "I still suggest we question them today. After all, so much has transpired during the day that must have left them in a state of turmoil, making it difficult for them to find rest tonight. Providing them with a clear explanation now would enable them to make plans early." Yang Huan nodded slightly and then inquired, "If we decide to disperse them, we will need to prepare some silver. Do you know where the silver is kept?" Lu Shuiyao quickly replied, "The key to the storeroom has always been entrusted to me for safekeeping. Let us go there to take stock." Yang Huan nodded again, and the two rose together, leaving the room and heading towards the storeroom. Upon arriving, they unlocked the door. Inside the storeroom, rows of neatly arranged shelves held various medicinal pills, herbs, and silver. Yang Huan and Lu Shuiyao approached and meticulously counted the quantities. Observing the abundance of items on the shelves, Yang Huan silently mused that the Yunyang sect's resources were still quite substantial, preventing them from falling into dire straits. After tallying the required sum of silver, they made a trip to Zhao Yu's room to explain the situation. Zhao Yu agreed with Lu Shuiyao's proposal. Having been an orphan since childhood, taken in by Master Yunyangzi at a young age, he had nowhere to go if they were truly to disperse. After Lu Shuiyao informed him of the morning's events, he had already resolved that, even if danger lay ahead, he would rather perish within the Yunyang sect. With Zhao Yu's agreement, Yang Huan quickly supported him, and together with Lu Shuiyao, they proceeded to the hall. As they gathered, the young disciples arrived one after another, their faces still bearing the fear and unease left by the day's upheaval, their eyes filled with confusion and dread for the future. Standing at the front of the hall, Yang Huan regarded the youthful faces with a grave expression, inhaled deeply, and spoke. "Dear junior brothers and sisters, I have gathered you here for an important matter we must discuss. Our master, as well as our senior brother and second sister, are no longer with us, and the Yunyang sect will soon face certain crises. Considering everyone's safety, Zhao Shidi, Lu Shimi, and I have contemplated dispersing the sect, allowing you to seek your own paths. However, we are acutely aware of the chaos outside. Leaving this place may not guarantee your safety. Therefore, we wish to offer you a choice. Should you choose to depart, we will provide you with sufficient silver to help you settle temporarily. If you choose to remain, we shall stand together to defend the Yunyang sect and confront the challenges ahead. Whatever decision you make, we hope you will consider it carefully, as it pertains to your futures." As soon as Yang Huan's words fell, the hall was engulfed in a profound silence. The young disciples exchanged glances, their eyes filled with reluctance and turmoil. Moments later, Shaocheng stepped forward and declared loudly, "Yang Shixiang, I shall not leave. The Yunyang sect is my home. My master has shown me immense kindness. Now that he is gone, how can I abandon it at this moment? I wish to stay and protect the Yunyang sect alongside my brothers and sisters, and no matter the difficulties we face, I shall not retreat." His words struck like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring ripples of resolve among the others. The other disciples echoed, "I will not leave. I want to stay." At this moment, a disciple named Xiao Shi stepped forward and asked, "Yang Shixiang, I also wish to remain. But what can we do if we stay? With our master and senior brothers and sisters gone, must we not train harder to safeguard the Yunyang sect?" His eyes revealed a mix of confusion, yet also determination and resolve. Yang Huan nodded slightly and replied, Xiaoxi is right. From now on, those who choose to stay must train with even greater diligence and unity. I will do my utmost to guide your training, enhancing our strength. Simultaneously, we must fortify the sect's defenses and prepare for any dangers that may arise. Upon hearing Yang Huan's words, the disciples nodded in agreement, their expressions gradually reflecting determination and confidence. Lu Shuiyao observed this scene, warmth flooding her heart. She stepped forward and addressed the disciples. Dear junior brothers and sisters, I am truly moved that you all choose to stay. From this day forth, regardless of the difficulties we may encounter, we shall face them together. I, along with Yang Shixiang and Zhao Shixiang, will take good care of everyone. Zhao Yu added from the side, indeed, we must all strive together. Though his voice was soft, it resonated with strength, uplifting the spirits of the disciples. Yang Huan gazed at the young disciples, feeling a swell of emotions. He understood that from this moment onward, he had truly taken on a heavy responsibility. The road ahead was long and fraught with turmoil. Thus, it was time to claim a foothold and establish their dominion. Chapter 28. The celestial sword strikes. 2 days later, Fu Er returned successfully from the mountain with supplies. Upon hearing of the various upheavals within the sect, a flicker of shock and sorrow crossed his face. However, that expression soon transformed into determination as he resolutely expressed his desire to remain in the Yunyang sect. Yang Huan had previously found several tomes at the residence of senior brother Cheng Feng and, after careful consideration, selected a manual on cultivation techniques and another on swordsmanship. With a grave demeanor, he handed these 2 texts to Lu Shuiyao, earnestly stating, Shimi, the sect faces a crisis. We must swiftly enhance our strength. Please take the junior brothers and sisters and diligently study these 2 manuals whenever time permits, committing to practice earnestly, for it is imperative that we elevate our cultivation to safeguard the Yunyang sect in the face of future challenges. Lu Shuiyao accepted the manuals, nodding gently, her gaze revealing a hint of resolve as she replied, Rest assured, Yang Shixiang, I will ensure that everyone trains diligently and will not disappoint your expectations. In the following days, Zhao Yu's injuries from the alchemy room explosion had improved significantly. He was no longer as incapacitated as before and no longer required assistance to go outdoors. He was acutely aware that the sect was in a precarious state, so he immersed himself in the fragrant alchemy room, researching alchemical techniques in hopes of concocting more potent elixirs for unforeseen circumstances. At the same time, he resumed the martial arts he had long neglected, pouring all his energy into it, determined to bolster the Yunyang sect's defenses. Meanwhile, Yang Huan was engrossed in a peculiar sword manual entitled The Celestial Sword Strikes. To Yang Huan, the title seemed excessively grandiose, eliciting profound curiosity and skepticism. As he opened the manual, he was met with a line of ancient, powerful characters that seemed to carry an enigmatic force. Instantly capturing his attention, it was a warning left by a predecessor who had once practiced this manual. When the sword strikes, if one fails to vanquish the enemy, a singular fate awaits the practitioner, death and dissolution of the path. This succinct phrase pierced Yang Huan's heart like a sharp blade, making him acutely aware of the manual's ferocity and the dangers inherent in its practice. As he delved deeper, Yang Huan discovered that the manual was divided into 9 styles. Each illustration was vividly rendered, as if each stroke contained boundless sword intent. 2 days later, Yang Huan resolutely embarked on his journey of mastering this sword manual. Every morning, before the first rays of sunlight fully illuminated the earth, and while the world remained enveloped in a shroud of hazy silence, he would venture alone into a tranquil valley. The valley was filled with a faint mist, like a delicate veil draping over the land, and the surroundings were so serene that only the whispers of the wind and the occasional clear chirping of birds could be heard. Resembling a secluded paradise, rarely visited by humans, the valley was home to a large and a small unicorn, lazily basking in the sun, adding an air of mystery and tranquility to the silent landscape. Throughout this period of cultivation, a question lingered in Yang Huan's mind. He had learned that most of the young disciples in the sect were orphans, either taken in by their master during his early descents or brought back by senior brother, second sister, or himself during their own journeys. However, Lu Shuiyao was an exception. Though she had joined the sect for only about 2 years, her profound attachment to the Yunyang sect puzzled Yang Huan. Had something occurred in her family, or did she harbor some unspoken secret? Yet, Yang Huan refrained from directly inquiring. He thought that if Lu Shuiyao was willing, she would eventually choose to share her past with him. In these chaotic times, everyone held their own secrets. He was prepared to offer Lu Shuiyao the trust and time she needed to decide whether to disclose her history. 20 silent days and nights slipped by, during which Yang Huan found himself immersed in a realm of swordplay. He dedicated himself wholeheartedly to his training, diligently studying each move and stance within the manual until he attained a level of mastery. The once unfamiliar and mysterious manual had now transformed into a fierce weapon in his hands. The sword moved with his heart, and his heart became one with the sword. It was as if he had become the master of the manual, capable of wielding the boundless power it contained. Simultaneously, Zhao Yu was hard at work, fully utilizing his expertise in alchemy, busily toiling away in the fragrant alchemy room. After countless attempts and diligent research, he successfully concocted several more compact explosives. Though diminutive in size, these explosives harbored immense power, akin to pocket-sized treasures concealing formidable strength. They were meticulously stored away for unforeseen circumstances, becoming the clandestine weapons of Yunyang's sect in addressing potential threats. During this period, under Yang Huan's leadership, Zhao Yu and Lu Shuiyao offered their full support. United in purpose, they gradually found a semblance of stability in their lives following the demise of their master and others. While the days were unremarkable, each heart brimmed with hopeful aspirations for the future. Yet, as time flowed on, the day to descend the mountain for supplies arrived once more. On the surface, Yunyang's sect appeared tranquil, untouched by peril, but a shadow of unease lingered in Yang Huan's heart. He was acutely aware that as long as the faction allied with his senior brother remained unvanquished, danger lurked like a serpent in the dark, poised to strike with lethal force. Yang Huan felt that through this period of cultivation, he had undergone a qualitative leap in his abilities. Not only had he successfully mastered the Zhangqiong Yijianzhan, but thanks to the nurturing essence of the nine-tailed fox and the miraculous enhancement of the Shen Hong fruit, his strength had transformed beyond recognition. Now, he brimmed with confidence, believing that at least in the face of ordinary threats, he could safeguard himself, no longer feeling as fragile and helpless as before. With this conviction, Yang Huan resolved to seize the opportunity of this descent to seek out and eliminate the faction allied with his senior brother, thereby eradicating the potential crisis threatening Yunyang's sect and securing a tranquil future for both himself and the sect. That evening, Yang Huan approached Lu Shuiyao, his expression grave as he laid bare his plans, seeking her support. Initially, upon hearing his intentions, Lu Shuiyao's face manifested concern, vehemently opposing Yang Huan's reckless endeavor. She understood the perilous unknowns of this journey, fearing for his safety. Zhao Yu chimed in, urging Yang Huan to refrain from taking unnecessary risks, advocating for the need to fortify the sect and bide their time. However, Yang Huan's resolve was unshakable. He gazed steadfastly at Lu Shuiyao and Zhao Yu, speaking earnestly. Junior sister, junior brother, I comprehend your apprehensions, but we cannot remain idle. As long as the threat persists, we shall never find peace. Why cultivation has progressed significantly, and I will exercise utmost caution. This descent represents our proactive strike against the looming crisis. Should we miss this opportunity, we will be left vulnerable when the enemy strikes. For the future of Yunyang's sect, and for all of us to genuinely live in peace on this land, I must go. Listening to Yang Huan's words, though Lu Shuiyao and Zhao Yu remained apprehensive, they were moved by his determination and sense of duty. They recognized that his decision stemmed not from impulsiveness, but from careful deliberation. Ultimately, under Yang Huan's persistent persuasion, Lu Shuiyao and Zhao Yu reluctantly acquiesced, urging him to exercise caution and return safely. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the clouds, illuminating the mountain path as Yang Huan set forth, accompanied by Xiao Chengzi and Xiao Shi. Meanwhile, Lu Shuiyao and Zhao Yu stood at the sect's entrance, their eyes filled with worry and reluctance as they watched their figures gradually fade from view until they disappeared at the road's end. They silently prayed for Yang Huan's journey to be successful and for his safe return to Yunyang's sect. Chapter 29. The Witch's Shrine. Traversing the winding path down the mountain, Yang Huan wore an expression of seriousness. His steps hurried yet imbued with caution. He understood that this descent was fraught with peril, each step potentially concealing a deadly threat. Xiao Chengzi, Xiao Shi. Yang Huan paused, turning to face the two young disciples, his gaze resolute yet caring. Upon reaching Qingfeng town, you both shall adhere to our prior discussion and procure various supplies. This task is of paramount importance, concerning the livelihood and safety of our sect. We cannot afford the slightest negligence. Once all matters are concluded, return to the mountain immediately without delay." Xiao Qingzi and Xiao Shi exchanged hesitant glances, acutely aware that Yang Huan's intentions were to protect them while also seeking to uncover clues and eliminate hazards more effectively. They understood their limitations and, despite their worries, knew they could not assist Yang Huan significantly at this moment. Gritting their teeth, they nodded in agreement. "Elder brother Yang, rest assured, we will complete the procurement swiftly and return post-haste. While you are alone outside, please exercise caution and take care of yourself." Before long, the somewhat weathered outline of Qingfeng town came into view. Yang Huan once more surveyed his surroundings, confirming no anomalies before parting ways with Xiao Qingzi and Xiao Shi. He proceeded alone, carrying some silver coins, the small explosives painstakingly devised by Zhao Yu, and a sword at his waist. He had also donned a plain Taoist robe, attempting to blend into the crowd with this unremarkable attire. Upon entering Qingfeng town, his eyes were immediately drawn to a broad yet somewhat dilapidated main street. Flanking the thoroughfare were unevenly spaced buildings, predominantly wooden structures, some appearing precariously close to collapse from the ravages of wind and rain. The foot traffic was sparse, with only a few ragged children playing at the roadside, their laughter starkly jarring in the town's overall silence. Despite Qingfeng town's considerable size, its location at the border between Qian and Liang kingdoms subjected it to constant strife, rendering the inhabitants' lives unstable. This tumultuous backdrop lent the town a curious blend of splendor and desolation. Scattered along the main street were a few merchants, including a shop selling coarse linen garments, with faded fabrics and outdated styles resembling memories long obscured by time. Alongside it was a general store offering simple provisions, where the merchandise was haphazardly arranged, reflecting the owner's struggles. Occasionally, a heavily laden cart would rumble past, stirring up a cloud of dust, the sound of hooves echoing in the empty street, further enhancing the sense of solitude. Suddenly, Yang Huan's mind conjured the image of the lecherous middle-aged man from the forest and the mention of the Jiao gang. During the battle with the monster, that man had screamed in desperation that they were captured by the Jiao gang of Qingfeng town to feed the evil dragon. However, upon reflection, Yang Huan reasoned that he might have deliberately misled them to divert attention towards the cave, framing others instead. Moreover, to date, there was no definitive evidence linking his senior brother to the Jiao gang. Nonetheless, the gang remained one of his few leads. Yang Huan strolled leisurely down the main street, his gaze seemingly casual yet keenly attentive to every detail. In a shabby tavern by the roadside, several disheveled men were boisterously drinking, their voices rough and unrefined. At a nearby blacksmith shop, sparks flew as the smith hammered a glowing piece of iron, the rhythmic clanging resonating through the air. In a corner not far off, an old beggar huddled, his vacant gaze fixed on the distance, as if he were a soul forgotten by the world. Suddenly, Yang Huan's keen senses detected a cacophony of footsteps approaching from behind, as if a multitude were converging towards a common destination. He halted, turning to glance back, and was surprised to see the previously desolate road now bustling with hurried figures. Some appeared anxious, while others bore expressions of eager anticipation, all hastening towards a particular point ahead. Filled with curiosity, Yang Huan quickened his pace to keep up with the throng, hoping to discern the cause of the commotion. As he drew nearer, he reached out and grabbed the arm of a burly man passing by. The man, with a rugged appearance and an overwhelming scent of alcohol and sweat, surveyed Yang Huan with a mix of disdain and amusement, as if regarding an uninformed simpleton. With a smirk, he replied mockingly, "You little Taoist, have you just emerged from the depths of the mountains? You don't know? Today is the day of the witch's shrine opening. Everyone is rushing there to seek blessings." With that, he forcefully shrugged off Yang Huan's hand and continued striding forth towards the shrine. The moment Yang Huan heard the words witch's shrine, his mind exploded with realization. As though struck by a thunderbolt, his thoughts spiraled back to that dreadful morning when he had cleaved his senior brother into 3 pieces, just as the latter gasped for breath, exclaiming, "Let the witch possess me." Following that, a series of bizarre and terrifying events had unfolded. His senior brother's body seemed to be controlled by some malevolent force, swiftly morphing into a grotesque monster. A flicker of caution crossed Yang Huan's eyes as he pondered the implications. Who would have thought that this seemingly ordinary Qingfeng town concealed a temple associated with that terrifying witch? What secrets lay hidden behind this facade? What intricate connections existed between this and his senior brother's fate? Determined, he resolved to follow the crowd to uncover the truth. Yang Huan adjusted his Taoist robe, took a deep breath, and blended into the crowd, making his way towards the enigmatic Which Immortal Temple. Chapter 30. Xin Yangzi. As the throng of people surged forward like a rising tide, the outline of a temple, exuding an air of eerie mystique while appearing quite resplendent, gradually became discernible in the distance. Outside the temple, a multitude of citizens had already gathered, some bearing expressions of piety, while others exhibited a hint of curiosity and anticipation. The bustling crowd formed a cacophonous yet slightly mysterious scene. In front of the temple stood two young Taoist acolytes, their expressions solemn as they methodically maintained order. Their vigilant gazes swept over the throng, ensuring that the process of entering the temple proceeded in an orderly fashion. Yang Huan approached discreetly, his eyes fixed intently on the two acolytes clad in Taoist robes. He observed them occasionally halting individuals to inquire a question or two before permitting them entry. When it was Yang Huan's turn, the two acolytes, noticing he too was donned in a Taoist robe, momentarily hesitated. Subsequently, one of them politely clasped his hands and inquired, "May I ask, esteemed Taoist friend, from whence do you hail?" With a tranquil demeanor, Yang Huan replied unhurriedly, "I am but a wandering practitioner. Having heard of the illustrious reputation of this Which Immortal Temple, I was compelled by curiosity to pay my respects." The two acolytes, upon hearing this, showed no suspicion and directly allowed him entry. Yang Huan stepped steadily into the temple, and as soon as he crossed the threshold, an inexplicable chill surged from his feet upwards. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld an immense statue enshrined in the main hall of the temple. The statue's form was exceedingly peculiar, making it difficult to discern which creature it represented at first glance. Its size resembled that of a gigantic rat, yet its sharp snout, elongated body, and eyes glimmering with an unearthly light suggested a weasel instead. Its ears stood erect, seemingly attuned to the ambient sounds. Its claws were sharp and curved, poised to pounce upon unsuspecting prey. Its long and agile tail appeared like a whip dancing in the dark. It stood silently, as if gazing at the world from the depths of a shadowy abyss, emanating an unsettling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. The surface of the statue seemed coated in a layer of inky black paint, glimmering with a sinister sheen in the dimly lit temple. As if whispering untold secrets, a chill crept into Yang Huan's heart as he mused, could this be the so-called Which Immortal? What malevolent force lurks behind such a grotesque visage? How is it intertwined with my senior brother's fate? Feigning reverence, Yang Huan slightly lowered his head, yet his eyes darted around like a cunning fox, keenly observing his surroundings. At that moment, the murmurs of the common folk, filled with fervent supplications, drifted through the air like wisps of a chilling breeze. "May the Which Immortal bless my daughter-in-law with a healthy son. May the Which Immortal grant my husband relief from illness." The chorus of wishes echoed with a yearning for life and an undercurrent of helplessness, amplifying the absurdity and eeriness of the atmosphere in this foreboding temple. Yang Huan pondered silently, what power does such a sinister entity possess to fulfill the desires of the masses? Just as he was enveloped in perplexity, a figure glided silently beside him like a specter. Yang Huan lifted his gaze to find an elderly man standing before him. This elder, stooped and wizened, bore a face reminiscent of a wily fox, with a pointed chin and elongated eyes that shimmered with a strange light, exuding an indescribable aura of enigma. His Taoist robe hung loosely on his frame, swaying slightly with his movements, as if countless eyes lurked beneath the fabric, concealing unknown secrets. The elder's gaze slithered over Yang Huan like a cold serpent's tongue, ultimately resting upon his Taoist robe, before he rasped in a low, gravelly voice, "What brings you here, young Taoist?" Maintaining an impassive faade, Yang Huan replied with serene composure, bowing slightly, "I am merely a wandering practitioner, having long heard of the esteemed reputation of this Which Immortal Temple, and thus came to pay my respects." The elder narrowed his eyes slightly, the glimmer within them intensifying as he scrutinized Yang Huan from head to toe. He then inquired, "Might I ask your Taoist name?" Yang Huan's thoughts raced, yet he maintained a calm exterior as he replied, "I am known as Yu Qianzi." The elder's lips curled into a subtle smile, akin to a fleeting, enigmatic light in the night sky, elusive and unfathomable. "We are all of the Taoist lineage." There is no need for formalities. His voice resonated with a hint of decay and eeriness, as though it emerged from a long-forgotten crypt. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Huan asked, "Forgive my boldness, but may I inquire your esteemed Taoist name?" The elder's gaze flickered, and he responded slowly, "I am Xin Yangzi." Yang Huan promptly clasped his hands respectfully, exclaiming, "So it is the revered Xin Yangzi. I have long admired your name." Xin Yangzi's gaze, deep as an abyss, once again traversed Yang Huan, as if seeking to penetrate his very essence. He then asked, "By your attire, it appears you are either a traveler or have a specific destination in mind." Yang Huan's thoughts raced, yet his demeanor remained as tranquil as still water. He clasped his hands and replied, "I am indeed traveling to broaden my horizons, and upon passing through Qingfeng town, I heard of the renowned Witch Immortal Temple. Curiosity compelled me to come and seek a glimpse, hoping to partake in some celestial fortune." Xin Yangzi's lips curled upward slightly, revealing a smile that was as elusive as a fleeting glow in the night sky. Observing this, Yang Huan seized the moment to propose. "Might I be so bold as to request a night's lodging at your esteemed temple after this tiring journey?" Xin Yangzi smiled gently, imbued with an air of mystery and eeriness, stating, "As members of the Taoist community, we ought to look after one another." With that, he instructed a young acolyte to guide Yang Huan to a lodging in the temple's rear courtyard. Yang Huan, astonished by the unexpectedly warm reception from the seemingly strange elder, felt a growing sense of unease enveloping the place. Chapter 31. Puppet Show. After expressing his gratitude to Xin Yangzi, Yang Huan followed the young acolyte into the rear courtyard. Along the way, he discreetly observed his surroundings. The courtyard was shrouded in a faint mist, reminiscent of a ghostly veil, drifting across the ground and evoking a surreal yet oppressive atmosphere. The stone pathway beneath his feet was somewhat slick, occasionally revealing dark crimson stains, remnants of time, or perhaps traces of unspoken events from the past. Feigning casual curiosity, Yang Huan inquired of the young acolyte, "Is the Witch Immortal Temple open daily?" The acolyte blinked, his youthful face reflecting a touch of innocence as he replied, "No, it is only open on the first day of each month. Today happens to be an open day, hence the multitude of visitors." Yang Huan nodded slightly before continuing, "Are there any attractions in this town on ordinary days?" The acolyte's eyes brightened with excitement as he exclaimed, "You have arrived at just the right time. Tonight, there will be a puppet show on West Street, specially prepared to please the Witch Immortal. It's said to be quite spectacular." Yang Huan listened intently, yet his heart remained vigilant. Before long, they arrived at a resting place. Along the way, Yang Huan noticed that many of the visitors were women, some fervently praying in hushed tones, while others gazed around with a dazed expression. A few held peculiar objects in their hands, small dolls woven from straw and unknown bones, smeared with a dark crimson liquid that exuded a faint, unsettling odor. The young acolyte led Yang Huan through a winding path until they reached a secluded room. The room's furnishings were exceedingly simple, consisting of a wooden bed and a plain chair. Despite the sparse and worn items, the space was impeccably clean, likely due to the frequent visits from pilgrims. Turning to Yang Huan, the acolyte softly said, "Esteemed Taoist, please take a moment to rest here. I shall bring you food shortly. Our Witch Immortal Temple has few formalities. You may roam about if you wish, but do ensure your safety with that." He bowed slightly and exited the room, gently closing the door behind him. Yang Huan surveyed the simplicity of the room, yet he did not allow his guard to lower. He approached the bed, sitting down and running his fingers lightly over the rough edge of the bed frame, his thoughts drifting back to the bizarre sights he had witnessed in the temple, the strange statue, the fervent yet somewhat blind worshippers, and Xin Yangzi's unfathomable gaze and demeanor, each presenting a riddle. As dusk began to fall, it seemed to be the end of the evening hour. Yang Huan and his companions had descended the mountain at the hour of the dragon, having only consumed a meager ration of dry food along the way. Arriving at the town without pausing for rest, he now felt a pang of hunger as he Saturday. Moments later, a gentle knock broke the silence of the room, and Yang Huan stood alert, calling out, "Who is it?" "Esteemed Taoist, it is I, bringing your meal," came the young acolyte's innocent voice from outside the door. Yang Huan opened the door to find the acolyte steadying a tray in his hands, upon which lay several simple vegetable dishes and a bowl of brown rice. Though devoid of any fleshly indulgence, this enigmatic temple exudes a faint aura of earthly warmth. The young acolyte placed the meal upon the table, lifting his gaze with a flicker of excitement in his eyes as he addressed young Huan. Taoist, the puppet show across West Street is about to commence. If you are inclined, you might consider attending. It promises to be quite lively, Yang Huan responded with a subtle nod, his voice barely above a whisper. I appreciate your informing me, young friend. The acolyte bowed slightly and added, I shall take my leave now. Please enjoy your meal. With that, he turned and gently closed the door behind him. Yang Huan watched the acolyte depart, and once the sound of his footsteps faded into the distance, he slowly approached the table. After scanning the modest fare, he retrieved a silver needle from his sleeve and cautiously inserted it into the food, observing the needle's reaction with great scrutiny. Moments later, seeing no discernible change, he exhaled softly in relief and took a seat to begin his meal. Though the food was simple and unadorned, it provided a modicum of solace for his ravenous hunger. At that moment, darkness enveloped the sky. Outside, the night was profound, punctuated only by distant murmurs that reminded the denizens of the world's relentless motion. Yang Huan took a brief respite within the room, his mind weighing the forthcoming actions. Should he venture to West Street to witness the puppet show, or remain here, attuned to the sounds of the temple with his keen hearing? This dilemma left him in a state of indecision. After a moment of contemplation, a glimmer of resolve sparked in his eyes. He rose, adjusted his Taoist robe, and decided to explore West Street, gently pushing open the door. He melded into the night, his footsteps directed towards the bustling thoroughfare. The moonlight cascaded over the cobblestone path, casting a cool glow, as if guiding him forward, hinting at the mysteries yet to unfold. At this juncture, the night had enveloped the entire town. Surprisingly, the atmosphere deviated markedly from the daytime's chill, transforming into a scene of vibrant activity. Particularly on West Street, throngs of people surged forth, their movements a tapestry of jostling bodies. Laughter and animated chatter, as if determined to ignite the tranquil night. In Yang Huan's recollections from his previous life, puppet show stages were typically no more than a couple of meters square, adorned with rudimentary backdrops and veils, leaving only a small area for performance. The puppeteer often concealed behind a screen, deftly manipulating a dozen or more puppets, conjuring captivating tales. These puppets, primarily controlled by strings, though diminutive, were imbued with the rustic vibrancy of folk art. Upon Yang Huan's arrival at West Street, the scene before him momentarily stunned him. A dense crowd had gathered, all eyes fixated in one direction, brimming with anticipation and excitement. The puppet show was on the brink of commencing, when an elder clad in a black robe slowly emerged from backstage. Clearing his throat, he raised his hands slightly, signaling for silence. Instantly, the uproar diminished significantly as the elder stepped back. The crowd's gaze returned to the stage. When Yang Huan's eyes fell upon the puppets poised to perform, a chill coursed through him as a shiver climbed from his feet. These were not the wooden puppets he was accustomed to, but rather grotesque creations assembled from human bones. Each bone had been meticulously polished, gleaming a ghastly white under the moonlight, imparting an eerie and macabre presence. Their joints were connected by thin steel wires. Some puppets had complete skulls for heads, their hollow eye sockets glowing with an unsettling green luminescence, seeming to fixate on every individual in the audience. Others exhibited elongated and twisted limbs, contorted into bizarre postures. Yang Huan struggled against his rising dread and disgust, his hands instinctively clenching into fists as he endeavored to steady himself. The surrounding crowd appeared oblivious to the macabre nature of the puppets, as if such a display were entirely customary. They exchanged excited whispers or awaited the performance with eager expressions, fully immersed in the festive atmosphere. Yet Yang Huan felt as though he were ensconced in a frigid ice cellar, disconnected from the surrounding revelry. His entire focus remained on these terrifying skeletal puppets, his mind racing with thoughts. What manner of world is this, where even puppet shows bear such eerie characteristics? Chapter 32. Jiaobong taking a deep breath, Yang Huan gradually regained his composure after what felt like an eternity, mentally chiding himself. How could he still be so unsettled after spending considerable time in this inscrutable world? In a place rife with the uncanny, what could not transpire? Why must puppets be fashioned from wood? Perhaps in this distorted realm, puppets crafted from human bones were the norm. He discreetly observed the reactions of those around him, noting that they displayed no signs of alarm, as if it were entirely natural for such a puppet show to exist. With no other option, he forcibly suppressed the turmoil within, adjusting his mindset to feign engagement with the performance. On stage, the tale unfolded of a downcast scholar journeying to the capital for the imperial examination, who encountered a demoness along the way, leading to a story of love and camaraderie. However, Yang Huan found little interest in such a cliché narrative. Scanning the surroundings for any unusual occurrences, he resolved to return to the Wu Xian temple to formulate a plan. Just as he was about to turn away, a commotion erupted at the periphery of the crowd. A group of burly men, their faces adorned with brutish features, wielding gleaming swords, roughly dispersed the onlookers while shouting commands. It appeared that some significant figure was about to arrive. Yang Huan's curiosity piqued. He halted and remained discreetly in place. That moment, he overheard a nearby spectator whispering, "Tonight is truly lively. I didn't expect the Jiaobong to be here." Yang Huan's heart raced at the mention of Jiaobong. Was this not the very name that the lecherous middle-aged man in the forest had uttered? This was one of the few leads he had. Think he would encounter members of the Jiaobong while merely attending a puppet show. Suppressing his excitement, he maintained an air of nonchalance, observing the group as they entered. Leading them was a woman clad in black attire. Though not conventionally beautiful, she radiated a unique allure. Her demeanor was both agile and graceful, exuding a chilling yet distinctive presence that commanded attention. Flanking her were three formidable men, their swords glinting coldly under the moonlight. Strangely, the crowd exhibited no overt signs of disdain or fear towards the Jiaobong, merely showing slight annoyance at their disruptive entrance, as if they were accustomed to their presence. Yang Huan's curiosity intensified. He discreetly edged closer to an elderly man garbed in coarse linen. Lowering his voice, he inquired, "Elder, what is the nature of the Jiaobong? And who is that woman leading them?" The elder appraised Yang Huan, noticing his Taoist robes, and a flicker of suspicion crossed his features. He then queried, "Young Taoist, why are you, a practitioner, so interested in these worldly factions?" Yang Huan maintained his composure, humbly replying, "Elder, you may not know, but I am but a wandering practitioner, seeking to broaden my horizons. I happened upon this place today, and found the puppet show rather intriguing. So I decided to stay. Little did I expect to witness such a spectacle, and my curiosity compelled me to ask." His gaze was clear and unclouded, rendering it difficult to discern his true thoughts. The elder nodded slightly, seemingly convinced, and whispered, "The Jiaobong has been established in our Qingfeng town for some time. They typically engage in escorting goods and safeguarding merchants, and they have garnered a modest reputation in this area. As for that woman, she is the deputy leader of the Jiaobong, rumored to possess formidable skills. Moreover, she is said to be quite striking, with a fiery and forthright personality. Many men within a 10-mile radius harbor affections for her. Though she has set her sights high." As he spoke, a faint smile graced the elder's lips, tinged with a hint of jest and envy. Yang Huan pondered internally, realizing that the Jiaobong resembled a protection agency. Judging by the crowd's reactions, they appeared unafraid of the Jiaobong. This suggested that the lecherous man from the forest likely aimed to frame the Jiaobong. With this thought, a glint of sharpness flashed in Yang Huan's eyes. Though it quickly dissipated, restoring his calm, he no longer questioned the elder, but fixed his gaze intently on the woman in black. She moved with assuredness, her sharp eyes exuding competence and decisiveness. Yang Huan observed her every action, resolving within himself. The woman, flanked by her 6 imposing men, strode confidently to the front row of empty seats and settled in. The crowd stirred momentarily before quickly returning to their former quietude, redirecting their focus to the unfolding puppet show, engrossed in the illusory narrative. Yet Yang Huan found little interest in the performance, his thoughts consumed by the presence of the Jiaobong. He contemplated that since the crowd exhibited no particular fear of the Jiaobong, it indicated that their reputation in Qingfeng town was at least tolerable. He pondered to himself, once this puppet show concludes, he would tail this group of individuals. When the crowd dwindled, he intended to seize an opportunity to inquire about matters concerning the jungle. With this thought in mind, Yang Huan stood still, seemingly engrossed in the performance, yet his gaze remained fixed upon the leader of the band. After 2 more acts, the elder in the black robe from the beginning slowly ascended the stage. Clearing his throat, he announced loudly, "Dear villagers, the show has concluded for today. It is time for everyone to return home and rest." As soon as the words left his mouth, the audience, displaying a hint of reluctance, began to disperse gradually. The deputy leader of the Jiao gang also rose, accompanied by 6 burly men, leisurely making their way towards the outskirts of the town. Observing this, Yang Huan discreetly followed behind, deliberately maintaining a distance to avoid drawing their attention. As he walked, he repeatedly contemplated how to broach his inquiries. The night deepened, and silence enveloped the surroundings, save for the sound of their footsteps echoing on the cobblestone path. Suddenly, a crisp yet wary voice from ahead called out, "Which friend has been trailing us?" Chapter 33. The deputy leader realizing he had been discovered, Yang Huan felt a wave of regret wash over him. He inwardly chastised himself, lamenting, "Alas, my skills in tracking are rather lacking. Should I need to do so again in the future, I must practice diligently." Embarrassed, he stepped into view, scratching his head with a sheepish smile. There seems to be a misunderstanding, esteemed ones. I did not intend to follow you. I simply have some matters I wish to inquire about regarding your esteemed gang, which prompted my uninvited presence. I hope you will forgive my intrusion." The woman turned to Yang Huan, her gaze lingering momentarily on his humble Taoist robes. She frowned slightly, a glimmer of doubt and scrutiny in her eyes. With a huff, she remarked, "So you are merely a young Taoist. What business do you have? First, clarify which Taoist temple you hail from." Yang Huan hastily performed a respectful bow, replying earnestly, "I must inform you, Miss, that I do not belong to any particular temple. I am merely a wandering practitioner, traveling through the realm to broaden my horizons. I arrived here today upon hearing some rumors that raised my suspicions. Hence my desire to consult your esteemed gang." The deputy leader of the woman nodded slightly, her expression softening a bit. "Oh? Speak plainly then. What is it you wish to know?" After a moment's hesitation, Yang Huan inquired, "Not long ago, a friend of mine mentioned he was captured in a jungle and nearly fed to a beast. He claims it was your gang that apprehended him. Therefore, I wish to ask you, Miss, if there is any truth to this matter." Upon hearing this, the woman's brows furrowed, and she snapped angrily, "Nonsense. The Jiao gang has always operated with integrity, conducting business with honor. How could we engage in such heinous acts? You, young Taoist, should not be swayed by other slanders, tarnishing the reputation of my Jiao gang." Seeing her ire, Yang Huan quickly raised his hands in a placating gesture, explaining, "Please, do not be angry. It may indeed be a misunderstanding. My friend, in the chaos of his escape from danger, might have misremembered. He mentioned a middle-aged man claiming to be from your gang had captured him, which is why I sought you out, harboring no intention of offending your esteemed group." The woman, upon hearing Yang Huan's clarification, relaxed her expression slightly, though she still wore a look of displeasure. "Humph, the Jiao gang has a modest reputation here in Qingfeng town. We have always acted with transparency. How could we stoop to such disgraceful deeds? You should inform your friend not to speak baselessly and tarnish our name." Yang Huan nodded vigorously, affirming, Yes, it must be a misunderstanding. I hope you will be forgiving. Since this is the case, I shall take my leave now, having disturbed you." With that, he performed another respectful bow and turned to depart. Seeing Yang Huan's intention to leave, the deputy leader's lips curled into a slight smirk, a hint of scorn and anger in her smile. With a cold huff, she commanded, "Humph, you come here out of nowhere to slander my Jiao gang. And now you wish to leave just like that? Such a cheap escape will not be permitted. Seize him." The 6 burly men at her side, hearing the order, instantly revealed their fierce intent, unsheathing gleaming blades and charging towards Yang Huan with unwavering resolve. The blades glinted ominously in the night, exuding a deadly chill, seemingly poised to cleave Yang Huan in two. Startled, Yang Huan had not anticipated such a fierce reaction from the woman. Moments ago, they had been engaged in conversation, and now she had turned hostile. He swiftly retreated, shouting, "It truly is a misunderstanding." However, the woman paid him no mind, impatiently reiterating, "Enough of your nonsense. Capture him." The 6 men pursued relentlessly, their blades aimed with lethal precision. Although Yang Huan had diligently trained his swordsmanship in the valley and possessed agility, this was his first experience in a real combat scenario, rendering him somewhat flustered. He dodged and weaved, narrowly evading one strike after another, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as the skirmish continued. Yang Huan gradually steadied his mind, his swordplay becoming increasingly fluid and adept. Initially, he was pressured by the fierce onslaught of the burly men, struggling to defend himself and finding himself at a disadvantage. Yet gradually, he began to perceive their weaknesses. Skillfully employing his sword techniques, he moved with the grace of a serpent, gradually gaining the upper hand. The woman stood by, observing with a cold demeanor, her expression unreadable as she silently watched the fierce clash unfold. Just as Yang Huan believed victory was within his grasp and allowed himself a moment of relief, the woman suddenly narrowed her eyes, raising her delicate hand to toss a black projectile. The dark object streaked through the air like a bolt of lightning, hurtling towards Yang Huan with astonishing speed. Sensing the imminent danger, he attempted to evade, but it was too late. With a resounding thud, the projectile struck his head squarely. Yang Huan instantly felt darkness envelop him, his body collapsing backward like a kite severed from its string. Crashing heavily to the ground, utterly unconscious. Chapter 34. The allure. When Yang Huan gradually regained consciousness, his head throbbed painfully, a dull ache coursing through him. Before he could fully awaken, he discerned that his hands and feet were tightly bound with coarse ropes, rendering him immobile. Gritting his teeth against the discomfort, he surveyed his surroundings and was astonished to find himself in an exquisitely decorated boudoir. The pink drapes cascaded softly, and the air was suffused with a subtle fragrance of powder. The embroidered quilt on the bed was adorned with intricate floral patterns. Various exquisite porcelain wares and grooming items decorated the room, all indicative of its female occupant. Steadying his breath, Yang Huan finally took in the scene within the room. The deputy leader of the Jiao gang sat languidly on the edge of the bed, clad in a garment as sheer as a cicada's wing. The fabric, seemingly crafted from the finest silk, clung gently to her form, outlining her graceful silhouette. The neckline of her attire was slightly open, revealing a glimpse of her fair, delicate skin, akin to the smoothness of mutton-fat jade. Beside her, a young man in his 20s knelt on the floor, carefully cradling her foot and placing it into a basin of steaming water. His long, fair hands tenderly massaged her feet, his gaze filled with humility and reverence. Each motion was gentle and practiced, as if he were handling a rare treasure, meticulously kneading from heel to toe, cautious not to inflict any discomfort. On the bed, another man knelt behind her, his hands resting on her slender shoulders, applying rhythmic pressure as he massaged her. His fingers were long and strong, expertly kneading her shoulder with a practiced touch, as if he possessed an innate understanding of the body's acupoints. The deputy leader's eyes were gently closed, her expression one of utter enjoyment. Occasionally, soft, melodic sighs escaped her lips, the sound enchanting and alluring, resonating within the tranquil chamber. Seeing this, Yang Huan internally scoffed, a hint of disdain crossing his features as he spoke up. "Humph. You resorted to using a hidden weapon against me. Do you not feel any shame in such actions?" The deputy leader, upon hearing his words, slowly turned her head, her eyes flashing with displeasure. She glided gracefully towards Yang Huan, her thin garment billowing slightly with her movements, reminiscent of a blooming flower swaying in the breeze. She approached him, looking down from her elevated position, her lips curling into a smile that was both mocking and enigmatic. Her voice carried an undertone of sarcasm and annoyance as she replied, "You wretched Taoist, you come here out of nowhere to accuse my Jiao gang of kidnapping people to feed beasts. And now, you dare to criticize my methods? I must ask, what are your true intentions? What do you seek?" With that, she leaned closer, her gaze fixed intently upon him, as if searching for any sign of deceit in his eyes. Her breath brushed against Yang Huan's cheek, carrying a faint, enticing fragrance. This scent mingled with the powdery aroma of the room, stirring feelings of distraction within him. At that moment, the proximity between them was so intimate that he could almost feel her breath. The contours of her neckline hinted at the curve of her figure, a tantalizing sight that was hard to ignore. Exuding an irresistible allure, it was as though an invisible flame sought to disturb Yang Huan's composure. Yet, his mind was consumed with indignation over the woman's actions, leaving no room for him to indulge in such seductive imagery. Her tone dripped with sarcasm, suggesting a lack of concern for her own actions, making Yang Huan feel as though they were deliberately masquerading, attempting to conceal something. Yang Huan inwardly berated himself for his own recklessness, but resolved that he could not easily retreat from this situation. He glared in fury, his eyes wide and his face flushed, bellowing, "What do you mean I came to wrongfully accuse you of being part of the Jiaolong gang? The fact that people were taken to feed the monsters is undeniable. At that time, my friend distinctly heard a middle-aged man claim it was the work of your Jiaolong gang. Your methods are so despicable, and now you attempt to divert the topic. Humph, do you think I am easily fooled? Upon hearing Yang Huan's words, the woman initially froze in surprise, then unexpectedly burst into laughter. Her laughter was vibrant and captivating, her soft bosom quivering with each chuckle, reminiscent of flowers swaying in the breeze. Exuding an endless charm, the sheer fabric of her thin garment barely concealed anything, and with her movements, it revealed even more of her fair skin. Her skin glistened with an alluring sheen, akin to the finest jade, making it impossible to resist stealing a few glances. The young man at her feet, tasked with washing her feet, found his gaze uncontrollably drawn to her. In his eyes, ripples of fascination spread, as if he had lost his soul. Captivated by the tempting scene before him, after her laughter subsided, the woman abruptly lifted her long, delicate leg and fiercely kicked towards Yang Huan's face. The force of the kick produced a dull thud, and in an instant, Yang Huan felt excruciating pain radiate from his face. The blow sent him reeling backward, causing him to spit a mouthful of blood. The droplets he questioned loudly, "What is this? Is your Jiao gang truly so ruthless as to slay the innocent? I merely inquired whether you recognize this individual. Does he even exist? Why do you seem so evasive, reluctant to provide a straightforward answer?" His voice, tinged with anger, grew somewhat hoarse. The atmosphere in the room instantly became palpably tense, as if the very air had been ignited by the flames of fury and confrontation, ready to erupt at any moment. The female deputy leader of the gang fixed her piercing gaze upon Yang Huan, her expression betraying a hint of hesitation and inner turmoil, seemingly contemplating how to navigate the situation before her. Chapter 36. Humiliation. The deputy leader's beautiful eyes flickered as she surveyed the other three individuals in the room with a sharp glance. Her crimson lips parted, and she coldly commanded, "You three, leave at once." Her voice was like an imperious decree, instantly heightening the tension within the room. Old Chen was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of relief crossing his face. Trembling slightly, he stammered, "Yes, deputy leader." His tone bore a trace of timidity as he hurriedly prepared to exit. Meanwhile, the two young men who had previously attended to the deputy leader's feet and massage wore expressions of complexity. One of the youths, tall and robust with a reasonably handsome countenance, had harbored inappropriate thoughts toward the deputy leader. Upon hearing her dismissal, he felt a pang of reluctance and indignation, mustering his courage to say, "Deputy leader, we..." His gaze was laden with longing and supplication, as if hoping she might change her mind and allow him to remain by her side. The raw desire in his eyes seemed to narrate the countless fantasies he had harbored about spending intimate moments with the deputy leader, making it difficult for him to part from such alluring visions. The other young man quickly chimed in, "Indeed, deputy leader, we are concerned for your safety. This vile Taoist appears rather formidable. What if he means you harm?" Though his words appeared to express concern, his gaze frequently wandered to the deputy leader's graceful figure. Harboring his own ulterior motives, contemplating how he might impress her in this critical moment. Perhaps, he thought, he could earn her favor and find an opportunity to share a more intimate connection. Upon hearing their remarks, the deputy leader's expression darkened, her eyes flashing with displeasure. She rebuked, "Are you not going to heed my words? Humph, do not think I am unaware of your intentions." Her voice rose, imbued with authority and ire. Her gaze seemed to pierce through the minds of the two young men, leaving them feeling exposed. Chastised by the deputy leader, they wore expressions of embarrassment and shame, yet they still cast lingering glances at her as they involuntarily began to retreat. They understood that once the deputy leader's temper was roused, none dared to defy her. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. "All of you, leave. No one is permitted to enter without my command," the deputy leader bellowed once more, her voice reverberating through the room with an undeniable finality. The three men bowed their heads and hurriedly turned to exit the room. In an instant, only the deputy leader and Yang Huan remained, the atmosphere growing even more grave and oppressive. The deputy leader glided forward, gracefully taking a seat on a stool before Yang Huan. At that moment, her demeanor bore no trace of the earlier anger or allure. Instead, she appeared solemn. Her gaze was fixed intently on Yang Huan, as if attempting to decipher his very soul. She softly inquired, "Young Taoist, Speak honestly. Is this person truly known to your friend, or is there more to the story? Yang Huan was filled with confusion at the deputy leader's sudden shift in demeanor, momentarily at a loss, however. Recalling the humiliation she had previously inflicted upon him, the flames of indignation blazed fiercely within him. Reaching a boiling point at this juncture, he paid no heed to the deputy leader's emotional fluctuations. His eyes, sharp as daggers, bore into her as he gritted his teeth and said, "I have no intention of dancing around the subject. I ask you directly. Is it your gang that captures people to feed to the beasts in the jungle? You have seen the likeness of this person. You cannot deny knowing him." His voice, strained by anger, emerged hoarse, each word seemingly forced through gritted teeth. The deputy leader remained unfazed by Yang Huan's hostile attitude, sitting calmly as her eyes, cold as a frigid lake, scrutinized him. Her lips parted slightly as she coolly responded. "First, I acknowledge that we know this individual. However, your insistence that our Jiao gang is responsible for abducting people to feed to the jungle beasts is utterly absurd, I must ask. Did your friend witness this person committing such heinous acts? Or was it you who saw it firsthand?" Upon hearing her words, Yang Huan's rage still burned fiercely, but a fragment of reason tugged at him. He inhaled deeply, clenching his fists until his nails nearly pierced his palms. With steely resolve, he suppressed the anger that threatened to consume him. He understood that allowing his fury to control him would likely result in further beatings and humiliation. Therefore, he slightly tilted his head back, closed his eyes, and attempted to steady his turbulent breath. After a moment, when he reopened his eyes, though anger still flickered within, a greater sense of calm prevailed. Yang Huan fixed his gaze on the deputy leader and stated, "It was I. Previously, when I mentioned that a friend had witnessed it, I was deceiving you. In truth, I overheard that it is your Jiao gang that captures people to feed to the beasts in the mountains. Now, I have no desire to continue in circles." He paused, gathering his thoughts, and began to recount the harrowing experience he had endured. In his narration, he deftly omitted any mention of Lu Shuiyao and did not disclose how he had detonated the cave or consumed the essence of the nine-tailed fox. The deputy leader remained seated, her gaze unwavering as she scrutinized Yang Huan, missing not a single expression or subtle movement. As Yang Huan recounted his tale, her initially cold demeanor gradually shifted. Her eyes flickered with confusion and contemplation, as if she were endeavoring to recall something. Then, when Yang Huan reached a pivotal point in his story, a look of dawning realization crossed her face. Chapter 37. The desire to experience the Taoist essence. Once Yang Huan concluded his narrative, the deputy leader fell silent for a moment before coldly inquiring, "How long ago did this occur?" Yang Huan replied without hesitation, "Approximately 1 month ago." The deputy leader slightly raised her chin, her gaze still frigid as snow. She continued, "According to your account, after being lured to the cave, you managed to escape. Did that individual ever return to seek you out afterward?" Yang Huan met her gaze, feeling a slight chill in his heart. Yet maintaining a composed exterior, he simply shook his head and replied, "Since that time, I have not seen him again. I have been discreetly investigating this matter, striving to uncover who is orchestrating these sinister deeds and why such cruelty has been enacted." His voice was steady and resolute, attempting to instill confidence in the deputy leader regarding his words. The deputy leader scrutinized him intently, her eyes revealing a thread of doubt and scrutiny, as if weighing the truth of his claims. After a brief moment, she let out a soft huff and remarked, "I hope you are not lying. Otherwise, the consequences of your actions today will be dire." Her tone was laden with threat, as if warning Yang Huan against attempting to deceive her. Internally, Yang Huan felt a pang of anxiety, yet he maintained a facade of calm. "Every word I speak is the truth. There is not a trace of falsehood. I harbor no enmity with your gang. I merely seek to uncover the truth." His eyes conveyed sincerity, hoping to resonate with the deputy leader. Initially taken aback, she then erupted into a melodious yet slightly mischievous laughter, shattering the tense atmosphere that had pervaded the room. Simultaneously, her previously cold, star-like gaze softened into a pool of captivating allure, shimmering with myriad emotions. "Since you claim to seek the truth, then very well," she said, her lips parting as her voice became tender, as if whispering sweet nothings to a lover. "Tomorrow, I will bring some personnel, and you shall obediently guide us through the jungle. I am eager to discover who is behind these misdeeds and what sort of audacious beast dares to wreak havoc on our Jiao Gang's territory. Though we are no saints ourselves, such heinous acts are beyond our capacity, and I shall not allow anyone to usurp our name in such a manner." Yang Huan, taken aback by her words, found himself momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated such a convoluted and contradictory response from her. One moment she glared at him with fury, and the next her attitude seemed to shift, leaving him bewildered. Just as he was about to inquire whether he might now be released, it seemed the deputy leader had read his thoughts, gently shaking her head, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. "Young Taoist, do not harbor any delusions. Why would I release you so easily? Until the truth is unveiled, you shall remain here by my side." As she spoke, she elegantly approached Yang Huan, slightly bending forward, her posture accentuating her alluring figure in a captivating display. She extended her delicate fingers, gently lifting Yang Huan's chin, her gaze filled with mockery and teasing. "Besides, do not even think about breaking free from this rope. It is no ordinary binding, but rather a special creation of my Jiaolong gang, designed specifically to subdue unruly individuals like yourself." Yang Huan instinctively struggled, only to discover that the rope was indeed tightly secured. It constricted his wrists painfully, and he silently lamented his predicament. The woman, witnessing his plight, laughed even more joyfully, her eyes radiating an alluring charm. She circled around Yang Huan, her gaze wandering over him with abandon, as if admiring a rare treasure. "Look at you, little Taoist. You possess a strikingly handsome appearance, with soft skin and tender flesh." Her voice took on an increasingly sultry tone, laced with an indescribable allure. "I am quite curious to know what flavor you possess as a Taoist." As she spoke, she extended her tongue and lightly licked her lips. A hint of danger and seduction glimmered in her eyes, making one's heart race uncontrollably. Yang Huan felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head, an inexplicable tension and anxiety swelling within him. He forced himself to maintain composure, avoiding the woman's fiery gaze. "Do not act recklessly. I harbor no grievances against you. I merely seek to uncover the truth," he stated. Yet the woman dismissed his words with a light laugh, replying, "Oh, no grievances? That may not be the case." With that, a flicker of enchantment danced in her eyes. She gracefully moved to the side of the bed, opened an exquisite box, and retrieved a perfectly round red pill. Under the flickering candlelight, the pill gleamed with an unusual radiance. Turning back to him, her lips curled into a teasing smile, she gently swayed the pill before him and said, "Little Taoist, this pill is a remarkable treasure. Consuming it will surely invigorate you." Before Yang Huan could react, she swiftly approached, her hands like agile serpents clasping his mouth, forcing it open, and then abruptly administering the pill. Yang Huan's eyes widened in terror as he shouted, "You wretched woman! What have you given me?" The woman, however, paid no heed to his protests, merely erupting into a fit of delicate laughter that echoed in the room. Laden with endless temptation, she then sauntered to the bed, turning her back to him, her graceful hand lifting as she removed the garment she had just donned, leaving only a sheer veil that faintly outlined her exquisite figure. The skin beneath the veil glimmered in the candlelight, exuding an irresistible allure. As the pill took effect, Yang Huan felt a surge of warmth coursing into his dantian, rapidly traversing through his body. As the woman shed her clothing, his gaze inadvertently fell upon her, igniting an inferno within his heart, growing ever more intense, scorching him with an overwhelming heat. An indescribable impulse surged within him, as if only through a certain means could he extinguish this blazing fire. The woman turned to him, her eyes filled with wild abandon and seduction. Observing Yang Huan's flustered yet dazed expression, her laughter became all the more reckless. "So, little Taoist, do you not feel a change?" she teased, her steps light as she approached him, each movement pressing upon his heart, quickening its pace. In that moment, Yang Huan realized with dismay that the red pill he had swallowed was likely an aphrodisiac. Chapter 38. Reluctant to be defiled, the last vestiges of Yang Huan's rationality struggled desperately amidst the turbulent waves of bitterness and helplessness. In this bizarre world, his experiences were far too scant. After a failed pursuit tonight, he had fallen into the clutches of this woman, the deputy leader. First, he had hung by a thread, subjected to various humiliations, and now faced this awkward predicament, truly a situation that left him with no tears to shed. The pill forcibly administered by the deputy leader resembled a malicious spark, instantaneously igniting a raging inferno within him. This heat surged like relentless waves, crashing against the already wavering barrier of his sanity. Intent on devouring every last trace of clarity, the deputy leader moved towards him like a rose blooming most vibrantly in the dark night, beautiful yet perilous. She glided closer, each step imbued with unending temptation. As silent as a specter to be why now, the once blazing flames of rage in Yang Huan's eyes had been replaced by a more fervent, untamed desire. That gaze burned with an intensity as though it could materialize into two greedy flames. Yearning to consume the enchanting woman before him entirely, leaving no remnants. Unbeknownst to him, the ropes binding his limbs had silently loosened. Regaining his freedom, driven by an impulse akin to a wild stallion, he lunged forward, enveloping the deputy leader in a fervent embrace. There was no stopping, absolutely no stopping. Yang Huan felt as if his entire being was engulfed in searing flames, in this disoriented moment. A faint glimmer of light flickered in his mind, the last vestige of clarity prompting him to recall a mantra. The Great Way is formless, birthing heaven and earth. The Great Way is unfeeling, guiding sun and moon. The Great Way is nameless, nurturing all things. He tightly closed his eyes, fervently reciting the mantra in his heart, as if it were his final lifeline. As the mantra resonated continuously in his mind, Yang Huan felt enveloped by a sacred and clear power. Miraculously, the once ferocious desire that burned like wildfire began to show signs of extinguishing. The lustful flames that had previously engulfed his gaze gradually dissipated. A hint of clarity surfacing, he resolutely vowed within himself that he would not allow this woman to defile him without reason. Indeed, she possessed a captivating figure and stunning features. Her alluring demeanor and enticing gaze were sufficient to make any man succumb. Yet Yang Huan understood deeply that he must not lose himself in this whirlpool of desire. Such matters must be under his control, rather than being driven by primal instincts, becoming a mere plaything for another. Thus, he gritted his teeth, exerting every ounce of strength to suppress the desires that still stirred within him. That moment, he was as taut as a bowstring. Meanwhile, the deputy leader remained blissfully ensconced in the amorous atmosphere. Her breath coming in soft gasps, her complexion flushed, entirely unaware of the turmoil brewing within Yang Huan. He looked down and caught sight of the disheveled remnants of his once modest attire. A wave of intense shame and indignation surged within him. When had he become another's quarry? He lamented inwardly, a bitter self-mockery. Suddenly, he rolled over with a fierce resolve, channeling all his strength to deliver a powerful kick to the deputy leader's rounded posterior. With a dull thud, the unguarded woman let out a sharp cry, her body propelling forward in shock, astonished. "Humph, you think to defile me? It will not be so easy." Yang Huan gritted his teeth, muttering a low curse through clenched jaws. He hastily reached for the torn remnants of his clothing, his hands trembling, clumsy yet urgent. Then, he abruptly raised his head and bolted toward the door. He yanked the tightly shut door open with a loud creak, and with a swift motion, he dashed outside. His figure vanished into the darkness beyond, leaving the deputy leader stunned within the room. Inside, she rubbed her slightly sore posterior, the rosy hue of her earlier excitement fading. Initially incensed by the sudden turn of events, her cheeks flushed crimson, her chest heaving with indignation. Yet after a moment, she broke into a lascivious laugh, a glimmer of amusement and admiration dancing in her expression. "This wretched Taoist is quite interesting," she murmured to herself. Then, raising her voice, she called out sharply to the door, "Someone come." Her tone was piercing and commanding, reverberating throughout the estate. Meanwhile, Yang Huan's mind was consumed by a singular thought: to run. This word imprinted itself upon him, driving him to flee with reckless abandon. His figure darted swiftly through the night, merging with the shadows, leaving only the hurried echoes of his footsteps in the stillness. Yang Huan had finally extricated himself from that perilous situation. Casting a glance around, he realized he was not in Qingfeng town but rather likely in a concealed location belonging to the Jiaolong gang. He dared not let his guard down, quickly orienting himself and scaling a high wall, then sprinting forward with all his might. After an indeterminate duration of running, just as he felt he could scarcely continue. He caught a distant glimpse of Qingfeng Town's outline, reassuring him that he had not strayed off course. Leaning against a large tree, he gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently, cautiously glancing back to ensure he was not being pursued. He allowed his taut nerves to relax slightly. Slowly, he crouched down, resting his hands on his knees, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. After a brief respite, he resolved that it would be best to return to the Wu Xian temple, for it might provide a temporary refuge. Having slightly regained his strength, he rose once more, dragging his weary body towards the direction of the Witch Immortal Temple. Chapter 39. The Evil Spirit as the Sky Darkened. Qingfeng Town was enveloped in a sinister atmosphere throughout the night. From the depths of the shadows, a pair of eerie green eyes quietly emerged, radiating an inhuman cold light, fixated intently on Yang Huan, who was fleeing towards the back courtyard of the temple. Those eyes resembled the ghostly flames of purgatory, suspended in the air without the slightest blink, silently observing Yang Huan's every move. Yang Huan dashed forward, utterly oblivious to the pair of eyes concealed in the darkness. Under the cover of night, he hastily traversed the courtyard and entered the Witch Immortal Temple. To his astonishment, the door that should have been firmly shut stood wide open, exuding an inexplicable chill. Although a flicker of doubt crossed his mind, the intertwining fatigue and terror left him little room for contemplation. He hurriedly made his way to the room arranged for him by the young acolyte. Only after Yang Huan's figure vanished into the room did those eyes slowly recede into the darkness, making not a sound, as if they had never been there, leaving behind an eerie silence. Once inside the room, Yang Huan finally breathed a sigh of relief, his taut nerves beginning to unwind. He glanced down at his disheveled and tattered appearance. Unable to suppress a bitter smile, self-mockingly reflecting, "In this cursed place, my survival experience is woefully inadequate, and I nearly lost my life." With that thought, he silently admonished himself to exercise greater caution in the future. This world harbors hidden dangers at every turn, and a moment's carelessness could lead to one's demise. His gaze fell upon the previously injured area on his body, which had now completely healed. Although his clothing remained in tatters, he sighed softly and retrieved a clean Taoist robe from his bundle to change into. Once dressed, Yang Huan slowly lay down on the bed, his eyes fixed on the mottled ceiling above. His thoughts entwined like a tangled mess. The harrowing events of the night replayed in his mind, preventing him from drifting into slumber. Outside the window, the occasional hoot of an owl added an extra layer of eeriness to the atmosphere. As if the entire world were shrouded in a veil of mystery and danger, in the midst of this deathly silence, a series of faint, fragmented footsteps suddenly pierced the air, vaguely reaching Yang Huan's ears. The tension in his already taut heartstrings was immediately stirred by the sound. His breath caught in his throat, and his eyes widened in alarm, filled with vigilance and concern. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly sat cross-legged, forming hand seals, concentrating his energy. He heightened his senses to the utmost, attempting to discern the source and direction of the footsteps. To his surprise, the footsteps did not draw nearer to him. Rather, they gradually receded into another direction. Who could possibly be here at this hour, especially within the confines of the Witch Immortal Temple? Yang Huan pondered, furrowing his brow in thought. He distinctly recalled seeing numerous female devotees when he entered the courtyard earlier in the afternoon. Could it be that they had not yet settled down? As this thought crossed his mind, a chill crept down his spine. The Witch Immortal Temple was already enveloped in an air of mystery. Now, this untimely sound of footsteps felt like an invisible hand gently peeling back the veil of darkness, instilling a sense of unease. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Huan slowly rose, moving cautiously and deliberately, fearful of making any noise that might disturb the unwelcome guest lurking in the shadows. His gaze remained fixed on the direction of the footsteps, his feet seemingly compelled by an inexplicable force. Silently moving closer as he approached, a wave of cold air washed over him, and the surrounding atmosphere felt increasingly oppressive. It was as if countless unseen eyes were watching his every move from the darkness. Yang Huan's heartbeat quickened, and he forced down his rising fear, slightly holding his breath as he pressed on. Finally, he reached a corner, cautiously peeking around to glimpse the source of the sound. Before him, 3 figures emerged, faintly visible in the hazy night. As he drew nearer, aided by the dim moonlight, he discerned that they were 3 young women. Their forms appeared somewhat indistinct in the darkness, as though veiled by a thin layer of gauze. Exuding an inexplicable aura of mystery, they moved hurriedly, their expressions betraying a sense of urgency, as they headed directly towards a room. Soon, they arrived at a closed door, and one of the women raised her hand to gently knock. The sound of knocking echoed eerily in the stillness of the night. Moments later, a young acolyte appeared at the door, illuminated by the soft glow of a dim light from within, casting a wary yet youthful visage. What could these women possibly want at such a late hour? A flicker of curiosity ignited within Yang Huan, causing him to furrow his brow in contemplation. He squinted, scrutinizing the 3 women closely. Suddenly, his gaze landed on one of them, and his heart jolted. He recognized her as the woman who had visited the temple earlier in the afternoon, seeking a child at that time. Her eyes had brimmed with sincerity and hope. Yet now, shrouded in the night's veil, her expression seemed elusive, concealing something beneath the surface. The young acolyte glanced cautiously around before stepping aside to allow the 3 women entry, then peered outside once more. After confirming the absence of any anomalies, he slowly closed the door. The soft sound of the door closing resonated in the stillness of the night, akin to a heavy sigh that inexplicably tightened Yang Huan's chest. His curiosity deepened, swirling like a mist in his mind. What secrets lay hidden within the midnight visit of these enigmatic guests? His inquisitiveness was fully piqued, as though an invisible hand were urging him forward. Thus, he stealthily moved, inching toward the tightly shut door, each step taken with utmost caution, lest he disturb the unknown lurking in the shadows. His heartbeat pounded in his ears as he approached the door, an inexplicable tension gradually unfurling in his chest. Chapter 40. The Secret of the Witch. Immortal Temple. Inside, the flickering candlelight cast eerie shadows upon the walls. Yang Huan held his breath, each step deliberate and slow. At last, he quivered as he neared the window beside the door, pressing his back firmly against the wall. He cautiously extended his hand, gently poking through the paper of the window. The secret hidden in that darkened room was on the verge of revelation. As the small hole opened, the scene within unfolded like a sinister painting before his eyes. Yang Huan's eyes widened in shock, nearly unable to suppress a gasp. The sight before him was nothing short of astonishing. There stood the 3 young women in the center of the room, their figures appearing vague and ghostly under the dim candlelight. Before them loomed a diminutive replica of the statue from the front hall of the Witch Immortal Temple. Yet, it bore no resemblance to a mere statue. It was undeniably a living creature. This creature exuded a nauseating stench. Its form resembled that of a rat, yet its mouth and elongated body were akin to that of a weasel. Its matted fur clung to its body, glimmering with an otherworldly light, as if ensconced in a layer of malevolent slime. The fur seemed almost alive, undulating and trembling, as if breathing or struggling. Its blood-red eyes fixed greedily ahead, radiating insatiable malevolence. Its mouth revealed a row of sharp, twisted teeth, from which oozed thin streams of black liquid, permeating the air with a pungent odor. The 3 women bore no discernible expressions on their faces, unfazed by the terror of the creature before them, as if accustomed to its presence. Their gazes were vacant, devoid of any hint of fear. It was as though they were ensnared by some evil force. Entrapped in a state of obsession and confusion, oblivious to their surroundings, at that moment, the young acolyte who had opened the door earlier appeared like a specter. Eye in his hands, he bore 3 elixirs, glimmering with an eerie blue light under the dim illumination, exuding an indescribable wickedness. The acolyte presented the elixirs to the 3 women, who accepted them without hesitation, tilting their heads back to swallow them down. Subsequently, the acolyte produced 3 pieces of black cloth, binding the women's eyes. He then silently stepped aside, merging into the shadows, leaving behind a pair of eyes glinting with an uncanny light, patiently observing the unfolding events within the room. As if awaiting some occurrence, the creature's fur began to tremble more violently, emitting a chilling hissing sound. Gradually, the outlines became increasingly distinct, revealing the monstrous forms of 6 men. They bore no significant difference from ordinary humans, save for their dark, lustrous skin that emanated a chilling sheen. Their limbs were long and robust, muscles taut, each sinew seemingly brimming with immense power. Observing them, they separated and approached 3 women, yet they did not appear malevolent. Rather, they exuded an unsettling gentleness. Their movements were soft and deliberate, as if they were handling cherished treasures. The entire scene sent shivers down one's spine, imbued with an endless aura of the bizarre and the terrifying. Yang Huan witnessed this spectacle, feeling a prickling sensation at the back of his neck, as if the very blood within him had congealed. He pressed his hands tightly against his mouth, his heart brimming with confusion. Was this truly an evil ritual? Countless questions swirled in his mind. Yang Huan's gaze fixated once more on the harrowing tableau within the room. The ambiguous light and shadow intertwined with distorted figures. If one were to disregard how these individuals had manifested, one might mistakenly believe this to be an affair steeped in sensuality. However, Yang Huan was acutely aware that beneath this seemingly sensual facade lay a grotesque eeriness. A sudden thought flickered in his mind. He recalled one of the women who had come seeking a child earlier that afternoon. Could this bizarre scene be their method of child-seeking? The mere emergence of this thought sent a profound chill coursing through him. At that moment, he attempted to shift his position, only to find himself tightly bound by some unseen force, rendering him immobile. Soon after, a faint sound of footsteps echoed in his ears. "Little Taoist, why are you still awake in the dead of night? Wandering here?" A hoarse, low voice drifted into his ear. Out of the corner of his eye, Yang Huan caught a glimpse of Xian Yangzi, clad in a loose Taoist robe, appearing beside him. Xian Yangzi's eyes shimmered with an eerie light, akin to ghostly flames flickering in the night sky, fixed intently upon Yang Huan. "Xian Yangzhenren?" Yang Huan stammered, his voice laden with fear and unease. "Do not be alarmed, little Taoist." Xian Yangzi raised a hand slightly, making a soothing gesture. "We are all from the Taoist sect, merely concerned that you might misunderstand the happenings within this room, which is why I employed a binding spell to temporarily hold you here." "Misunderstand?" Yang Huan exclaimed, his eyes wide. "You are clearly practicing sorcery. You are all wicked beings, destined to face the wrath of the heavenly law." Chapter 41. Peculiar causality. Upon hearing Yang Huan's words, Xian Yangzi suddenly burst into laughter, the sound jarring in the stillness of the night. "What folly! We practice causality. These individuals seek children, and we provide them an opportunity. They are the cause, and we are the effect. Is this not in accordance with the heavenly way?" Hearing this, Yang Huan furrowed his brow. "It seems you are engaged in quite the enterprise, all in alignment with the heavenly way. Little Taoist, when you entered the back courtyard this afternoon, did you not see many female devotees? Do you truly believe these devotees are fools? Why do they linger after paying their respects to the immortal?" Xian Yangzi shook his head dismissively. "Some seek sons. We grant them sons. Where is the wrongdoing in this? We Taoists are practitioners of this cycle of causality. They arrive with the desire for children, and we assist them in achieving it. Is this not a benevolent act?" Yang Huan, listening to Xian Yangzi's reasoning, felt a sense of helplessness. Can you truly label such bizarre acts as benevolent? Xian Yangzi's expression shifted slightly but quickly returned to calm. "Our witch immortal temple has never proclaimed the efficacy of seeking children through witchcraft. These are merely tales spread by the devotees. We neither claim nor inquire. The affairs of this world are inherently a blend of truth and falsehood, the cycle of causality. Why can't you see through it?" "Little Taoist?" Yang Huan took a deep breath, striving to compose himself. "Xian Yangzhenren, I do not wish to argue with you. I had no intention of prying into your secrets. I merely came out of curiosity upon hearing footsteps in the dead of night. Now, I kindly request that you lift the binding spell upon me, and I assure you I shall not speak of tonight's events." Xian Yangzi studied Yang Huan quietly, a flicker of imperceptible light flashing in his eyes. After a moment, he slowly extended his hand and waved gently. Instantly, Yang Huan felt the restraining force dissipate. "Little Taoist, I hope you will honor your promise." Xian Yangzi's voice remained rasping and low, laced with a hint of mirth. "There are far too many secrets in this world, a mingling of truth and illusion." Yang Huan stretched, cautiously observing Xian Yangzi. "Rest assured, I will not meddle in your affairs." With that, he turned and hurried away, his figure swiftly vanishing into the darkness. Meanwhile, Xian Yangzi stood still, silently watching the direction of his departure, a peculiar smile lingering on his lips, as if plotting some insidious scheme. Yang Huan rushed back to his room. Upon finally returning, he slammed the door shut with a forceful click, yet still felt it inadequate for safety, meticulously checking the door once more. Once assured of his security, he leaned against the door, gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently. What a cursed witch immortal temple! It is nothing but an accursed place, Yang Huan muttered under his breath, his voice tinged with anger and frustration. After a while, as his emotions began to settle, his thoughts inevitably drifted back to the events that had just transpired. Why had Xian Yangzi so easily let him go? His mind was a whirlpool of questions, brows knitted tightly, the expressions of Xian Yangzi's earlier words replaying in his mind. Was binding me merely to offer an explanation? The realization sent a chill down his spine. He became aware that in this strange world, Taoists indeed wielded spells. Moreover, the potency of these spells was such that they could render a person immobile in an instant. This revelation profoundly shook his understanding of this world. He then recalled the myriad experiences he had encountered upon entering the Witch Immortal Temple that afternoon. A strong sense of absurdity surged within him. Everything within this temple starkly contrasted with his previous life, as if all had been inverted in this uncanny realm. The bizarre had become commonplace, twisted phenomena revered as norms, while people's actions and perceptions seemed ensnared in a quagmire of madness and pathology. Take, for instance, the statues within the Witch Immortal Temple. Their grotesque forms were enough to induce dread. Every detail spoke of malevolence and horror. In any normal world, a mere glance would lead one to unequivocally deem these as products of sorcery. Yet here, the devotees exhibited an entirely different demeanor. They approached the terrifying statues with a fervent devotion, devoid of fear or doubt, only blind reverence and deep reliance. They muttered incantations before the statues, beseeching the fulfillment of various wishes. Whether for wealth, offspring, or safety, they appeared oblivious to the darkness and evil lurking behind the statues. A wave of intense cold washed over Yang Huan. He began to question whether this world was truly afflicted. Had it been eroded by an unspeakable evil, plunging into a collective madness and pathology? Involuntarily, his mind conjured the words of his senior brother from earlier. Invite the Witch Immortal to possess us. The eerie scene still vivid in his memory. Was the Witch Immortal his senior brother spoke of truly the one from this temple? Surely he could not have misheard. If it was not this Witch Immortal, then what other could it be? Yang Huan pondered quietly, a hint of confusion flickering in his gaze. Though Xian Yangzi was far from a virtuous man, at least he did not seem hostile toward him at present. Was it all merely coincidence? Or was it a meticulously orchestrated plot? The more he contemplated, the colder his spine felt. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness and insignificance. Slowly, he approached his bed and lay down. He gazed at the somewhat mottled ceiling above, his thoughts still a chaotic tangle. The events of this night had been too numerous and bizarre, rendering him unable to sleep. Outside, the night deepened, occasionally punctuated by the hoots of an owl. Adding to the eerie atmosphere, Yang Huan shut his eyes, attempting to calm his racing heart, but the bizarre images continued to flash through his mind. Time slipped by, and eventually, the utterly fatigued Yang Huan succumbed to the depths of fear and confusion. Drifting into a troubled sleep, his breathing gradually steadied, yet his brows remained tightly knit, as if even in dreams he could not escape this horrific nightmare. Meanwhile, on the other side, within the boudoir of the female deputy leader of the Jiao gang, the atmosphere was tranquil. Suspended in the air above the room was an eerie entity, resembling a pair of ghostly green eyes. These haunting green eyes floated ominously in the darkness, surrounded by swirling mist, intertwining and transforming into various distorted shapes, sometimes resembling a ghastly visage, at other times a sinuous serpent. Chapter 42. Taking advantage of the situation, this sinister entity remained silent yet seemed to whisper. Its murmurs were indecipherable, echoing in the stillness of the room. The female deputy leader reclined languidly on the bed, her posture serpentine and alluring. A flowing red gauze dress hung loosely upon her, revealing swathes of pale skin, exuding an air of wantonness. Her visage appeared exceptionally alluring under the dim candlelight, yet it bore an air of unpredictability. The corners of her lips curled slightly upwards, hinting at an elusive smile. However, her gaze was cold and piercing, fixated intently on the nebulous green eyes. After a prolonged silence, the female deputy leader unexpectedly erupted into a delicate laugh. The sound rang out starkly in the stillness of the room, jarring and discordant. Enough, I understand. You may leave now. Her voice was soft yet laced with an undeniable authority, rendering the eerie atmosphere even more chilling. As her words faded, the ethereal green eyes and the surrounding mist gradually receded, ultimately vanishing into the shadows as if they had never existed. Yet, the lingering aura remained, permeating the room and sending shivers down one's spine. The female deputy leader then rose from the bed, her bare feet gliding across the floor as she approached the window and gently pushed it open. Outside, the night was profound, the moon obscured by dark clouds, with only a few scattered stars struggling to pierce through, casting a faint glow upon her figure, outlining her enchanting and seductive silhouette. She tilted her head slightly upwards, gazing at the dim night sky. The corners of her mouth lifted once more in a smile, one filled with intrigue and calculation, as if plotting some unspeakable conspiracy. This little Taoist priest is truly fascinating. Residing in a witch's temple, she murmured softly, her voice barely above a whisper, yet distinctly audible in the stillness of the night. Her tone conveyed both the thrill of discovering prey and an eagerness for the unknown. As the first light of dawn filtered through the gaps in the window, it fell upon Yang Huan's face, stirring him from an uneasy slumber. Just as he began to open his eyes, a gentle knock at the door startled him into alertness. "Who is it?" Yang Huan called out, his voice tinged with caution and vigilance as he swiftly sat up. His gaze fixed on the closed door, images of the eerie and terrifying scenes from the previous night flooded his mind, filling him with doubt about this unexpected visitor so early in the morning. "Little Taoist, it's me, here to bring you breakfast," a youthful voice chimed from outside, its tone surprisingly gentle. Yang Huan recognized it as the young acolyte who had led him to the backyard the previous day. Although there was no immediate indication of danger in the voice, he remained on guard. He slowly rose, adjusted his somewhat disheveled clothing, took a deep breath, and cautiously approached the door. Upon opening it, he found the young acolyte standing there. A tray balanced steadily in his hands, laden with steaming porridge and buns, wisps of steam rising into the air. The acolyte wore a warm smile that evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Yet to Yang Huan, this smile seemed shrouded in a thin veil of mist, obscuring its authenticity. After all, the events of the previous night had instilled in him a wariness of everything within this witch's temple. "Did you sleep well last night, little Taoist?" the acolyte inquired first, his voice bright and pleasant, with a hint of concern in his eyes. Yang Huan, however, sensed that beneath this apparent concern lay something more, perhaps curiosity or even a test. "It was fine," Yang Huan replied, forcing a faint smile and responding with indifference. His gaze swept quickly over the young acolyte, attempting to discern any signs of deceit in his expressions or actions. Yet apart from the seemingly harmless smile and the breakfast in his hands, he found nothing amiss. The acolyte gently carried the breakfast into the room, his movements cautious as if fearing to spill even a drop of porridge. He placed the tray on the table and turned to Yang Huan, saying, "Take your time, little Taoist, be by the way. I also have these 2 books." As he spoke, he pulled out 2 yellowed tomes from his robe and extended them towards Yang Huan. "Master Xinyang entrusted me to deliver these to you. He mentioned that your cultivation is still in its infancy, and should you wander about, you might encounter danger." Yang Huan's heart stirred at the sight of the 2 yellowed books. He pondered, "Is Master Xinyang attempting to win me over?" Recalling the strange words of Master Xinyang from the previous night, he was filled with suspicion regarding his intentions. However, he also remembered his own judgments from last night, feeling that Master Xinyang had shown no overt hostility towards him. Moreover, in this bizarre world, having an additional safeguard might not be a bad thing. Thus, he quickly extended his hand to accept the books, a grateful smile gracing his face as he said, "Thank you, young friend, and please extend my thanks to Master Xinyang as well." After a moment's thought, Yang Huan asked, "Did Master Xinyang say anything else?" The acolyte replied, "Master Xinyang also mentioned that you may stay for as long as you wish. If there is anything unclear in the books, you can also ask him directly." Although Yang Huan felt perplexed, he nodded with a smile, responding, "All right, I understand. Thank you for your trouble, young friend." The acolyte nodded slightly, saying, "You are too polite, little Taoist. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." After the acolyte departed, Yang Huan closed the door and seated himself at the table. His gaze fell upon the 2 yellowed books, his mind swirling with curiosity and doubt. One was titled Taoist True Techniques, while the other was named Eerie Rhythm of Taoist Arts. The former contained records of various Taoist techniques, including methods for cultivating internal and external elixirs, as well as practices such as concealment, exorcism, demon subjugation, and military strategies. The latter, eerie rhythm of Taoist arts, detailed spells that harnessed supernatural forces through special techniques or means to achieve the sorcerer's objectives. For instance, the immobilization spell used by Master Xianyang last night was meticulously documented within. This could be considered a treasure. Master Xianyang not only spared his life, but also gifted him 2 books. Could it be that he truly misjudged this witch's temple? Yang Huan decided to set aside his doubts for the moment. Though he had some knowledge of sword techniques, he was entirely unfamiliar with Taoist arts and spells. Since they had been offered to him, he might as well take advantage of the opportunity. As he consumed his breakfast, he perused the cultivation methods detailed in the texts. Before he realized it, the morning slipped away in the blink of an eye. Just as he was engrossed in his reading, another knock sounded at the door. It was the young acolyte who had brought breakfast. The acolyte informed him that someone was seeking him outside the temple. When Yang Huan inquired who it was, the acolyte's response left him stunned in place. The Jiao Gang. Yang Huan felt as though struck by a thunderbolt, his entire being freezing in shock. His expression was one of utter disbelief, eyes wide and mouth agape, the muscles in his face twitching from the sudden news. His mind became a tumult of confusion, filled with questions and fears. Would they not leave him be? What could the Jiao Gang possibly want? Observing Yang Huan's bewildered state, the young acolyte stepped closer, concern flickering in his eyes as he gently asked, "Little Taoist, what's wrong?" His tone conveyed genuine worry, as if truly fearing for Yang Huan's safety. Yang Huan snapped back to reality, urgently inquiring, "Did they say anything else?" His voice trembled, betraying his inner unease. The acolyte tilted his head slightly, recalling, "They said they only wish for you to step out and meet them. They have matters to discuss with you." Yang Huan's heart raced wildly within his chest. Akin to a beast trapped in a cage, desperately seeking an escape, he contemplated. Now that he was trapped, with them aware of his presence in this witch's temple, evasion was futile. Moreover, it was broad daylight. Would they dare to commit heinous acts in the light of day? Furthermore, if he cowered in fear, his days would be spent in dread. What is inevitable will come. Evasion solves nothing. It is better to face it boldly. With this in mind, Yang Huan took a deep breath, striving to steady his voice as he addressed the acolyte. "Young friend, please go out and inform them that I will join them shortly." The acolyte nodded and replied affirmatively, then swiftly departed. Once alone, Yang Huan hurried to the bedside, grasping the eerie rhythm of Taoist arts. His fingers frantically flipped through the pages, his eyes searching intently as he muttered to himself, "Earth escape technique, earth escape technique." Finally, towards the latter part of the book, he discovered the details regarding the earth escape technique. He quickly scanned the key points, imprinting them firmly in his mind. He thought to himself that if the situation turned dire, he could employ this technique to escape, which would be better than waiting for death. Subsequently, Yang Huan approached the table and, standing before the copper mirror hanging on the wall, adjusted his Taoist robe. His gaze fell upon the sword nearby, which glimmered with a cold light in the dimness. Grasping the hilt, he slowly drew the sword, the blade's emergence accompanied by a sharp, ringing sound. He tightened his grip on the sword, carefully sheathing it once more, and strode purposefully towards the door. Outside the witch's temple, though the sun shone brightly, it seemed veiled by an eerie shroud, failing to emit the warmth it should. The streets were eerily quiet, with few passers-by, likely due to the temple's closure to the public that day. Only a handful of hurried individuals traversed the path, moving stealthily. The female deputy leader of the Jiao Gang stood like a poppy blooming in the darkness, striking and perilous, quietly waiting in place. Behind her, 2 imposing figures loomed like iron towers, their hands gripping gleaming, formidable blades. The vice leader of the gang was adorned in a vibrant, fiery red gown that billowed gently in the breeze, reminiscent of a blazing sunset, strikingly beautiful under the sunlight. Her visage appeared even more enchanting, with brows resembling distant mountains and eyes that shimmered with a hint of autumnal allure. Yet, her gaze bore a trace of cunning and ferocity, making it difficult for anyone to meet her eyes without trepidation. Yang Huan emerged slowly from the Wu Xian temple. A subtle smile, tinged with uncertainty, crept onto her lips. It was as if she could instantaneously transition from tender affection to icy disdain. Her gaze, akin to tangible threads, ensnared Yang Huan, embodying both playful scrutiny and appraisal. With a delicate wave of her hand, she signaled her two hulking companions to remain at attention. She glided towards Yang Huan. Her movements graceful and fluid. "Oh, you've decided to emerge," she spoke, her ruby lips parting, her voice sultry and beguiling, yet laced with a barely perceptible mockery. Yang Huan, on high alert, tensed every muscle in his body, fixing his gaze upon her as he coldly inquired, "How do you know I am here? What do you truly desire?" His voice resonated with unmasked anger and vigilance. The vice leader approached him, leaning in closer, her breath warm against his ear, whispering like the scent of orchids, "Have you forgotten what transpired last night?" Yang Huan furrowed his brow, confusion etched across his face as he instinctively stepped back. Creating a slight distance between them, his eyes expressed bewilderment. Forgotten what? He was utterly at a loss regarding the intentions of this woman. Straightening up, the vice leader observed his perplexed expression and stifled a delicate laugh. Her laughter melodious and clear, akin to the chime of silver bells, yet oddly sinister in this context. With a flirtatious glint in her eyes, she continued, "Did you not mention last night that you recognized the person in that portrait?" "Humph. To tell you the truth, that individual was indeed associated with our Zhao gang. His name was Yu Fei. However, 2 months ago, I discovered he had violated our rules, and I expelled him. Although our Zhao gang may not be a righteous faction, we still rely on the good people of Qingfeng town. To my astonishment, he resorted to deceiving others in the deep mountains to feed beasts, a foolish act that would jeopardize our livelihood. Now that you have brought this matter to light, you must accompany us to eliminate that beast in the forest, thus ridding the populace of a threat. If you happen to find Yu Fei, you may eliminate him as well." Upon hearing this, Yang Huan felt an immediate surge of fury, his eyes widening as he demanded, "On what grounds? Why should I go with you?" The vice leader's expression turned icy in an instant, her demeanor shifting dramatically. She fixed her cold gaze upon him, as if attempting to pierce through his very soul. "Simply because you have seen him, and you yourself have acknowledged his actions." Yang Huan recalled the previous night's humiliation at her hands, his indignation flaring anew as he gritted his teeth and retorted, "If you already knew that I spoke the truth last night, why did you treat me so?" The vice leader's eyes glimmered playfully as she adopted a teasing tone. "My dear, I was merely captivated by your presence." Her words dripped with both brazen seduction and a hint of provocation. As if to her, Yang Huan was merely a toy to be manipulated at her whim. She then rose onto her toes, her ruby lips brushing against his ear. The warmth of her breath sent shivers down his spine. Raising the hairs on his neck in a voice so sweet it seemed to flow like water, she whispered, "Little Taoist, do not act foolishly. 3 days hence, at the hour of the dragon, we shall depart. For these 3 days, you may remain in Qingfeng town, indulging in leisure, but should you contemplate escape..." She paused deliberately, her tongue gently caressing her lips, a fleeting flash of menace flickering in her gaze, as if to suggest the dire consequences of disobedience. Moments later, she reverted to her alluring demeanor, her fingers playfully twirling a strand of hair, her eyes sparkling as she smiled, "From now on, you shall call me San Yang. Do you remember?" The inflection of her voice rose slightly, imbued with a hint of childish charm, as if they were already intimate companions. Yet to Yang Huan, it felt like an ominous portent. Chapter 44. San Yang Huan stood silently, his gaze fixed on the retreating figures of San Yang and her 2 henchmen until the vivid red of her gown vanished around the corner. At that moment, a tumult of emotions swirled within him, anger, helplessness, anxiety, and confusion converging into a storm that left his mind restless. Thoughts of escape flitted through his mind, but he understood that he was ensnared like prey caught in a spider's web, with no avenue for flight, not to mention the numerous eyes of the Zhao gang lurking beyond the temple's threshold. The threat inherent in San Yang's parting glance was sufficient to convey that any rash movement could spell his doom. Resigned, he clenched his jaw, determined to make the most of the scant 3 days remaining to enhance his abilities. Why was San Yang so intent on taking him to slay the beast in the forest? Yang Huan furrowed his brow, mulling over her claims of safeguarding the citizens of Qingfeng town. Was her rationale truly so simplistic, or did it conceal a far more intricate conspiracy? Despite his trepidation, he recognized that he had little choice but to acquiesce to this perilous undertaking. Fortunately, Xin Yangzi had gifted him 2 volumes, which now served as his only lifeline. He resolved to delve into these texts, striving to master the techniques and spells they contained. Even a cursory understanding could prove invaluable in a critical moment. With this thought, Yang Huan inhaled deeply, attempting to calm his turbulent thoughts. Unconsciously, his nostrils flared as a faint, lingering fragrance wafted into his senses, a scent uniquely belonging to Shi Sanyang. Though she had departed, the residual aroma clung to him like a haunting specter, a constant reminder of the impending crisis. Frowning slightly, he grappled with the complex thoughts swirling in his mind. Shaking his head vigorously, as if to dispel the bothersome scent, he turned and made his way towards the back courtyard of the Wu Xian Temple. Along the way, he repeatedly reminded himself that in past endeavors, he may have been overly cautious, missing opportunities and falling into passivity. Now, with his life at stake, he must learn to make decisive choices. Abandoning indecisiveness, burdened with thoughts, Yang Huan returned to his room, still reeling from recent events, when a gentle knock interrupted his contemplation. Shortly after, a young acolyte entered, carrying lunch. His movements were light, and a gentle smile graced his face, as though the events outside the temple were of no concern to him. "Little Taoist, it's time to eat," the acolyte announced softly, placing the dishes on the table. Yang Huan managed a strained smile. Nodding in gratitude, seizing the moment before the acolyte departed, he inquired, "Young Taoist, do you know anything about the Jiao gang? I encountered their vice leader today, and I can't shake the feeling that this gang is far from ordinary." The young acolyte tilted his head thoughtfully, then replied, "The Jiao gang has been established in Qingfeng town for over a decade, initially assisting merchants by escorting goods and ensuring safe passage." His brow furrowed slightly, his tone tinged with regret. However, things changed when the vice leader's husband perished in battle a few years ago. Ever since, she has seemed a different person. Yang Huan paused, the striking visage of Shi Sanyang, brilliant yet tinged with ferocity, flashed through his mind. He pressed further, "Oh, what changes occurred thereafter? Did the Jiao gang's conduct alter?" "Oh, indeed." The young acolyte's voice rose with enthusiasm. "Though she is a woman, the vice leader is exceedingly bold and audacious in her actions. She continues to escort goods around Qingfeng town, but often leads her followers to the borders to engage in robbery and pillaging, claiming it is for vengeance for her deceased husband. Consequently, the reputation of the Jiao gang has suffered. Yet, among the locals, while they are aware of their illicit dealings, they tend to excuse them, believing they target enemy states. After all, they have never harmed the townsfolk. Occasionally, when the villagers face injustice, the gang has even intervened to assist." Listening to the young acolyte's account, Yang Huan's understanding of the Jiao gang began to crystallize. Once the acolyte departed, Yang Huan sat at the table, gazing at the meal before him, but he had little appetite. After taking a few bites, he set his chopsticks down and walked to his bedside, retrieving the 2 weathered tomes gifted by Xin Yangzi. Opening the pages, he quickly became engrossed, seeking to uncover methods to enhance his power within their teachings. The material was dense and cryptic, and the intricacies of the spells and techniques eluded him. Frustrated by the indecipherable diagrams and incantations, he felt a pang of regret, recognizing that his path to cultivation remained arduous. After much contemplation, he resolved that he could not rely solely on solitary study. Given his current predicament, it would be wise to seek guidance from Xin Yangzi. After all, he had provided him with these texts. Surely he bore no ill intentions. Moreover, mastering these teachings might afford him greater chances of survival in the impending crisis. He was merely curious as to why Zhuan Yangzi would treat him in such a manner. Last night, having uncovered the secrets of the Witch Immortal Temple, not only did he spare his life, but he also bestowed upon him a tome for cultivation. Yang Huan pondered quietly, realizing that mulling over such matters in this place was futile. It would be far more prudent to directly inquire of Zhuan Yangzi, thus alleviating the numerous uncertainties that plagued his mind. With this thought, he rose and departed the room, making his way to the front courtyard of the Witch Immortal Temple. The back courtyard was rather sparsely populated, with only the occasional hurried passage of 1 or 2 young acolytes who seemed burdened by pressing matters. There were also a few female devotees, clad in simple garments, their expressions a mixture of reverence and urgency. Yang Huan surmised that most of these individuals were likely seeking blessings for offspring. However, such matters were, at this moment, trivial distractions for him. Chapter 45. The enigmatic Merkyong Huan noticed a young acolyte sweeping the ground and promptly approached him. Clasping his hands in a respectful gesture and bowing slightly, he inquired with deference, "Young Taoist, might I trouble you to inform me where Xinyang Zhenren can be found at this moment?" The young acolyte paused his sweeping, looking up at Yang Huan with a warm smile. After returning the greeting, he replied, "At this hour, Xinyang Zhenren should be within the Taoist temple over there." Upon hearing this, Yang Huan was taken aback. It was indeed peculiar that the Witch Immortal Temple housed another Taoist temple. His curiosity piqued, he hurriedly followed the direction indicated by the sweeping acolyte. Not far along, he came upon a modest Taoist temple. Nestled among several ancient pines and cypresses, exuding an aura of serene tranquility, Yang Huan approached cautiously, only to see Zhuan Yangzi seated cross-legged on a mat, eyes closed, his demeanor tranquil, as if he were one with the surrounding cosmos. A faint essence of Tao flowed around him, lending him an air of the extraordinary. As Yang Huan drew near, the soft sound of his footsteps disturbed Zhuan Yangzi, who slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Yang Huan with a momentary look of surprise. Followed by a smile tinged with curiosity, he inquired, "What brings you here, young Taoist?" Yang Huan quickly stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "Xinyang Zhenren, I find myself troubled by a few matters that have left me in deep contemplation. I wonder if you might have a moment to enlighten me." Zhuan Yangzi nodded slightly and gestured for him to sit. "You need not stand on ceremony, young Taoist. If you have questions, please, sit and speak freely." Yang Huan inclined his body slightly and settled onto the mat. He then posed his question. "Xinyang Zhenren, last night, by a twist of fate, I came to glimpse certain secrets of the Witch Immortal Temple. Yet, instead of delivering harm, you merely restrained me and offered an explanation. May I ask why this was so?" His voice echoed in the tranquil temple, laced with tension and abundant curiosity. Zhuan Yangzi, upon hearing this, revealed a subtle glint in his otherwise serene gaze. A slight smile played upon his lips as he replied, "Why would you assume, young Taoist, that I would seek to harm you? Do you believe from the outset that the Witch Immortal Temple is a den of malice? Or perhaps a place of wickedness?" Yang Huan hastily shook his head, eager to clarify, "Not at all. It was simply that the scene was exceedingly bizarre, and I found it difficult to accept." As he spoke, the haunting images of the previous night resurfaced in his mind. Zhuan Yangzi let out a gentle sigh, his gaze deepening as he spoke slowly. "I have already explained to you that we practice the principles of cause and effect. If people seek children, we grant them children. That is the essence of cause and effect. As long as we do not maliciously harm others or disrupt the merits of our cultivation, we are in accordance with the natural order. Every occurrence in the world has its reason. Our actions at the Witch Immortal Temple also adhere to this principle. Take, for instance, the matter of seeking offspring. Others may only see the bizarre transformations of the Witch Immortal, unaware that it is a tapestry woven from the wishes of the faithful and our responses, forming a cycle of cause and effect." Zhuan Yangzi's voice resonated within the temple, imbued with a sense of profound understanding and clarity. Yet, while Yang Huan grasped some of the concepts of cause and effect, he could not shake the unsettling impressions from the previous night. The terrifying entity, indistinguishable as either statue or living being, emanated a foul stench, shrouded in tendrils of black mist. It had ultimately transformed into the likeness of a man, and even now, the memory sent shivers down his spine, making it difficult for him to fully relax or lower his guard. Yang Huan furrowed his brow, the doubts in his mind not entirely dissipated. He sensed that further probing into this matter would likely yield no clarity. Instead, he lifted his gaze to Zhuan Yangzi and posed another inquiry. "Might I ask, Xinyang Zhenren, why you entrusted the acolyte to deliver 2 tomes of cultivation to me this morning?" Zhuan Yangzi regarded Yang Huan, noticing his relief from the previous line of questioning, and a faint smile of approval graced his features. Seemingly appreciating Yang Huan's ability to swiftly adjust his mindset, he straightened slightly, resting his hands gently on his knees, and began to explain. "Last night, I observed that you were easily ensnared by the binding spell, indicating your cultivation is indeed quite lacking. You also mentioned that you travel widely in these chaotic times. As practitioners of the Tao, we should harbor goodwill towards fellow seekers. I worried that if you journeyed unarmed, you might encounter numerous dangers. Coincidentally, I had recently come into possession of 2 rather exceptional texts, and I thought to pass them on to you." hoping they might afford you some means of self-protection in the future. Zhuan Yangzi's voice was deep and resonant, each word echoing with a reassuring strength. Yet, the reasoning behind his actions struck Yang Huan as somewhat incredulous. Yang Huan's brows knitted together, a look of skepticism clouding his features as he instinctively questioned. Is that truly the case? His tone carried an undercurrent of doubt. After all, such sudden kindness in a world fraught with treachery was difficult to fully trust. Zhuan Yangzi, noticing his expression, maintained an air of gentle reassurance as he replied. Indeed, but there is, of course, another reason. Have you ever heard of the term mysterious murk? Zhuan Yangzi's gaze deepened, obscured by layers of meaning. As his words fell, the atmosphere of the temple seemed to grow even more enigmatic. Mysterious murk? Yang Huan looked up at Zhuan Yangzi, his eyes brimming with confusion as he inquired. Xinyang Zhenren, I find myself perplexed. What exactly is this mysterious murk? Zhuan Yangzi furrowed his brow slightly, pausing for a moment before continuing. When you entered yesterday, I carefully observed your features and discovered a troubling sign. From your appearance, it seems you should have perished over a month ago. Yet here you are, alive and well, which is indeed most peculiar. At this revelation, Yang Huan felt a chill run down his spine, his eyes widening in shock, his breath quickening. It was as though Zhuan Yangzi had pierced through the veil of his secrets. He exclaimed, Zhenren, how can this be? Chapter 46. Zhuan Yangzi's cause and effect, and merits. Yang Huan's heart raced with fear and turmoil. Could it be that Zhuan Yangzi had discerned the truth of his crossing over? Just then, however, Zhuan Yangzi softened his expression, his tone imbued with a measure of comfort as he spoke slowly. You need not be so alarmed, young Taoist, at least you are still alive and well. Though you are entangled with the mysterious murk, you are fortunate to have encountered me. You must understand, I practice the principles of cause and effect and merits. Zhuan Yangzi's voice was low and steady, yet carried an undercurrent of chill. He continued, had it been anyone else, you would likely have been in grave danger. Many in this world regard the mysterious murk as a rare treasure for cultivation. They would go to great lengths to extract your body parts to forge magical tools or concoct elixirs, using you as a catalyst. Yang Huan trembled involuntarily at this prospect, his face paling as his fear of the mysterious murk deepened, as though unseen eyes were lurking in the shadows, coveting him. Observing Yang Huan's terror, Zhuan Yangzi sighed softly and continued, by coming to the Witch Immortal Temple, you have forged a bond of cause and effect with me. Now that I am aware of your situation, it is only natural that I assist you. Should you achieve success on your path of cultivation in the future, it would be a merit for me as well as my path and cultivation would rise to new heights. In keeping with the principles of cause and effect in this world, as Yang Huan listened to Zhuan Yangzi's explanation, he began to comprehend the depth of his concern. Yet, the magnitude of this revelation was overwhelming, and he struggled to process it. Steadying himself, he looked at Zhuan Yangzi with a glimmer of hope and curiosity, asking, then have you encountered other instances of mysterious murk? Zhuan Yangzi shook his head slightly, his gaze contemplative as he replied, I have not personally encountered other mysterious murk. However, I have heard tales of a case many years ago in the Liang Kingdom, where a mysterious murk was captured by members of the 12 palaces and subsequently forged into a magical tool. The mention of the 12 palaces stirred a memory in Yang Huan of a tall young man he had encountered in the forest, who had claimed to be from the 12 palaces while in the cave. Upon reflection, it seems that the jungle in question undoubtedly falls within the territory of the Liang Kingdom. Delving deeper into this notion, it indeed makes sense, for Qingfeng Town lies at the confluence of the two nations. At this juncture, a sudden thought regarding his own safety sprang forth in Yang Huan's mind. He hastily turned to Xinyang Zi, his eyes brimming with urgency and hope, exclaiming, Master Xinyang, since you can discern that I am tainted by the Guizhu, you must possess extraordinary insight. However, is there any way to conceal this peculiarity from my visage? I genuinely fear that this identity could bring about endless calamities. As he spoke, Yang Huan's hands subconsciously clenched tightly together. Xinyang Zi's gaze settled upon Yang Huan, imbued with a hint of compassion and contemplation. After a brief silence, he responded, there is indeed a method. I can devise a way to obscure this feature, ensuring that you will not be easily detected by others for the next 6 months. However, this is merely a temporary solution. After 6 months, should you encounter an expert of considerable cultivation, The truth may still be revealed. Upon hearing this, the flicker of hope that had ignited in Yang Huan's heart dimmed considerably. Yet, he remained undeterred, pressing on. Then, if I wish to permanently resolve this and completely rid myself of the Guizhou visage, is there a method for that? With a slight sigh, Xian Yangzi's expression revealed a trace of helplessness. And he responded slowly, to achieve a complete resolution, you must journey to Jingxin Temple in Boizhou. There, you may seek the assistance of Taoist Jingxin, who might aid you in permanently escaping the threat posed by this Guizhou visage. However, the path to Boizhou is fraught with peril, and you must consider this carefully. Yang Huan furrowed his brow, contemplating. No matter how treacherous the journey to Boizhou may be, it seems I must steel myself and undertake this expedition. After all, to truly comprehend this bizarre world, I shall inevitably need to wander extensively. If this Guizhou visage continues to shadow me, and should it be detected by those with ill intentions, I would inevitably find myself in grave danger. With my life hanging by a thread, with this thought in mind, he raised his gaze, his eyes filled with curiosity and inquiry, and suddenly posed a question to Xian Yangzi. Master Xian Yang, you previously mentioned that if I were to achieve some accomplishments in my cultivation in the future, it would be a merit for you. However, I am still somewhat bewildered as to how this specifically benefits you. And I hope you can enlighten me. Xian Yangzi slightly tilted his head back, his gaze directed towards the dome of the temple. It seemed as though he were peering beyond this confined space. Envisioning the ethereal realm that countless cultivators dream of, he spoke softly. It is naturally for the purpose of attaining immortality. These simple words struck Yang Huan like a heavy hammer, resonating deeply within his heart, and instantly reminding him of his master, Yun Yangzi. The peculiar method of ascension employed by his master flooded his mind, igniting within him a fervent curiosity, compelling him to inquire, do immortal beings truly exist in this world? Xian Yangzi was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, his voice resonant and bold, dispelling some of the earlier oppressive atmosphere within the tranquil temple. How could they not exist? In the heavenly realm of Baiyu Jing, with 12 towers and 5 cities, the immortals uphold their destinies, bestowing longevity upon those who are fated. Throughout history, how many cultivators have devoted their lives in pursuit of this transcendence? Furthermore, young friend, should you achieve even modest progress in your cultivation, I too shall be that much closer to the realm of immortality. A fervent light flickered in Xian Yangzi's eyes, a testament to his unwavering desire and anticipation for immortality. At this moment, his expression grew slightly solemn, and he regarded Yang Huan with concern, earnestly advising, young friend, you must remain vigilant regarding your safety, diligently pursue your cultivation, and never grow complacent. Yang Huan nodded slightly, committing Xian Yangzi's admonitions to memory. Subsequently, in a bid to dispel his lingering doubts, he slowly continued. Speaking of immortality, during my travels a few days ago, I happened to pass by Yunyang's sect, where I witnessed some perplexing phenomena. However, I am uncertain if what I observed was indeed related to immortality, and I hope Master Xianyang can shed light on this matter. Upon hearing the name Yunyang sect, Xianyangzi's expression shifted, and he inquired with keen interest, are you referring to Yunyangzi? Yang Huan nodded, sensing that Xianyangzi was familiar with his master. A complex expression crossed Xianyangzi's face as he murmured, I had a fleeting encounter with Yunyangzi many years ago. What has become of him? Chapter 47. This Wu Xian is not that Wu Xian. Yang Huan took a deep breath, as if attempting to extract the harrowing scene from the depths of his memory, and began to recount. During those days, I was exploring Yunyang's sect point one morning. I heard the sect leader exclaim that I had achieved immortality. Yet, scarcely had the words left his lips when 3 bolts of thunder descended from the sky, striking him directly. Those 3 bolts instantly engulfed him in radiance, and when the thunderous light dissipated, only his severed head remained. The scene was so horrific that I still feel uneasy whenever I recall it. Upon hearing this, Xianyangzi's expression turned grave, and he began to unconsciously fidget with the hem of his robe, lost in thought. After a moment, he spoke slowly. From your description, it appears that his demise by the 3 bolts of lightning may be attributed to an inherent flaw within him. I recall that when I first met Yunyangzi, he primarily focused on alchemical cultivation, and his other skills were not particularly advanced. However, his prowess in alchemy was indeed remarkable. He was on the path of alchemical cultivation towards immortality. Given the tragic outcome, it could be that he possessed some innate deficiencies that rendered him unable to withstand the severe test of the heavenly tribulation. Alternatively, he may have been hindered by some hidden, imperceptible factors, leading to his ultimate failure. Yang Huan, upon hearing this, formed a vague conjecture regarding the events surrounding his master's ascension that fateful morning. He pondered whether his master had indeed been inherently flawed, akin to what cultivators often refer to as a shaky foundation, making it difficult to transcend the heavenly tribulation. Or perhaps he had been poisoned by the senior brother and second sister with the 7-day powder, which resulted in such a catastrophic heavenly tribulation at the critical moment of his ascension. Xian Yangzi then pressed, and what became of Yun Yangzi afterward? Yang Huan inhaled deeply, steadying himself, and continued. After being struck by the 3 bolts of heavenly lightning, leaving only his head behind, he did not simply fade away. Instead, he informed his disciple that he required 3 more elixirs to complete his transformation and step onto the path of immortality. The disciple, filled with urgency yet hope, hurriedly sought out and gathered the 3 elixirs. Strangely, as soon as the elixirs arrived, a white mist began to envelop Yun Yangzi's solitary head. Gradually, his head began to ascend, as if drawn by some mysterious force. Yang Huan's voice trembled slightly, as if still haunted by the tension of that moment. But just as it seemed he was on the verge of success, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A mysterious figure appeared like a phantom, shouting that Yun Yangzi would not achieve immortality. Before anyone could react, the figure struck down with a sword, severing Yun Yangzi's head. Witnessing this, Yun Yangzi's disciple rushed forward without hesitation, engaging in a desperate struggle with the mysterious figure. After a fierce battle, the disciple ultimately managed to slay the mysterious figure. Yang Huan swallowed hard, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes, and lowered his voice. But just before that mysterious figure perished, he uttered a chilling phrase, "This." Yang Huan looked up at Xian Yangzi, his face betraying his apprehension. "Master Xian Yang, I fear that speaking it may be offensive, and I hope you can be forgiving." Xian Yangzi's expression remained calm, and he nodded slightly, indicating for him to proceed. Yang Huan then whispered. The figure said, "Please summon the Wuxian." As the words escaped his lips, Yang Huan fixed his gaze on Xian Yangzi, wary of provoking his displeasure. Xian Yangzi's expression remained unchanged. He simply regarded Yang Huan with quiet contemplation. After a moment, he replied slowly, "No need for concern. Please continue." Yang Huan exhaled softly, feeling a sense of relief, and continued. Immediately after that remark, something strange occurred once more. The mysterious figure, whose body had been severed by Yun Yangzi's disciple, began to undergo an unusual transformation. Astonishingly, the dismembered body began to reassemble, morphing into a terrifying creature. As he spoke, Yang Huan turned to Xian Yangzi, his eyes brimming with inquiry. "Master Xian Yang." At that moment, I was engulfed by fear and had no time to consider much. Now, reflecting upon it, that transformation was exceedingly bizarre. I truly cannot comprehend it, which is why I seek your guidance. What do you believe transpired? Xian Yangzi listened intently, his gaze deep and contemplative. Once Yang Huan finished, he scrutinized him closely before finally speaking. "It seems, young friend, that you have harbored various doubts regarding our Wuxian temple and perhaps even some unconventional views. Now, having heard your account, I grasp a portion of the preceding events. However, have you ever considered that this Wuxian is not the same as that Wuxian? In this world, beneath the surface of all matters, hidden complexities abound. What you see or hear may not represent the entire truth." Xian Yangzi's voice was low and resonant, echoing through the tranquil temple. It seemed he sought to impart deeper meanings to Yang Huan, leading him into further contemplation. "This Wuxian is not that Wuxian." These words echoed in Yang Huan's mind like an incantation. He pondered inwardly, could it be that he had indeed misjudged the Wuxian temple? After uttering those profound words, Zhuan Yangzi gazed beyond the confines of the Taoist temple, stating with a contemplative tone, "If what you speak is indeed the truth, then the mysterious figure's call for the shaman to possess a body likely alludes to the Wuxian of the Great Liang Kingdom." Upon hearing this, Yang Huan felt a shiver run down his spine, his eyes widening in astonishment as he urgently inquired, "What exactly is this Wuxian of the Great Liang Kingdom?" His voice unconsciously trembled. Clearly taken aback by this sudden revelation, Zhuan Yangzi shook his head slightly, a mixture of helplessness and gravity evident in his expression, and replied slowly, I am not entirely certain. However, I have heard that those who worship him can instantaneously gain an inexplicable and immense power. Yet, the cost of such power remains shrouded in mystery. Zhuan Yangzi's voice echoed softly in the tranquil temple, each word seemingly imbued with a chilling aura that made Yang Huan involuntarily shudder, in an instant. The image of his senior brother, Cheng Feng, flashed through his mind, accompanied by a wave of ominous premonition. Could it be that Cheng Feng was in cahoots with the great Liang kingdom? The thought sent his heart racing, and cold sweat began to bead on his palms. He recalled the tall youth who claimed to be from the 12 palaces during their encounter in the forest, as well as the fact that the location of that forest should fall within the borders of the great Liang kingdom. Now, piecing these fragmented details together, everything seemed to converge upon this unsettling possibility. As this realization dawned upon him, Yang Huan felt a chill creep up his spine. Nevertheless, it was evident that everything was now more directed than before. It seemed that this expedition into the jungle with the Jiao gang was indeed necessary. After a moment of silence, Yang Huan lifted his gaze, a flicker of relief crossing his eyes as he softly remarked, I never anticipated that conversing with you today would clarify so many matters that were previously shrouded in ambiguity. Gradually rising to his feet, his posture both upright and humble, he regarded Zhuan Yangzi with utmost respect. His hands clasped in a formal gesture before his chest. Subsequently, he inclined his body slightly, performing a perfectly executed Taoist bow, a gesture of reverence and gratitude towards Zhuan Yangzi. Chapter 48. Journey with Shi Sanyang. After completing his bow, Yang Huan's gaze held a hint of perplexity as he voiced his final question. Esteemed master, can you discern the ominous visage that envelopes me? Can the members of the Jiao gang also perceive it? Zhuan Yangzi lifted his gaze, his expression calm as he regarded Yang Huan. After a brief moment of silence, he responded, They should not, young friend. Please do not worry excessively. Hear us what we shall do. Shortly, I will instruct a disciple to notify you. Tonight, I will endeavor to temporarily conceal your ominous visage. Upon hearing these words, a spark of joy illuminated Yang Huan's eyes as he quickly replied, Thank you, esteemed master. He understood that receiving such assistance from Zhuan Yangzi in this bizarre world was a rare fortune, perhaps allowing him to temporarily evade certain latent dangers. Although Zhuan Yangzi's motivations were not without self-interest, at the very least, his life was not in jeopardy, which was of paramount importance. Yang Huan, filled with gratitude, bowed deeply once more to Zhuan Yangzi. Only after completing this gesture did he rise, his gaze brimming with appreciation as he softly expressed, I am profoundly grateful for your guidance today. I shall remember this kindness. I will not disturb you any longer. With that, he turned and slowly made his exit from the temple. Upon returning to his modest chamber, Yang Huan's mind echoed with Zhuan Yangzi's earlier words. In the coming days, should you encounter any uncertainties in your cultivation, feel free to approach me. Sitting beside his simple bed, he directed his attention to the 2 books gifted to him by Zhuan Yangzi. The tome titled Daozong Jinshu detailed various cultivation methods, each one promising the possibility of transcendence should one master them to perfection. However, Yang Huan felt little fervor for the pursuit of immortality. At this moment, his thoughts were consumed solely with the desire to survive in this strange world. Night fell swiftly, enveloping the vicinity of the shaman's temple in a serene silence, broken only by the occasional chirping of insects. In this tranquil atmosphere, a disciple gently knocked on Yang Huan's door, bearing Zhuan Yangzi's summons for him to return to the temple. Hearing this, Yang Huan hastily rose and adjusted his attire, heart racing with a mixture of apprehension and anticipation. He hurried towards the temple. Upon entering, he found Zhuan Yangzi already standing quietly within. The flickering candlelight danced in the night breeze, casting shadows upon the walls. Noticing Yang Huan's arrival, Zhuan Yangzi nodded slightly, signaling for him to take a seat. After settling down, Zhuan Yangzi began, Young friend, let us commence. Yang Huan nodded in agreement, then closed his eyes and sat cross-legged. Zhuan Yangzi formed intricate hand seals while muttering incantations, from which wisps of soft light emanated from his fingertips. These ethereal strands of light floated toward Yang Huan, gradually entwining around his face. As the luminescence flickered, an invisible force seemed to be subtly at work. Gradually, a veil of faint radiance enveloped Yang Huan's features. After a considerable time, Zhuan Yangzi concluded his incantation, exhaling deeply as he turned to Yang Huan, saying, "Young friend, this technique will safeguard you for 6 months." Yang Huan promptly bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed master, I shall forever cherish this kindness." With that, Yang Huan immersed himself wholeheartedly in the 2 books bestowed upon him by Zhuan Yangzi. Whenever he encountered difficulties, he humbly sought Zhuan Yangzi's guidance, who always responded with patience and generosity. During these few days, Yang Huan devoted himself to diligent study and practice, making notable strides in his cultivation, resulting in a demeanor that now exuded calmness and restraint. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Like a fleeting moment of time, as the first rays of dawn illuminated the eaves of the shaman's temple, casting a gentle glow, Yang Huan appeared outside the temple promptly. He stood tall, his gaze resolute, emanating an aura markedly different from that of 3 days prior. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps resonated from afar as Shi Sanyang, the deputy leader of the Jiao gang, made her timely entrance. Today, she resembled a striking ink lotus, captivating and stunning. Clad in a form-fitting dark green outfit that hugged her figure, the fabric resembled superior soft armor, exuding a delicate yet resilient quality, glinting coolly under the sun's caress. The ensemble was masterfully tailored, accentuating her exquisite curves without reserve. Approaching Yang Huan, her beautiful eyes sparkled with a blend of allure and scrutiny. With a playful smile, she remarked, "It seems that in the days we have not met, this little Taoist has indeed made some progress. Let us be on our way." Her voice, akin to a melodious oriole, was both clear and enchanting, yet carried an undeniable authority. Yang Huan raised his gaze, discreetly assessing Shi Sanyang, pondering to himself that this woman was indeed breathtakingly beautiful, not only for her stunning visage but also for her alluring figure that was difficult to ignore. Behind her stood dozens of subordinates, each possessing a lithe physique and a stern demeanor, their gazes sharp and focused, clearly the elite soldiers of a well-trained force. Such an imposing presence suggested they were unwavering in their resolve to achieve their objectives. Yang Huan understood that it was not the moment for idle chatter, so he nodded slightly and walked alongside Shi Sanyang. Having relied on his memories from the escape with Lu Shuiyao, Yang Huan had roughly discerned the direction of the jungle. Recollecting the arduous journey from the jungle back to the sect, he realized it had been a long and grueling trek. Now, departing from Qingfeng town, it would take at least 4 to 5 days at a normal pace. At this juncture, Yang Huan no longer felt the desperate urge to flee as he once had. It was not that his cultivation had reached a level where he could act without fear. Rather, a fervent desire had ignited within him to explore the mysteries of the jungle. After all, since his inexplicable arrival in this strange world, he had been perpetually on the run. Yet now, after his enlightening conversation with Zhuan Yangzi, he keenly sensed that all clues seemed to converge upon that enigmatic jungle. Not only for his own survival in this bizarre realm, but also for those he wished to protect, he felt compelled to undertake this journey. As he walked, his gaze lingered thoughtfully toward the direction of the jungle. A gentle breeze tousled his hair as he remained blissfully unaware, his mind flooded with memories of frantic escapes. The fear and confusion he had once felt now transformed into the driving force propelling him forward. Thus, Yang Huan walked alongside Shi Sanyang, following the imposing procession as they steadily advanced toward the jungle. This unknown journey had already begun, and what thrilling tales awaited Yang Huan remained to be seen. Chapter 49. The exorcism play. In Yang Huan's recollection, the jungle lay to the north of Qingfeng town. Throughout the journey, he and Shi Sanyang appeared to walk side by side, yet an unspoken tension lingered between them, neither willing to break the silence. Yang Huan cast a discreet glance at Shi Sanyang, who radiated a captivating and enchanting fragrance. Beneath this alluring scent, however, lay an undeniable air of composure and decisiveness. As if the tumult of the world could hardly perturb her. In this bizarre realm, her position as the deputy leader of the Jiao gang was not merely a product of her beguiling beauty. Yang Huan's gaze roamed the group, soon noticing several other intriguing figures. Among them, one individual appeared somewhat lean, clad in a plain yet tidy azure robe, exuding an unmistakable scholarly aura. The individual appeared to be a middle-aged man, with the passage of time leaving subtle marks upon his visage. Faint lines of wrinkles quietly crept to the corners of his eyes, yet those eyes shone brightly, akin to twinkling stars in the night sky. Deep and wise, they occasionally flickered, revealing a glimmer of brilliance that sent a shiver down Yang Huana's spine, instilling within him a firm belief that this man was undoubtedly a master of profound skills. Shrouded in mystery. Then there was another figure, a woman clad in black, whose graceful form exuded an air of coldness. While her beauty did not rival that of the renowned 13th Lady, her features were striking, possessing a unique allure. Particularly captivating were her eyes, subtly radiating a murderous intent. Despite her efforts to restrain it, an icy aura seeped forth, making it unwise for anyone to approach her lightly. This woman, it seemed, had also endured the trials of battle and possessed formidable prowess. Additionally, there stood a burly man in his 30s, robust and imposing. His full beard stood upright like steel needles. Combined with the fierce glint in his large, coppery eyes, he resembled a vengeful deity descended from the battlefield. It was likely that any ordinary person would be struck with terror before even drawing near him. The group pressed onward without pause. Reaching a shaded area by midday, they partook of some simple rations and, after a brief respite, resumed their journey. Silence enveloped them until nightfall. In the distance, the outline of a verdant mountain gradually emerged against the darkening sky. At the foot of the mountain lay a village, modest in size, with 20 to 30 scattered households. What should have been a scene of tranquility now appeared unsettlingly bright, the village ablaze with light amidst the inky darkness. Emanating an inexplicable eeriness, drawn by this sudden illumination, the group cautiously approached the village. They soon noticed a solitary stage standing desolately to the east. On the stage, performers sang in a haunting manner, their melodious voices echoing into the stillness of the night. Clad in vibrant yet somewhat faded costumes, their masked faces glimmered in the light, but their movements were mechanical and stiff, every gesture exuding an uncanny sense of unreality. Most chilling of all was the emptiness beneath the stage. There were no cheers, no whispers of an audience. Only the desolate space, illuminated by the flickering lights, felt increasingly sinister. A gentle breeze rustled the banners around the stage, resembling the whispers of vengeful spirits, sending a chill down the spine. 13th Lady furrowed her brow, a glimmer of wariness flashing in her eyes. She raised her hand to signal the others to halt, lowering her voice as she spoke. It appears they are performing a new opera. Let us enter the village and find a place to rest, but be sure not to disturb the villagers. Her words, though softly spoken, carried an undeniable authority. The group nodded in agreement and cautiously made their way into the village. Yet, Yang Huan could not help but strain his ears to catch the performance. He heard the performer drawl, "Great Nuwa, little Nuwa, new show appears, souls return to their abode." The eerie lyrics sent shivers through Yang Huan, causing the hair on his neck to stand on end. "Nuwa opera?" he murmured, recalling 13th Lady's words, his brow furrowing deeper. In his previous life, he seemed to remember hearing that name. Now, in this strange world, the notion of Nuwa opera stirred an ominous premonition within him. In his past existence, Nuwa opera was performed for the deceased, meant to soothe restless spirits and prevent them from causing mischief. A wave of cold dread washed over him as he pondered. Could it be that someone has died in this village, prompting the villagers to summon a troupe to perform for the deceased? This bizarre scene made the hairs on his body rise involuntarily. Beneath the village's tranquility lay an undercurrent, concealing secrets unknown to outsiders. Burdened with doubt, Yang Huan followed the group, treading carefully into the village. Though 13th Lady had instructed them to minimize disturbances to the villagers, the presence of so many people inevitably created some commotion. Upon entering the village, a few villagers peered out from their homes. Their expressions were calm, devoid of the panic typical of common folk encountering strangers, and showed no signs of fear, as if they had long grown accustomed to the arrival of uninvited guests. This unusual reaction only deepened Yang Huan's suspicions. He observed these villagers discreetly, growing increasingly convinced that something was amiss. Notably, he discerned that most of the villagers were women, children, and the elderly. Throughout their journey, he had yet to see a single able-bodied man, although the village was small. With merely 20 to 30 households, the conspicuous absence of young male laborers was striking. 13th Lady seemed to have noticed this as well. Her gaze sharpened slightly, and she gestured for one of her subordinates to approach. In a low voice, she instructed, "Go and inquire about the situation in this village." Why are there no able-bodied men? Find out what has happened and be thorough. The subordinate complied, swiftly making his way to an elderly man with a weathered face. With a benevolent smile, he slightly bowed and politely asked, "Greetings, sir. We are hunters passing through and, seeing that it is getting late, we were hoping to rest here for the night. However, upon entering the village, I noticed something peculiar. There doesn't seem to be a single young and strong lad in sight. What is the reason for that?" The old man slowly raised his head, his murky gaze sweeping over the group. After a moment of silence, he replied leisurely, "Young man, all the able-bodied men from our village have gone into the mountains. If you wish to rest, head west. There are a few empty houses there. Though they may be a bit rudimentary, they should suffice for the night." The subordinate's curiosity remained piqued, and he pressed on, "Sir, there is another matter I find curious. Over there at the stage, the troupe is performing quite energetically. Yet there isn't a single audience member in sight. Why is that?" The old man's expression remained calm, and he answered in a flat tone, "This is an old tradition of Zhangja village. Every year at this time, we invite a troupe to perform a few plays. This opera is sung for our ancestors, seeking their blessings and peace of mind. The villagers understand this and do not need to watch." The old man's response was impeccably composed, his demeanor revealing no signs of deceit, leaving the subordinate with lingering doubts yet hesitant to press further. After thanking the elder, he quickly returned to report back to 13th Lady. Recounting the inquiry's results in detail, 13th Lady furrowed her brow slightly as she scanned the village, seemingly weighing her options. Observing the situation, the old man rasped, "Since you are unfamiliar with the area, allow me to guide you." The subordinate felt a surge of relief and expressed gratitude. The old man nodded slightly and began to lead the way with a slow gait. 13th Lady subtly waved her hand, signaling the others to follow. At tea this time, the village remained brightly lit, and the eerie sounds of the opera echoed through the still night, casting an inexplicable shadow over their hearts. Throughout the journey, the old man appeared nonchalant but discreetly observed the group from the corner of his eye. When his gaze landed on 13th Lady, a fleeting glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes. He then glanced at the other women in the group, noting their toned legs and full figures, which moved gracefully with each step. Compared to the frail women he had spotted earlier in the village, they were undeniably more robust. Although the old man's scrutiny was swift, it did not escape Yang Huan's notice. A sense of unease gripped him. The old man's seemingly kind demeanor masked a gaze that felt distinctly off. In this bizarre and enigmatic village, his excessive attention towards the women raised alarms in Yang Huan's mind. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he became increasingly vigilant. Under the old man's guidance, the group trudged along until they reached the western side, where 3 vacant houses stood in a row, their walls weathered and exuding an air of decay in the night. The old man pointed to the houses and muttered, "This should be sufficient for your rest. If you need assistance, just come find me." As he spoke, he cast a seemingly casual glance at the subordinate who had asked him earlier. The subordinate understood the hint, quickly retrieving a string of coins from his pocket and handing them to the old man. The elder's gnarled hand swiftly accepted the coins, his face transforming into a mask of ingratiating smiles as he repeatedly expressed gratitude. "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Rest well." With that, he hurriedly turned and vanished into the night. 13th Lady surveyed the surroundings and spoke in a lowered voice, "Everyone, be cautious tonight." Then, her gaze shifted to the women, her expression stern. "You ladies will stay with me here tonight." Finally, her eyes fell on Yang Huan, her tone leaving no room for argument. "You, stay by my side tonight." Upon hearing 13th Lady's arrangement, Yang Huan felt a surge of delight within, yet he maintained an impassive exterior. To be honest, he had no desire to crowd among the rough men. Regardless of the potential hidden dangers of being surrounded by women, it was still a realm of gentleness, which he preferred. Listening quietly to 13th Lady's instructions without interjecting, he nodded slightly in agreement. Subsequently, everyone followed her lead. 13th Lady, along with the woman in black and a few others, walked ahead while Yang Huan leisurely followed behind. The group of men was led by the seemingly cultured middle-aged scholar and the formidable hulking man, each guiding their respective teams toward the adjacent houses. As Yang Huan entered the house, a wave of stale, decaying air greeted him. The interior was shrouded in dimness, illuminated only by a few faint rays of light filtering through the broken window frames, casting a ghostly glow upon the dilapidated surroundings. The earthen walls had crumbled, revealing mottled stones beneath. Several rickety tables and chairs were haphazardly strewn about, some missing legs and precariously teetering. Yet, the women did not voice their grievances. Instead, they rolled up their sleeves and set about cleaning. The woman clad in black gathered some dried twigs and leaves, clearing a small space in the muddy floor at the center of the room. A small fire was kindled, the flickering flames dispelling a modicum of chill and gloom, infusing the place with a semblance of warmth. "Let us make do for tonight," murmured Shi Sanyang, her brow slightly furrowed. The others nodded in agreement, each retrieving provisions from their packs, encircling the fire in silence as they began to eat. Outside, the haunting strains of opera echoed, resembling the wails of wronged souls. In the stillness of the night, the sounds grew increasingly eerie, sending shivers down one's spine. The woman in black turned to Shi Sanyang, saying, "Deputy Leader, should I venture outside for a moment?" That voice carries an unsettling quality. "I fear something amiss." Her voice was cool yet tinged with concern. Shi Sanyang lifted her gaze, resting it on the woman in black for a moment before gently shaking her head. Her expression grave. "Jin Yang, it's unnecessary. This village is rife with oddities. It's safer to remain here." After speaking, her attention shifted to Yang Huan, her tone taking on a commanding note. "You, go fetch 2 buckets of hot water from that old man." She added, "I need to soak my feet. The journey today has left me utterly exhausted." Yang Huan, though somewhat resigned, did not protest. He nodded quickly, saying, "All right, wait here a moment. I shall go at once." With that, he rose to his feet. Nearby, Jin Yang and the other women observed Yang Huan's demeanor, but merely bowed their heads, continuing to eat their provisions, their expressions devoid of surprise, as they had likely grown accustomed to Shi Sanyang's somewhat domineering ways. Yang Huan set off alone toward the direction where the old man who had guided them resided. The night deepened, with only scattered lights flickering weakly in the darkness. The path beneath his feet was uneven, and he traversed it with caution. Memories of the peculiar events since entering the village flooded his mind. The empty stage, the mysterious new opera, the unperturbed villagers. The more he pondered, the heavier his unease became, prompting him to quicken his pace, eager to return with the hot water and rejoin the others. As he walked, a low, dilapidated house came into view not far ahead. Dim yellow light spilled through the cracks of the door. And Yang Huan thought to himself that the old man must reside here. He straightened his clothing slightly and knocked on the door. Chapter 51. Unreality. Yang Huan raised his hand and knocked gently yet firmly on the slightly worn door. The dull thuds resonated sharply in the stillness of the night. After a brief moment, a hoarse yet wary voice emerged from within. "Who is it?" Yang Huan cleared his throat and replied loudly, "Old man, it's me, the one you guided earlier." The door creaked open, revealing the warm glow of light spilling forth and illuminating Yang Huan's face. The old man leaned halfway out, scanning Yang Huan's appearance. Upon noticing the Taoist robes he wore, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. After a thorough appraisal, the old man inquired, "Young Taoist, what brings you here?" Yang Huan responded, "Old man, may I ask if you have any hot water? We've grown weary from our travels and would like to wash our feet." He subtly surveyed the interior. Although the room was nearly bare, it was astonishingly clean, not a speck of dust to be found. In one corner, a young woman sat, her features gentle yet weary, cradling a small child in her arms and gently rocking him to sleep. Beside her stood a slightly older child, wide-eyed and curious as he gazed toward the door. This tender scene felt out of place amid the strangeness of the village. The old man nodded slightly, saying, "Young Taoist, certainly, please wait here a moment." As he turned to fetch the water, Yang Huan took the opportunity to observe his surroundings more closely. The inexplicable sense of unease intensified, yet he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort. The layout of the room, the arrangement of furnishings, and even the ambience seemed to convey an indescribable discord. Shortly after, the old man re-emerged, carrying 2 steaming buckets of water, which he handed to Yang Huan. Yang Huan quickly fished out a handful of coins from his pocket and extended them toward the old man with sincerity, saying, "Thank you, old man. Please accept this token of gratitude." The old man's gnarled hands swiftly accepted the coins, his face breaking into a smile full of appreciation as he repeatedly expressed his thanks. "Thank you, young Taoist. Safe travels." Yang Huan took hold of the buckets and, before leaving, remarked, "Old man, I promise to return this bucket in the morning." The old man waved his hand dismissively, his tone kind. "No need. No need. Just hurry back," carrying the 2 buckets of hot water. Yang Huan treaded carefully as he made his way back. Night had fully enveloped the world, the silence broken only by the sounds of his footsteps and the sloshing of water. Upon finally returning to the dwelling, as soon as he stepped inside, San Yang's alluring gaze fell upon him. Noticing the buckets in his hands, her lips curved into a subtle smile, and she beckoned. "Ah, you're finally back. Quickly bring the water here." Yang Huan complied, placing the buckets down. San Yang then exchanged glances with Jin Yang and the other women, instructing, "You all use it first." She then gracefully moved towards a rickety chair. Settling herself elegantly, her eyes drifted back to Yang Huan, a playful glint in her gaze as she commanded, "Come here and help me wash my feet." Yang Huan felt no irritation. He understood San Yang's temperament well. Moreover, in this bizarre village, a touch of intimacy might ease the tension among them. He approached her, kneeling before her, gently rolling up her pant leg to reveal her delicate, fair calves. Below lay a pair of exquisitely formed feet. Their skin as pale as snow, the arches elegant. San Yang leaned back slightly, resting against the chair, her gaze languidly fixed on Yang Huan as she softly cautioned, "Be careful. If you do not attend to me well, you shall have cause to regret it." Her words bore a hint of tantalizing innuendo. Yang Huan raised his head, meeting her gaze, a trace of amusement flickering in his eyes. He replied softly, "Rest assured. San Yang, I shall endeavor to do my utmost." With that, he gently grasped her foot, feeling its warmth and smoothness. He first tested the water temperature with his hand to ensure it wasn't too hot for her. Before slowly placing her foot in the water, his fingers tenderly massaging her soles, the movements gentle and soothing. San Yang softly closed her eyes, a barely audible sigh escaping her lips, a faint blush blooming on her cheeks like a blossoming peach flower. Vibrant and alluring, her breathing quickened, her chest rising and falling gently. Occasionally, she would subtly wiggle her toes, as if reveling in the moment, perhaps playfully teasing Yang Huan in the process. Yang Huan's fingers caressed her soles tenderly. Each touch felt electric, heightening the atmosphere in the room. Outside, the distant sounds of the opera drifted in, weaving an eerie undertone into this intimate scene. San Yang opened her eyes slightly, their depths shimmering as she murmured, "Your technique is quite adept. Perhaps you've had ample practice attending to others." Her voice was soft and melodic, laced with playful teasing. Yang Huan smiled, meeting her gaze. San Yang, you jest. I merely wish to help you find some relief from the day's fatigue." As he spoke, his thumb pressed deliberately on a pressure point on her foot, causing her to shudder slightly. Meanwhile, Jin Yang and the other women, though pretending to eat, occasionally cast furtive glances their way, each feeling a ripple of unspoken emotion stir within. The room, steeped in tranquility, pulsed with a subtle heat, the flickering flames dancing merrily, shadows danced upon their faces, as if joining in the midnight revelry. San Yang let out a playful huff, feigning anger. "You're nothing but a smooth talker, but seeing as you've shown some diligence, I shall let this slip this time." With that, she lifted her delicate hand, as if to caress Yang Huan's cheek, but paused mid-air, her fingertips brushing through his hair, sending a shiver down his spine. Yang Huan felt a warmth bloom within him, yet his hands did not falter. Continuing to glide along the curve of her foot, his gaze remained fixed on her face, intent on etching her current blush and allure into his memory. Just as the atmosphere thickened with intimacy, a sudden, sharp sound pierced the silence from outside, reminiscent of an animal-esque cry. The abrupt noise shattered the enchanting ambience within, causing everyone to tense, their expressions shifting to one of vigilance. San Yang swiftly withdrew her foot, her movements precise, her gaze hardening in an instant, as if the playful, delicate woman from moments ago had been nothing but a fleeting illusion. She rose to her feet, commanding in a hushed tone, "Everyone, stay alert. Jin Yang, go and check outside." Yang Huan also stood, jolted as if awakening from a mesmerizing dream. The exquisite moments that had just unfolded flashed through his mind, leaving him with a profound sense of absurdity. "This is far too surreal." Chapter 52. The dream beast. Yang Huan pondered quietly, wondering what had come over him. Clearly, the forceful and domineering nature of the 13th lady, along with her occasional displays of ruthlessness, had initially stirred his resistance. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he found himself ensnared, submissively kneeling before her, gently washing her feet, and reveling in an atmosphere that was almost absurdly intimate. Now, as he gazed at the 13th lady's returned austere expression, his confusion surged like a tumultuous tide. The warm foot bath still rippled gently in the tub, seemingly mocking his earlier indiscretion. His hands trembled slightly, as if lingering with the sensation of her skin. Yet reason shouted at him that none of this should have transpired. Yang Huan stole a glance at the 13th lady, who was now coldly staring at the doorway, as if the previous tenderness had never existed. He couldn't help but wonder if the village was too peculiar, suffused with a sinister energy that had momentarily clouded his judgment. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to calm his chaotic thoughts. But the sense of unreality clung to him like a shadow, entwining him tightly. The sword in his hand quivered slightly as he gripped its hilt firmly, as if only this cold, hard touch could anchor him back to reality, reminding him that he must not let inexplicable emotions disrupt his mind. At that moment, a chilling animal cry suddenly echoed from a distance. Yang Huan, the 13th lady, and the others quickly turned toward the sound, straining their eyes to pierce the darkness in search of its source. Not far away, a shadowy figure emerged under the dim moonlight, and as they focused their gaze, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. Before them stood an exceedingly bizarre creature. It was not large, standing only about half a meter tall. Its body resembled that of a robust raccoon, yet its nose was small and delicate, slightly upturned, reminiscent of a pig's snout. Its facial contours exuded the majesty and ferocity of a lion. At the center of its forehead, a prominent bump jutted out, akin to the formidable horn of a rhinoceros. Its tail was long and agile, swaying gracefully, reminiscent of a cow's tail. Its 4 sturdy legs were adorned with strange patterns, resembling those of a tiger. Yang Huan stared intently at this creature, a wave of intense familiarity washing over him. His brow furrowed as his mind raced. Suddenly, his eyes widened in realization, as if he had recalled something crucial. Earlier, while perusing the ancient tome Strange Beasts of the 9 Provinces, he had caught a fleeting glimpse of an illustration of a creature called the Dream Beast, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the bizarre being before him. It seemed the Dream Beast had also sensed their gazes, slowly turning its head. Its blood-red eyes locked with Yang Huan's, and in that instant, time seemed to freeze. Then, it opened its cavernous mouth and let out a deafening screech that pierced through the air, resonating in their eardrums and leaving them reeling. In that critical moment, Jin Yang's expression sharpened, and a glint of cold light flickered in her gaze, a surge of murderous intent igniting within her. With a swift motion, she hurled a flying dagger, propelled by an icy gust, like a bolt of lightning aimed directly at the Dream Beast. The dagger glinted with a chilling radiance in the moonlight, racing toward the creature at an astonishing speed. The Dream Beast, seemingly endowed with acute awareness, twisted its agile body at the last moment, evading the deadly strike in an extraordinarily uncanny manner. After dodging the dagger, it seemed to recognize that it was unwise to linger, emitting a low growl filled with rage before galloping off in another direction. Its figure quickly vanished into the darkness, leaving behind a cacophony of hoofbeats that echoed in the silent night, almost as if taunting the onlookers. Seeing this, Jin Yang furrowed her brows slightly, her mind resolute that the creature must not escape. Without hesitation, she called out, "Pursue!" and swiftly darted in the direction the Dream Beast had fled. The 2 women beside her exchanged glances before hastily following suit, their figures swiftly disappearing into the vast night. Meanwhile, the men in the other 2 houses were also disturbed by the commotion outside. They rushed out, confusion and vigilance etched on their faces. One of them called out loudly, "Deputy Leader, what has happened?" The 13th lady slightly furrowed her brows, her gaze sweeping over the crowd. Her expression regained its usual coldness as she replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing serious, merely an unusual creature that has already been pursued by Jin Yang. Everyone, stay alert tonight and do not let your guard down." Upon hearing her words, although curiosity still lingered in their hearts, they felt it inappropriate to inquire further, their eyes instinctively darting toward Yang Huan. A hint of envy glimmering within It seemed they envied Yang Huan for being in the company of the 13th lady and several women. Soon after, they turned away and returned to their respective rooms with nonchalance. As Jin Yang and the two women raced onward, their figures grew increasingly distant, soon disappearing from sight. Yang Huan gazed into the darkened direction, a sense of unease gnawing at him, and couldn't help but voice his concern to the 13th lady. Are we just going to let them chase after it? Aren't you worried about them? That creature looks quite sinister. The 13th lady remained unfazed, as if she held complete faith in Jin Yang's abilities. With a gentle wave of her hand, she spoke with resolute assurance. With Jin Yang's skills, she should be fine under normal circumstances. Let us return indoors and wait for news. With that, she strode toward the house, her graceful figure exuding an undeniable authority. Yang Huan could only follow silently. At that moment, memories of the terrifying nature of the dream beast, as recorded in the tome, flooded Yang Huan's mind. The book stated that the dream beast was a divine creature that fed on dreams. It could stealthily invade one's dreamscape, voraciously consuming the imagery contained within, and even reproduce those devoured dreams in reality, rendering the line between truth and illusion indistinguishable. More alarmingly, it could quietly siphon a person's essence during their unguarded slumber, using it as nourishment for its own cultivation. Those who fell under its gaze often perished inexplicably in their dreams, vanishing like wisps of smoke without a trace, utterly unaware of how they met their end. The more Yang Huan thought about it, the more he felt a chill creep down his spine. He glanced around, and the already eerie village appeared even more sinister under the moonlight. Everything around him seemed to be shrouded in a thin veil, so illusory that it provoked a deep-seated skepticism. Chapter 53. Dream or reality? Yang Huan felt a bone-chilling sensation surge through him, involuntarily shuddering. He widened his eyes, filled with panic and doubt, pondering. Could it be that from the very first step into this village, everything he had seen and heard was merely an illusion? Reflecting on the seemingly warm and peaceful yet utterly incongruous scene of the villagers upon entering, the simplicity of their humble abodes, which were clean to the point of being sterile, and the innocent facade of the children that belied some hidden secrets, all now seemed permeated with an indescribable strangeness. Looking back at the sudden, absurdly intimate interaction with the 13th lady, from her teasing demeanor to his inexplicable compliance, every detail felt dreamlike, as though it were not the natural progression of events in reality. The warmth of the foot bath lingered in his memory, mocking his lapse in composure. Was it possible that all of this was merely a dream orchestrated by the dream beast? The creature's horrifying appearance had been so abrupt, its bizarre form, blood-red eyes, and deafening roar. Were these not crafted by this malevolent entity to intensify fear, a deliberate fabrication within the dreamscape? Was it possible that he had already sunk deeply into this illusory mire of dreams, being slowly consumed by the invisible dream beast, which fed on his essence, reducing him to mere sustenance? And here he was, naively believing he was grounded in reality, struggling in vain? Yang Huan's frantic gaze darted to the 13th lady, seeking some semblance of reality from her. However, amidst the flickering shadows of the night, her visage appeared veiled, ethereal, and indistinct, as if she might vanish into thin air at any moment, leaving only emptiness behind. He opened his mouth, attempting to voice his tumultuous thoughts, but his throat felt constricted, as if gripped by an invisible, powerful hand, rendering him voiceless. Overwhelmed by anxiety, he looked down at his hands. Those hands, once so familiar, now felt foreign. The trembling fingertips, in the dim light, seemed to take on an unreal quality, as if they were detached from his body, flailing aimlessly in the air, as though they belonged to someone else entirely. Noticing Yang Huan's distress, the 13th lady slowly turned her head, her gaze piercing him like a cold arrow. She saw him staring blankly at his hands, his eyes vacant, his body slightly shaking, as though trapped in an inescapable nightmare. "You, scoundrel Taoist, what is the matter with you?" The 13th lady's soft yet commanding voice shattered the silence of the room. Her call yanked Yang Huan back from the abyss of confusion, snapping him back to reality. He jolted, his eyes regaining focus, as if awakening from a deep slumber. Yet remnants of fear and doubt lingered on his face. "And nothing is wrong." Yang Huan forcefully suppressed the tremor in his heart, responding with a feigned calmness. Once he closed the door, the atmosphere within the room grew increasingly oppressive and stifling. The group sat huddled around the dying embers of the fire, none daring to utter a word. Only the faint flicker of the weak flames illuminated their faces, each etched with vigilance. After a considerable time had elapsed, Jin Yang and the two women had yet to return. 13 Yang furrowed her brow. Slowly rising to her feet, a trace of barely perceptible worry flickering in her beautiful eyes, she surveyed the few individuals in the room. Aside from Yang Huan, there were only the three women remaining. 13 Yang parted her crimson lips, her voice, though soft, carried an undeniable authority. Why has there been no word after such a long time? You three must stay here and remain vigilant. Be exceedingly cautious and do not allow any mistakes to occur. Having spoken, her gaze shifted to Yang Huan, her eyes imbued with an irresistible command. Come, follow me. We shall venture out to search. The wave of reluctance surged within Yang Huan. He was truly unwilling to step outside into the enigmatic night. Yet, faced with 13 Yang's unyielding tone, he could only rise reluctantly and silently follow her as they proceeded outside. Yang Huan pondered deeply about the monstrous entity they had encountered in the forest. Though that creature was indeed formidable at that time, he, Lu Shuiyao, the tall youth, and several others had united their strength. After a fierce struggle, they had managed to wound the beast, forcing it to retreat in defeat. If 13 Yang's sole objective was to confront that monster, there would be no need to bring such a large entourage. Clearly, 13 Yang had ulterior motives for this expedition. However, she did not disclose them. And as a reluctant companion, Yang Huan could not dare to inquire. Even before they reached the forest, they had already encountered such strange occurrences, leading Yang Huan to feel that their venture was fraught with misfortune. At that moment, they had exited the house. 13 Yang strode purposefully in the direction where Jin Yang had pursued the dream beast, with Yang Huan closely trailing behind. They moved with utmost caution, as if afraid of disturbing some lurking malevolence hidden within the night. To the east of the village, the once lively stage, where the performers had been singing merrily, was now enveloped in silence. The actors had dispersed, leaving behind an empty, eerie platform that exuded an indescribable sense of deathly stillness. The surroundings were utterly quiet, so quiet that it was unnerving. Only the soft sound of their footsteps resonated in the stillness of the night. The night breeze swept through, bringing with it a chilling eeriness, rustling the branches along the path. In this tranquil atmosphere, the sound resembled ghostly whispers, sending shivers down their spines. Occasionally, flickers of phosphorescent light danced in the nearby grass. The ghostly green glow akin to the flames of the underworld, leaping and drifting, adding an extra layer of dread to the already sinister village. Yang Huan and 13 Yang cautiously advanced through the darkness. A faint sound suddenly shattered the night's stillness, drifting delicately into their ears. It was the soft, alluring sound of a woman's breathy sighs, intermittent yet imbued with an indescribable seduction, as if an invisible hand was gently plucking at the strings of their hearts. Simultaneously, a gentle trickle of water could be heard, the river flowing under the moonlight, its sound broad and distant, as if it were softly accompanying the ambiguous atmosphere. 13 Yang, with her keen hearing, immediately detected the woman's sighs. Her expression shifted slightly, her usually cold and alluring eyes now reflecting curiosity and suspicion. Casting a cool glance at Yang Huan, she spoke softly, "Do you find this sound peculiar?" Chapter 54. Peace. Year after year, Yang Huan's heart tightened. The emergence of such sounds in such a bizarre context was indeed too strange. Before he could respond, 13 Yang gracefully moved toward the source of the sound. Yang Huan, seeing this, could only hasten to follow. Soon, illuminated by the cold moonlight, a scene both alluring and eerie came into view. There, not far off, were Jin Yang and the two women, previously on the hunt for the dream beast, now tightly clustered together. Their hair damp and clinging to their cheeks and necks, the atmosphere was thick with an ambiguous haze, enveloping the three women. Yet beneath this enticing facade lay threads of a disquieting aura. The river continued its relentless flow, seemingly bearing witness to it all, yet remaining silent, unwilling to divulge any secrets. Yang Huan and 13 Yang stood at a distance, astonished by the scene before them. The women in the water appeared entrapped in another world, oblivious to the quietly approaching Yang Huan and 13 Yang, lost in a dreamlike reverie. Even with all his life experiences, Yang Huan had never encountered such a scene. His head buzzed, his blood surged, and his face flushed red. Just as he was about to break the suffocating tension with a word, 13 Yang swiftly covered his mouth. Her gaze was as cold as frost as she leaned toward Yang Huan. Her voice barely above a whisper. Do not make a sound. I never anticipated that this dream beast possessed such formidable powers. Even Jin Yang, with her skills, is ensnared in its dream. Yang Huan looked at 13 Yang, realizing she knew far more than he had anticipated. Her mention of the dream beast and her certainty that Jin Yang and the two women were currently trapped in its dream trap struck him. He had only read about it in the book records of strange occurrences in the 9 provinces and could not ascertain its truth. Yet 13 Yang seemed to possess profound insight, which piqued his curiosity about her further. It appeared that his earlier feelings of disorientation and confusion, suspecting he was trapped in an illusory dream, were beginning to dissipate. Yang Huan thought to himself. Since 13 Yang could assess the situation so clearly, he must be grounded in reality rather than struggling in the dream beast's woven illusions. With this realization, his taut nerves relaxed slightly, and he exhaled silently in relief. Nodding, he signaled with his eyes to 13 Yang that he would heed her directives. Immediately, a glint of vigilance flickered in 13 Yang's beautiful eyes as she lowered her voice. This beast can manipulate them within the dream. Its true form must be lurking nearby. We must exercise utmost caution. If it can silently lead Jin Yang and the others astray, there may well be even more insidious traps awaiting us. Having spoken, she gently withdrew the soft whip from her waist in the moonlight. The whip gleamed with a chilling light, resembling a silver serpent poised to strike. It seemed that should the dream beast make any move, she would immediately spring into action to subdue it. Yang Huan tightened his grip on his longsword, following closely behind 13 Yang, step by step, as they approached Jin Yang and the others. Suddenly, from across the river, a faint rustling noise abruptly broke the stillness, as if something concealed was slowly encroaching from the depths of darkness. Yang Huan turned sharply at the sound, and through the dim moonlight, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a pair of blood-red eyes. It was the dream beast. Before Yang Huan could recover from his shock and instinctively raise his sword to strike, 13 Yang had already moved like a bolt of black lightning, taking the initiative. She murmured, peace year after year. In an instant, a thick fog enveloped her, swirling around her like a protective shroud. Within this eerie mist, a pair of ghostly green eyes flickered in and out of sight, glinting with coldness, concern, and a hint of malice. As the mist swirled, it began to outline a vague yet imposing figure, neither fully human nor entirely spectral, emanating an unsettling aura that sent chills down one's spine. Before long, this mysterious fog, carrying the ghostly green eyes, surged toward the dream beast across the river. The dream beast seemed to sense the threat. Its lithe form crouched slightly, emitting a low, guttural growl. The flames burning in its blood-red eyes flared even brighter. Undeterred by this sudden adversary, for a moment, the malevolent creature and the beast faced off, an eerie confrontation of green and red. Then, a breathtaking struggle erupted on the opposite bank, where the entity known as Peace year after year unleashed beams of ghostly green light, attempting to bind the dream beast tightly. The dream beast retaliated with swift movements, its gaping maw releasing torrents of black mist, clashing with the light and dissipating it in a tumultuous display. Chapter 55. Playing the rogue, Yang Huan's eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on the thrilling clash unfolding across the river. The shock within him surged like a tidal wave, nearly overwhelming him. He could hardly believe that 13 Yang possessed the astonishing ability to command malevolent spirits. At that moment, amidst the fierce collision of the ghostly green light and the blood-red eyes, the entity she referred to as Peace year after year gradually gained the upper hand. Its ghostly green eyes shone brightly, emitting beams of light that seemed to take on a tangible form, entwining the dream beast and making every struggle increasingly arduous. Though the dream beast fought valiantly, spewing forth thick, inky black mist from its gaping mouth, it was gradually forced to retreat under the binding glow. Just as the tide of battle seemed to turn in their favor, Yang Huan suddenly sensed something amiss in his surroundings. The darkness that had enveloped them began to part, as if an invisible hand were tearing open a rift, allowing strands of light to seep through. The shadows, as if aware of their impending defeat, began to recede like a retreating tide. The world around them underwent a dramatic transformation, and Yang Huan felt as though he were spinning in a whirlwind. The previously ominous riverside, the elusive phantasmagoria, the bare-breasted Jin Yang and her two companions, alongside the fierce struggle between the dream beast and the malevolent spirit. All dissipated like ephemeral bubbles in the wind. In their place emerged a scene reminiscent of before his entry into the village. Astonishingly, he found himself back at the very point of his arrival. The twilight not yet fully surrendered to the night. The slightly dilapidated village entrance bore a crooked archway. To the east, a solitary stage stood, where performers were singing in a lilting manner. Nearby, several thatched cottages glimmered with a soft yellow light, and a few villagers peered out curiously. Everything mirrored his initial entry into the village with uncanny precision. He widened his eyes in disbelief, as if abruptly awakened from a long, absurd nightmare, yet unable to discern whether this moment was reality or the onset of yet another illusion. Yang Huan anxiously surveyed his surroundings, and as his gaze wandered, he noticed Shi Sanyang still standing beside him. The others around him were the familiar faces he had seen upon first entering the village. At that moment, their expressions varied between weariness and the curiosity of newcomers, identical to his memories. Shi Sanyang slightly raised her gaze, sweeping her eyes over the crowd, and then, parting her crimson lips, instructed her subordinates. It appears they are performing the Nua opera. Everyone, let us find a place to rest in the village. But do not disturb the villagers. The strains of the performance wafted through the air. Big Nua, little Nua, Nua show, souls returning. The melody was hauntingly beautiful, yet inexplicably sent chills down one's spine. It echoed exactly like the tune he had heard upon entering the village, as if time had become ensnared in a peculiar loop. Upon hearing her words, the crowd began to move toward the village, and Yang Huan followed in a daze. As they walked, Shi Sanyang beckoned a subordinate and quietly commanded, "Go inquire about the situation in this village. Why are there no able-bodied men? What has transpired? Be thorough in your questioning." Yang Huan observed this unfolding scene, feeling an intense sense of absurdity wash over him. Everything occurring before him felt as if the replay button had been pressed. Identical to his previous experience, the subordinate complied and approached an elderly man with a weathered visage. Instinctively, Yang Huan reached out and pinched his thigh hard, the sharp pain coursing through him instantly. The sensation was strikingly real, yet his confusion remained unabated. He felt utterly lost. Was this reality, or was he ensnared in an absurd dream? Why did he possess a premonition of what was to come? This eerie feeling gripped his heart like an invisible hand, rendering him breathless. Yang Huan stifled his rising panic and doubts, deciding to remain inconspicuous and simply follow the group's rhythm to uncover the truth behind it all. Sure enough, under the guidance of the elderly man, they entered a dwelling. The interior was identical as well, with preparations made to start a fire. Shortly thereafter, Shi Sanyang, with a hint of authoritative command, addressed Yang Huan. "You, go fetch 2 buckets of hot water from that old man. I need to wash my feet after this long day of travel." The words, the scene, aligned perfectly with his previous experience, leaving Yang Huan with no choice but to comply. This time, however, Yang Huan's actions differed ever so slightly from before. Previously, he had gone to fetch water without his sword. Now, he felt a heightened sense of vigilance and had deliberately secured his sword tightly to his waist before departing. With heavy steps, he made his way toward the old man's abode. Before long, he arrived at the eerily familiar door and gently rapped on it. The sound echoed through the silent night, precisely in rhythm with his earlier visit. The door creaked open, revealing the same wrinkled face, now scrutinizing him with a penetrating gaze. "Young Taoist, what brings you here?" As Yang Huan surveyed the interior, he responded in accordance with his recollections, the two exchanging dialogue. In a short while, the old man turned and went inside, returning with 2 steaming buckets of water. Yang Huan reached out to take the buckets, but, unlike last time, he refrained from producing any copper coins for the old man. He sought to uncover the differences from his previous experience. Thus he turned to leave with the water. "Young Taoist, have you forgotten something?" The old man's somewhat hoarse voice suddenly interjected, revealing once again a hint of variation in this scenario. Yang Huan halted, his heart tightening, and turned back to the old man, feigning innocence. "What have I forgotten?" The old man slowly extended a gnarled hand, palm up, fingers slightly curled, exuding an air of undeniable insistence. "The payment. You cannot take the water without paying." Yang Huan's eyes widened, his expression a mixture of innocence and incredulity, his voice rising defensively. How could I not have given you money? Don't you remember? I clearly paid you. The old man, as if enraged, retorted sharply, When did you pay me? The moment you took the water. You turned to leave without any payment. Yang Huan, resolute in his determination to extract the truth from these subtle anomalies, decided to play the rogue. He rolled his eyes, feigning a sudden epiphany. Ah, it must be your poor memory. I definitely gave you the money. In truth, he was acutely aware that the previous sequence of events had not unfolded this way. Now, this seemingly identical yet fundamentally peculiar scene compelled him to create a disturbance. Upon hearing Yang Huan's words, the old man's eyes widened in anger, bellowing, Young Taoist, you cannot deceive me like this. Yang Huan, however, paid him no heed, turning to leave forcefully with the buckets. The old man, unwilling to relent, hurriedly shuffled after him, his frail form moving with surprising speed as he grasped Yang Huan's legs, exclaiming, If you don't pay today, you shall not leave. His voice, strained and distorted from exertion, bore no resemblance to that of a simple village elder. Yang Huan felt a surge of fury erupt from within. At that moment, he was convinced he was trapped in a dream, manipulated by the dream beast through this old man. The frustration and rage surged within him like a relentless tide, overwhelming his mental defenses. In an instant, a wild thought took root in his mind: to kill this despicable old man and put an end to it all. Once this notion took hold, it spread through him like weeds, spiraling out of control. Yang Huan's eyes turned bloodshot as he lifted his foot, gathering his energy and unleashing all his strength into a single, forceful kick aimed at the old man. With a resounding thud, the old man's frail body was sent hurtling 2 or 3 meters away, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. You little Taoist, you are killing me. The old man's eyes were wide with terror and disbelief. Trembling fingers pointing at Yang Huan. At that moment, several villagers, drawn by the commotion, arrived on the scene. Their figures emerged from the darkness, resembling a horde of phantoms, exuding an inexplicable aura of oppression. Yet Yang Huan, in his frenzied state, felt no fear, his intent to kill boiling over as he no longer cared whether he was in a dream or reality. His gaze hollowed, he muttered to himself, In this lifetime, I, Yang Huan, fear no demons, nor do I revere spirits. Whoever dares to offend me, I shall fight with my life. You beast, today you dare to mock me. Do not blame me for being ruthless with that. He drew a breath, and his sword hummed with energy. He focused his chi at his fingertips, and a chilling beam of sword light sliced through the night like lightning. In an instant, beneath that fleeting sword light, the old man seemed as fragile as parchment, cleaved in two, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Warm droplets of blood splattered onto Yang Huan's face, yet he remained oblivious to it, a twisted exhilaration creeping onto his features. The child's cries grew increasingly anguished, as if the sudden onset of this bloody scene had utterly terrified him, leaving him breathless and sobbing. Yang Huan cast a cold glance at the child, his sword trembling in his hand as he gathered his energy once more. In an instant, a flash of cold light sliced through the air, and the child's head was severed in a heartbeat. It rolled away, blood gushing forth from the small neck, staining the floor with a vivid scarlet hue. In a frenzy, Yang Huan kicked open the door. The woman, who had been soothing the child to sleep, had mysteriously vanished, as though she had never existed within those walls. Outside, several villagers, who had hurriedly arrived, surrounded Yang Huan. Yet, amidst the chaos and carnage, a flicker of clarity emerged within him. He keenly sensed something amiss. Why had that woman disappeared into thin air? This bizarre spectacle, this irrationality, instantly cemented his conviction that he was ensnared in an absurd dream. Resolute, he decided that, regardless of the consequences or the authenticity of these people, he would slay them all. Swish, swish, swish. Several icy beams of sword light danced wildly in the night, accompanied by piercing screams as the villagers fell one by one. Pools of dark red blood formed on the ground, shimmering eerily in the moonlight. In that moment, the surroundings seemed to descend into hell, with only the acrid scent of blood and Yang Huan's frenzied gasps echoing in the air. Eventually, silence reigned once more. Yang Huan stood amidst the gruesome carnage, his bloodied sword in hand. His chest heaved violently as he gasped for breath. The murderous intent that had surged within him like a raging sandstorm gradually subsided into tranquility. Dissipating into nothingness, he gazed vacantly around, his eyes falling upon scattered limbs and dismembered bodies. Blood pooled upon the ground, a viscous dark red mass glimmering sinisterly in the dim light. The villagers he had slaughtered now lay in grotesque postures, silently accusing him of his earlier atrocities. Just then, a sudden sound of footsteps shattered the suffocating silence, growing closer. Yang Huan's nerves tensed as he instinctively tightened his grip on the sword. Adopting a defensive stance, wary of the source of the footsteps, upon recognizing the newcomer, his tense demeanor relaxed slightly. It was his junior sister, Lu Shuiyao. Lu Shuiyao approached gracefully, her expression filled with concern and urgency. "Brother Yang, what has happened to you?" Her voice was gentle, akin to a spring breeze, attempting to dispel the shadows clouding Yang Huan's mind. Yet, in the midst of the blood-soaked and eerie atmosphere, her presence felt somewhat unreal. Yang Huan's eyes widened in shock and disbelief, fixated on Lu Shuiyao. His lips quivered as he stammered, "Junior sister, how are you here?" His voice was hoarse and dry, steeped in confusion. Lu Shuiyao moved closer, her graceful figure bending as she tried to embrace his trembling head. At that moment, Yang Huan's legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. His knees struck the cold, hard surface with a dull thud, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. The horrific images of the recent slaughter replayed mercilessly in his mind, the acrid scent of blood lingering in his nostrils. His hands trembled uncontrollably, slick with clammy sweat. For the first time in his life, he had taken so many lives with his own hands, and a tumult of emotions overwhelmed him like a tsunami. There was the primal thrill that accompanies slaughter, a dark impulse buried deep within human nature. Yet, there was also a profound fear of what he had done, a desire to laugh maniacally to release his inner turmoil. Stifled by grief and despair, leaving him unable to see or wide-eye in this mire of emotions, seeing Lu Shuiyao felt like grasping a final lifeline. He urgently questioned, "Junior sister, how could you possibly be here?" Lu Shuiyao, unhurriedly extending her delicate hand, gently pressed Yang Huan's head against her chest. "Brother, do you not remember? After you descended the mountain, you ventured into the jungle with those from the Jiaolong gang to eliminate the beast. Later, with the help of Shi Sanyang, you uncovered and dealt with those colluding with senior brother. Everything has settled now. You have returned to the sect. You were merely practicing your swordplay, perhaps too engrossed and a bit disoriented. What is the matter?" Her voice was soft and melodious, like a soothing lullaby, attempting to pull Yang Huan back from the depths of chaos. Leaning against Lu Shuiyao, Yang Huan's gaze remained hollow and devoid of spirit, as though he had lost his soul. Suddenly, he seemed to be struck by an electric shock, his eyes widening in terror. He forcefully pushed Lu Shuiyao away and stumbled back a few steps. Panic-stricken, he surveyed his surroundings, only to discover that the bizarre scene had inexplicably transformed. The bloody battlefield had vanished, replaced by the familiar landscape of the sect's back mountain. "No, this cannot be right." Yang Huan's voice became sharp and piercing with fear as he frantically clutched his head, shaking it violently, as if that could clear his muddled thoughts. What was wrong? He repeatedly questioned himself in his mind. Yet, chaos reigned within, the boundary between reality and dreams utterly blurred. He felt as though a heavy hammer had shattered his perception, scattering it into countless fragments, irreparably losing its original form. He looked at Lu Shuiyao with vacant eyes, filled with helplessness and despair. At that moment, even his junior sister's visage appeared somewhat illusory, as though shrouded in a thin veil. His hands fell limply to his sides, cold sweat trickling down his fingertips. With a clatter, he hurled the bloodied sword from his grasp, sending it arcing through the moonlight before it finally embedded itself in the earth with a soft thud. The blade trembled slightly, as if whispering an ominous tune. Yang Huan slowly crouched down, tightly hugging his legs, his body shaking uncontrollably. His gaze became unfocused, his thoughts racing backward through the harrowing events. The eerie Wuxian Temple, the torment following the discovery of Shi Sanyang's trail, the conversation with Xian Yangzi, the bizarre occurrences upon entering the village, the eerie performance of the Nuwa opera for the dead, the brutal combat with the malevolent spirits and beasts, his own bloody rampage, the villagers' assault, and now, the sudden appearance of his junior sister amidst this surreal shifting scenery. Everything felt like a nightmare from which he could not awaken, trapping him in an endless cycle of fear and confusion. Junior sister, I cannot discern. I simply cannot fathom what has transpired. Yang Huan tilted his head towards the sky, howling at the cold, high moon. His voice echoed in the stillness of the back mountain, yet received no response. Only the increasingly dense, eerie atmosphere lingered, shadowing him as if intent on dragging him deeper into an abyss of darkness. Yang Huan's eyes brimmed with madness, his sanity teetering on the brink within this bizarre maze. In that moment, within his perception, everything in the world became indistinct. The lines between truth and falsehood blurred. It was as if the entire universe conspired to deceive him, pulling him into an endless abyss. He struggled to rise, his legs moving mechanically, gradually straightening his posture. Then, bending down, he picked up the bloodied sword from the ground. Turning to face Lu Shuiyao, his eyes were hollow yet ablaze with a frenzied fire as he shouted, "Junior sister, I cannot discern. I must uncover the truth of it all." With that, he seemed to plunge into a self-destructive obsession, channeling his energy with a fierce intensity. The aura surrounding him surged like a torrential tide. His garments billowed in the tempestuous winds. He began to spin wildly, the sword in his hand enveloped in a chilling aura, carving arcs through the air as if to cleave the chaotic world in two. Severing all illusions and entanglements, the sword energy radiated outward. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to shriek in agony. He felt as though he could truly shatter the phantoms before him. However, when he ceased his frenzied spinning, the illusions he had thought severed returned like phantoms. He stared in terror, his eyes wide, surveying his surroundings. At last, he realized that he was not on the sect's back mountain. He remained ensnared in the village. Scattered limbs lay strewn about, the dismembered bodies of villagers sprawled in grotesque arrangements. The blood had long since dried, casting an eerie dark red hue beneath the dim moonlight. The acrid scent of blood assaulted his nostrils, nearly inducing nausea. Yang Huan's body trembled uncontrollably, his legs giving way as he once again collapsed to the ground. The madness in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by an overwhelming sense of despair and surrender. In that moment, he seemed to fully grasp the reality of his situation. This curse-like dream was one from which he could not escape, as though eternally imprisoned in this cycle of horror. Why is it like this?" he murmured to himself. Suddenly, as if crushed by the weight of a final straw, a glimmer of resolve flashed in his eyes. He raised his sword, pressing the blade against his throat. The sharp edge rested against his carotid artery. A mere flick would end this unending torment. The very moment he prepared to strike with all his might, a strange occurrence unfolded once more. The head of the long-deceased old man seemed to be lifted by an invisible force, suspended in midair. The muscles on his face twisted grotesquely, as if he were emitting an eerie and sinister laugh directed at Yang Huan. The sound was sharp and jarring, piercing straight into Yang Huan's ears, shaking his very soul to the brink of shattering. In terror, Yang Huan's eyes widened, his urge to scream thwarted by an unseen hand that seemed to choke his throat, rendering him utterly voiceless. Suddenly, the world before him appeared to be consumed by an endless darkness, his consciousness gradually fading. When Yang Huan struggled to open his eyelids once more, he felt a searing pain on his cheek. His awareness still muddled, he glanced towards the opposite bank of the river. There, the malevolent entity referred to as Sui Sui Pinyin by the 13th lady was locked in a fierce battle with the dream monster. Eerie green light clashed with blood-red eyes, each encounter sending shivers of dread rippling through the AI. It was only then that Yang Huan realized he was sprawled on the cold, hard ground. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a sharp crack echoed, as the 13th lady's palm struck his face with tremendous force. That blow roused him completely, and he blinked in shock, confusion etched across his features. "What has happened to me?" he exclaimed, his voice laced with frailty and fear, standing out starkly in the slightly chaotic environment. Upon witnessing his disorientation, the 13th lady spoke rapidly. "You were ensnared in the dream monster's illusion. Completely entranced, and no amount of calling could rouse you. Remember, do not look into its eyes. They harbor a malevolent power capable of ensnaring your very soul. A moment's carelessness could cost you your life." As she spoke, she gently patted Yang Huan's shoulder, a gesture meant to both comfort and remind him of the perilous situation at hand. Gritting his teeth against the pain in his cheek, Yang Huan swiftly scanned his surroundings. To his astonishment, the scene mirrored that of his first arrival with the 13th lady. The river flowed gently, its shimmering surface reflecting the cold moon half obscured by dark clouds, casting an eerie and sinister hue over the entire tableau. Jin Yang and the two women were still entwined in the water, seemingly oblivious to the fierce battle occurring across the river. With anger and grief surging within him like a relentless tide, nearly overwhelming him, Yang Huan recalled the absurd, terrifying, and despairing scenes from the dream. A fire of rage surged within him, directed solely at the dream monster for having toyed with him, for nearly leading him to madness and death. Gritting his teeth, he scrambled to his feet, his focus solely on the dream monster across the river, not even pausing to express gratitude to the 13th lady. In a frantic hurry, he seized his sword from the ground, gripping the hilt tightly. With a primal roar akin to a wounded beast's last defiant cry, he charged at the dream monster, sword raised high. Ready to strike. At that moment, he had cast aside all thoughts of life and death, consumed by the singular desire to bring the true perpetrator to justice. The dream monster seemed to sense the lethal threat emanating from Yang Huan. Its maw opened wide, releasing a thunderous roar that shook the very earth. Turning its gaze towards Yang Huan, its blood-red eyes glowed with unending malice and mockery, as if it were laughing at his audacity, welcoming him to his demise. The 13th lady watched in horror as Yang Huan recklessly charged across the riverbank. Anger flared within her, and she was about to admonish him when it was already too late to intervene. Cursing under her breath, she muttered, "Damn Taoist, if you wish to die, don't drag me along with you." Her voice dripped with exasperation and at that moment, she ceased to concern herself with Yang Huan's fate. Gritting her teeth and decisively turning towards the river, the immediate priority was to rescue Jin Yang and the two women, to find a way to pull them back from the dream realm into the reality. The consequences of failure were too dire to contemplate. Meanwhile, Yang Huan had reached the opposite bank, his heart and eyes solely fixated on the battling dream monster. Gripping his sword tightly, raised high, he was poised to strike down the true instigator of his suffering. Just as he was about to deliver his blow, an icy chill surged from his right, catching him off guard. Before he could react, a sudden rush of movement, a larger dream monster, like a streak of black lightning, erupted from the dense underbrush, crashing into Yang Huan. This new apparition was nearly twice the size of the previous one, its eyes burning like two orbs of blood, exuding an insatiable greed and malice. Fixated on Yang Huan as if ready to devour him whole, the 13th lady, now knee-deep in the river, lifted her gaze to witness the shocking transformation of one dream monster into two. Her heart sank, realizing the gravity of the situation. Unable to contain her outrage, she exclaimed, "Damn it, foul beast. There are now both a male and a female. We're in deep trouble now. It seems tonight is fraught with peril." Meanwhile, Yang Huan, struck violently by the larger dream monster, fell heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He felt his insides shift, a mouthful of blood surging up his throat, which he spat out violently. His sword slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground nearby in the murky waters. The two women still bore the eerie semblance of springtime joy on their faces, lost in a false mirage of happiness. Yet their bodies were rapidly becoming translucent, as if melting away like ice in the sun. The 13th lady's heart tightened with alarm, realizing the grim truth. They had already lost a significant portion of their souls to the dream monster and were in imminent danger. Time was of the essence. She understood that any hesitation would jeopardize their lives. Gritting her teeth, she summoned all her strength to drag Jin Yang back to the riverbank. Then, she swiftly drew an arrow from her quiver, knocking it to her bowstring, and aimed it skyward with all her might. The moment Yang Huan hit the ground, he understood he had been pushed to the brink, with no retreat left. Gritting his teeth against the pain coursing through him, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Yet even so, the stubbornness and defiance within him ignited like a roaring flame. He struggled to his feet, eyes aflame with determination. Clutching the fallen sword, he felt the warning bells ringing in his mind, acutely aware that he must not gaze directly into the dream monster's soul-sucking eyes. Chapter 59. Sword Chi with life and death hanging by a thread. A resolute glint flashed in Yang Huan's eyes. At this critical juncture, he suddenly grasped his Taoist robe, Exerting force to tear off a large piece of fabric, in a frenzy, he tightly bound it around his eyes. Instantly, the world around him was plunged into a suffocating darkness, illuminated only by a few faint, resilient rays of light seeping through the fabric. Gripping his sword firmly, he felt the hilt meld with his palm. Sensing their shared warmth and tremors, Yang Huan held his breath, his chest rising and falling rhythmically, trying to calm his heart in this dire predicament. Enough is enough. At this point, there is no turning back. With a silent sigh, he reflected on the myriad of experiences that had led him to this bizarre and unfathomable world. Except for the short-lived tranquility following the deaths of his master, eldest brother and second sister, he had been ensnared by misfortune, either fleeing for his life like a frightened dog or suffering oppression and humiliation. Each day and night, he lived on the razor's edge. With life and death hanging in the balance, he had grown weary of this precarious existence, exhausted by the constant fear and uncertainty. At that moment, the pent-up frustration and fury within him surged like a torrent. Sweeping away all fear and hesitation, today, even if it costs me my life, I will rise to retaliate. Yang Huan roared in his heart. In an instant, a flash of inspiration illuminated his mind, conjuring the image of the celestial sword's slashing technique. Memories of his past training flickered before his eyes like a revolving lantern. As this realization dawned, he felt an immense power surging within him, his internal energy flowing vigorously through his meridians. It surged into his arms, causing his garments to flutter wildly. Drawing in a deep breath, he seemed to inhale the very essence of the heavens and earth. His legs planted firmly, he tilted his head back and let out a thunderous roar towards the night sky. The sound resonated across the land, startling the trees surrounding him into tremors, their leaves rustling in response. At this moment, as the 13th lady dragged Jin Yang back to the riverbank, she finally caught her breath and sensed a dramatic shift in Yang Huan's aura. She looked up to see him enveloped in a tempest of wild energy, his clothes billowing around him, radiating an aura of fierce determination as if he were marching resolutely towards death. Alarmed, the 13th lady called out urgently across the river, "Ping Ping and return to this side immediately." Her voice echoed over the river, tinged with urgency and anxiety. Upon hearing her call, the malevolent entity Sui Ping and swiftly made its way back. The 13th lady continued, "Ping Ping and quickly bring Jin Yang back to the house." Sui Ping and appeared to comprehend her command, its form shimmering with light as it expanded and transformed into beams of radiant energy, enveloping Jin Yang's bare body at its center. Then, it soared into the air, racing towards the distant dwelling, vanishing into the night in the blink of an eye. Only then did the 13th lady feel a slight sense of relief. Her gaze fixed intently on the opposite bank of the river. The two dream beasts also perceived Yang Huan's astonishing transformation at that moment. A flicker of astonishment passed through their blood-red eyes, and they exchanged glances, as if reaching a peculiar consensus. Shortly thereafter, a chilling spectacle unfolded. A layer of white mist gradually enveloped the two dream beasts, swirling and twisting with an almost sentient quality, swiftly cloaking their forms in the blink of an eye. As the mist dissipated, the originally fearsome dream beasts had astonishingly morphed into human figures. The smaller of the two transformed into a middle-aged scholar, appearing to be in his 40s, clad in a blue robe, with a square cap atop his head, and holding a folding fan. However, the designs on the fan were far from ordinary landscapes or floral motifs. Instead, they depicted gruesome scenes, twisted faces and splattered blood, evoking a chilling sensation with a mere glance. A semblance of a smile, both eerie and ambiguous, lingered on his face, while his eyes radiated a penetrating chill. The larger dream beast took on the form of a captivating woman, her graceful figure and stunning features complemented by cascading black hair that flowed down to her waist. Her eyes sparkled like two pools of autumn water. Yet a closer inspection revealed an abyss of malice and greed lurking within. She donned a fiery red dress that billowed in the wind, exuding an unsettling aura. Despite her ethereal beauty, she was imbued with an air of malevolence. Observing this transformation, 13 Yang murmured to herself, "I never imagined these two creatures could cultivate to such an extent, able to assume human form. This battle today may bode ill for Yang Huan." At this thought, her initial intention to assist Yang Huan swiftly extinguished, as if doused with cold water. After much hesitation, she retreated a few steps, opting to remain an observer, for the situation had far exceeded her comprehension. Rash action could cost her dearly. Meanwhile, young Huan was immersed in his resolute fighting spirit. Though he sensed the eerie transformation surrounding him, the overwhelming hatred and will to survive surged within him, leaving no room to ponder further. His mind was singularly focused on one thought: to slay these two beasts and bring an end to this nightmare. With a roar echoing in his heart, he summoned an unceasing flow of vital energy from his dantian, coursing through his meridians and gathering in his arms. Sword 1, a sword spanning 90,000 miles. Yang Huan bellowed, his voice reverberating across the expanse. In an instant, his sword seemed infused with a soul of its own, radiating brilliance. A sword energy, capable of rending the heavens, erupted forth. This sword energy manifested as a tangible rainbow, surging forward with an unstoppable momentum towards the two dream beasts now in human form. As the sword was unleashed, the air around him shimmered, as if ignited, emitting a crackling sound. It was as though the very heavens trembled at the force of his strike. Sword 2, the rivers and mountains part. Yang Huan shouted once more, rotating his sword. Another, even more formidable wave of sword energy burst forth, seemingly transcending time and space, slicing through reality and rippling the fabric of the air with visible waves. Sword 3, the myriad worlds are but illusions. With his Taoist robe concealing his figure, Yang Huan's bloodshot eyes gleamed with fury as he unleashed another strike. A sword energy, brimming with violent power, surged forth as if it could cleave mountains asunder. This energy converged with the previous two, creating an overwhelming force that surged towards the dream beasts. Startled, the two dream beasts exchanged glances, their hearts gripped by fear. Never anticipating that Yang Huan could unleash such tremendous power, they dared not show any signs of complacency and quickly drew closer together. Chapter 60. Conjoined. That moment of life and death struggle. A far more horrifying scene suddenly unfolded. The two dream beasts, now in the guise of a man and a woman, rapidly moved toward each other. Their bodies seemed to merge, as if two twisted shadows were devouring and entwining one another. With a bone-chilling sound, they fused into one, leaving only the woman's alluring form. Yet, what truly raised the hairs on the back of one's neck was the ghastly sight of her head splitting grotesquely in two, each half displaying a starkly different visage. One side bore the face of the middle-aged scholar, while the other showcased the enchanting features of the woman. This dual-faced monstrosity seemed as if it had crawled forth from the deepest recesses of hell. Exuding an aura of cold malevolence, It brandished the woman's slender yet powerful arms, unfurling the folding fan with a sharp snap, the grotesque faces and blood splatters on its surface seemingly coming to life, thrashing in the dimness as if yearning to feast upon the living. Meanwhile, its other hand transformed, its nails elongating into razor-sharp blades that glimmered ominously under the moonlight. This eerie tableau, accentuated by the fan's horrifying imagery, formed an utterly terrifying sight. Yang Huan's three formidable sword energies hurtled toward the creature. The dual-faced monster exhibited no fear. It let out a deafening roar, casting aside the folding fan, which spun rapidly in the air, expanding and transforming into a massive, glowing umbrella-like object. With a thunderous crash, the first sword energy collided violently against this malevolent umbrella, as if two meteors had collided, sending ripples of visible energy cascading outward. In an instant, a tempest arose, swirling dust and debris, darkening the skies. The second and third sword energies followed in quick succession, each impact resonating with an ear-splitting roar. The force of the collisions reverberated like a tidal wave, causing the very ground beneath to tremble violently. Yet, at this moment, Yang Huan was consumed by a bloodlust, oblivious to the cataclysmic spectacle surrounding him. Ignoring the tattered state of his clothing and the wounds adorning his body, he stood resolute amidst the chaos, raising his sword high once more, channeling every ounce of vital energy into his strike. Sword 4, the flowers of the four seasons bloom, and time endures, Yang Huan roared, unleashing yet another sword energy. This strike seemed to carry the cyclical essence of the seasons within it. Wherever it passed, it was as though spring's blossoms burst forth, summer's sun blazed fiercely, autumn's fruits weighed heavily on branches, and winter's frost danced in the air. With a momentum potent enough to reshape the cosmos, he aimed it directly at the dual-faced dream beast once again. However, an uncanny phenomenon occurred, as the resplendent sword energy was about to make contact with the creature. It was inexplicably drawn in by an invisible force, its speed drastically diminishing before slowly being absorbed by the dual-faced dream beast. Yang Huan felt a violent jolt reverberate through his sword. A powerful backlash surging up the hilt, numbing his grip and leaving his arm aching as if it might break. His expression morphed into one of shock and disbelief. Though blindfolded, he sensed the situation was beyond comprehension. At this moment, the dual-faced dream beast wore a twisted smile on both its faces, the stern, sinister visage of the middle-aged scholar and the enchanting yet malevolent countenance of the woman, mocking Yang Huan's audacity while reveling in their successful absorption of his sword energy. Their eyes flickered with an otherworldly glow, resonating with the dark, profound night sky. Suddenly, a revelation struck Yang Huan. These dream beasts, inherently creatures that fed on dreams, possessed an innate ability to silently infiltrate the dreams of others, devouring their visions, emotions, and fears, piecing together and reshaping the fragments of consumed dreams for their own use. Logically, they should have operated from the shadows, stealthily manipulating everything without revealing themselves in such a corporeal form. This brazen confrontation was utterly contrary to their nature. A chill ran down Yang Huan's spine as he realized. Was he still ensnared within the intricately woven dreamscape of the dream beast? Was this harrowing life-and-death struggle merely a phantasm, deceptive yet palpably real? Had this cunning dream beast manifested to engage him, deliberately coaxing him to unleash his most formidable techniques, compelling him to exert his full strength, all to absorb his essence and trap him within this endless dream? The thought sent tremors through his hand, causing it to quiver slightly, and his breath grew heavier and more labored. He tore away the blindfold. Raising his gaze to survey his surroundings, the once familiar riverbank was now shrouded in an eerie mist, the landscape distorted and unrecognizable. The river no longer flowed gently but had seemingly solidified into a stagnant pool emanating a foul stench. Occasional ripples bore the haunting visages of anguished, contorted faces. The trees along the bank appeared drained of vitality, their branches gnarled and lifeless, leaves withered and fallen, shivering in the night breeze with a rustling sound reminiscent of countless vengeful spirits whispering, sending shivers down one's spine. Yang Huan's gaze returned to the dual-faced dream beast, which now radiated an even more potent aura of malevolence, resembling an ever-expanding black cloud poised to engulf him. With an inward sense of caution, Yang Huan understood that in this realm where reality and illusion blurred, any rash action would only deepen his peril. Thus, at this critical juncture, he forcefully restrained his instinct to unleash the fifth sword. Yang Huan steadied his breath, striving to calm his tumultuous thoughts. How to break free? How to escape this endless abyss of dreams and return to reality? This dilemma became the crucial challenge he must confront with all his might. As he frantically retraced every moment of his journey in his mind, seeking the elusive thread of insight that would lead him back to the source of his dream entanglement, was it the very instant he had stepped into the village? At that time, on the eastern side of the village, the eerie notes of the Nua opera echoed hauntingly. Was it then that the seeds of dreams were silently sown? Or perhaps it was during the first encounter with the dream-eating tapir? Those blood-red eyes, merely a fleeting exchange of glances, sent a chill racing from his spine to his very mind. Could it be that malevolent gaze that ensnared him within this illusory dreamscape? Countless possibilities flitted like phantoms through his mind, intertwining and entangling. Each seemed plausible, yet none could be firmly established. Chapter 61. Breaking the barriers suddenly, a glimmer of insight struck through his murky thoughts like a bolt of lightning. He recalled the bizarre Nua performance. No, to be precise, it was the echoes of the Nua opera that lingered. They had indeed first seen the village, but prior to that, it was the melodious strains of the Nua opera that they had heard. De Nua, Shao Nua, Nua show unfolds. Souls return to their abode. Was it from that moment that the dream-eating tapir stealthily drew him into the realm of dreams? Yet, even upon discovering this potential flaw, how could he tear apart the impenetrable veil of this dream? Yang Huan had never encountered such a convoluted and peculiar predicament, lacking any experience to confront eye-to-eye in this overwhelming confusion and despair. He seemed to awaken, throwing aside his long sword with a flick of his hands, He then crossed his legs, settling onto the ground as if entering a trance like an old sage. At that moment, memories of his previous entrapment in the nine-tailed fox's illusion surfaced in his mind. Back then, he had relied on that incantation to steady his spirit amidst life and death. Finding a glimmer of hope, now, in this equally enigmatic dream realm, he wondered if that incantation would still prove effective. He closed his eyes tightly, took a deep breath, and began to cast aside extraneous thoughts. Regulating his heartbeat and breathing to their slowest pace, he murmured, "The Great Way is formless, giving birth to heaven and earth. The Great Way is indifferent, governing the sun and moon. The Great Way is nameless, nurturing all things." However, as soon as he shut his eyes, it felt as if countless cold, withered hands reached up from the ground, gently tugging at the corners of his garment. In his ears, faint sounds of weeping, laughter, and howling intertwined in a cacophony, each voice twisted and mingled, sometimes resembling the wails of an infant, innocent yet filled with endless terror. At other moments, akin to the roars of malevolent spirits, ferocious enough to pierce the eardrums. Sometimes, they echoed the seductive laughter of women, alluring yet sending chills down his spine. Each sound was like a sharp thorn, piercing deep into his heart, attempting to disrupt the tranquility he had painstakingly cultivated. Yang Huan, undeterred, continued to murmur the incantation. Gradually, the surrounding resentful energies began to stretch and diminish under his recitation. Slowly, he felt himself merge with the chaotic world around him, everything transforming into an extension of his perception. Strangely, as he delved deeper into this ethereal state, the voices that sought to disturb his mind gradually weakened until they vanished completely. His mental state began to settle into serene stillness. Soon, the surroundings seemed to plunge into absolute silence, with no sound to be heard. Yet, it wasn't long before another bizarre occurrence struck. He began to hear various voices around him, screams of fear, maniacal laughter, and chaotic clamor. The cacophony intertwined and overlapped, thickening the air. However, at this moment, Yang Huan's mental state was no longer what it had been before. The sounds that reached his ears oddly ceased to instill fear within him. He slowly opened his eyes as if awakening from a prolonged slumber. The night had deepened significantly. Bathed in the faint moonlight, he surveyed his surroundings and was struck by the realization that he found himself in an abandoned village. Though referred to as an abandoned village, it emanated an eerie aura that penetrated to the bone. Crumbling walls and dilapidated houses were scattered throughout, doors and windows askew, some having even collapsed. It appeared that this was the true visage of the village they had previously glimpsed within the dream of the taper. Here, there was no Nuwa opera and no people. Everything they had seen before had merely been a fabrication conjured by the dream-eating taper. At that moment, the members of the Jiao gang were scattered about, each in differing states. Some sat on the ground, laughing heartily but devoid of any joy, revealing only endless sorrow and madness. Others wept uncontrollably, tears streaming down their faces, their bodies trembling as if they had suffered the most devastating blow. Even though the surroundings were utterly empty, still others hung their heads, eyes vacant, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. Yang Huan then suddenly understood. He had finally broken free from the illusory dream. Yet the scene before him made him realize that this was the true crisis. His gaze searched, landing on San Yang, who was curled up nearby, a look of anguish on her face, murmuring, "Good-for-nothing man. Just like that, you abandoned me." Yang Huan's heart tightened. He immediately comprehended, at this moment, everyone had been dragged into their own dreams by the dream-eating taper, trapped in a collective nightmarish curse. He thought to himself that the foremost priority now was to locate the culprit, the dream-eating taper, and slay it to rescue everyone from this sea of suffering. Yet, challenges arose in quick succession. Although he had narrowly escaped the dream, seeking the taper would be fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could lead him back into danger. Should he flee alone to ensure his own safety, or strive to save those ensnared in the dream? After a long moment, his gaze sharpened, and a sense of resolve emerged. He decided to first rescue the members of the Jiao gang. After all, San Yang, as the vice leader, had led everyone deep into the jungle. The so-called leader must surely be aware of the details. If he were to flee alone now, leaving these people to be drained of their essence by the dream-eating taper, the leader would undoubtedly seek revenge, ensuring his life would be fraught with turmoil. It would be better to take a risk and save everyone, perhaps even earning their recognition. This way, he would garner more support in the future and face fewer obstacles. With his mind made up, Yang Huan suppressed the unease swelling in his heart, scanning the area for any trace of the dream-eating tapir. However, the abandoned village lay in utter silence, devoid of any sign of the beast. His brow furrowed, pondering how formidable the tapir truly was, capable of silently ensnaring so many souls into the dream and wantonly consuming their essence. What sort of illusory maze were they trapped in now? Then, another vexing dilemma presented itself. How could he pull these individuals from the abyss of the dream back into reality? The incantation that had previously aided him in dire situations resurfaced in his mind. But doubt crept in. It was indeed peculiar. The wild hermit he had encountered in his past life had imparted this incantation to him by chance, and he had not held much hope for its efficacy. Yet, in this bizarre world, it had repeatedly proven to be his lifeline. Could it be that this seemingly unremarkable incantation concealed profound mysteries and extraordinary power? If that were the case, he would need to dedicate time to study it earnestly in the future. Perhaps he could uncover more life-saving secrets. For now, he set these thoughts aside, deciding to first utilize his hearing to locate the dream-eating tapir. If that proved fruitless, he would resort to the incantation. He settled down once more, directing his internal energy while stretching his hearing to its limits. Yet, apart from the eerie sounds of the Jiao gang members, crying, laughing, grieving, and rejoicing, there was no trace of the dream-eating tapir. It appeared he could only try the incantation for now. However, with so many people, reciting it into the ear of Lu Shueyao, as he had previously done in the cave, was entirely impractical. When would he finish reciting it, and its effectiveness was uncertain as well. Chapter 62. Slashing the four swords. Suddenly, an idea struck Yang Huan. What if he raised his voice to recite the incantation aloud? Using sound as a medium to transmit its power, perhaps it would yield remarkable results. With that thought, he calmed his mind, slowly sitting cross-legged on the ground. His hands naturally fell to his knees, eyes gently closed, as he began to guide the energy in his dantian. As his breathing steadied, a surge of power slowly rose from his dantian, coursing through his meridians and ultimately converging in his throat. He opened his mouth slowly, beginning to recite the incantation in a quiet voice. As his words resonated, an unusual wave of energy emanated from him, expanding outward. Strangely, the once bright moonlight seemed to flicker, dimming as if in fear of this newfound power. The dilapidated houses around him appeared even more sinister in the shadows. The chaotic sounds of the Jiao gang members gradually faded under the weight of his incantation, yet their expressions twisted further in anguish. As if battling an invisible force, Yang Huan's voice grew louder and more impassioned. Each word transformed into a palpable force, striking everything in its vicinity. Under the influence of this power, dust from the ground began to rise, swirling into eerie vortices around Yang Huan. With each recitation of the incantation, a faint glow began to emanate from him, illuminating the surrounding darkness as if dispelling it somewhat. Yet the strange aura still lingered in the air. At that moment, Yang Huan's keen hearing detected hurried footsteps approaching from the depths of the distance, accompanied by an unsettling sharpness. His heart stirred as he focused intently, based on the rhythm and characteristics of the sounds. He swiftly discerned. It was the dream-eating tapir, and there were two of them. It seemed the incantation he recited had indeed begun to affect the Jiao gang members trapped in the dream. Drawing out the hidden dream-eating tapirs and forcing them to reveal themselves, he lifted his gaze toward the source of the sounds, though he could see nothing clearly. Yet the palpable killing intent, growing ever closer, felt like ice slicing against his skin. In an instant, the figures of the two dream-eating tapirs materialized like phantoms amidst the night, swiftly charging toward Yang Huan. Seeing this, he did not falter for an instant. He took a deep breath, gathering all the remaining energy within him to his throat. With a thunderous shout, he uttered the final syllable of the incantation. The sound erupted like a thunderclap shat in the blink of an eye. He transformed into the middle-aged scholar he had encountered in his dreams, clad in a flowing azure robe, still clutching that folding fan. Meanwhile, the formidable dream beast morphed into an extraordinarily alluring woman, her graceful figure and exquisite features exuding an aura of malevolence. Her eyes resembled two bottomless pits of blood, radiating greed and ferocity. Humph, you foul Taoist! How dare you thwart my schemes? The enchanting woman parted her scarlet lips, her voice imbued with an enchanting allure, yet veiled with an insidious intent. Before her words faded, she abruptly raised her hand, and an aura within her surged forth like a black dragon, howling into the air. In an instant, it coalesced into a dense malevolent force that carried a scent of death, hurtling towards Yang Huan. Caught off guard, Yang Huan found himself struck by the malevolent energy, akin to a heavy hammer crashing against his chest. He felt as though his ribcage had exploded, and a spurt of blood erupted uncontrollably from his mouth. Staggering backward several meters, he fell heavily to the ground as dust swirled around him. His garments were torn, blood seeping out and staining the earth. Coughing violently, Yang Huan struggled to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze growing increasingly fierce. "You two beasts, if I do not slay you today, I shall no longer be called Yang Huan," he roared, as if to unleash all the pent-up frustration and fury within him. Recalling the earlier torment he had endured at the hands of these two dream beasts in his dreams, it felt like a thorn lodged in his heart. Gritting his teeth against the pain in his chest, Yang Huan abruptly drew forth the long sword at his waist. As the blade emerged from its sheath, he swiftly summoned the remnants of his spiritual energy. Though his aura was chaotic and feeble, he harnessed a tenacious will to force his true energy to surge through his meridians. Sky-severing sword. Yang Huan bellowed in that instant. The long sword in his hand blazed with brilliance, unleashing a sword energy that seemed capable of rending the heavens as it sliced through the air. With 4 strikes, the sword energy surged forth like a torrential tempest towards the two dream beasts, now fully in human form. The two beasts, who had previously worn expressions of savagery and malice, attempted to withstand Yang Huan's onslaught. However, as the sword energy howled towards them, they instantly sensed the terror of its power. The dream beast, transformed into the alluring woman, found her smug expression frozen in place. In a panic, she raised her hand, attempting to use the dark energy within her to defend. Yet, as that black aura made contact with the sword energy, it melted away like snow under the blazing sun. The middle-aged scholar, transformed from the smaller dream beast, waved his folding fan in a futile attempt to counter the overwhelming force. With a thunderous crash, the two dream beasts were struck hard by the sword energy, their forms uncontrollably propelled backward. Crashing dozens of meters away, along their path, they toppled several withered trees, stirring up clouds of dust. Finally, they landed heavily on the ground, creating 2 deep craters. This violent impact left the two dream beasts momentarily dazed. Yet, Yang Huan knew all too well that these cunning and malevolent creatures would not relent so easily. He dared not pause for a moment. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, he dashed to the side of Shi Sanyang. At this moment, she seemed trapped in a profound nightmare, her brow tightly furrowed, her face contorted in pain, murmuring incoherently. Yang Huan, frantic with urgency, grasped her shoulders and shook her vigorously, exclaiming, "Shi Sanyang, wake up! Quickly awaken!" His voice was laced with desperation and hope, yearning to pull her back from the abyss of that nightmare. He understood that despite his exertion in unleashing 4 strikes, he held no guarantee of slaying the cunning dream beasts. If he failed to awaken Shi Sanyang in time, any misstep on his part could lead to calamity for them all. As he shook her, Yang Huan keenly noticed signs of awakening in Jin Yang as well. Her eyelids fluttered, and her fingers twitched involuntarily. It seemed she was on the verge of breaking free from the confines of the dream and returning to reality. This ignited a spark of hope within Yang Huan, urging him to call out even more fervently to Shi Sanyang, wishing for her swift awakening to confront this terrifying predicament together. Perhaps it was his cries that stirred her, or perhaps it was Shi Sanyang's own will to survive that surged forth at this critical moment. Slowly, her eyes opened, revealing a hint of confusion. She gazed at Yang Huan before instinctively asking, What is happening?" Chapter 63. A moment's misjudgment. Yang Huan, his expression fraught with urgency, spoke hastily to the recently awakened Shi Sanyang. "There's no time for explanations. We were both ensnared in the dream of the dream beasts. You must find a way to awaken the others." No sooner had he spoken than a chilling, bone-deep killing intent surged from behind, enveloping him instantly. Yang Huan's heart trembled. Without a moment's thought, he instinctively swung his sword backward. This strike, infused with his remaining true energy, sliced through the air with a glimmering cold light. With a clang, it struck what felt like a solid piece of dark iron, sending a jolt through his arm. Without pause, he turned and swung his sword with all his might once more. The sight that met his eyes made him gasp in horror. The two dream beasts had now fully merged into one. However, this fusion was entirely different from what he had witnessed in his dreams. Their lower halves shared a massive body, while their upper halves presented two faces, resembling a grotesque two-faced monster. Facing Yang Huan was the middle-aged scholar's visage, eyes glinting with cold cunning. The back of this monstrous form bore the alluring woman's features. A sinister smile gracing her lips, as the fusion deepened. The creature's form continued to expand, reaching a height of 3 to 4 meters. Standing before this colossal entity, Yang Huan felt minuscule, akin to an ant. The overwhelming pressure bore down upon him, nearly suffocating him. He could hardly fathom that these dream beasts, which typically lurked in dreams and thrived on consuming essence, possessed such terrifying power. Yet, Yang Huan felt no inclination to retreat. He gritted his teeth and swung his long sword once more, unleashing 2 strikes in rapid succession. The sword energy surged forth, howling towards the dream beast. However, the creature, now merged, had significantly enhanced its strength, its dark magic surging within. With a mere flick of its arm, it effortlessly dissipated Yang Huan's sword energy. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, Shi Sanyang rallied herself. Her complexion pale, her expression somewhat grim. She murmured, "Peace every year, arise." Suddenly, a thick mist enveloped her. Her haunting green eyes emerged, glowing with a hint of wickedness. The malevolent entity of peace every year sped towards the dream beast at an astonishing pace. Yet, even as the merged dream beast's power surged, it exhibited no fear. With a casual wave of its massive hand, a torrent of black, demonic energy surged forth, resembling a roiling sea of darkness, distorting the very fabric of space. Peace every year was struck by this wave of demonic energy, its previously agile form sent flying, tumbling through the air. Emitting anguished cries, it appeared as if an invisible force was pulling at it, rendering it increasingly ethereal. Yet, this malevolent entity possessed a resilient spirit. As it was propelled away, it transformed into a swirling mass of black mist, with ghostly green light flickering within, charging once more towards the dream beast. Seeking an opportunity to attack amidst the chaos of dark energy, at this moment, Shi Sanyang had fully awakened. Her expression grave, she chanted fervently, "Peace every year, rise again." With her call, a thick, inky mist enveloped her once more. Another peace every year emerged, darting towards the dream beast at an incredible speed. Simultaneously, Yang Huan, unwilling to be outdone, gripped his long sword tightly, the blade trembling slightly from the torrent of true energy surging within him. With a roar, he swung his sword forcefully, unleashing 2 fierce sword energies that sliced through the air, hurtling towards the dream beast. Seizing the opportunity created by Yang Huan and the 2 malevolent entities distracting the dream beast, Shi Sanyang swiftly turned to rush towards those still ensnared in dreams. After all, witnessing this scene, it was imperative to awaken as many allies as possible. Otherwise, their fate would be dire. Meanwhile, the dream beast, faced with the onslaught from Yang Huan and the 2 malevolent entities, appeared to remain unfazed. He let out a deafening roar and swung its arms once more. The black, demonic energy spread outwards. Attempting to ward off all incoming attacks, a bitter pang of regret washed over Yang Huan. At this moment, he was filled with remorse. Had he known that the fusion of the dream beast would be so fearsome, he would have fled this accursed place without hesitation the moment he awakened. Now, trapped in this dire predicament, he had only himself to blame for the momentary lapse in judgment. Yet, what good was regret now? The merged dream beast radiated a terrifying aura capable of annihilating the heavens, nearly suffocating him. Nevertheless, the bitterness and anger within him flared even brighter. The humiliation and torment he had suffered while trapped in the dream, intertwined with the uncertainty of the future, ignited a spark of determination in his gaze. "Enough. If I am to die today, I shall do so with resounding glory." Yang Huan resolved, no longer hesitating. He summoned the last remnants of his spiritual energy. Channeling all his vitality into the long sword in that moment, He felt as though he and the sword had become one. Sword 5. The 5 elements unite. Behold the 10 directions. Yang Huan swung his sword with a mighty force. A torrent of sword energy surged forth like a roaring river. Following that, he flickered and chanted, Sword 6, the 6 paths of reincarnation, tethered by karma. Instantly, another wave of sword energy erupted. Sword 7, the 7 apertures. The agile dragon transforms. Sword 8, the 8 talents, astonished the world. 2 more strikes of sword energy followed. 4 streams of sword energy converged, coalescing into a force more formidable than before. With an overwhelming momentum akin to a landslide, it surged forth towards the dream beast with astonishing speed. In that fleeting moment, the sword energy crisscrossed, radiating a brilliance of unparalleled intensity. Yang Huan was acutely aware that he was merely holding on by a thread. The spiritual power within him was nearly depleted, and each exertion felt as though his meridians were being scorched by searing flames. Yet, at this life-and-death juncture, retreat was not an option. He could only endure the dual torment of body and spirit. Placing his final hope upon these 4 swords, however, the dream beast was overwhelmingly powerful. Despite the astonishing might of the sword energy, it remained unyielding. Dark, malevolent energy swirled violently around the dream beast, attempting to shield itself from the onslaught of the sword strikes. The clash between the malevolent energy and the sword energy erupted in a deafening cacophony. Though the sword energy failed to completely vanquish the dream beast, it dissipated a significant portion of its surrounding dark aura. As Yang Huan beheld the scene before him, a heavy sense of despair settled within his heart. He understood that he had exhausted all his capabilities, and the spiritual power within him was on the verge of extinction. Yet, the dream beast stood firm, emanating an aura that sent chills down his spine. Could it be that today would truly mark the end of my life? Yang Huan pondered, a wave of hopelessness crashing over him. No, I cannot surrender so easily, he roared silently in his heart. Chapter 64. Encirclement. After the dream beast withstood the onslaught of Yang Huan's 4 fierce sword strikes, rather than displaying any sign of retreat, it was instead thoroughly provoked, launching a frenzied counterattack. The visage resembling a middle-aged scholar curled into a sinister smile, an overwhelming murderous intent igniting in his eyes, with a gentle flick of the peach blossom fan in hand. A torrent of lethal intent surged forth towards Yang Huan. Simultaneously, the enchanting female aspect of the dream beast was not idle. She emitted a shrill cry of fury, extending her hand to seize a malevolent spirit coalescing from mist. The spirit, named Sui Sui Pingan, struggled desperately in her grasp, emitting pained shrieks, yet it could not escape her control. In an instant, she flung her arm, capturing another Malevol. Yang Huan was in a state of frantic urgency. Disregarding everything else, as he swiftly removed the cork from the vial and poured the elixir into his mouth in one go. The moment the potion touched his tongue, it dissolved instantly, and a warm current flowed down his throat, spreading throughout his entire body. Wherever this warmth traveled, the nerves that had been taut from pain seemed to find a measure of relief. The agony at his wound diminished significantly in that instant. To his astonishment, the blood that had been gushing forth like a fountain gradually ceased. Moreover, a tingling sensation emerged at the site of the injury, as if countless subtle forces were stirring there, mending the damaged muscles and meridians. Yang Huan was uncertain whether it was the miraculous effect of the elixir or the influence of the red fruit he had consumed earlier, that moment. He distinctly felt his condition improving considerably, as if his strength was slowly returning. Meanwhile, the dream demon was gradually succumbing to the relentless assault from the 4 attackers. Its massive frame was now covered in wounds, black demonic energy oozing from its injuries, presenting a pitiful sight. Yet, this terrifying creature did not yield. Sensing an unprecedented peril, its fury erupted like a volcano. Suddenly, the dream demon released a deafening roar. With that roar, the surrounding demonic energy surged violently, trembling with intensity. The already thick demonic aura became even more viscous. Then, the dark energy surrounding the dream demon burst forth in an explosive display of power, akin to a miniature storm, radiating outward with ferocity. The 4 members of the Jiaolong gang were caught off guard, instantly hurled away by this formidable force. They crashed heavily to the ground some 10 meters away. Elder Lin, upon landing, struggled to rise, only to discover that his arm was fractured, a sharp pain causing him to emit a muffled groan. Elder Lu tumbled into a pile of rubble, sustaining multiple injuries, blood staining his garments. Jean Yang's complexion was as pale as a sheet, with a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, indicating she had suffered severe internal injuries. The long whip of 13 Yang was nowhere to be found amidst the chaos. She lay on the ground, her breath faint. Yang Huan witnessed this heart-stopping scene, a surge of anxiety gripping his heart. He had not anticipated that the dream demon, despite sustaining such grievous wounds, still hard upon finishing her words. She turned her gaze towards Jean Yang and whispered, "That wretched Taoist has likely not met his demise yet. When the time comes, ensure you wrap his head securely, and thereafter, let fate take its course." Hearing this, Jean Yang glanced at the severed head of Yang Huan lying nearby. A surge of astonishment welled up within her. Surviving such a fate, it seems he is indeed a person of remarkable destiny. She nodded slightly and replied softly, "Understood, Vice Leader." Thus, the group commenced their actions. Elder Lin and Elder Lu approached the unconscious brothers, attempting to rouse them. Meanwhile, Jean Yang procured a clean cloth to carefully envelop Yang Huan's head. 13 Yang stood rooted in place, surveying the chaotic battlefield, her heart a tumult of emotions. Yet, she soon regained her composure, knowing that this undertaking required a resolute commitment, with no avenue for retreat. Those still lost in their dreams, members of the Jiao gang, began to awaken gradually under the calls and assistance of Elders Lin and Lu. Fear and confusion lingered in their eyes, clearly still ensnared in the recent nightmare. A small number had their souls drained by the dream toad and perished within the dream realm. The two elders directed the others to properly bury their fallen brethren. Subsequently, everyone took a moment to recuperate, each body and spirit utterly fatigued, sitting in silence to restore their strength. Time flowed slowly, and before they knew it, it was noon of the following day. Sunlight streamed through the clouds, casting a warm glow upon them. After a simple meal of dry rations and water, 13 Yang resolved to lead everyone onward. Jane Yang, with Yang Huan's head wrapped in a soft cloth, hung it against her chest. As they journeyed, she moved with grace, making every effort to prevent any jostling of Yang Huan's head. It was uncertain how long they walked, but in the midst of a tranquil silence, Yang Huan gradually opened his eyes. Chapter 67. Only this head remains. Yang Huan's consciousness lingered in a haze, as if enveloped by a soft darkness. His nose twitched slightly, catching a faint scent of feminine milk fragrance. This aroma was gentle yet rich, imbued with an indescribable allure that gently wafted into his nostrils. Where am I? How am I still alive? Questions of bewilderment flooded his mind. He attempted to move his body, but found himself seemingly immobilized. Soon after, a subtle itch emerged at his neck, akin to countless tiny ants crawling lightly, or perhaps new flesh slowly developing. This peculiar sensation only intensified his curiosity and unease. Yang Huan endeavored to comprehend his predicament, trying to flutter his eyelids but discovering only a blurred darkness before him. He wished to inquire, yet his throat was parched and dry, rendering him voiceless. He could only silently ponder the nature of his circumstances. At that moment, his keen ears detected sounds around him. The mingling of voices and hurried footsteps indicated the presence of the Jiao gang members. The footfalls were dense and heavy, suggesting that many were in attendance. What is happening? He strained to recall the climactic moments of battle, that ultimate confrontation with the dream toad. The final sword strike he unleashed with all his might, and the shockwave that seemed capable of tearing the heavens asunder. In his recollections, it felt as though his body had disintegrated into dust from that force. Yet now, he could still distinctly sense everything around him. What could this mean? Just then, a familiar voice reached his ears, 13 Yang's voice. Her tone was steady, yet tinged with caution. Tonight, we shall rest here. Remain vigilant. Yesterday, we encountered those two beasts, and it nearly cost us dearly. None can ascertain what hidden dangers lurk in this place. So ensure you look out for one another. No mistakes should be made. Upon hearing this, Yang Huan's confusion deepened further. Enshrouded in darkness, unable to see or speak, he could only rely on his hearing to perceive his surroundings. This enigmatic situation felt utterly bizarre. He couldn't help but wonder where he truly was. Suddenly, 13 Yang's voice resonated again in his ear. He sensed her presence drawing near. First, "Unveil the cloth and see how this wretched Taoist fares," she gently instructed. Jin Yang responded in a soft tone. In an instant, Yang Huan felt a slight jolt. The fragrance that had lingered at his nostrils faded. He then perceived an invisible hand lifting him gently before setting him down again. The darkness surrounding him seemed to part, allowing light to seep in, prompting him to instinctively squint. Once his eyes adjusted, he beheld 13 Yang and Jin Yang gazing intently at him. 13 Yang's expression bore an inscrutable quality, a mix of curiosity and scrutiny, while Jin Yang's brow furrowed slightly, her eyes filled with shock. Yang Huan instinctively darted his gaze between the two, his mouth moving as if to speak, yet no words escaped. Only feeble sounds. Observing Yang Huan's state, 13 Yang's lips curled into a faint, enigmatic smile. "It seems that you truly have not perished, you wretched Taoist. However, your current appearance is indeed laughable." Her voice held a hint of delight, tinged with mockery. Yang Huan felt a surge of indignation, but he could not express it. He strained to convey his thoughts through his eyes, filled with urgency and confusion. Yet 13 Yang and Jin Yang appeared oblivious to his intent. 13 Yang scrutinized Yang Huan for a considerable time, seemingly deep in thought. Suddenly, she turned to Jin Yang and commanded, "Fetch some water to feed him." Upon hearing this, Jin Yang unfastened her water flask from her waist. Dipping her fingers into the vessel, she gently traced them along Yang Huan's lips. A soothing coolness spread from his lips. Moments later, she positioned the flask's opening to his mouth, beginning to pour water slowly. Yang Huan instinctively swallowed a few sips, the liquid sliding down his throat, some spilling over his severed neck. At that moment, Yang Huan finally seized the opportunity to survey his surroundings. To his horror, he discovered that he was merely a head. Apart from 13 Yang and Jin Yang, members of the Jiao gang were scattered around, some seated, some standing, all situated within a dimly lit forest. Perhaps the water had a fortifying effect, as Yang Huan felt less parched and found his voice again. Yet, the bizarre reality of being just a head filled him with dread. Trembling, he asked, What has happened to me?" Upon hearing Yang Huan's voice, 13 Yang's previously narrowed eyes widened instantly. The tenderness that had flickered in her gaze vanished without a trace. She lowered her head slightly, peering down at his head, lost in thought as she recalled. "You fought fiercely with that beast, expending all your strength, and now only this head remains. Seeing that you still possess a faint breath, I provided you with a drop of Dream Toad's essence. What follows is up to your fate." After delivering this, 13 Yang disregarded Yang Huan further and turned to depart. Before leaving, she instructed Jin Yang, "Take good care of him," her voice low and authoritative. Jin Yang nodded gently, an undercurrent of concern flickering in her otherwise steely gaze. She crouched down again, looking at Yang Huan, her expression a complex blend of sympathy, chill, and curiosity. Then, without a hint of warmth, Jin Yang stated, "Shall I return you to the cloth now?" Upon hearing this, a flash of panic and reluctance crossed Yang Huan's eyes, and he implored, "Just allow me to breathe a few more breaths of fresh air." "I promise I will." Jin Yang frowned slightly, and after a moment of silence, seemingly reconsidering his request, she replied nonchalantly, "Very well." Subsequently, Jin Yang sat down beside Yang Huan's head, her hands resting on her thighs. She ceased speaking, and the air around them seemed to solidify with her silence. Her gaze remained cold and distant, occasionally flashing with a hint of lethal sharpness. This was a vigilance honed from prolonged exposure to slaughter and peril. Though she appeared calm, an unsettling aura of menace radiated from her, as if she were perpetually prepared to confront any latent threat. Chapter 68. Rebirth. In this fleeting tranquility, however, Yang Huan's heart surged with tumultuous waves. He gradually began to accept the grim reality of being merely a head. This realization felt absurd and terrifying. He could not fathom why, despite losing his body, his consciousness persisted. Just then, an unusual sensation coursed through his neck. Initially, it was a mere tickle, akin to countless tiny creatures crawling across his skin. Yet, this itch was peculiar, unlike ordinary discomfort. As if it could not stimulate the nerves. As time passed, the sensation intensified. Yang Huan felt as if a force was surging within his neck, as though new flesh was slowly forming. This strange feeling lingered for a while before vanishing abruptly. Meanwhile, Jin Yang rose slowly, her her gaze still as frigid as frost, exuding an alarming aura of menace. Leaning down, she reached for the cloth to rewrap Yang Huan's head. Seeing this, Yang Huan hastily exclaimed, "Jin Yang, if you wrap me up like that, I may suffocate. Since we must rest here tonight, why not let me remain exposed to the air?" Upon hearing his words, Jin Yang paused for a moment, a flicker of contemplation crossing her star-like, cold eyes. After a brief interval, she conceded that Yang Huan's reasoning held merit. Resting here tonight and wrapping him in cloth indeed served little purpose. Yang Huan then suggested, "When we depart tomorrow, please assist me in wrapping it in cloth." Jin Yang nodded slightly, her voice cool and indifferent as she replied, "Very well." Subsequently, she extended her hand without hesitation. Lifting Yang Huan's head and placing it against her bosomed in that instant, Yang Huan felt himself enveloped in softness. The fullness of Jin Yang's chest stirred an unusual sensation within him. However, Jin Yang remained utterly unconcerned. As if this act were merely routine. Holding Yang Huan, she strolled directly to a sturdy tree. Upon reaching its base, she set Yang Huan's head down on the ground, deliberately cushioning it with a piece of cloth. She then seated herself beside his head, leaning against the tree. The world around them gradually quieted, as everyone began to rest. Yang Huan gently closed his eyes, striving to find tranquility. Yet, he felt no inclination to sleep. His mind consumed with anxiety over his bizarre circumstances. At that moment, the peculiar sensation he had previously experienced returned, this time emanating more intensely from his neck. He distinctly felt as though new flesh was growing there, accompanied by a wave of itching and pain. This sensation caused his head to tremble involuntarily, his teeth clenched tightly as he endeavored to endure the sudden agony. However, the pain surged like relentless tides, becoming increasingly severe. Yang Huan's breathing grew rapid and labored, his gaze filled with torment and despair. Before he could utter a sound, he succumbed to unconsciousness under the unbearable torment in the stillness surrounding him. Occasionally interrupted by distant snoring, Yang Huan's solitary head underwent a strange transformation. The severed neck, an imperceptible halo emerged without warning. As time passed, this halo gradually brightened, pulsating with vitality. Under its gentle caress, the skin around his neck rippled, flesh buds began to stir, cautiously emerging from the wound. These buds grew at a slow pace, intertwining and entwining as new tissue slowly took shape in a delicate process. This flesh radiated a unique and warm glow, not the common rosy hue of the living, nor the ghastly pallor of the dead, but a pecked Jin Yang wore a helpless expression as she recalled San Yang's instructions. Glancing at Yang Huan's bizarre infantile form, an inexplicable surge of maternal instinct welled up within her. Gritting her teeth, she coldly lifted Yang Huan into her arms. Her steps were somewhat stiff, as if she were undertaking an immensely arduous task. Upon reaching a lush, leafy tree, she sought out a secluded spot, ensuring they would not be observed. Taking a deep breath, she slowly opened her garments, positioning Yang Huan's head gently against her chest. Yang Huan, witnessing this scene, felt a tumult of emotions within him. He had never anticipated that Jin Yang would genuinely acquiesce. In that moment, he resembled a true infant, his eyes reflecting a blend of yearning and innocence as he instinctively leaned in, latching onto her nipple and beginning to suckle. The sight was undeniably surreal, a creature with an adult head, its infantile body cradled by a stunning woman as she nursed him. Jin Yang tightly closed her eyes. Her cheeks flushed, the warmth spreading from her ears down to her neck. Her hands trembled slightly, yet she strove to maintain her posture. With her heart pounding like a drum, the quietude of the environment allowed the sound of her rapid heartbeat to echo in her ears. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, each passing second feeling unbearably long. After a prolonged silence, Jin Yang cautiously opened her eyes, her voice barely above a whisper. "Is it done?" Yang Huan understood he mustn't overstep. Replying softly, "Yes," the wave of relief washed over Jin Yang as she quickly tidied her clothing, adjusting Yang Huan back into her embrace. Just then, he murmured again, "I would like some water." Jin Yang nodded slightly, her tone still frosty, albeit less distant. "All right, just a moment." With that, she cradled Yang Huan and retrieved a water flask to offer him a drink. After quenching his thirst, she gently held him against her chest and found a quiet corner to sit. Leaning back against a sturdy tree trunk, She closed her eyes, attempting to rest for a moment. Yang Huan felt her heartbeat quickening as she held him securely. After a considerable time, Jin Yang opened her eyes slightly, glancing at Yang Huan in her arms and softly stated, "It's about time. We should continue our journey." The afternoon ahead remained long and arduous as the group trudged along the rugged mountain path. Jin Yang, holding Yang Huan, moved forward in rhythm with the others. Yang Huan's gaze wandered over the surrounding scenery, occasionally nudging his head against Jin Yang's ample bosom. Bored, he eventually closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. As night fell and the group halted to rest, Yang Huan awoke once more, a potent desire to suckle and quench his thirst surging within him. He looked at Jin Yang, his eyes filled with anticipation, and quietly said, "Jin Yang, I need again." Chapter 70. Just a child, it was uncertain whether it was Yang Huan's infantile fragility that stirred Jin Yang's hidden maternal instinct once more, or if it was Shi San Yang's prior solemn instructions that compelled her to care for him diligently. Regardless, Jin Yang comprehended Yang Huan's unvoiced yearning, but a blush immediately crept across her cheeks as she cautiously surveyed her surroundings. Confirming that no one was watching, she gently lifted Yang Huan and briskly walked toward a concealed corner. The scene mirrored the earlier encounter. Jin Yang slowly opened her clothing, her eyes reflecting a mix of shyness and resignation. Yang Huan, observing this unfolding moment, was engulfed by a complex array of emotions. Struggling to assess the implications of his body's instinctual urge to suckle, he found it challenging to discern whether this peculiar fate was a blessing or a curse. His gaze inadvertently roamed over Jin Yang's voluptuous form, and a bold thought flickered through his mind, one he felt far too timid to explore. As Yang Huan began to suckle, a sudden sound of approaching footsteps startled Jin Yang. Her body stiffened at once, and both she and Yang Huan became acutely aware of the disturbance. Jin Yang quickly looked up to find that it was Shi San Yang. Upon witnessing the scene before her, Shi San Yang found herself caught between laughter and tears. Her subordinate, typically exuding an aura of coldness and menace, now appeared as a tender mother, nurturing Yang Huan with great care. It was a juxtaposition she found difficult to reconcile with Jin Yang's usual demeanor. Shi San Yang mused to herself, recognizing her loyal subordinate and sensing a hint of injustice in her treatment of Yang Huan. She approached Jin Yang without a word, swiftly taking Yang Huan from her arms. Gripping him securely beneath his infantile arms, she glared at him, her eyes filled with reproach. "You are taking advantage of this situation far too brazenly." Startled by the abrupt turn of events, Yang Huan stammered, I was just hungry." Shi San Yang scoffed, her retort unforgiving. "How could you be hungry when there is no milk? You are clearly just exploiting the situation." Jin Yang, standing nearby, felt her previously indifferent expression blossom into one of embarrassment. Flustered, she hurried to cover herself, but before she could speak, Shi San Yang interjected. "You, with your mischievous intentions, better watch out or I might just sever this little peanut of yours." Yang Huan's face paled at her words, and he quickly defended himself. "I'm still just a child. You cannot treat me this way. I truly feel that doing this is the only way to not feel hungry. If you don't believe me, ask Jin Yang if I am taking advantage." Hearing this, Jin Yang felt a slight shift within her. She realized she had never engaged in intimate relations, and that Yang Huan's prior actions seemed to stem from pure infantile instinct. Devoid of any suggestive intent, she nodded slightly, conveying her agreement with his words. Shi San Yang regarded the two, momentarily at a loss. She tilted her head, casting a complex gaze at Jin Yang, pondering internally. Why had her typically unyielding subordinate suddenly become so invested in Yang Huan? Was it truly the influence of maternal instincts? With a derisive glance at Yang Huan, her eyes fell upon his diminutive form, and she couldn't help but chuckle lightly, laced with mockery. Nevertheless, Shi San Yang ultimately returned Yang Huan to Jin Yang. With a resigned sigh, Jin Yang accepted him back, gently asking, "Are you still hungry?" Yang Huan nodded, whispering, "I still want more." Once Shi San Yang had moved further away, Jin Yang settled back onto the grass, tenderly cradling Yang Huan once more. She gradually lifted her garment, guiding his head closer. Jin Yang herself could not fathom why she was indulging Yang Huan in this manner. Was it truly merely the influence of the inexplicable maternal feelings surging within her at this moment? However, she dismissed such thoughts, choosing instead to embrace the moment. After a significant interval, Yang Huan softly declared, "I am finished." Jin Yang, emerging from the slightly awkward yet delicate atmosphere, felt a rosy hue creep across her cheeks. She gently placed Yang Huan beside her, hastily tending to her attire. Once everything was in order, she cradled him back into her embrace. Yang Huan, basking in the warmth of Jin Yang's arms, remarked, "Jin Yang, you should eat something too. Just put me down on the grass. I'm fine." Jin Yang nodded slightly, carefully laying Yang Huan on the grass before retrieving her provisions and beginning to eat slowly, as the surrounding companions gradually succumbed to slumber. The camp fell into a serene stillness. Despite having slept extensively during the day, Yang Huan found himself wide awake. He gazed at Jin Yang, who lay beside him, still holding him closely, and felt an inexplicable curiosity arise within him, stirred by her scent and the softness of her embrace. After a moment of hesitation, he gently inquired, "Jin Yang, when did you join the Jiaogong?" Jin Yang had not anticipated Yang Huan would suddenly engage her in conversation. She paused, a flicker of emotion crossing her eyes, and after a brief silence, she replied in a tone tinged with chill, "It was 5 or 6 years ago." Yang Huan pressed further, "So you were from Qingfeng town?" Jin Yang shook her head softly, offering a brief response, "No, I am from the capital." This piqued Yang Huan's curiosity, and he asked, "How did you end up here from the capital, and why did you join the Jiaogong?" With a perplexed expression, Yang Huan voiced his thoughts. Whether it was his innocent curiosity that eased Jin Yang's defenses or the resurgence of her maternal instincts, she found herself unwittingly opening up. She began, "Previously, I was oppressed in the capital. Those in power made life difficult for my family, and ultimately, they even murdered my relatives. I could endure no longer. So I killed them all as she recounted her tale. A fierce glint flickered in Jin Yang's eyes, a remnant of the struggles she had endured. Afterward, I fled for my life, making my way to Qingfeng town. I had hoped to reach Daliang from there. But the authorities pursued me relentlessly, and I was hunted down in Qingfeng town. Just as I was about to lose hope, I encountered the deputy leader. She saved me, and I owe my life to her. Therefore, to repay her kindness, I joined the Jiaogong." Though Jin Yang's voice remained even, Yang Huan could discern the profound respect and gratitude she held for Shi Sanyang. Chapter 71. The purpose of this journey. Listening to Jin Yang's story, Yang Huan felt a surge of astonishment. He had not expected that the seemingly cold Jin Yang harbored such a tragic past. He opened his mouth, wishing to offer some words of comfort. Yet, he felt that any words at this moment seemed so pale and powerless. In the end, he merely leaned gently against Jin Yang's embrace, silently offering her some companionship. After recounting her past, Jin Yang ceased to speak further, simply holding Yang Huan quietly. Yang Huan nestled closer to her, and after a long while, suddenly asked, "Jin Yang, are we really going to the jungle to slay the monster I mentioned?" Jin Yang was taken aback by Yang Huan's inquiry. After a moment's contemplation, she decided it was harmless to tell him. After all, the mission to the jungle was well known among the gang, and Shi Sanyang had not instructed her to conceal anything. Thus, she replied, "Slaying the monster is but one aspect. We also aim to disrupt the dragon vein of Daliang." "The dragon vein of Daliang? How could it be there?" Yang Huan exclaimed in shock. Jin Yang shook her head. "I am not certain either. It was the deputy leader who informed us." Yang Huan pondered, realizing that indeed, slaying the monster was merely a facet, while disrupting the dragon vein was the true objective. Noticing that Jin Yang seemed equally uninformed about the details, he shifted the topic. "Jin Yang, do you know Yu Fei?" he inquired. Jin Yang responded, "Yu Fei was once an elder of the Jiao gang. He led a dissolute life, often consorting with women. Such affairs, as long as both parties consent, are not inherently wrong. However, he later resorted to coercing women and even committed acts of the wondrous cultivation system, and its hierarchy left Yang Huan utterly astounded, enriching his understanding of this world. Through his conversations with the two elders, he gradually learned the reasons behind their affiliation with the Jiao gang. Elder Lu had once been a beacon fireman stationed at the borders of the Chen Kingdom, renowned for his valiant spirit. His regiment was tasked with guarding the frontier against the incursions of the Daliang forces. However, the situation at the border was fraught with complexities, and the atmosphere within the military was exceedingly oppressive. On one occasion, while executing a mission, Elder Lu found himself at odds with their commander, who was obstinate and self-willed. The commander disregarded the soldiers' safety entirely, issuing a perilous order without hesitation. aware that the execution of this plan would lead to the needless deaths of many soldiers. Elder Lu boldly stepped forward to contest it. This act of defiance incensed the commander, who viewed Lu's challenge as an affront to his authority and sought to punish him severely. Unwilling to remain passive and serve under a leader who showed no regard for the lives of his men, Elder Lu seized the cover of night and fled the army. During his escape, he fortuitously found his way into the Jiaogang.as for Elder Lin. He was originally a respected scholar, revered and beloved by his students in the academy. Yet, the local tyrants, the Qin family, were notorious for only the howling wind that swept through the cave's entrance echoed within the stillness of the cavern. Jinyang, suppressing her shyness, steadied herself and said to Xiaohong, "Xiaohong, could you please build a fire? It is rather chilly in this cave." Xiaohong nodded slightly and sprang into action. Before long, a warm bonfire blazed within the cave. Shaoling gently set Yang Huan down. Although Yang Huan sat on the ground, his eyes frequently drifted towards the murals on the walls, his mind replaying the details he had just committed to memory. Observing Yang Huan's intense focus, Jinyang, though filled with curiosity, refrained from voicing her questions. Instead, she approached him, leaned slightly closer, and whispered softly, "What would you like to eat tonight?" For some inexplicable reason, the absence of San Yang emboldened Yang Huan. He raised his gaze to Jinyang, a peculiar light flashing in his eyes, and stammered, "I doubt I find myself craving that again." Jinyang immediately understood what Yang Huan was alluding to. In an instant, her cheeks flushed with a brilliant crimson hue, and a flicker of panic crossed her eyes, mingled with a touch of shyness and reproach. She let out a soft huff, turned her head away, unable to meet Yang Huan's gaze directly. Yet within her, a tumultuous fluttering akin to a startled fawn rendered her utterly restless. "Very well," she murmured, biting her lip gently, her voice barely audible. "Let us wait until we've rested a bit." Upon hearing this, Yang Huan's eyes sparkled with delight. He had not anticipated Jinyang would acquiesce so readily. A surge of uncontrollable anticipation welled up within him, and he eagerly nodded, his gaze filled with urgency and desire. At that moment, in the cave, Jinyang, Xiaohong, and Shaoling sat quietly, consuming their rations. Once they had satisfied their hunger, Jinyang maintained her usual demeanor and softly instructed, "You two should rest first. I will take the first watch and swap with you later." Xiaohong and Shaoling harbored no suspicions. After acknowledging her words, they found a corner of the cave, curled up, and prepared to rest. As they gradually drifted into slumber, only the faint sounds of breathing remained in the cave. Jinyang slowly rose, her steps light as she approached Yang Huan. She crouched down slightly, her hands gently slipping beneath Yang Huan's arms, lifting him effortlessly. Jinyang then moved to the cave's stone wall and settled down. She turned slightly, her fingers delicately loosening the ties of her garments. Her movements, tinged with a hint of shyness and hesitation, exuded a unique allure. As her clothes gradually slid away, her full and rounded bosom was unveiled before Yang Huan. Glistening enticingly in the flickering firelight, Jinyang's face flushed slightly as she drew Yang Huan closer. Instinctively, he leaned in and began to suckle. A shiver coursed through Jinyang's body, and a deeper blush spread across her cheeks. She gently closed her eyes, her long lashes casting shadows upon her cheeks, in the serene silence of the cave. The two were enveloped in a moment that was both intimate and tantalizing. As Yang Huan drew near, other thoughts flitted through his mind. Yet, at present, he was merely in the body of a 2- or 3-year-old child. Those thoughts soon dissipated like smoke, leaving no trace. As for Jinyang, with each of Yang Huan's movements, an inexplicable sensation surged within her. Perhaps the bold and uninhibited dual cultivation scenes from the murals had stirred something deep within her. Images of those alluring scenarios flooded her mind, and her rational defenses began to crumble. Her gaze grew increasingly dazed, her cheeks burned hotter, and her breath quickened. As Yang Huan continued to suckle, Jinyang found her body responding uncontrollably. Her arms tightened around him as if she aimed to meld him into her very being. Her eyes reflected an almost frenzied infatuation, as if enchanted by some mysterious force. The images from the murals seemed to imbue her with an insatiable desire, ensnaring her in a web from which she could not escape. Yang Huan felt himself being embraced ever more tightly, as though a colossal weight pressed against his chest, making it increasingly difficult to breathe, his little face turning crimson. Finally, He could no longer contain himself and managed to croak out, "Jinyang, I can't breathe." Upon hearing this, Jinyang abruptly regained her senses, and the look of infatuation in her eyes was instantly replaced by panic. Her hands felt as though they had touched scalding coals, and she quickly released Yang Huan, creating distance between them. She gasped for air, her eyes filled with alarm. At that moment, the bonfire in the cave flickered ominously, the light dancing between shadows on the walls, where the dual cultivation murals seemed to writhe, mocking the world around them. Struggling to regain her composure, Jinyang's eyes still bore traces of confusion and concern. After a long pause, she finally asked Yang Huan, "Are you all right?" Yang Huan, taken aback, had not expected Jinyang to be so emotionally affected in such a state. However, he remained composed, softly responding, "I am fine." Just as he was about to say more, a cacophony of noise erupted from outside the cave. Jinyang's body tensed instantly, her expression grave as she looked at Yang Huan. She gestured for silence, urging him not to make a sound. Without hesitation, she set Yang Huan down and swiftly moved. With a flick of her hand, the blazing bonfire extinguished as if snuffed out by an invisible force. In an instant, darkness and silence enveloped the cave. Neither Jinyang nor Yang Huan spoke, their senses heightened as they strained to catch every sound from outside. Based on the clamor, it was clear that several individuals were present. Faintly, it seemed someone was being obstructed. After consuming the essence of the nine-tailed fox, Yang Huan's hearing had become extraordinarily keen. He concentrated on deciphering the indistinct sounds. Till last, a voice, laden with authority, rang out, "Halt! You two, what are you doing up here on the mountain at this hour?" Following closely, a middle-aged man's voice, filled with respect and humility, replied, "Esteemed official, I sincerely apologize. My wife and I were hunting and lost our way, which led us here by mistake." Yang Huan listened intently, finding the voices of the middle-aged man and woman oddly familiar, yet he could not place them. Within the cave, Yang Huan and Jinyang held their breath. Outside, the sounds continued and it became evident that those soldiers, unable to suppress their wicked intentions, had begun to accost the woman. Her terrified cries pierced the stillness of the forest, accompanied by the middle-aged man's desperate pleas to the leading soldier. A dull thud echoed, followed by a muffled groan of pain from the middle-aged man. Yang Huan's heart raced. It seemed the leader had violently knocked him down. Then came the leader's brazen declaration, "Since we've crossed paths, it must be fate. I'll have my fun before anything else." His voice dripped with arrogance and cruelty, sending chills down the spine. Jinyang's face turned ashen, her eyes ablaze with wrath. The scene of such blatant oppression struck her heart deeply. She leaned closer to Yang Huan, whispering urgently, "Stay quiet and wait here. I will go out to assess the situation." Worry creased Yang Huan's brow as he grasped Jinyang's garment tightly, earnestly advising, "Please be careful." Just as Jinyang prepared to act, the situation outside took an unexpected turn. The middle-aged man's previously meek tone suddenly transformed into one of fierce defiance, akin to a cornered beast. "Aha! Is this how the soldiers of the Dalian kingdom behave? You're simply courting death." In the next moment, the woman, who had been pleading in tears, erupted into a mocking laugh, her voice laced with scorn. "We thought letting us go would suffice, but it seems you seek your own demise." Both Yang Huan and Jinyang were taken aback, their faces etched with astonishment. They had not anticipated such a reversal. Before they could gather their wits, a fierce clash erupted outside. The sounds of flesh striking flesh and clashing weapons intertwined violently. Clearly, the middle-aged man and woman were no ordinary individuals. Their skills appeared to be quite formidable. In mere moments, the din of battle abruptly ceased, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. Then, a sound of the middle-aged man clapping his hands echoed. As if brushing off dust, "To avoid complications, dispose of them and turn them into medicinal ingredients." The man's words were imbued with a certain decisiveness and resolve. The woman, upon hearing this, let out a delicate laugh. Yet beneath it lingered a hint of chill. "Alas, I had hoped to avoid unnecessary complications, yet here we are confronted by this group of soldiers from the Great Liang Kingdom. But how could soldiers from the Great Liang appear here?" The man seemed disinclined to linger over this inquiry. "Never mind that. Let us hasten our departure from this place to avoid further trouble." The woman acquiesced, though she lamented silently, "What a pity! These individuals are far too weak. They are hardly worth our notice." Soon after, A faint yet piercing sound reached their ears, sending a shiver down their spines. After a moment, the woman declared, "Very well. Let us be on our way." The man responded with a simple amen. Following this exchange, silence enveloped the surroundings. Jin Yang's expression grew serious. After a brief contemplation, she turned to Yang Huan and said, "Stay here and keep yourself safe. I will step outside to assess the situation." Yang Huan, sensing that the coast was momentarily clear, nodded and advised, "Please be cautious." Jin Yang carefully exited the cave, the moonlight cascading upon her, outlining her slender figure. Outside, chaos reigned. Several long knives lay scattered on the ground, gleaming coldly beneath the moon's glow. However, aside from these weapons, there was no sign of the soldiers' remains. Jin Yang marveled inwardly. These two individuals are indeed formidable. Recalling their earlier conversation about using people as medicinal ingredients, she grew increasingly convinced of their prowess. Such an enigmatic tactic led her to formulate a tentative hypothesis about their identities. She surveyed the surroundings meticulously, ensuring all was well before swiftly returning to the cave. Upon re-entering, Jin Yang rekindled the fire. Yang Huan, noticing her actions, inquired, "Are you certain no one is around?" Jin Yang nodded, her demeanor tinged with gravity. Yang Huan pressed further, "Do you have any insight into the identities of those two?" Taking a deep breath, Jin Yang replied slowly, "It appears they are likely affiliated with the Yin Yang sect." Yin Yang sect? What sort of sect is that? Yang Huan asked, confusion etched across his face and curiosity alight in his eyes. Jin Yang furrowed her brow slightly, explaining earnestly, "I am not particularly well versed in the Yin Yang sect myself. I only know that they revere the Yin Yang Holy Mother, and most of their adherents are couples. The female partner practices a unique and rather sinister form of cultivation that enables her to swiftly drain the essence from others. In an instant, one can be rendered to nothingness, and the consumed essence becomes a means to enhance her own cultivation." At this point, Jin Yang's voice unconsciously lowered a notch. However, this method of cultivation is exceedingly domineering. Oftentimes, the women themselves struggle to withstand such overwhelming forces. Thus, they must engage in dual cultivation with their husbands to mitigate the turmoil within their bodies, simultaneously elevating both of their powers. Hence the name of the sect. Jin Yang spoke. A vivid image of the dual cultivation mural within the cave flashed in her mind, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. And her subsequent words trailed off. Upon hearing Jin Yang's account, Yang Huan was taken aback, but a sudden realization struck him. He finally understood why the voices of those two had seemed familiar. They were none other than the kind-hearted couple he and his junior sister had encountered while fleeing. That middle-aged pair had appeared so amiable. How could they possibly be practitioners of such a mysterious sect? Perhaps he had misheard, or maybe the voices merely bore a resemblance. Jin Yang, seemingly struck by a revelation, turned to Yang Huan and urged, "This cave may no longer be safe. With so many soldiers missing, the people from the Great Liang will surely not rest easy. They will send someone to search for us. If they discover this cave, we are likely to be found. We should leave at once." Yang Huan, recognizing the wisdom in Jin Yang's words, nodded in agreement. Jin Yang then turned to awaken Xiaohong and Xiaoling. The two, just emerging from slumber, appeared somewhat dazed, their eyes clouded with confusion. Without time for a detailed explanation, Jin Yang firmly stated, "We must set off immediately." Though Xiaohong and Xiaoling were perplexed, they understood the necessity of following Jin Yang's lead, given her status as an elder. Thus, Xiaohong hoisted Yang Huan onto her back, and the four of them cautiously departed the cave under the cover of night. They hurried through the inky darkness. The forest around them was shrouded in obscurity, save for the moonlight filtering through the branches. The sounds of nocturnal creatures occasionally echoed through the woods. Jin Yang remained taut with tension, acutely aware of their perilous situation. And she dared not let her guard down. To be prudent, she strained her ears, fully attentive to the sounds surrounding them, vigilant for any sign of danger. Every rustle of the leaves and every noise from the animals was scrutinized as she sought to identify any potential threats. Yet, Jin Yang overlooked one crucial detail. Above them, within the branches of a large tree, a pair of eyes peered through the dense foliage, fixated on their every move. Those eyes were dark and profound, devoid of any flicker of emotion. The owner of those eyes remained concealed in the shadows, seamlessly blending into the environment, making detection nearly impossible. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, muffling the subtle sound of breathing. This enigmatic observer silently monitored the four travelers. As if awaiting something, the moonlight illuminated its form, revealing a vague outline that hinted it was no human, yet it exuded an unsettling aura. Chapter 76. An intuition that proves true. Once Yang Huan, Jin Yang, and the others had ventured far from the cave, two figures stealthily emerged outside, concealed by the dim moonlight. Upon closer inspection, it was the middle-aged man and woman who had departed earlier. The man furrowed his brow and, with a hint of relief, remarked, "Thank heavens you held back. Otherwise, we might never have discovered that there were others hiding in the cave." The woman's lips curled into a knowing smile as she replied softly, "After all, this is the border between the Great Liang Kingdom and the Chan Kingdom. The situation is complex, and the mountains have been rather tumultuous of late. Why, dear, shall we follow them and see what unfolds?" The man pondered briefly before slapping his thigh and exclaiming, "Damn it, let us follow them. I want to see just who these people are." With that, he pursed his lips and emitted a sharp whistle. From the shadows where it had been lurking, a dark figure descended gracefully. As it drew nearer, they discerned it was an oddly shaped creature. At first glance, it resembled an owl, albeit much smaller, exuding an eerie presence. The man addressed the creature, "Little Black, did you see which direction they went?" The creature, dubbed Little Black, emitted a series of incomprehensible sounds. The man nodded vigorously, saying, "All right, lead the way from above." He then turned to the woman and said, "They headed off in that direction." The woman nodded slightly, curiosity and intrigue shining in her eyes as she remarked, "Very well, let us pursue them and uncover their true identities." Meanwhile, Yang Huan, Jin Yang, and the others had been traveling through the night for nearly an hour. Eventually, they arrived at a relatively flat clearing. After carefully surveying the surroundings and determining there was no immediate danger, Jin Yang considered that they would need to conserve their strength for the journey ahead. She assigned Xiaohong and Xiaoling to keep watch while she and Yang Huan prepared to rest. Gently cradling Yang Huan in her arms, she settled in a relatively comfortable spot. Her gaze reflected weariness, yet also vigilance. Once she was assured of their safety, she slowly closed her eyes, embracing Yang Huan as she gradually slipped into slumber. Meanwhile, Xiaohong and Xiaoling, following Jin Yang's instructions, kept watch not far away. They remained alert to their surroundings, engaging in soft conversation. However, they were entirely oblivious to the extraordinary changes occurring within Yang Huan's body, nestled in Jin Yang's embrace. Yang Huan's form trembled slightly before a faint aura began to emanate from his body. Enveloped in this glow, he began to grow gradually. The physique of the child, previously no larger than 2 or 3 years old, was now visibly transforming. His limbs elongated, and his stature became increasingly upright. In mere moments, he had matured into the appearance of a child of around 10 years old. As this miraculous transformation came to an end, Xiaohong and Xiaoling inadvertently turned their heads, witnessing this astonishing spectacle. Their eyes widened in shock, expressions of disbelief etched across their faces, mouths agape, yet speech eluded them for a moment. They yearned to awaken Jin Yang but hesitated, fearing to disturb her rest, leaving them frozen in place. Perplexed by this bizarre occurrence, after a brief pause, Xiaohong was the first to regain her composure. She gently tugged at Xiaoling's sleeve, whispering in a hushed tone, "This little Taoist's body is truly strange." Xiaoling swallowed hard, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Yang Huan, responding, "I doubt I have never encountered anything like this before. Perhaps we are merely lacking in experience and do not grasp the underlying principles. But look, the deputy leader and elder Jin Yang are so intent on protecting him. Clearly, he must hold extraordinary significance. We should remain discreet for now." Xiaohong nodded vigorously, taking a deep breath to steady herself. The two resumed their positions, scanning the surroundings warily, determined not to miss any signs of movement. However, their cultivation was still shallow, and they remained completely oblivious. Not far away in the darkness, 2 pairs of eyes were fixated upon them. It turned out to be a middle-aged couple who had cautiously followed them all the way at that moment. The two were concealed behind a robust tree, using the mottled shadows as cover. The man furrowed his brow, his gaze locked onto Yang Huan and Jin Yang's arms, his expression filled with confusion. He whispered to the woman beside him, "My dear, why does this young lad seem so familiar? Moreover, it appears that his growth is rather peculiar." I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. The woman, equally transfixed on Yang Huan, wore a contemplative look. After a long while, she suddenly clapped her hands and, lowering her voice in astonishment, exclaimed, "Darling, have you forgotten? This is the young man who stayed with us before. No wonder he seems familiar." Upon hearing this, the man scrutinized him again and slapped his thigh. "Indeed. How did this young man end up here, and why is he with these people? Moreover, his physique, how has it transformed in this manner?" The woman frowned slightly, her eyes roving over Yang Huan as she murmured, "This young man must have encountered some extraordinary fate to have changed so drastically. What should we do next, my dear?" The man stroked his chin, pondering for a moment, when suddenly strange rumors he had heard in the martial world flashed through his mind. A fierce glint appeared in his eyes as he spoke. "My dear, shall we continue to follow them and uncover their intentions? I sense something is amiss. This young man and those accompanying him are likely not ordinary. And do you recall the rumors we heard at the temple? Perhaps they are related to this young man's transformation." The woman nodded slightly, a flicker of pride in her gaze as she softly replied, "That sounds reasonable. When I first encountered that young man, I had a vague feeling we would meet again. I never imagined that just over a month later, we would indeed cross paths again. It seems my intuition holds true. Let us follow them and act according to the situation." After finalizing their plan, the couple discreetly concealed themselves in the shadows nearby. They melded into the darkness like two immovable boulders. The night breeze rustled the leaves, masking their faint breaths. In this tranquil night, they resembled two phantoms, intently watching a group of people resting not far away at that moment. A butterfly radiating a ghostly glow fluttered in from an unknown source. After circling above Yang Huan's head a few times, it swiftly vanished into the night. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by the middle-aged couple concealed in the shadows. They exchanged glances, an inexplicable strangeness surging within them. Chapter 77. This calamity. At this moment, within the Taoist temple of the Witch and Immortal Shrine in Qingfeng Town, the atmosphere was serene and profound. Only the curling incense smoke spiraled gracefully in the dim light. Xian Yangzi, clad in a loose Taoist robe, sat peacefully on a mat, his slender eyes closed, exuding an aura of transcendence. However, amidst this tranquility, an unforeseen change occurred. Without warning, Xian Yangzi suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His body trembled violently, as if struck by some formidable force. The young acolyte serving nearby turned pale with fright and rushed over, reaching out to support Xian Yangzi, his voice tinged with panic. "Master, what has happened to you?" Xian Yangzi abruptly pushed the acolyte away, his tone urgent yet weak. "I am fine. You should leave and not ask any further." After saying this, he gritted his teeth against his discomfort, struggling to rise from the ground. His legs quivered slightly, each movement appearing exceedingly laborious. Once he steadied himself, he lifted his gaze to the sky, only to find that the previously clear sky had become shrouded in thick, ominous clouds. The heavy cloud cover loomed like a colossal curtain, enveloping the entire world in a stifling gloom. Furrowing his brows, he began to calculate with his fingers, muttering incantations under his breath. As his calculations deepened, his expression grew increasingly grave, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "This causality is indeed quite significant," Xian Yangzi murmured to himself, his voice laden with helplessness and astonishment. He let out a long sigh, shaking his head in a complex manner. "Alas, everything is fated. We must comply with the natural order." With that, he slowly retrieved a piece of ancient talisman paper from his robe. Xian Yangzi extended his finger, gently tracing characters on the talisman. As he moved, the runes on the paper seemed to come alive, beginning to flow gracefully. Subsequently, Xian Yangzi tossed the talisman into the air, and it instantly transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the void. After completing this, Xian Yangzi murmured softly, "I owe you, young friend. You must overcome this calamity." Above Yang Huan's head, a butterfly emanating a ghostly glow fluttered in from an unknown source. Its wings delicately beat, each flap leaving a faint luminescent trail in the air, dreamlike and ethereal. The butterfly circled slowly above him, captivated by his peculiar form, a mature head atop the body of a child. This odd combination piqued the butterfly's curiosity at times. It flew low enough to almost brush against Yang Huan's hair, while at other times, it soared high, dancing around him as if examining him closely or contemplating some intricate dilemma. After a considerable time, the butterfly seemed to reach a conclusion. It gently flapped its wings and floated away. The butterfly's speed was remarkable as it flew towards the distance, eventually alighting in a tranquil forest. In this forest stood a tall young man clad in azure robes. Upon seeing the butterfly approach, a gentle smile graced his face as he softly called out, "Little butterfly, you've finally returned. Did you see anything?" No sooner had he spoken than something extraordinary occurred. The glowing butterfly was suddenly enveloped by a surge of light and shadow. The light and shadow shifted and expanded. And gradually, the butterfly's outline began to morph in the blink of an eye. A young woman clad in purple garments appeared before the tall young man. She appeared remarkably youthful, with a strikingly beautiful face and an enchanting presence. Her eyes sparkled with mischief, occasionally flashing with a cunning light, exuding an air of whimsicality. She hopped excitedly in front of the tall young man, exclaiming, "Brother Sway, I saw something incredibly interesting." The tall young man raised an eyebrow, curiosity evident in his gaze as he inquired, "Little butterfly, what was it that excited you so?" The girl known as Little Butterfly vividly recounted the transformation she had witnessed in Yang Huan. After listening, the tall young man's brow furrowed, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his features. He lowered his head in contemplation for a moment, as if unearthing some hidden truths, his expression growing serious. He looked up at Little Butterfly and asked urgently, "In which direction are they?" Little Butterfly pointed towards Yang Huan and the others. The tall young man nodded slightly, determination in his eyes as he declared, "Then let us follow them and see what unfolds." After the butterfly that radiated a ghostly glow had vanished for some time, the middle-aged man gradually regained his composure. His expression was grave as he spoke softly to the woman beside him. "My dear, that butterfly is likely from the demon clan." The woman, taken aback, replied with a hint of astonishment, "I never expected members of the demon clan to venture this way. What on earth is about to transpire in this place?" The couple exchanged glances, both falling into contemplation. After a moment, the woman looked up at the man and gently asked, "Darling, should we continue to follow them?" The man, frowning in thought for a long while, finally spoke, "Let us continue to follow them. You once said you were fated to meet this young man again. Now that we have truly encountered him, perhaps there is some unseen connection guiding us. It would be wise to follow and see what transpires." The woman sighed softly, exuding a sense of resignation as she replied, "Sigh, we have lived in seclusion for several years, enjoying a tranquil existence. Yet, ever since we met that young man, I have felt an impending sense of great change. Since it has come to this, let us proceed cautiously. If danger truly arises, we shall retreat at the earliest opportunity." The middle-aged man nodded in agreement. Subsequently, their gazes turned once more towards the direction where Yang Huan and the others were resting, patiently awaiting the unfolding of events. This time, the first light of dawn began to break on the horizon, gradually dispelling the night. As the dawn quietly approached, Xiao Hong and Xiao Ling, as per their agreement, gently roused Jin Yang from her slumber. Blinking awake, Jin Yang instinctively looked at Yang Huan in her arms. Upon seeing him, her eyes widened in shock. She noticed that the childlike body of Yang Huan had, unbeknownst to her, transformed into that of a young boy of about 10 years. His limbs had elongated, and his stature had become more upright. Jin Yang's gaze inadvertently drifted between Yang Huan's legs, where there were now evident changes, displaying the characteristics befitting a youth. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks, and a wave of fluster surged within her. Steadying her nerves, she gently shook Yang Huan, attempting to rouse him. As Yang Huan slowly opened his eyes, still somewhat dazed from sleep, he instinctively tried to move, only to realize something was amiss. Looking down, he discovered that his body had undergone yet another transformation, and he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Chapter 78. Secrets. Jin Yang gazed at Yang Huan and inquired, "Are there any clothes in the package?" Yang Huan paused for a moment, then replied after some thought, "Yes, there are 2 Taoist robes." Upon hearing this, Jin Yang swiftly rummaged through her bundle and tossed a Taoist robe to Yang Huan, saying, "Put this on for now." Yang Huan extended his hand to catch the robe steadily, exerting some effort to don it. At this moment, he had grown into a boy of about 10 years, and the robe hung loosely on him. The ample sleeves swayed as he moved, and the hem trailed on the ground, making it quite ill-fitting and awkward for him to navigate. Yet, given the urgency of their situation, modesty was paramount, and he could only make do for the time being. Jin Yang observed Yang Huan, now dressed, and nodded in satisfaction. She then turned to Xiao Hong and Xiao Ling, raising her voice to say, "Let us all gather our belongings and prepare to set off." Xiao Hong and Xiao Ling exchanged a glance, a flicker of understanding passing between them. They nodded in agreement, and thus the four busied themselves in the dim morning light, packing their bags and arranging their garments. Once everything was in order, they resumed their journey, while the middle-aged couple trailed behind like shadows concealed in darkness, maintaining a safe yet unobtrusive distance, their gaze locked onto every movement of the quartet. With Yang Huan's physique now resembling that of a 10-year-old boy, he no longer required assistance from others to travel. However, the three women, out of concern for him, deliberately slowed their pace. The mountain path wound and twisted like a slender ribbon weaving through the hills. Lush trees flanked either side, their dense foliage intertwining to cast vast patches of shade. Occasionally, the crisp notes of birdsong pierced the tranquility, lending a touch of vivacity to the serene forest as Yang Huan walked. An odd sensation lingered in his heart. He felt as though someone was watching them, the thought of being followed clinging to him like a shadow. He turned to glance back from time to time, his eyes filled with wariness and uncertainty. Yet each time he looked, he beheld only the empty mountain path, devoid of anything but the silhouettes of the fort. His actions soon caught Jin Yang's attention. She slowed her pace to walk beside Yang Huan and asked with concern, "Yang Huan, have you noticed something? You keep looking back." Furrowing his brow, Yang Huan replied earnestly, "I have no concrete findings, but I can't shake the feeling that someone is tailing us." Jin Yang chuckled lightly, attempting to reassure him. "Could it be that you're being overly suspicious? I've been vigilant of our surroundings and have seen no one." Hearing this, Yang Huan considered the possibility that he might indeed be imagining things. He ceased his frequent glances backward, yet a question suddenly arose in his mind. He turned to Jin Yang, curiosity piquing, and inquired, "Why don't we use sword flight or other flying spells to hasten our journey? Wouldn't that be much quicker?" Jin Yang's face flushed slightly at this remark. "Do you think everyone is a master of profound cultivation? As for me, while I can barely manage to cast a flying spell, it depletes my spiritual energy immensely. Should we encounter danger mid-flight, I would be utterly defenseless, like a lamb to the slaughter." Pausing, she elaborated, "As for Xiao Ling and Xiao Hong, their cultivation is still in its infancy. Even if they attempted simple flying spells, they could only ascend a few dozen meters, and not for long, as it consumes a great deal of energy. Flight is no trivial matter. It is not as easy as you imagine." Listening to Jin Yang's words, Yang Huan began to grasp the cultivation system of this world. Pondering, he pressed further, "What kind of individuals can typically perform sword flight?" Jin Yang contemplated for a moment before responding earnestly. "Generally speaking, one must be at least a fourth-grade master to possess sufficient spiritual energy to sustain sword flight. Some sects can also achieve flight through special spells or artifacts, but those artifacts are exceedingly rare and precious, not easily obtained." After she spoke, Jin Yang looked at Yang Huan with a puzzled expression, her eyes filled with confusion. "Do you mean to say you have no knowledge at all about sword flight and other means of aerial movement? These are common skills among those traversing the martial world. Have you had no exposure to them?" Yang Huan lowered his head slightly, feeling somewhat awkward as he replied softly, "I am merely a wandering cultivator. No one has taught me these things, so my understanding is limited." Jin Yang frowned slightly, continuing to probe. "That doesn't add up. The day I witnessed your prowess, your sword energy was formidable, rivaling that of a third-grade master. Logically, you should have some comprehension of these flying techniques and the cultivation system." Yang Huan found himself momentarily at a loss for words under Jin Yang's relentless questioning. He stammered, searching for an excuse. Perhaps it was merely a moment of life-and-death crisis that triggered a surge of potential, allowing me to exhibit that level of strength. However, this explanation rang hollow to Jin Yang in the cultivation hierarchy of this world. The advancement of ranks follows strict rules and limitations, and it is not something that can be easily breached in moments of peril. A third-grade master is a third-grade master, even faced with life-threatening situations. One cannot suddenly transcend their realm. Jin Yang mused that either Yang Huan truly grasped little about the cultivation system, or he was deliberately concealing something. This only intensified her perception of the mystery surrounding him. She couldn't help but ponder in her heart just how many undisclosed secrets this seemingly ordinary young Taoist held. Though her mind was rife with questions, she chose not to voice them directly and instead continued to explain patiently. In your Taoist sect, there are various means of achieving sword flight. Typically, once a practitioner reaches the 5th grade, they can adeptly employ spells to fly. Additionally, utilizing talismans, incantations, and the unique cultivation methods within the Taoist sect also allows for sword flight. Compared to other cultivation systems, the Taoist approach indeed offers more methods and advantages in this regard. However, my understanding of the Taoist sect is primarily derived from hearsay and is not deeply rooted. Yang Huan listened to Jin Yang's words, realizing that his previous answers had exposed flaws. Fortunately, Jin Yang did not press further, and he secretly exhaled in relief. Xiao Ling and Xiao Hong quietly listened nearby, sharing the same sentiment as Jin Yang that this young Taoist Yang Huan harbored many unknown secrets. Yet, since Elder Jin had ceased her inquiries, they too suppressed their curiosity, silently following along. For a time, silence enveloped them, broken only by the sound of their footsteps and the occasional chirping of insects and birds. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled shadows upon the path ahead as they continued their journey. To the 3 women, the secrets held by Yang Huan were akin to the mist that enveloped the forest, increasingly elusive and difficult to grasp. Chapter 79. All are playing the game of following as Yang Huan traversed in silence alongside the others. His heart brimmed with regret. He silently chastised himself for having asked too many questions earlier. Having believed that he had gained a general understanding of this peculiar world after more than a month of interactions with Xin Yangzi and others, he now realized that his comprehension was merely the tip of the iceberg. Take the common practice of sword flight for instance. He found himself woefully uninformed. It was rather shameful to admit that the original owner's sect was too weak. And the abrupt changes left him no time to learn these matters. He reminded himself to not only strive to understand the rules and mysteries of this world, but also to remain vigilant, ensuring he did not expose his ignorance easily again. Meanwhile, every move they made did not escape the watchful eyes of the middle-aged couple trailing them. Yang Huan's inquiries sparked significant curiosity within the couple, who exchanged glances filled with perplexity. To them, Yang Huan's questions seemed rather peculiar, as this Taoist appeared to lack even the most fundamental knowledge of cultivation in this world. What secrets could possibly lie behind this? However, they were currently treading carefully, afraid to make a sound, and could only bury their questions deep within as they continued to stealthily follow the group. On another front, a tall young man surnamed Sui and a woman in purple swiftly navigated the terrain. Their movements were ghostly and soundless, each step as light as if they were walking on cotton, without a hint of noise. The young man, with a deft flick of his toes, propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. The air currents he generated skillfully concealed, leaving no disturbance in the flora around them. The woman in purple moved with grace, akin to a nimble butterfly, closely tailing the young man, their coordination evident. It was clear from their movements that they were both individuals of exceptional cultivation. In the blink of an eye, they traversed numerous obstacles, and with their keen senses and extraordinary abilities, they soon caught sight of Yang Huan and the others. Just as the young man surnamed Sui prepared to approach stealthily, the woman in purple suddenly grasped his sleeve gently, halting him with a whisper, "Brother Sui, look behind us." Upon hearing this, a hint of confusion crossed the young man's face. But he followed the direction indicated by the woman. To his surprise, he noticed a middle-aged couple stealthily trailing Yang Huan and his companions. Their figures were shrouded among the dense foliage, nearly undetectable without sharp eyesight. Frowning, the young man regarded the couple with suspicion and turned to the woman in purple, asking, "Who are they? Why are they following behind?" The woman shook her head slightly, her eyes gleaming with intelligence. "I am uncertain of their origins, but I have noticed they have had their sights set on that group for quite some time." His gaze was fixated on Yang Huan and his companions, his expression gradually becoming grave. He was not unfamiliar with Yang Huan. Their first encounter had been in the jungle, battling a monster together at that time. It was he who had assisted in resetting Yang Huan's dislocated right arm. However, upon seeing him again, he was struck by the astonishing transformation in Yang Huan's appearance. The boy, barely in his teens, now bore the countenance of an adult, an uncanny change that left the young man of the Sui surname filled with perplexity. His thoughts drifted back to a month prior, when he had fallen victim to the illusions cast by the nine-tailed fox within a cave. Upon regaining consciousness, he had witnessed the people of the Six Red Dao vying for the essence of the fox. Yet, as the battle intensified, the true form of the dragon vein materialized, a powerful suction drawing everyone into its depths. In that moment of life and death, Yang Huan had detonated explosives, allowing for a narrow escape. From the perspective of the young man of the Sui surname, Yang Huan's actions had been a desperate measure, and he harbored little resentment. Moreover, after being drawn into the dragon vein's true form, he had unexpectedly gained some fortuitous opportunities, enhancing his own cultivation. He had thought that after parting ways with Yang Huan, their paths would diverge indefinitely, yet here they were, encountering each other once more. At this moment, Yang Huan appeared peculiar, and behind him trailed a pair of middle-aged couples, their furtive movements cloaked in an air of mystery. The young man of the Sui surname furrowed his brow. As a member of the 12 palaces of the Great Liang Kingdom, he was acutely aware that this seemingly tranquil area was rife with hidden currents. Such an unusual scene compelled him to speculate whether something significant was about to unfold in this region. Yet, the complete absence of any relevant information stirred an inexplicable sense of unease within him. Observing the young man lost in contemplation, the woman in purple could not help but softly call out, "Brother Sui, what should we do now? Should we keep an eye on both sides, or?" The young man of the Sui surname snapped out of his reverie, his gaze sharpening once more. "Naturally, we should be vigilant on both fronts. Since we have stumbled upon this intriguing chase, let us observe closely what they are up to." His tone carried a hint of playful curiosity, as if he regarded the situation as an exhilarating adventure. With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with the woman in purple, and they both nodded in tacit agreement. Their figures slipped away like phantoms, concealing themselves amidst the dense foliage, silently drawing closer to Yang Huan's group and the middle-aged couple. The couple, crouching low and moving cautiously, were suddenly interrupted by a faint flapping sound overhead. The creature called Xiao He fluttered down, landing steadily on the outstretched arm of the middle-aged man. It nuzzled its head against his palm and then seemed to whisper a few words in his ear. The man's previously focused demeanor instantly tensed, his head snapping up as his eyes, sharp as lightning, darted toward the direction where the young man of the Sui surname and the woman in purple had concealed themselves. A look of wariness flashing in his gaze, he lowered his voice, speaking to the woman beside him, "Darling, it seems another group has joined the pursuit. Should we continue? Or?" The woman's expression shifted slightly. Instinctively tightening her fists, she too lowered her voice, laced with curiosity and suspicion. "Could it be those Demon Clan individuals from before?" The middle-aged man nodded slightly, his tone grave. "It is highly probable." A spark of excitement flickered in the woman's eyes as she murmured, "It appears things are becoming increasingly interesting, and the situation more intricate. Let us remain discreet and keep watch on both sides." The man wholeheartedly agreed, gently stroking the feathers of Xiao He, issuing a few quiet commands. The creature seemed to understand, taking flight and vanishing into the vast night. Subsequently, the couple half concealed themselves behind a sturdy tree, casting glances toward the direction of the young man of the Sui surname and the woman in purple, while also keeping a wary eye on Yang Huan and his companions. Meanwhile, Yang Huan and his group ambled forward, blissfully unaware that they were being closely tracked by two parties, each with their own agenda. Chapter 80. A startling turn of events after a morning of arduous travel, Yang Huan, Jin Yang, as well as Xiao Hong and Xiao Ling, began to feel fatigued. They found a relatively flat spot by the roadside and slowly settled down to rest. Everyone took out their rations, replenishing their energy. Throughout the morning, Yang Huan had been plagued by an intense sensation of being followed. Yet, each time he turned to investigate, he found nothing amiss. This elusive sense of crisis hung taut in his mind like a stretched string, tugging at his thoughts. That moment, seated on the ground, Yang Huan's confusion deepened. Jin Yang offered him some provisions. After hastily consuming them, he resolved to rely on his keen hearing and sight to validate his instincts. He gradually closed his eyes, regulating his breath, and entered a state of ethereal focus, attempting to channel his internal energy to sense any anomalies around him. As he immersed himself deeper, his hearing began to amplify. He first detected two faint heartbeats emanating from the south. The sound was exceedingly subtle. Had he not been entirely focused, it would have easily gone unnoticed. Then, from the southwest, He caught the sound of two pairs of careful footsteps, as if they were wary of disturbing something. Yang Huan's heart raced. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as he scanned the two directions. Now he was certain that two different parties were covertly following them. He quickly retracted his outward perception, remaining still in his position. His mind raced as he contemplated how to strategize with Jin Yang. Jian Yang, noticing Yang Huan's unusual demeanor, set down her provisions and approached him. Just as she was about to inquire, suddenly, the previously clear sky underwent a dramatic transformation. Dark clouds rapidly converged from all directions, stacking upon one another and obscuring the sunlight completely. Almost instantly, a fierce wind arose, causing the surrounding trees to sway violently, their leaves rustling ominously. Before the rain could fall, bolts of lightning streaked like silver serpents through the clouds, followed by a deafening clap of thunder. This abrupt change took everyone by surprise. Yang Huan, Jin Yang, and the others stared in astonishment, their eyes wide, utterly taken aback by the swift shift in weather. Meanwhile, the two parties who had been stealthily tracking them, the young man of the Sui surname and the woman in purple, as well as the middle-aged couple, were also frozen in shock at this bizarre change in the atmosphere. They had been solely focused on their pursuit, never anticipating that the sky would transform so drastically in the blink of an eye. This uncanny spectacle rendered the chase even more perplexing, as if heralding an impending calamity. Thunder continued to rumble, followed by successive flashes of lightning, each carrying a destructive force, as if intent on reducing the world to ashes. The brilliance of the lightning cleaved through the dark clouds, illuminating the earth as bright as day, yet imbued with an inexplicable eeriness. Simultaneously, the ground began to tremble violently. Cracks appeared on the surface, spreading outward as if to swallow everything whole. Everyone was rendered motionless by this sudden upheaval, stunned and unsure of how to react. The surrounding mountains began to shift, and rocks of all sizes cascaded like raindrops, crashing to the ground with a deep thud. In some places, the earth even caved in, sending plumes of dust into the air. Jian Yang felt a tightness in her chest, acutely aware that Yang Huan's safety was paramount. Without a moment to lose, she sprang into action, firmly supporting Yang Huan with one hand, her own profound cultivation allowing her to hover in midair, her hair dancing wildly in the gale. Her eyes were filled with vigilance and concern, ever watchful for potential dangers. Meanwhile, the two parties pursuing them, the young man of the Sui surname and the woman in purple, along with the middle-aged couple, were equally thrown into disarray by this unforeseen calamity. They understood that the ground was fraught with peril, and a moment's carelessness could lead them to plunge into the abyss. Thus, they all employed their skills, soaring into the air, their gazes scanning the chaos for their respective targets. Just when everyone was still recovering from the shock, the tremors abruptly ceased. The violently shaking earth returned to tranquility in an instant, as if nothing had transpired. Simultaneously, the dark clouds dispersed swiftly, and sunlight poured down unreservedly, illuminating the land that had just endured a cataclysm. In this moment filled with the strange and unexpected, the three parties converged in the forest. Their gazes met, the air thick with tension and uncertainty. Yang Huan had already sensed the presence of the two parties, and upon their appearance, he felt little surprise. What astonished him was that one group included the young man of the Sui surname, with whom he had once shared life-and-death trials. The other group, the middle-aged couple, turned out to be the very ones who had sheltered them in the village. However, the woman clad in purple was a stranger to him. Jin Yang, on the other hand, was completely unprepared for the revelation that two parties had been tailing them all along. Her eyes widened in shock and confusion, darting between the young man of the Sui surname, the woman in purple, and the middle-aged couple, striving to grasp the complexity of the situation. The atmosphere descended into an awkward silence, broken only by the gentle breeze that fluttered the edges of their garments. As the tremors subsided, the three parties gradually descended to the ground. Jin Yang took a deep breath, striving to calm her nerves, and addressed the two parties with a respectful gesture. "Might I inquire who you esteemed guests are? And what is your purpose in following us?" Her voice was clear yet steady, shattering the suffocating silence, echoing through the vast forest. The middle-aged man, hearing Jin Yang's words, displayed a hint of embarrassment on his face. He glanced at the woman beside him, nodding slightly. With a graceful leap, they approached Yang Huan and Jin Yang. The man clasped his hands in salute, a note of apology in his voice as he said, Please, do not take offense, maiden. To be candid, my wife and I have previously encountered this young man, at that time. His appearance was vastly different from how he looks now, and we found something rather peculiar about him. Later, we noticed your mysterious movements, which piqued our curiosity, prompting us to follow you in hopes of uncovering the truth. My wife and I harbor no ill intentions, and we kindly ask for your understanding. Dear Miss and young sir. Having said this, the middle-aged man and the woman beside him slightly bowed, offering a polite gesture to Yang Huan and the others. Though Jian Yang felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at the couple's candor, she refrained from expressing it, recognizing that they had already indicated their lack of malice and that their actions stemmed from mere curiosity. Simultaneously, she felt a surge of astonishment. It was evident that this couple was familiar with Yang Huan. What, indeed, was Yang Huan's true nature? As this thought crossed her mind, she cast a gaze filled with curiosity towards him. Meanwhile, Yang Huan's emotions were far more intricate. He recalled their prior lodging in the village. Having initially perceived the middle-aged man and woman as mere ordinary mountain hunters. However, after hearing Jin Yang mention the Yin Yang sect and the Holy Mother, along with reflecting on the earlier incident of being pursued without awareness, he realized that this middle-aged couple was anything but ordinary. Their cultivation level likely surpassed even that of Jin Yang. Chapter 81. The dragon vein. Yang Huan, silently on guard, maintained an impassive exterior. He understood that it was not the time for conflict, especially since they had the audacity to reveal themselves, indicating a certain level of confidence. Moreover, their words did not convey any hostility. Thus, Yang Huan donned a gentle smile and promptly exclaimed, "Ah, it is you, my brother and sister-in-law. I am pleasantly surprised to see you here." The young man of the Sui clan and the woman in purple, realizing the middle-aged couple had already revealed themselves, understood that further concealment was futile. They swiftly leaped forward to join the group. The young man from the Sui clan first bowed respectfully to the middle-aged couple, his demeanor steady and dignified. He then turned to Yang Huan, Jin Yang, and the others, a touch of joy gracing his features as he boisterously declared, "Brother Yang, it has been quite some time, after our parting in the cave. Who would have thought we would reunite today? We followed you because Xiao Dai found your appearance quite strange, which piqued our curiosity. Who would have guessed that this peculiar individual would be you?" Upon hearing the young man's words, the middle-aged couple exchanged surprised glances, contemplating the implications. It appeared that he was acquainted with the young man and perhaps had some deeper connection. Jian Yang furrowed her brow slightly, her gaze flitting between the young man of the Sui clan and the middle-aged couple, her mind swirling with questions. How could it be that both parties recognized Yang Huan, and all due to his unusual appearance? What secrets lay hidden within Yang Huan that drew such attention from various factions? At this moment, the atmosphere became palpably delicate. Apart from Yang Huan, the three parties were engaged in silent suspicions about one another. The middle-aged couple wondered if there were undisclosed ties between the young man of the Sui clan and Yang Huan. Conversely, the young man speculated about the true intentions behind the couple's following of Yang Huan. Were they harboring ulterior motives? Jin Yang, too, felt a gnawing anxiety, fearing that the appearance of these individuals might herald unforeseen dangers, particularly for Yang Huan, whose secrets could very well become the focal point of contention. Standing amid the group, Yang Huan was equally unsettled. He inhaled deeply, striving to compose himself, as memories of his experiences with the young man of the Sui clan stirred complex emotions within him. Back in the jungle, they had confronted a monstrous creature together, and it was he who had tended to Yang Huan's dislocated arm. Later, in the cave, when their lives hung by a thread, Yang Huan had, in his desperation to escape, disregarded the young man's safety. Though the situation had demanded immediate action, the weight of guilt lingered in his heart. Regaining his composure, Yang Huan clasped his hands in greeting towards the young man of the Sui clan and earnestly said, "Regarding our previous encounter in the cave, it was truly out of necessity. The situation was dire, and my sole focus was on survival. I hope you will not hold it against me." His voice was steady, yet underscored by a hint of remorse. Without waiting for the young man to respond, he thought it best to address the matters at hand directly, now that all parties had revealed themselves. Thus, Yang Huan stood tall, sweeping his gaze across the assembly before declaring, "I am Yang Huan, grateful for your concern. Now that our paths have crossed, I would like to know your names." Upon hearing Yang Huan's words, The middle-aged man responded with a smile. My wife and I are from the Yin-Yang sect, though we have been living in seclusion for several years, rarely involving ourselves in the affairs of the martial world. I am Chan Yuanbia, and this is my wife, Lin Weinan. As he spoke, he gestured to the woman beside him. Lin Weinan nodded slightly, her expression warm and inviting, acknowledging the group. Seeing Chan Yuanbia's forthright introduction of himself and his wife, the others felt encouraged to follow suit. The young man of the Sui clan stepped forward confidently, announcing, I am Sui Chonggong of the 12 Palaces of Daliang, and this is Xiao Dai, the woman in purple. Xiao Dai inclined her head with a soft smile, greeting the assembly. Jian Yang also introduced herself as a member of the Jiao gang. Once Jin Yang concluded her introduction, Yang Huan took the initiative to speak. Everyone has expressed curiosity regarding my appearance. To be candid, I recently endured an encounter with a dream monster alongside Jin Yang and the others. I sustained grave injuries, and it was only through a special pill from my sect that I transformed into my current form. I hope you will not find it odd. Yang Huan spoke with clarity and moderation, his explanation a blend of truth and fabrication. On one hand, he sought to alleviate the group's apprehensions regarding his unusual appearance, while on the other, he quietly scrutinized their reactions. He understood that in this peculiar world, a delicate balance between candor and concealment was essential. The reactions to Yang Huan's words varied. Chen Yuanbia and Lin Weinan exchanged a glance. Their earlier doubts seemingly diminished. Xiao Dai tilted her head thoughtfully, while Sui Chonggong crossed his arms, his expression inscrutable as he observed Yang Huan in silence. After a moment of contemplation, Sui Chonggong slowly spoke. I see, Brother Yang, your experience is indeed remarkable. His tone betrayed no discernible emotion, leaving others uncertain as to whether he believed Yang Huan's words. Jin Yang and her companions, being from the Jiao gang and having a long-standing feud with the Daliang nation, were naturally reluctant to expose Yang Huan's potential deception. Yang Huan wore a faint smile, attempting to appear at ease as he remarked, in truth, there is nothing particularly extraordinary about it. Surviving is already a blessing. I wonder when I might return to my former self. This comment aimed to divert attention from himself, shifting the discussion away from his own circumstances. After pausing briefly, Yang Huan pivoted the conversation, expressing genuine curiosity regarding the strange phenomena we witnessed earlier. Do any of you know what it might signify? Upon hearing his inquiry, Chen Yuanbia and his wife exchanged glances, both shaking their heads in unison, indicating their lack of knowledge. At this moment, Sui Chonggong stepped forward, his expression grave, and stated, It appears that the dragon vein is in motion. Dragon vein? The others, upon hearing this, cast bewildered glances at Sui Chonggong. Their expressions tinged with intrigue. Sui Chonggong nodded, continuing to elaborate, Brother Yang, do you recall the beast that suddenly appeared in the cave? I had just awakened from the illusion of the nine-tailed fox and was in a standoff with the mother and daughter of the 6 red paths. It was then that the beast emerged. It was, in fact, one of the true forms of the dragon vein. I was caught up in it and had to exert considerable effort to escape. As Sui Chonggong's words resonated, vivid images of that horrifying night in the cave flooded Yang Huan's mind. He marveled inwardly, realizing that it truly was a dragon. Yet, doubts clouded his thoughts. In his previous life, he had understood the dragon vein merely as a symbol of geomantic features. However, in this strange world, the dragon vein possessed a tangible form, and indeed, it was in the shape of a dragon. He recalled that their purpose in this journey was to disrupt the dragon vein of the Daliang nation. Initially, he had thought it merely a matter of altering feng shui, not realizing that they were to confront an actual dragon. The others, it seemed, were already aware of the dragon vein's true form. Upon hearing Sui Chonggong's explanation, they exhibited expressions of sudden understanding. Chapter 82. The collective thoughts observing the group's reactions, Sui Chonggong continued. The movement of the dragon vein traditionally heralds significant events. Given the magnitude of this disturbance, it is likely that the world is on the brink of substantial upheaval. His voice, deep and serious, resonated like a tolling bell, instilling a sense of impending crisis in every individual present. Previously, as each person had revealed their identity, Sui Chonggong paid little heed to Chen Yuanbia and Lin Weinan of the Yin-Yang sect. The Yin-Yang sect, active within the Daliang nation, operated with a blend of righteousness and malevolence. However, from an official standpoint, they had not committed egregious acts. As a member of the 12 Palaces, he had always chosen to overlook their activities. Furthermore, the couple had declared their seclusion for many years, suggesting they were largely disengaged from the martial world's affairs, which made them less of a concern for him, as for Jin Yang and her companions, whom he regarded as mere minor players in the ongoing border disputes between the two nations. He paid them even less attention in his eyes. The Jiao Gang was merely a small faction that thrived on stirring trouble along the borders. Sui Changong's venture into the mountainous regions bordering the two nations was driven by a far more pressing objective. He was in search of an exceedingly rare fruit known as the Hongyan Baogua. This fruit had an extensive growth cycle, requiring 3 millennia to bloom and another 3 millennia to bear fruit, making it exceptionally challenging to locate. Yet, it possessed miraculous properties capable of restoring life. His sister lay gravely injured, teetering on the brink of death, and desperately needed this fruit to survive. Over a month ago, he had discreetly infiltrated Qingfeng town, intending to act inconspicuously while seeking the Hongyan Baogua. However, he had not anticipated being ensnared by Yu Fei's cunning trap in the forest. He cunningly concealed his true capabilities and, amidst his tribulations, encountered Yang Huan. Subsequently, a series of unforeseen events ensued. First, he faced various dangers, and later, he was even drawn into the very essence of the dragon vein. After enduring numerous hardships, he finally escaped with his life. Having narrowly evaded death, he understood all too well that relying solely on his own strength to locate the Crimson Flame treasure was nearly an insurmountable task. In desperation, he reached out to his childhood companion, Xiao Dai, for assistance. Not only was Xiao Dai exceptionally skilled, but she also harbored deep affection and loyalty towards him. Upon receiving his call, she did not hesitate to rush to his side. As for Yang Huan, Sui Changong's curiosity had piqued. When Xiao Dai informed him that Yang Huan's physique had inexplicably transformed from that of a toddler to that of a young adolescent, Sui Changgong could not help but speculate whether Yang Huan had consumed the Crimson Flame treasure. After all, the Crimson Flame treasure was reputed not only to possess the power of resurrection, but also to potentially alter one's constitution and promote growth. With this lingering doubt, he resolved to follow Yang Huan. To his astonishment, he discovered that the individual experiencing this bizarre transformation was none other than Yang Huan, whom he had met merely months prior. Now, Yang Huan claimed that a unique pill from his master had caused this transformation, a statement that stirred a flicker of skepticism within Sui Changgong. Nevertheless, he maintained a composed demeanor, secretly observing Yang Huan's every move. Previously, when the dragon vein stirred, it unleashed a tremendous force, causing celestial phenomena, trembling mountains, and tumultuous winds. Sui Changgong was acutely aware that this forest, due to the dragon vein's influence, had transformed into a perilous domain brimming with danger. A moment's carelessness could result in being drawn into the essence of the dragon vein once more, with life hanging by a thread. Now that everyone had gathered, he pondered extensively and concluded that it might be prudent to candidly share what he knew about the dragon vein. In the event of an unforeseen crisis, having additional strength would certainly be advantageous. Qin Yuanbie and Lin Weinong, a married couple, had long grown weary of the bloodshed and turmoil of the martial world. Many years ago, they chose to live in seclusion in this area, subsisting on hunting while diligently cultivating their skills. Recently, they ascended the mountain to hunt more game and stockpile provisions for winter. To their dismay, they encountered soldiers from the Great Liang Kingdom. The soldiers displayed a haughty and domineering attitude, often resorting to offensive language. In a fit of rage, the couple took action against them, resulting in numerous fatalities. Upon revealing their identities, the soldiers began to regard Sui Changgong with trepidation, for the 12 palaces represented a formidable power within the Great Liang Kingdom, boasting substantial influence and extensive connections. They found themselves pondering what kind of conflict might arise if Sui Changgong discovered that they had slain several soldiers of the Great Liang Kingdom the previous night. They feared that Sui Changgong might retaliate to uphold the dignity of the Great Liang Kingdom and protect the lives of its soldiers, while also worrying that their secluded existence might be shattered. This couple was equally intrigued by Yang Huan. Lin Weinong had an innate intuition and had insisted on sparing Yang Huan a month prior, believing that the young man shared a unique connection with them. Now, upon encountering him again, Yang Huan's peculiar condition led them to consider the concept of Guizhua. According to the clandestine records of their Yin Yang sect, Guizhua represented an exceptionally rare existence. Each part of a guajua's body could be refined into magical artifacts or concocted into elixirs and medicinal catalysts. The couple had been stuck at the upper tier of the fourth rank for some time. Struggling to advance, if Yang Huan truly was a guajua, they could potentially refine him into a catalyst for their cultivation, possibly elevating their skills to the third or even second rank. This left them in a state of deep conflict, unsure whether to part ways or accompany the others. On one hand, they yearned to break through their cultivation bottleneck by harnessing Yang Huan's uniqueness. On the other hand, they feared becoming entangled in unnecessary troubles that might disrupt their tranquil lives. Jin Yang and her companions were tasked with undermining the dragon vein of the Great Liang Kingdom. Once Sui Chonggong revealed his affiliation with the 12 Palaces, the lines were clearly drawn. However, it would be unwise to provoke conflict with Sui Chonggong at this juncture, especially since he had not exhibited any hostility and possessed formidable strength. Should a confrontation arise, they might not be able to extricate themselves unscathed. They too were quietly observing the situation, contemplating how to navigate the complex dynamics without revealing their true intentions. In this moment, each individual harbored their own thoughts, and the atmosphere grew increasingly delicate. Just as the tension escalated, Yang Huan prepared to break the silence, but before he could utter a word, an unforeseen event transpired. Centered around the positions of the three groups, the ground within a radius of approximately 30 meters seemed to be suddenly extracted by an invisible force. In the blink of an eye, a deep, bottomless chasm appeared. Surrounding soil and stones tumbled into the abyss, producing a muffled sound. Immediately thereafter, a powerful and eerie suction emanated from the depths of the earth. The group had no time to react before they felt their feet give way, their bodies helplessly plummeting towards the dark void. What fate awaited them? Time seemed to stretch endlessly as they fell. After a brief moment, Lin Wei Nong's eyelids fluttered slightly before she slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was filled with confusion, and upon awakening, she inquired urgently, "Where is this?" Yang Huan shook his head, his expression mirroring her bewilderment. "I am not quite sure either." As he spoke, Yang Huan's eyes inadvertently drifted to Lin Wei Nong's chest, where her clothing appeared somewhat disheveled, likely due to the earlier fall, having been snagged by stones, or perhaps as a result of a landslide. A considerable expanse of skin was exposed, with faint abrasions visible. However, Lin Wei Nong seemed unfazed by her disheveled appearance. Noticing Yang Huan's gaze, she not only did not shy away but deliberately straightened her posture. Lin Wei Nong cast a glance at Yang Huan, her heart secretly astonished. The Yang Huan before her was no longer the youthful boy she remembered, but had transformed back into an adult figure. This change further solidified her suspicions regarding Yang Huan's true identity. Though she maintained a composed exterior, revealing nothing of her thoughts. "Help me up," Lin Wei Nong instructed Yang Huan. He promptly extended his hand, cautiously assisting her to her feet. Once standing securely, Lin Wei Nong gently adjusted her attire and began to scrutinize her surroundings. The arched passageway was broad and enigmatic, with walls emanating a pale yellow luminescence, rendering everything strangely unfamiliar and eerie. After a moment of silence, Lin Wei Nong spoke slowly, "If I am not mistaken, we should be within the dragon vein." Previously, Sui Chonggong mentioned the movement of the dragon vein, and considering our experience of being drawn in by that formidable force, it is highly likely that we find ourselves in this mysterious dragon vein. The construction of this passage and its peculiar lighting do not resemble anything of the mortal realm. As she spoke, she continued to survey her surroundings, her eyes glinting with contemplation as if seeking further evidence to support her conjecture. With the proud bamboo and golden serpent heralding spring, may the lucky star shine brightly and joy abound. Here, my little brother extends his New Year's greetings to all friends, wishing everyone. May the mountains be traversed, the waters crossed. May the year of the snake bring joy and abundance, and may peace reign in Chang'an. Chapter 84. The beginning. Upon hearing Lin Wei Nong's speculation, Yang Huan's curiosity and confusion were instantly ignited, prompting him to ask eagerly, "Sister-in-law, is this dragon vein a lifeless entity or a living one? Are we now swallowed by it?" Lin Wei Nong, upon hearing Yang Huan's question, felt a flicker of doubt arise within her. In her understanding, the concept of the dragon vein was initially proposed by Taoism. It was rather peculiar for Yang Huan, as a practitioner of the Tao, to be so unfamiliar with such fundamental knowledge. However, she opted not to express her confusion and patiently explained. According to ancient legends, The dragon vein is part of the heavenly way. Over the ages, it has absorbed the fortunes of the mortal realm, thus acquiring its own consciousness and form. It is half lifeless, half living. Therefore, we are situated within something that resembles both a lifeless entity and the body of a living creature. Yang Huan's brow furrowed even deeper upon hearing this. And he continued to inquire, "Sister-in-law, what should we do now?" Lin Wei-nong pondered for a moment before responding. "Let us first see if we can locate others. They too may have been drawn in and could be nearby. Strength lies in numbers. Only by finding them can we better grasp this situation and discover a way out." Yang Huan and Xiao Hong exchanged glances, both nodding in agreement in this unknown and eerie environment. The presence of companions offered a measure of reassurance. Thus, Lin Wei-nong took the lead, with Yang Huan and Xiao Hong closely following. The passage was permeated with an uncanny atmosphere, the pale yellow glow of the walls casting mottled shadows upon their figures, resembling a group of phantoms pursued by darkness. With every step, Yang Huan felt his heartbeat quicken, his eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings, ever alert to any movements. Everything here appeared so unreal, as if they had entered a forgotten world where time and space had lost their meaning. As they continued, Xiao Hong suddenly grasped Yang Huan's arm, her voice trembling slightly. "Yang Huan, I have this unsettling feeling that something is watching us." Fear filled Xiao Hong's eyes, her body shivering, as if enveloped by an unseen force. Yang Huan patted her hand gently, whispering reassurances, "Do not be afraid, I am here." Yet, unease gnawed at him as well. The sensation of being watched intensified, as if countless eyes lurked in the shadows, silently observing their every move. They pressed on, the passage seemingly endless, each corner potentially concealing unknown dangers. As the trio ventured deeper, the temperature escalated, the heat crashing upon them like a tidal wave. Yang Huan felt beads of sweat cascading from his forehead, trickling down his cheeks and soaking his collar. His face was already covered in a fine sheen of perspiration, and his breathing grew increasingly labored, each inhalation akin to drawing in scalding air. Lin Wei-nong, leading the way, also felt the oppressive heat, instinctively tugging at her clothing in an attempt to invite more air to alleviate her discomfort. A few strands of her previously neat hair clung to her face, adding an air of disarray and distinct charm. Xiao Hong closely followed Yang Huan, her petite frame also succumbing to the sweltering heat. Her complexion flushed crimson, droplets of sweat adorned her forehead and nose. The fine beads of perspiration trickled down her cheeks, pooling at her chin before plopping to the ground. She bit her lip, her hands occasionally fanning her body, endeavoring to dispel some heat, though it seemed futile. Meanwhile, a mist began to envelop them, thickening as they progressed, obscuring their surroundings like a gossamer veil. Lin Wei-nong, acutely aware of the unusual mist, furrowed her brow, halting her steps. She turned to Yang Huan and Xiao Hong, her expression grave as she cautioned, "Be careful. This mist feels rather peculiar." Yang Huan and Xiao Hong nodded quickly, both feeling flustered by the heat and the haze. Beads of sweat continued to roll down their bodies, thoroughly soaking their garments, clinging closely and outlining their figures. Observing them, Lin Wei-nong felt her strength waning amidst the heat and mist, so she suggested, "How about we take a brief rest here?" Yang Huan and Xiao Hong, exhausted, readily agreed. That moment, Lin Wei-nong's clothing was completely drenched in sweat, clinging to her form, perfectly accentuating the mature elegance and grace of a middle-aged woman. Through the soaked fabric, the fullness of her curves became subtly visible, akin to two towering peaks, exuding the allure unique to a mature woman. Her skin glimmered softly under the sheen of perspiration, as if enveloped in a mysterious aura. Beside her stood Xiao Hong, a vibrant young girl, equally drenched, her shapely figure laid bare before Yang Huan's gaze. Her slender waist, full bosom, and long legs radiated youthful vitality and charm. Yang Huan inadvertently caught sight of Xiao Hong. An unexpected heat surged within him, akin to flames igniting deep within, causing his cheeks to flush and his heartbeat to quicken involuntarily. Just then, Lin Wei-nong's expression shifted dramatically, and she exclaimed, "Wait, this mist seems to have aphrodisiac properties. We must retreat." Realizing the unsettling nature of the mist, Lin Wei-nong wasted no time in turning back, urgently calling out to Yang Huan and Xiao Hong, "Hurry, this place feels wrong. We cannot linger." Her voice, tinged with evident tension and unease, echoed through the mist, amplifying the strangeness of the situation. Yang Huan and Xiao Hong hurriedly followed her lead. However, they had scarcely moved a few steps when the environment shifted dramatically once more. The light, already shrouded in mist, abruptly plunged into complete darkness, engulfing them entirely. Lin Weinong, at the forefront, cautiously navigated through the obscurity, but suddenly sensed something unusual ahead, halting abruptly. Yet, her sudden stop went unnoticed by Yang Huan, who was completely unaware of her pause in the darkness. Chapter 85. The Cycle in the Void of Darkness. Yang Huan moved swiftly, relying solely on instinct, his mind racing with anxiety, desperate to escape this perilous place. The unexpected plunge into darkness severely impaired his vision, causing him to overlook Lin Weinong's abrupt halt. In a moment of distraction, his body surged forward uncontrollably, colliding forcefully with Lin Weinong. The impact sent her tumbling forward, and in that fleeting instant, Yang Huan instinctively reached out to steady himself in the chaos. His hands inadvertently grasped Lin Weinong's chest, accompanied by her soft gasp of surprise. Their bodies entangled, crashing heavily to the ground. The fall rendered the atmosphere even more peculiar and delicate. Yang Huan could distinctly feel Lin Weinong's soft form pressed against him, his hands lingering at that alluring spot, momentarily rendering him at a loss for how to react. Lin Weinong's breath came in hurried, disordered gasps, her warm exhalations brushing against Yang Huan's face, causing his heartbeat to quicken with fervor, in the enveloping darkness. The rhythmic pounding of their hearts intertwined, as if orchestrating a tense yet suggestive melody. Meanwhile, Xiao Hong, trailing behind, found herself equally disoriented by the sudden onset of darkness and chaos. She stood frozen, her eyes wide as she strained to discern the unfolding events. In this unforeseen predicament, Yang Huan's mind went blank. His body seemed to be drawn by an inexplicable force, devoid of any inclination to push Lin Weinong away. His hands instinctively lingered on her form, fingertips seemingly entranced by the ambiguous sensations. Lin Weinong's cheeks flushed with warmth, her gaze unfocused, as the intoxicating aura enveloped her, gradually eroding her rationality. Instead of resisting Yang Huan, she leaned in closer, her hands instinctively clutching his arms, as if seizing the only lifeline amidst a turbulent sea. Almost as if by fate, they found themselves locked in a tight embrace. Their breaths became rapid and erratic, warm breaths intertwining upon each other's faces. Yang Huan could distinctly feel the fervent rhythm of Lin Weinong's heart in that moment. Their hearts collided violently, striving to break free from all constraints. Not far away, Xiao Hong initially stood paralyzed by the sudden darkness and confusion. Her eyes darted around in a frantic search for clarity, yet the darkness loomed like a heavy curtain, concealing all. When the suggestive sounds reached her ears, Xiao Hong's body trembled involuntarily, a surge of inexplicable impulse coursed through her. As though an unseen hand tugged at her, her rational mind urged her to turn and flee, but her legs moved uncontrollably toward the source of the sound. Each step was slow and hesitant, her hands instinctively clutching the hem of her clothing, fingertips turning pale from the pressure. As she drew closer, the intoxicating atmosphere thickened. Xiao Hong's cheeks flushed, her breathing quickened in this mysterious and eerie ambience. She slowly approached the tightly entwined pair. Her figure flickered in and out of visibility in the darkness, as if ensnared in a dream from which she could not awaken. Just as the three figures became entwined in the dark, the atmosphere grew increasingly surreal. As a man, Yang Huan felt an uncontrollable impulse rising within him, ready to act when a fleeting moment of clarity struck his mind. This glimmer of rationality, like a bolt of lightning in the dark, illuminated his once chaotic consciousness. A voice within him screamed frantically, "This cannot unfold so swiftly, so bizarrely." Yet, before he could react, something strange occurred once more. Yang Huan suddenly sensed a cold, clammy force surging from all directions. In an instant, the bodies of the three began to fade into the ethereal. He widened his eyes in terror, utilizing the faint light of the darkness to witness his hands becoming increasingly transparent. Veins and bones became discernible, as if an invisible force was methodically dismantling his body. Instinctively, he attempted to struggle, only to find his body unresponsive, devoid of even the slightest resistance. He glanced at Lin Weinong and Xiao Hong nearby, both bearing expressions of fright, mouths agape yet unable to produce a sound. Their bodies, too, were being consumed by this mysterious force, gradually dissolving into nothingness. The walls on either side of the passage seemed to come alive. Radiating an eerie glow, the flickering light resembled countless eyes peering from the shadows. Yang Huan watched helplessly as his body was absorbed inch by the walls. Each inch of skin that touched them sent a jolt of icy chill through him. Yet strangely, there was no pain. This painless obliteration felt more terrifying than any agony, for he could only keenly sense his existence being gradually erased. As his body continued to vanish, Yang Huan's vision blurred further. However, he still glimpsed the despairing eyes of Lin Weinong and Xiao Hong. Their forms gradually faded before him, first their legs, then their bodies, until only their eyes, filled with fear and hopelessness, remained. Yang Huan yearned to cry out, to grasp them, but all was in vain. Finally, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness entirely. His body was completely absorbed by the walls of the passage, as if they had never existed in this world, leaving behind a desolate void and an eerie atmosphere that sent chills down the spine. Time lost all meaning as Yang Huan slowly regained consciousness amidst the chaos. His head throbbed, dull pain radiating from his temples, and his eyelids felt heavy, nearly impossible to open. Yet, the instinct for survival and a heart full of questions compelled him to summon all his strength. Abruptly opening his eyes, before him lay the familiar yet uncanny arched corridor. Its pale yellow walls emitting a faint, gentle glow. Everything mirrored the scene from when he had previously fallen and awakened, as if time had frozen in this place, never to pass. Yang Huan's pupils constricted in an instant. His gaze filled with terror and disbelief. His breathing quickened, his chest rising and falling violently. He instinctively looked at his body, trembling hands exploring every inch, and found himself unchanged. That familiar sensation offered him a moment of relief. Yet an even greater mystery loomed in his mind. His gaze darted around, landing on Xiao Hong and Lin Weinong lying not far away. Their bodies lay still, as if caught in a deep slumber. What is happening? Yang Huan's lips trembled as he murmured. The horrific scene of their previous absorption by the walls resurfaced in his mind, a haunting memory of their gradual dissolution into nothingness. The despair and fear remained etched in his memory. Yet now, inexplicably, they had returned here, as if everything prior had merely been a nightmare. Chapter 86. The memory of all that was lost. Yang Huan's forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat. His heartbeat racing as if it would burst from his chest, he struggled to comprehend this bizarre phenomenon. His mind awash with confusion and unease, he laboriously rose to his feet, his legs still weak. Staggering towards Xiao Hong and Lin Weinong, with each step, he pondered the reasons behind this situation, but the more he thought, the more his scalp prickled with anxiety. Yet he knew he must first clarify the circumstances. Waking his companions was of utmost importance. He slowly crouched down, gently shaking Xiao Hong's shoulder, his voice soft yet tinged with urgency. Xiao Hong, wake up! I in the darkness. Xiao Hong stirred awake, her eyes snapping open. The fear lingering in her gaze seemed to echo the terrifying moment of their fall. Her body trembled uncontrollably as she shot up, instinctively shielding herself, scanning the surroundings in a panic. Upon realizing it was Yang Huan before her, her taut nerves relaxed slightly, and her rapid breathing gradually steadied. Where is this? Xiao Hong's voice trembled, filled with confusion and fear. Yang Huan was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he focused intently on Xiao Hong, searching for any signs of deception in her expression. Don't you remember what happened earlier? He asked, puzzled. Xiao Hong furrowed her brow, her eyes brimming with bewilderment as she shook her head vigorously. After we fell, I lost consciousness, and then you woke me up. Her tone was resolute, devoid of hesitation, deepening Yang Huan's confusion. A weight settled in his chest as his mind spiraled into chaos. He couldn't fathom why Xiao Hong had no recollection of their terrifying experience of being absorbed by the walls, their bodies dissolving into nothingness. Thoughts raced through his mind. Could it be the mysterious dragon vein at play? It possessed some enigmatic power capable of manipulating their memories, ensnaring them in this endless labyrinth. He took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure, momentarily burying these uncertainties. He knew this was not the time for panic. Anxiously, Yang Huan approached Lin Weinong next. He observed her disheveled state, her clothing slightly open at the chest. exposing her fair skin, reminiscent of when he had first awakened her. His gaze lingered on that pale expanse, stirring something within him, yet he had no time to dwell on such distractions. He lowered his head slightly, softly calling out, "Sister-in-law, sister-in-law." His voice was gentle, laced with a hint of anticipation, floating softly in the stillness of the space. After a moment, Lin Weinong slowly opened her eyes, confusion evident in her gaze. Her eyes scanned her surroundings, seemingly striving to recall something, or perhaps seeking the secrets of this unfamiliar place. Her voice, soft yet laced with languor, inquired, "Where is this?" The sound seemed to carry a unique charm, infusing the corridor with an unusual warmth. Lin Weinong, now awake, appeared unconcerned about her disheveled attire. Upon sensing Yang Huan's gaze, she neither shied away nor averted her eyes, instead deliberately arching her chest. A faint, elusive smile graced her lips, and a glimmer of something inscrutable danced in her eyes. In that moment, Yang Huan's heartbeat quickened. He quickly shook his head, striving to refocus his thoughts. We must be inside the dragon vein. He refrained from mentioning the bizarre events that had transpired. Observing Lin Weinong's reactions with quiet attention, his words, a flicker of contemplation crossed Lin Weinong's features. She tilted her head slightly, her gaze wandering as if recalling or investigating. Then, she gently extended her hand, signaling Yang Huan to assist her in standing. Yang Huan promptly moved to support Lin Weinong as she rose to her feet. His hand brushed against Lin Weinong's arm, the warmth of the contact causing his heart to race once more. Once Lin Weinong steadied herself, she adjusted her attire, though it still appeared somewhat disheveled. The skin that inadvertently revealed itself exuded an alluring charm, drawing Yang Huan's gaze once again. She surveyed her surroundings anew and slowly remarked, "It seems we are indeed within the dragon vein." Yang Huan tentatively suggested, "Could it be that after our fall, we have remained inside the dragon vein all along?" There was a hint of uncertainty in his voice as he observed the subtle shifts in Lin Weinong's expression. To affirm her own deductions, she narrowed her eyes slightly, her gaze reflecting a focus and determination. She scrutinized the wall, her fingers gently brushing against the surface that emanated a creamy yellow glow. Her fingers glided along the wall as if she were sensing the pulse of this enigmatic barrier. After a moment of silence, she spoke with an undeniable certainty. "Indeed, the structure of this passage and everything surrounding us does not resemble the earthly realm. I am certain we are currently within the dragon vein." Yang Huan inhaled deeply and attempted to inquire once more, "Do you have any other memories since our fall?" His voice held a trace of anticipation, hoping to glean a different perspective from Lin Weinong's response. Lin Weinong regarded Yang Huan with curiosity, her eyes shimmering with confusion, and shook her head, saying, "No, I only remember our fall, and then we arrived here." Her answer deepened Yang Huan's perplexity, his brow furrowing once more as he fell into contemplation. Lin Weinong then asked, "Why do you pose such a peculiar question? Do you possess other memories?" Unable to ascertain the nature of his earlier memories, Yang Huan could only shake his head. "No, I merely asked out of curiosity." After speaking, Yang Huan thought to himself that it appeared they all lacked the recollection of that prior event. Was it possible that all those terrifying and bizarre memories, from being absorbed by the wall to dissipating into nothingness, were merely illusions born after their fall? Or was this mysterious dragon vein deliberately contriving a predicament to bewilder him? The more he pondered, the more his scalp tingled, his heart brimming with unease and doubt, yet he dared not confirm the truth of the matter. He endeavored to calm himself and tentatively declared, "In this half-alive, half-dead dragon vein, we must first seek out others. The more people we have, the greater our strength, and the more hope we have of finding a way out." Lin Weinong and Xiaohong exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Responding in unison, "All right." At that moment, Lin Weinong stated, as before, "I will lead the way." With that, she raised her foot to advance. Observing this, Yang Huan instinctively called out, "Wait, should we not go this way?" Lin Weinong halted, looking at Yang Huan with curiosity, asking, "What is the matter? Why do you suggest this direction?" Yang Huan scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment gracing his features as he replied, "I don't really know. It's just a gut feeling that this way might be better." Lin Weinong paused for a moment, but did not object, saying, "Very well then." Thus, the three began to move in the opposite direction of Yang Huan's recollections, with Lin Weinong leading the way and Yang Huan and Xiaohong following behind. Their silhouettes advanced slowly through the mysterious passage, the dim creamy yellow light casting elongated shadows. They walked for an indeterminate time, with Yang Huan remaining vigilant, conscious of the surroundings, always wary of potential surprises akin to those previously encountered. At that moment, Xiao Hong approached Yang Huan, gripping his arm, her voice trembling as she said, "I can't shake the feeling that something is watching us." Yang Huan felt a tightness in his chest, the sensation of being observed rising within him once more with an intensity reminiscent of before. Nonetheless, he patted Xiao Hong's hand reassuringly, saying, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." However, shortly thereafter, they began to feel an increasing heat, as if an invisible furnace was surrounding them. Lin Weinan, unable to contain herself, walked ahead, tugging at her clothing in an attempt to cool down. Xiao Hong and Yang Huan's faces glistened with beads of sweat, which cascaded down their cheeks. At that moment, the same phenomenon as before occurred. The mist began to appear faintly. Yang Huan's heart sank, and he quickly warned Lin Weinan, "Sister-in-law, this mist seems strange. Perhaps we should pause our advance in this direction." No sooner had he spoken than the mist thickened dramatically, seemingly in response to his words. Xiao Hong, having heard Yang Huan, intended to call out to Lin Weinan, but for reasons unknown, her steps faltered amidst the mist, causing her to collide with Lin Weinan. The sound of their bodies colliding echoed ominously in the eerie silence of the passage. To avoid repeating the earlier mishap, and while visibility remained clear, Yang Huan rushed forward, extending his hands to steady Lin Weinan and Xiao Hong as they stumbled. Without time for explanation, he hurriedly pulled them back. Lin Weinan and Xiao Hong were momentarily bewildered by this sudden tug. Yet the ominous mist crept in, concealing them in a shroud of danger that stirred deep-seated fear within them. Though they did not comprehend Yang Huan's urgency, instinctively recoiling from the unknown threat, they allowed him to grasp their hands and followed him in a frantic dash. Their figures sped through the passage, with only the sounds of heavy breathing and hurried footsteps accompanying them. After running for an indeterminate time, their breaths grew labored and difficult, prompting Yang Huan to finally halt. The three of them panted, sweat trickling from their foreheads and soaking the ground beneath them. Yang Huan slowly lifted his head, surveying the surroundings. The temperature had soared dramatically, a hot, oppressive atmosphere enveloping them, as if they were ensconced within a colossal steamer. Strangely, the once creamy yellow walls had transformed into a dazzling golden hue. The radiance intensified, yet offered no warmth, instead eliciting a chill that rose from the depths of their beings. The golden walls seemed almost alive, quivering gently as if they were breathing. Peculiar patterns began to emerge faintly upon the walls, shimmering with a subdued luminescence. As the temperature continued to rise, these patterns appeared to become increasingly animated, their glow growing ever more vibrant. The air surrounding them felt as though it had ignited, waves of heat crashing upon them in relentless succession. The trio found themselves in this space where the temperature climbed drastically and the walls shifted enigmatically in hue, rather than being consumed by fear and unease. Their hearts, perhaps influenced by an inexplicable force, felt an unsettling calm, devoid of any trepidation. This might have been due to the intensifying light or perhaps the pervasive aura of mystery surrounding them, subtly altering their emotions. Yang Huan felt the heat surge like a tidal wave, crashing upon him from every direction. It was as though a fire raged within him, every inch of his skin aflame, each breath scorching and unbearable. His vision began to blur, the scenery before him distorted by the heat, rendering it surreal and unreal. In a daze, he glanced at Lin Weinan and Xiao Hong, their garments drenched in sweat. The soaked fabric clung to their forms, accentuating their exquisite curves. Lin Weinan's hair fell messily by her cheek, a few strands stuck in place by perspiration, enhancing her allure. She instinctively began to loosen her clothing, seeking respite from the heat. Yet, when her fingers grazed her own skin, it seemed to trigger some mysterious switch. Her body quivered slightly, a peculiar flush gracing her cheeks. Her hands began to wander gently over her body, the movements tender and slow, as if exploring an uncharted realm. Xiao Hong too was not exempt from this influence, her gaze becoming increasingly dreamy, the clarity of her eyes veiled by a misty haze. Her hands began to roam over her own form as well, seemingly in search of something, as if drawn by an invisible force. Her breath quickened and became erratic, the warm air mingling with the oppressive heat. Yang Huan stood before this bizarre scene, his mind a blank slate, his thoughts seemingly frozen. He could scarcely believe his eyes, yet his body involuntarily reacted. The heat, now almost sentient, urged him step by step towards Lin Weinan and Xiaohong. As he approached them, the heat within him surged even more intensely, as if only their embrace could quell the maddening warmth. His hands trembled slightly as they reached out towards the two, a mixture of hesitation and urgency in his movements. Lin Weinan and Xiaohong, sensing his proximity, turned instinctively to each other, drawing him into their peculiar embrace. Their bodies melded together, sweat mingling, breaths intertwining, as if they were on the verge of dissolving into one another. All these changes transpired in a heartbeat, resembling either a fleeting moment or a surreal dream. Yang Huan's consciousness began to blur amidst the chaos and enchantment, unable to discern whether this was reality or illusion. He only knew that he had been ensnared in an inextricable vortex of strangeness. The soft gasps of Lin Weinan and Xiaohong intertwined in his ears, akin to a melody brimming with temptation. Sweat dripped from his forehead, falling to the ground below, evaporating instantly as though it had never existed. In this tumultuous moment, a clear light suddenly flashed through Yang Huan's mind. He abruptly realized that he was once again ensnared by the enigmatic dragon vein. Or perhaps by something even more bizarre. Chapter 88. How to Avoid It. Yang Huan struggled desperately to free himself from the invisible shackles. However, his body felt as if it had been immobilized, rendering him utterly motionless. He could only watch helplessly as he fell once more into this terrifying predicament. At that moment, a tearing force emanating from the surrounding walls lunged towards them. Yang Huan could distinctly feel the pull of that force. As if it aimed to rip his body into countless fragments, he glanced at Lin Weinan and Xiaohong beside him. Their once alluring figures now appeared so fragile. Yang Huan understood that the very thing he had exerted himself to avoid had ultimately come to pass. This mysterious dragon vein seemed to be a colossal trap, gradually luring them into the abyss, while he remained powerless to resist. As time passed, the pulling force intensified, and their bodies gradually became ethereal under its influence. Their outlines began to blur, as if they were being consumed bit by this dark realm. Eventually, the three of them completely dissolved into nothingness, slowly being absorbed into the walls. Not a trace was left behind. As if they had never existed in this world. The surroundings fell into a profound silence once more, with only the mysterious wall emitting a faint glow, as if silently narrating this heart-stopping yet unknown disaster. Sending chills down one's spine, Yang Huan felt his consciousness drifting in the boundless darkness, surrounded by bone-chilling cold and endless solitude. His body seemed no longer his own, the horrifying sensation of being absorbed by the wall. His physical form, gradually fading into oblivion, remained vividly etched in his memory. He believed that this time, he would truly vanish from the reality of this world. However, just as his consciousness was on the verge of dissipating, a powerful desire for survival pierced through the darkness like a beam of light. Yang Huan jolted awake, gasping for breath as if he were trying to inhale all the air in the world. His chest heaved violently, sweat soaking his clothes, clinging to him and sending shivers down his spine. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze dazed as he surveyed his surroundings, only to be instantly stunned. The scene before him was strikingly similar to the two previous awakenings, as if time had frozen here and nothing had changed. In the distance, Lin Weinan and Xiaohong lay motionless on the ground. The space he occupied was precisely where he had first fallen. The familiar walls and scent, however, instilled in him an overwhelming sense of strangeness and fear. A flicker of confusion and shock crossed Yang Huan's eyes. He instinctively checked his body again, finding it restored to that of an adult. His fingers trembled as they brushed against his skin and bones, feeling the reality of this bizarre form. This time, he refrained from hastily rousing Lin Weinan and Xiaohong, choosing instead to sit quietly in place, his brow furrowed as he sank into deep contemplation. Drawing from the experiences of his previous narrow escapes, he keenly sensed that he was trapped in a terrifying cycle. Each seemingly different choice ultimately led to the same outcome. The temperature around them rising without warning, succumbing to a mysterious allure. And then being absorbed by the walls, it felt like an invisible curse, tightly entwining them and leaving them unable to escape. He understood that to break free from this predicament, he must shatter the cycle. Otherwise, they would forever be ensnared in this endless nightmare, becoming victims of the mysterious dragon vein. Thoughts raced through Yang Huan's mind as he recalled the details of his previous encounters, every nuance, every decision, desperately seeking that elusive key to unraveling the looped eye. In the earlier instances, the temperature had inexplicably surged, overwhelming them like a surging tide. Soon after, an inexplicable affection had quietly blossomed between them, binding them tightly in an uncontrollable web of desire. In that disorienting state, their bodies had been completely ungovernable, leading to their merciless absorption by the walls, plunging them into infinite darkness. With this realization, Yang Huan resolved to make a change. He glanced at Lin Weinan and Xiao Hong lying not far away, silently contemplating. He decided not to awaken them, opting instead to explore the secrets of this strange space alone. He knew this decision was fraught with danger. Should he encounter peril once more, he might truly find himself in an irretrievable predicament. Yet at that moment, he was utterly exhausted by the relentless repetition of this bizarre cycle. A fierce desire for survival and a yearning for the truth compelled him to take this step. Damn it, ever since arriving in this world, he had scarcely enjoyed a moment of peace. This place was steeped in the uncanny, a realm entirely beyond the comprehension of ordinary logic. Yang Huan muttered a low curse, his tone rife with helplessness and fury. He took a deep breath to steady his emotions and gradually rose to his feet. He chose the path he had traversed the first time, a seemingly ordinary corridor concealing hidden dangers. His steps were slow and heavy, each one taken with utmost caution, as though the ground were riddled with traps. His eyes scanned the surroundings warily, leaving no corner unchecked for potential threats. As he advanced, silence enveloped him. Nothing changed as it had before. The walls continued to emit a faint, creamy yellow glow, soft yet imbued with a hint of the uncanny. The corridor was so quiet that he could only hear the sound of his own breathing and footsteps. Every sound echoed in this stillness, a reminder that everything here was steeped in uncertainty. Yang Huan felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation, the anxiety stemming from the unknown dangers that could strike at any moment, and the hope that this solitary exploration would shatter the dreadful cycle. His hands trembled slightly, yet he clenched his fists tightly, bolstering his resolve. However, as he walked, a familiar warmth crept upon him, a searing heat slowly approaching. Yang Huan's body tensed instantly, his heart constricting. This sensation mirrored his previous encounters perfectly. It was like a dangerous signal foretelling that a horrifying event was about to unfold again. His breathing quickened and grew heavy, his chest heaving, his gaze filled with vigilance and unease. Suddenly, the once bright corridor was enveloped in a faint mist. Creeping in unnoticed, the mist flowed like a ghost emerging from the darkness, silently spreading and gradually obscuring his vision. Yang Huan's heart raced. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it, is it happening again? Fear surged like a tide, but the instinct for survival propelled him to react swiftly. He wasted no time, turning on his heel to flee. His footsteps were frantic and hurried, stumbling through the corridor, creating faint echoes. Yet, once again, the bizarre occurred. Just as he turned, the surroundings were suddenly engulfed in darkness. Chapter 89. Imagination becomes reality. Yang Huan's steps came to an abrupt halt, his entire being frozen in place. Darkness enveloped him completely, every breath filled with an unknown terror. In this silent void, fear surged within him, his rational defenses teetering on the brink of collapse amidst the endless black. His thoughts uncontrollably drifted back to the various monsters he had encountered in the cave. Those grotesque, twisted creatures, the menacing beasts bearing their fangs, flashed vividly in his mind, each image as clear as day, as if they were poised to leap forth from the shadows. How could this be? What horrors lurked in this darkness? Why did my fear seem to summon these dreadful entities, making them persist in my thoughts? Yang Huan screamed within, feeling as though he were at the center of a terrifying vortex, poised to be consumed at any moment. Just then, a chilling rustle echoed from the depths of the darkness. The sound resembled some malevolent being drawing closer. In the next instant, a cold, slimy sensation began to creep up from his ankle. It felt as if a massive, slime-covered creature was slithering upward. Yang Huan's body tensed instantly, his muscles stiffening like steel, every nerve gripped by fear. He wanted to look down but feared seeing something horrendous. His eyes shut tightly, his eyelids uncontrollably trembling. Please, let it not be the terrible monsters I imagine. Terror threatened to shatter his sanity, each second stretching into eternity, seemingly without end. Could these things materialize because of my imagination? Yang Huan wondered in panic. The moment this thought crossed his mind, the slimy sensation intensified abruptly. He could even feel sharp claws grazing his skin, bringing a stinging pain. Cold sweat cascaded from his forehead. His back drenched, icy dread climbing from his spine to the crown of his head. No, this is impossible. It must be an illusion. I cannot let fear control me, he attempted to persuade himself, but his body's instinct betrayed him. His trembling hands and rapid breaths betrayed the terror lurking deep within. The extreme fear plunged Yang Huan's mind into chaos. He knew he must escape this horrifying imagination. In his panic, he frantically searched his mind for other images. Yet, those terrifying scenes clung to him like phantoms, refusing to dissipate. Quickly, think of something else. Anything, he urged himself inwardly, desperately rummaging through his memories for warm images. Finally, a scene of tenderness emerged. He imagined being surrounded by a group of gentle women, their bodies radiating warmth and enchanting fragrances. Remarkably, as this thought materialized, the cold, slimy sensation vanished in an instant. Instead, a delicate and ethereal fragrance wafted through the air, gently infiltrating his nostrils. Almost immediately, he felt a soft form lightly press against his back. The tender skin radiated warmth, and a few strands of hair brushed against his neck, sending a ticklish sensation coursing through him. Yang Huan's heart was a tumult of shock and confusion, intermingled with a thread of incredulous relief. His breath quickened, and he cautiously opened his eyes a fraction. Yet the darkness before him remained impenetrable. He could distinctly feel the supple forms entwining around him, their movements gentle yet irresistibly alluring. At that moment, he was convinced that everything manifesting in this eerie darkness seemed to stem from his own imagination. What was the purpose of this dragon vein? Could he ever escape this relentless cycle? Countless questions swirled in his mind, fear and curiosity intertwining, filling his heart with unease. He could no longer remain passive. Yang Huan shouted frantically in his mind. He endeavored to recall his previous experiences. In the past 2 encounters, he had faced unimaginable horrors, ensnared in inescapable predicaments. Although this time, no identical terrors had yet emerged, he understood that danger could strike at any moment, and the shadow of death loomed ominously over him. Suddenly, the incantation came to his mind. In previous moments of peril, that mantra had always aided him in extricating himself from dire situations. At this juncture, he had no other recourse but to gamble his life on this chance. After all, the more one feared, the closer one treaded to death. It was better to stake his life on this endeavor, for perhaps a glimmer of hope awaited him. With this thought, Yang Huan gripped his long sword tightly and slowly rose to his feet. He inhaled deeply, closed his eyes, and began to murmur. The Great Way is formless, nurturing heaven and earth. The Great Way is unfeeling, governing the sun and moon. The Great Way is nameless, sustaining all living beings. With a sword of the firmament, sever this darkness for me. With each word uttered, Yang Huan's voice grew increasingly resolute and powerful. He concentrated his spiritual energy into the sword he held. At the moment he finished the final word, he abruptly opened his eyes and swung the sword with force. The blade traced an arc through the air, emitting a sharp whistle, as if intent on cleaving the dark world in two. At that instant, an extraordinary event unfolded. The darkness that surrounded him began to gradually recede. It writhed as if alive, emitting a low, mournful wail, as though resisting this sudden surge of power. Yet, under Yang Huan's unwavering will and the sword's might, it dissipated bit by bit. As the darkness faded, the familiar pale yellow glow gradually emerged. Yang Huan's eyes, having adapted to the darkness, were stung by the sudden light. He squinted and slowly opened his eyes. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself standing in an arched corridor, everything around him strikingly familiar, precisely the place where he had awakened before. His gaze swiftly darted to the distance, where Lin Wei-nong and Xiao Hong lay motionless on the ground. As if time had frozen in that instant. What was happening? Had he traversed for so long without making any distance? Or was it? Yang Huan's heart brimmed with confusion and astonishment, his mind a chaotic whirl. He could not comprehend it all. Why had he returned here? Were his prior experiences merely an illusion? Yet those fears felt all too real. Cold sweat still lingered on his skin, and his heart raced from the tension he had just endured. Yang Huan's gaze fixated on Lin Wei-nong not far away. Under the soft yellow glow, her figure appeared particularly serene. Yet there was an inexplicable strangeness about her. At that moment, Lin Wei-nong lay there quietly. Her hair scattered haphazardly. Yang Huan stood beside her, slightly bending down, his eyes filled with doubt and vigilance. He scrutinized every detail of her, attempting to discern any unusual clues. Chapter 90. Consultation, however, everything remained unchanged. Just as Yang Huan remembered. His fingers trembled slightly, yearning to touch Lin Wei-nong, yet they hesitated mid-air. The fear and uncertainty within him rendered him indecisive. Ultimately, he gently lowered his hand, opting not to awaken her. Instead, directing his gaze towards Xiao Hong nearby. Yang Huan straightened up, took a deep breath, and walked towards Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong lay quietly on the ground, her posture identical to the first time. After a brief observation, he scanned the surroundings once more. The pale yellow light flickered and danced upon the walls. The corridor was silent, save for the sound of his own breathing and heartbeat. What was this all about? It had been so long since his third awakening. Why had neither of them changed positions? Was this now the fourth time he had fallen into this horrifying cycle? Yang Huan stood rooted, his brow furrowed, his heart a tumult of conflict and struggle. He dared not ascertain whether his judgment of this bizarre phenomenon was correct. His thoughts entangled like a mass of tangled threads. He pondered within. He had only been in this strange world for just over a month, knowing little of its intricacies. All logic and rules seemed shrouded in a thick fog, eluding his grasp. In such circumstances, acting alone might prove too perilous, potentially plunging him into deeper crises. With this in mind, he decided it would be best to awaken Lin Wei-nong and Xiao Hong. Together, the three could devise a strategy, perhaps uncovering a means to break free from this peculiar cycle. Resolute in his decision, Yang Huan approached Xiao Hong's side. He crouched down, gently patting her shoulder, softly calling her name. After a moment, Xiao Hong slowly opened her eyes. Her expression still laced with confusion and bewilderment. Her gaze swept the surroundings, her lips quivering slightly as she asked, laced with fear and uncertainty. "Where is this? How did I end up here?" She paused before continuing. "I remember falling from a height, and then everything went blank." Yang Huan looked at her, offering gentle reassurance. "We should be inside the dragon vein. I have yet to fully comprehend what has transpired. But do not fear, we will figure this out together." Upon hearing this, a flicker of terror crossed Xiao Hong's eyes, yet she nodded faintly, her gaze still filled with skepticism as she looked at Yang Huan. Subsequently, Yang Huan turned to Lin Wei-nong. At that moment, Lin Wei-nong's attire was disheveled, revealing large swathes of her fair skin. Her mature, feminine allure appeared starkly out of place in this eerie environment. However, Yang Huan was in no mood to admire such details. His heart was consumed with worry and an urgent desire to escape this predicament. He bent down gently, nudging Lin Wei-nong, calling out to her. Lin Wei-nong gradually stirred awake, lazily opening her eyes. Seeing both of them awake, Yang Huan's expression turned grave as he addressed them. "You should rest for a few moments. Once you regain your composure, we will discuss our next course of action." Xiao Hong regarded Yang Huan with curiosity, her eyes filled with questions, uncertain of his cautious demeanor. However, upon seeing his serious expression, she obediently nodded and sat quietly to the side, awaiting the forthcoming deliberation. Lin Wei-nong straightened her clothes and sat up, her eyes revealing a glimmer of vigilance and curiosity, silently observing Yang Huan, waiting for his next move. Yang Huan took a deep breath, his demeanor heavy as he regarded Lin Wei-nong and Xiao Hong, his eyes reflecting profound concern and uncertainty. "Do you remember what specifically transpired before?" Yang Huan inquired, his voice low and hoarse, echoing in the silent corridor. Lin Wei-nong scrutinized Yang Huan, a flicker of confusion crossing her features as she furrowed her brows, somewhat perplexed. "We fell from above. Could there have been something else that happened?" Her tone carried a hint of bewilderment, clearly puzzled by Yang Huan's question. Xiao Hong nodded in agreement, her eyes filled with innocence, equally baffled by Yang Huan's words. Observing their reactions, Yang Huan felt a surge of helplessness and urgency. It seemed the two had no recollection of their previous experiences, and convincing them of his words would likely prove no easy task. Yet at this moment, he could not afford to dwell on that. I ask that you do not be alarmed. Yang Huan paused, taking a deep breath, attempting to steady his emotions. In my memory, I am unsure if this is the third or fourth time I have awakened. In the previous two instances, we ventured in different directions to seek them, and both times, we were ultimately absorbed by the walls. During my third solitary exploration, I encountered various peculiar occurrences. Upon hearing these words, Lin Wei Nong and Xiao Hong's expressions shifted from confusion to shock. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they gazed at Yang Huan, as if listening to an unbelievable tale. How could this be possible? Lin Wei Nong murmured to herself. Although Yang Huan's explanation was vague, she grasped the essence of his message. Her gaze was clouded with confusion, evidently struggling to accept such an absurd situation. Xiao Hong's face turned pale with fear, her body trembling slightly. Yang Huan, are you sure you haven't misremembered? How could such things happen? Yang Huan shook his head, dismissing Xiao Hong's concerns. After Xiao Hong's question, Lin Wei Nong fixed her gaze intently on Yang Huan, her expression one of scrutiny and inquiry. She examined him closely, not missing a single subtle change in his facial expressions, noting the determination in Yang Huan's eyes and the seriousness of his demeanor. She concluded he was not fabricating a story. Not be overly anxious, Lin Wei Nong said, her expression growing grave as she looked at Yang Huan and Xiao Hong. Yang Huan, please recount the detailed events of the first occurrence, so we may grasp the specifics of what transpired. Yang Huan nodded, inhaled deeply, and began to narrate slowly. When I first regained consciousness, I first roused Xiao Hong and then called you. He glanced at Lin Wei Nong, his eyes filled with reminiscence. Subsequently, we set off towards one side of the passage. As we walked, the heat began to intensify, a stifling warmth that seemed to emanate from within, rendering one utterly uncomfortable. Yang Huan's voice resonated low yet powerful in the silent corridor, as if it transported everyone back to that harrowing scene. Then, a mist began to envelop us, plunging the surroundings into utter darkness. You were at the forefront, and I inadvertently collided with you, my hands brushing against you. At this juncture, Yang Huan turned his gaze towards the towering figure of Lin Wei Nong, a flicker of something unusual crossing her eyes. Then, we found ourselves embracing uncontrollably, a sensation akin to being under a potent aphrodisiac. Chapter 91. The narrative. Upon hearing this, Lin Wei Nong's gaze took on a hint of allure, and she shot Yang Huan a sidelong glance, secretly contemplating. This little Taoist does not seem as earnest as he appears, still harboring thoughts of my body. Yet, if I can captivate him, it indicates I possess some allure. She bit her lower lip slightly, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Under the soft, yellowish glow, her charm was accentuated, starkly contrasting with the eerie atmosphere. Yang Huan, oblivious to the shift in Lin Wei Nong's expression, continued. When the mist enveloped us, sister-in-law, you were the first to notice something amiss. You mentioned that the mist had aphrodisiac properties, prompting us to retreat, only for the surroundings to plunge into darkness thereafter. You were at the forefront, as if discovering something when you suddenly halted, causing me to bump into you. His tone was deep and steady, yet it stirred a ripple in the stillness of the passage. He then added, while we were entwined, Xiao Hong later joined us. The three of us became entangled in that peculiar atmosphere. Just then, the walls on either side of the passage seemed to come alive. We found ourselves immobilized, helplessly witnessing our bodies being gradually absorbed by the walls. Yang Huan described every detail meticulously, painting vivid imagery of those moments, allowing Lin Wei Nong and Xiao Hong to experience the terror and despair of that time as if they were there themselves. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hong's face flushed crimson. She lowered her head, her hands instinctively clutching the edges of her garment, overwhelmed with embarrassment. She never imagined that she would find herself in such a predicament. The unspeakable images filled her with acute awkwardness and shame, as if her secrets had been laid bare for all to see, leaving her utterly exposed in that eerie corridor, her shame intertwined with the surrounding dread, compelling her to bury her head deeper, seeking to escape it all. Listening to Yang Huan's account, Lin Wei Nong did not exhibit the same flush of embarrassment as Xiao Hong. Instead, a different glimmer sparkled in her eyes, a mysterious sentiment rippling within her. Throughout Yang Huan's narration, she occasionally glanced at him, her gaze lingering on his youthful, handsome visage. When Yang Huan recounted the moment of their entanglement, her breath quickened. Unbidden, her mind conjured that scene. As if she were truly beneath Yang Huan, a warmth surged from her heart, spreading throughout her being. Her union with Chen Yuanbia was merely for the sake of cultivation. Within the framework of the Yin-Yang sect, male disciples predominantly served as catalysts for the cultivation of female disciples, and Chen Yuanbia conveniently met her needs. Over the years, although there had been certain bonds, it was primarily a relationship of mutual exploitation. They had secluded themselves in the mountains, ostensibly weary of the tumult of the world, yet concealing secrets unknown to others. In this instant, Yang Huan's narrative ignited a fire, awakening her innermost desires. She gazed at Yang Huan, a longing to draw closer to him surging within her, yearning for warmth and solace amidst this realm of uncertainty and fear. However, reason swiftly reined her back to reality. She was acutely aware that within this peculiar dragon vein, danger lurked at every corner. Succumbing to such emotional impulses would only plunge her into an even more perilous situation. She inhaled deeply, striving to calm her racing heart, continuously reminding herself that the paramount objective was to find a way out of the predicament rather than being swayed by emotion. Her gaze gradually regained clarity as she looked at Yang Huan, her voice slightly hoarse yet deliberately steady. You have recounted your first experience. What transpired during the second? Bathed in the warm yellowish glow, she endeavored to suppress her inner turmoil. The blush upon her face slowly faded, restoring a semblance of composure and restraint. Yet, her slightly trembling fingertips betrayed the turbulence within her. Yang Huan, lost in his recollections, remained oblivious to the subtle shifts in Lin Weinong and Xiao Hong's emotions. Upon Lin Weinong's inquiry about the second experience, he steadied himself and began to speak. After awakening, I discovered that you both had no recollection of what transpired before. Yang Huan furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze directed towards the opposite side of their initial awakening, his finger pointing that way. I thought perhaps a change of direction might yield new discoveries. So I suggested we proceed this way. After he spoke, he glanced at the two women, searching their expressions as if to confirm they were following his line of thought before continuing. At first, everything appeared tranquil, but it wasn't long before strange phenomena began to unfold around us. The originally yellow walls gradually transformed into a golden hue. Simultaneously, bizarre patterns began to emerge upon the walls. Strangely, despite this series of uncanny changes, we felt no trace of fear or unease. Soon, a wave of heat began to radiate. Sister-in-law, Yu and Xiao Hong began to draw closer to one another uncontrollably. At this point, Yang Huan glanced at the two women once more. They exhibited little reaction, prompting him to proceed with his tale. Before long, I too found myself swayed by this force, my body succumbing to the impulse to join you. As Yang Huan recounted their shared entanglement, Lin Weinong and Xiao Hong experienced a resurgence of emotions. This time, Xiao Hong did not flush with the same shyness as before. A hint of dazed longing flickered in her eyes as her mind involuntarily began to envision the scenes Yang Huan described. Those ambiguous yet forbidden moments enveloped her like a veil of mist. Her thoughts drifted back to when Yang Huan was still an infant, cradled in her arms, his tiny hands inadvertently brushing against her chest. Instead of reproaching him, she found herself inexplicably relishing the sensation of his touch. This moment, these memories intertwined with Yang Huan's narrative, causing her breath to quicken. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks, her gaze revealing a distinct yearning. Meanwhile, the enchanting emotions that had surged within Lin Weinong during Yang Huan's initial recounting resurfaced with renewed intensity during this second telling. Her expression wavered slightly, her eyes displaying a mix of playful reproach and anticipation as she looked at Yang Huan. Internally, she pondered, why does this mischievous Taoist have such intimate interactions with me in both recountings? Is it the peculiar dragon vein that incites such unwarranted feelings, or is this lad being intentional? She attempted to untangle her thoughts, only to find them descending into chaos. She felt it was more likely the dragon vein at work. Yet deep within, there lurked a quiet anticipation for these extraordinary emotional encounters. Chapter 92. The possibilities, however, their fantasies did not linger for long, as Yang Huan's voice shattered the brief silence once more. Soon, the scenario mirrored their initial encounter. An invisible force swiftly bound our bodies, rendering us immobile. Yang Huan's eyes reflected confusion and dread. We could only watch helplessly as our bodies were gradually consumed by the walls. After detailing the first two experiences, Yang Huan's gaze flitted between Lin Weinong and Xiao Hong, his voice somewhat hoarse, tinged with fatigue and resignation as he remarked, "That encapsulates our previous two experiences." He did not wait for the two women to recover from the chilling account before inhaling deeply and continuing. After awakening for the third time, I pondered whether our previous encounters had been the result of our trio's presence. Yang Huan's brow furrowed slightly, his eyes betraying profound contemplation as if he were revisiting the turmoil of that moment. Thus, I resolved to venture forth alone this time. Yang Huan paused, swallowing hard, and continued. I headed in the direction of our first awakening, traveling for what felt like an eternity. Just as I was filled with hope for new discoveries, that familiar warmth suddenly struck me without warning, precisely mirroring the prior occurrences. His fists clenched involuntarily, and I inwardly cursed, turning to flee. Recalling that moment, Yang Huan's body trembled slightly, a flicker of fear crossing his gaze. In that instant, as I turned, the surroundings abruptly succumbed to darkness. His voice quivered, laced with undeniable terror. In that abyss, I confronted a horrifying truth. The very things I had imagined could manifest into reality. His breath quickened, his chest heaving, as he seemed to relive the terror of that moment. Initially, I could not help but envision terrifying monsters. Immediately afterwards, I felt a myriad of bizarre creatures crawling towards me. At this point, Yang Huan's face contorted with anguish, as if those painful sensations were once again surging back. I desperately endeavored to rein in my emotions, striving to maintain my composure. Yang Huan closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and endeavored to calm the tumult within. Memories of experiences in a gentle haven flooded my mind, prompting me to envision myself in that serene realm once more. Soon, the sensation of being besieged by monstrous beings dissipated, replaced by soft forms gently entwining around me, accompanied by the gentle echoes of laughter and whispers in my ears. Yet, I understood that this could not continue indefinitely. Yang Huan's gaze hardened with resolve. I recited the Taoist incantation, channeling my spiritual energy, and brandished the sword in my hand. As a flash of cold light cut through the darkness, I felt the shadows recede. When I opened my eyes again, I discovered myself back in this place. Yang Huan turned his attention to Lin Weinong and Xiao Hong, who remained lying here, just as before. I was uncertain whether this instance of awakening was the third or fourth. Lin Weinong and Xiao Hong listened intently to Yang Huan's account, their faces reflecting grave concern. Xiao Hong tightly clasped her knees, her body trembling slightly, fear and unease etched across her visage. Lin Weinong bit her lower lip gently, her eyes betraying worry and contemplation, as though she were striving to untangle the complex and bizarre threads of this narrative. She replayed past experiences in her mind. The days spent in the Yin-Yang sect, the mysterious cultivation rituals, and the myriad of strange occurrences encountered in the martial world. Yet, despite her fervent efforts to recall, she could not unearth any clues from her memories that resonated with Yang Huan's strange experiences. This left her feeling a profound sense of helplessness and anxiety. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze sharply, locking her eyes onto Yang Huan, and inquired, "Aren't those who cultivate the Tao most familiar with the dragon veins? Why do you seem completely oblivious?" Upon hearing this, Yang Huan sighed helplessly, pondering that he was not from this world and had only been in this strange realm for a little over a month. Hence his ignorance. However, he could not voice this directly. A flicker of guilt crossed his face as he replied, "I tend to be rather lazy and have not systematically studied these matters. Moreover, my master departed early, leaving me without guidance, so I am not particularly well versed in the affairs of the dragon veins." His voice was low and tinged with self-reproach, evoking a sense of regret over his own ignorance. After hearing this, Lin Weinong accepted Yang Huan's words and sighed in response. She gently closed her eyes, seemingly organizing her thoughts. Moments later, she slowly opened her eyes and said, "According to what you mentioned earlier, we shall not dwell on whether this is your third or fourth awakening. Given the circumstances you described, it is clear that our trio acting together would be perilous, and you venturing alone would be equally dangerous." She paused, her gaze flitting between Yang Huan and Xiao Hong. "Perhaps it would be prudent for two of us to venture forth along this passage and see if we can locate others." Yang Huan considered Lin Weinong's suggestion and found it quite reasonable. He nodded slightly, instinctively glancing at Xiao Hong. He noticed she was looking down, anxiously tugging at the hem of her clothing. seemingly still immersed in the previous disquieting and fearful memories. Yang Huan cleared his throat and asked, "Sister-in-law, if two people are to go, which two shall it be?" Lin Weinong's gaze shifted between Yang Huan and Xiao Hong, her mind calculating. Taking a deep breath, her expression turned serious and formal as she stated, "This time, I shall accompany you, while this young girl shall remain here for the time being." Her voice resonated through the silent passage, imbued with an unmistakable decisiveness. The rationale behind her decision concealed two underlying motives. Firstly, she had long harbored suspicions regarding Yang Huan's identity. In her conjectures, he might very well be that elusive and rare entity known as the strange turbid. If she could refine the strange turbid into a pill, her cultivation could ascend beyond the third tier, liberating her from the clutches of the bizarre dragon vein and allowing her to easily escape this dreadful predicament. Secondly, the images from Yang Huan's narrative continually replayed in her mind, stirring emotions within her that had long been suppressed. Over the years, she had lived in seclusion with Qian Yuanbia, while they shared the intimacy of a married couple. As he aged, he often found himself lacking in vigor in matters of intimacy. In contrast, Yang Huan, being youthful and vibrant, ignited a spark of desire within her for fresh emotions. She yearned to experience the allure of this young Taoist during their perilous journey, fulfilling her innermost cravings. Chapter 93. The woman's scheme. Yang Huan pondered Lin Weinong's proposal, weighing its merit. This plan indeed seemed more prudent than either traveling as a trio or embarking alone. He was inclined to agree with the suggestion, yet his gaze inadvertently fell upon Xiao Hong. He was acutely aware that though he was coerced by the 13th lady to accompany the Jiaolong gang into this mysterious jungle, after enduring so many inexplicable events, he had come to regard Xiao Hong as an ally and, naturally, was concerned about her thoughts. While Lin Weinong had offered assistance when he first arrived in this world, for some reason, he felt an unsettling sense that she harbored undisclosed intentions. However, given the current circumstances, he deemed it unwise to voice such suspicions. Sensing Yang Huan's gaze upon her, Xiao Hong lifted her head slightly. Though remnants of fear and unease lingered in her eyes, she mustered a faint smile and said, "I'm fine. You two go ahead. I will wait here for you." Her voice, though gentle, carried a reassuring firmness. Yang Huan regarded Xiao Hong with reluctance, yet there was no better alternative at present. He sighed softly, expressing concern, "Please be careful and do not stray too far from here. If we encounter others or find a way out, we will return to inform you immediately." Lin Weinong observed the interaction between Yang Huan and Xiao Hong, a flicker of barely perceptible displeasure crossing her gaze. She cleared her throat and remarked, "If that is the case, let us not dawdle. Setting out sooner might lead us to them more quickly." Her tone bore a hint of urgency, as if she were eager to embark on this journey. Yang Huan nodded, taking one last look at Xiao Hong. Confirming that she had no objections, he and Lin Weinong proceeded slowly down one side of the passage. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the corridor. With pale yellow light flickering against the walls, their footsteps resonated sharply in the silence, each step akin to treading on the precipice of the unknown. Lin Weinong walked beside Yang Huan, occasionally glancing at him. Her eyes glimmering with a complex light in her mind, she contemplated that regardless of whether Yang Huan truly was the enigmatic strange turbid, she was determined to possess him. If she could secure the strange turbid, not only would her cultivation soar, liberating her from the terrifying dragon veins, but it would also satiate her innermost yearning for novel emotions. With this thought, a subtle smile graced her lips, barely perceptible. Yang Huan, meanwhile, remained wholly focused on his surroundings. His grip tightened around the hilt of his sword, ever ready to confront any potential danger. As they ventured along the passage, Lin Weinong murmured, "Why does it feel a bit warm?" Yang Huan, initially oblivious to any anomalies, instinctively glanced at her upon hearing her remark. In that moment, his gaze became entranced, as if drawn by a magnetic force. With Lin Weinong's slight movements, her clothing subtly slipped, revealing a vast expanse of alabaster skin before Yang Huan's eyes, the contours of her form igniting a rapid heartbeat within him. Yang Huan felt his throat dry, unable to suppress a swallow, his eyes betraying a flicker of panic and awkwardness. This subtle reaction did not escape Lin Weinong's notice. She felt a sense of smug satisfaction, her lips curling into a subtle smile, her eyes shimmering with allure as she mused. "It seems this young Taoist is quite intrigued by my figure. The long-suppressed feelings within her were now fully ignited, emboldening her further. As she gently swayed her clothing, she discreetly revealed even more of her skin, her posture exuding temptation, as if deliberately teasing young Huan. By the way, why haven't I seen your junior sister this time? Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she cast a glance at young Huan. Caught off guard by her unexpected inquiry, young Huan faltered, his gaze evasive, unable to meet Lin Weinong's penetrating look. Why junior sister has returned to her hometown, he managed to say, steadying himself as he wrestled to shift his focus from Lin Weinong's enticing form. A hint of melancholy passed over him as he continued. After our master ascended, our sect disbanded. Lin Weinong appeared momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating such a response from young Huan. She had hoped to extract intriguing information from the relationship between him and his junior sister. Yet this answer left her empty-handed. However, she did not relent. Her curiosity intensified, prompting her to ask, "What brings you here with the Jiaolong gang?" Yang Huan inhaled deeply, realizing that this question was unavoidable, and opted for candor. To be frank, since the disbandment of our sect, I have been adrift, wandering from place to place. At this moment, the Jiao gang is in need of personnel for escorting goods, and I have come to assist them. For after all, traveling requires a certain amount of silver. The price set by the Jiao gang is quite high. His voice is steady, imbued with a sense of calmness. Little did we expect to become separated from the others, only to find ourselves ensnared in such a peculiar predicament. Lin Weinong listened quietly, her mind in deep contemplation. She scrutinized young Huan, attempting to discern any hint of deception in his expression, yet his demeanor appeared sincere, devoid of any semblance of falsehood. She gently nodded, though doubt still lingered in her heart. This young Huan seemed simple enough, yet it was uncertain whether he was as uncomplicated as he professed. As a woman, Lin Weinong's intuition was always sharp. She felt there were numerous inconsistencies surrounding young Huan. Recalling their first encounter, he had claimed to be out training with a junior sister when he encountered danger. Yet, within just a month, the series of events, his master's ascension and the disbandment of his sect, seemed far too coincidental. Moreover, he had since joined the Jiao gang to escort goods, and his body had undergone inexplicable changes. This entire sequence of transformations was indeed exceedingly strange. Although her heart was filled with suspicion, Lin Weinong chose not to confront him directly. Instead, she subtly inquired, "Which sect did you belong to previously?" Tilting her head slightly, she wore a seemingly gentle smile, yet her eyes betrayed a scrutinizing and probing gaze. Yang Huan understood that this question could not be evaded, so he chose to speak the truth. "I belong to the Yunyang sect, located about half a day's journey from Qingfeng town. I wonder if you have ever heard of it, sister?" He raised his head slightly, meeting Lin Weinong's gaze with calmness, his tone tinged with sincerity. Lin Weinong gently shook her head, responding, "I must admit I have never heard of the name Yunyang sect." Yang Huan's replies were impeccable, and his expression bore no trace of abnormality. She realized that further inquiries might yield little fruit. With this thought, she refrained from pursuing the matter further, merely pursing her lips slightly, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in her eyes as she continued to walk alongside young Huan down the corridor. Chapter 94. Intrigued, the two of them traversed the softly glowing corridor for quite some time. Throughout their journey, they encountered none of the bizarre scenes young Huan had previously described. The surroundings were enveloped in silence, save for a faint, damp atmosphere that instilled a sense of unease. Suddenly, Lin Weinong halted her steps, turning to young Huan with a voice that was both delicate and languid. "I feel a bit warm. Let us take a moment to rest here." As she spoke, she gently lifted her garment. The movement was soft and slow, as if she were performing a meticulously choreographed act. Her gaze flickered towards young Huan, the corners of her lips lifting in a subtle smile. In young Huan's eyes, Lin Weinong's actions were imbued with irresistible allure. Her fair skin glimmered in the dim light, each subtle movement seeming to tease the strings of his heart. Yang Huan felt his heartbeat accelerate, his breath growing somewhat labored. Yet, at the same time, a profound sense of confusion welled within him. He felt no warmth. In fact, the corridor carried a hint of coolness. Yet Lin Weinong appeared so fervent, which was undeniably peculiar. Reflecting on her previous probing questions, from inquiring about his junior sister's whereabouts to questioning his association with the Jiao gang, along with this seemingly casual yet suggestive gesture. Yang Huan couldn't help but ponder her true intentions. A flicker of caution crossed his eyes, and outwardly, he maintained his composure, lowering his head slightly to feign organizing his belongings while contemplating his response. At that moment, Lin Weinong's soft yet slightly seductive voice rang out again. "Let us sit here for a while." With that, she gracefully approached the adjacent wall, leaning against it. Her movements were slow and elegant, as if deliberately showcasing her curves. Every detail exuded an indescribable allure. Reluctantly, Yang Huan followed suit, stepping beside her. His gaze instinctively averted from Lin Weinong's enticing figure, yet his peripheral vision betrayed him. Drawn to her presence, as he settled beside her, a fire ignited within him, the heat rapidly spreading throughout his body. Lin Weinong leaned against the wall, her posture slightly inclined, her garment parting with her movements. The hint of her silhouette, illuminated by the soft glow, added an air of mystery and allure. Yang Huan's heartbeat quickened, breath becoming more rapid. His hands involuntarily clenched the hem of his garment. Attempting to steady the tumult within, Lin Weinong seemed to sense his tension and unease, a smirk gracing her lips, radiating a sense of triumph. She subtly shifted her posture, relaxing her form further, presenting herself more prominently before Yang Huan. Her eyes sparkled with a complex light, a blend of seduction and confidence in her appeal. Yang Huan struggled to maintain his composure, yet his inner turmoil was tempestuous. On one hand, he was drawn to Lin Weinong's allure. On the other, he was acutely aware of the potential dangers lurking beneath the surface. He silently reminded himself to remain vigilant, not to be swayed by the temptations before him. However, the aura emanating from Lin Weinong, coupled with her enticing actions, acted as an invisible force, relentlessly assailing his rational defenses. Lin Weinong's previous inquiries into Yang Huan's background had yielded no cracks in his demeanor. He had responded flawlessly, leaving no room for doubt. She pondered whether her years of seclusion in the mountains, away from the chaos of the world, had left her ill-informed about the matters outside, preventing her from uncovering any discrepancies in Yang Huan's answers. Yet her desire to uncover the truth behind Yang Huan's identity intensified, and she was determined not to relent. Since verbal inquiries had proven fruitless, she resolved to adopt a different approach, employing her allure to entice Yang Huan, perhaps coaxing him into revealing some hidden secrets. Thus, after walking for a while in the corridor, Lin Weinong began to execute her plan. She had noticed Yang Huan's involuntary reaction when he had glimpsed her slipping garment, and she felt confident in her allure. Now, with Yang Huan seated beside her, her overt display of charm elicited a stark contrast to his restrained demeanor, leaving her both surprised and somewhat dissatisfied. This young Taoist possessed remarkable self-control. With this thought, a scheme began to form in her mind. Lin Weinong feigned a frown, adopting a pitiful expression as she softly said, "I'm not sure if it was from falling from above, but my shoulder feels quite sore from the impact. Could you help me massage it?" Her voice was gentle and melodious, imbued with a hint of vulnerability, making it hard to refuse. Yang Huan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Lin Weinong to make such a request. Though reluctance filled his heart, the eerie atmosphere made it difficult to decline outright. Before he could respond, Lin Weinong had already turned eagerly, presenting her back to him. Leaning slightly forward to bring her shoulder closer, her hair floated gently, releasing a faint fragrance that enveloped Yang Huan's senses. Lin Weinong tilted her face slightly, stealing glances at Yang Huan's reaction. She noticed a flicker of panic and hesitation in his eyes, which filled her with a sense of triumph. She deliberately shifted her shoulder, feigning intense discomfort, and let out a soft moan. "It truly hurts. You must help me." The sound seemed to carry an enchanting power, leaving Yang Huan further flustered. He took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. Slowly, he extended his hand, fingers trembling slightly. Upon contact with Lin Weinong's shoulder, a jolt of electricity coursed through him. Her skin was soft and warm, causing his heart to race. He attempted to focus solely on alleviating her pain through massage, yet the seductive aura surrounding Lin Weinong continually disrupted his thoughts. Lin Weinong felt Yang Huan's somewhat hesitant touch and allowed a barely perceptible smile to grace her lips. She knew her plan was halfway to success, and now she needed to guide him more carefully. "Apply a bit more pressure." Lin Weinong's eyes half closed, her voice soft and laced with a hint of barely detectable breathiness. A little lower, she relished Yang Huan's tentative yet anxious movements. She skillfully directed his hands to descend slowly upon her shoulder. Chapter 95. Between men and women, Yang Huan's heart raced like thunder, his palms slick with sweat. Each movement of his fingers felt like a challenge to his limits. He had not anticipated Lin Weinong's boldness and her unabashed guidance. He mused to himself that this woman was clearly acting with intent, yet he found himself perplexed. Was she simply attempting to seduce him? Or did she harbor ulterior motives, seeking to unearth secrets unknown? With this thought, an unsettling realization struck him. Could she be suspecting his dubious identity? This was unacceptable. He needed to proceed with caution. He had not forgotten the words of Zhuan Yangzi. Lin Weinong arched her back slightly, pressing her body closer to Yang Huan's hand, her hair brushing against his cheek, sending a tingling sensation through him. Her breath quickened, the warm air lightly grazing his wrist, causing goosebumps to rise along his arm. Move a little lower. Yes, right there. Lin Weinong's voice grew increasingly gentle, as if it were emanating from a distant dream, or perhaps whispering softly in his ear. The tone carried an endless allure, weaving itself into Yang Huan's ears, threatening to unravel his reason. Her gaze sparkled with a complex radiance, akin to the mysterious stars in the night sky, seductive and enchanting. Like an unfathomable spring, capable of drowning those who dared to gaze too deeply, yet also laced with a hint of cunning inquiry, as if probing the most hidden secrets of Yang Huan's heart. As Yang Huan's hand, guided by her subtle directions, inched closer to her chest, the corners of Lin Weinong's mouth curved upward slightly, revealing a trace of triumphant satisfaction. That smile resembled the proclamation of a victor. As if everything lay perfectly within her meticulous control, she embodied the essence of an experienced huntress, while Yang Huan appeared as a hapless prey falling into her meticulously crafted trap. In that moment, Yang Huan's rationality teetered on the brink of collapse, his gaze uncontrollably fixated on Lin Weinong's elusive form, as his desires surged like a relentless tide, crashing against the dam of his reason. Yet his vigilance stood firm, like a sturdy fortress, valiantly resisting the encroachment of temptation. He was acutely aware that he was ensnared in a perilous vortex, the intoxicating aura emanating from Lin Weinong acting like an invisible force, binding him tightly and rendering him helpless. His fingers trembled slightly, yearning to withdraw and escape this dangerous entanglement. Yet he found himself ensnared by Lin Weinong's seemingly casual yet suggestive gestures, as if caught in an inescapable dilemma. Observing Yang Huan's flustered and conflicted demeanor, Lin Weinong secretly reveled in her triumph. She understood all too well the fierce inner turmoil Yang Huan was experiencing, the tug-of-war between reason and desire. With herself as the orchestrator of this struggle, her eyes narrowed slightly, glimmering with a mischievous and alluring light, reminiscent of a cunning fox observing its ensnared prey. Just as Yang Huan was striving to maintain control, Lin Weinong suddenly sprang into action. She extended her hands with the swiftness and grace of a serpent, seemingly delicate yet imbued with an irresistible force, gripping Yang Huan's wrists as he massaged her. Before he could react, she pulled him forcefully, his hands moving uncontrollably towards her chest. In that fleeting instant of contact, time appeared to freeze. The world around Yang Huan ceased to breathe. His mind went blank, the sound of his heartbeat thunderous in his ears, as if it might shatter his chest. His fingers instinctively curled, yet were firmly held by Lin Weinong's grasp. Immobile, he felt as though he had been ensnared by a spell. Left only to gaze vacantly at the scene before him, utterly at a loss, Lin Weinong parted her crimson lips, releasing a soft gasp that acted as a key, unlocking the door within Yang Huan's heart that reason had tightly sealed. What had begun as shy and awkward movements gradually transformed into something more adept under the influence of her sigh. Yang Huan's hands began to instinctively massage Lin Weinong's chest, his gaze filled with confusion and struggle. Reason warned him of the perilous edge he was teetering upon, yet his body succumbed to an invisible force, unable to cease. Unbeknownst to him, the ambient temperature began to rise imperceptibly. This heat differed from the casual remarks Lin Weinong had made earlier. It was palpable, spreading rapidly. The dim yellowish light in the corridor flickered more erratically under the heat's embrace, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Shadows danced grotesquely along the walls. resembling countless specters clawing in the darkness. Yet, immersed in this intertwining web of ambiguity and danger, the two were oblivious to the eerie transformation surrounding them. Their world seemed to consist solely of one another, their breaths and heartbeats intertwining, composing a melody rich with temptation and taboo within the increasingly heated corridor. Lin Weinong's gaze was dreamy, her cheeks flushed with both heat and excitement as she regarded Yang Huan, as if admiring her own masterpiece. Meanwhile, Yang Huan felt like a traveler lost in a fog, sinking deeper into the whirlpool of desire, unable to extricate himself. The temperature in the corridor grew ever more fervent. Beads of sweat adorned their foreheads, cascading down their flushed cheeks and evaporating upon contacting the ground, leaving no trace behind. The droplets shimmered on their heated skin like morning dew on lotus leaves, yet carried an air of disarray. Yang Huan and Lin Weinong had long since cast aside the dangers surrounding them, wholly absorbed in this forbidden ecstasy, in their universe. Only the urgency of their breaths and the heat of their heartbeats remained, each pulse echoing like a war drum for this illicit romance. Lin Weinong's gaze was dreamy and fervent. She tilted her head slightly, her cheeks rosy, her eyes sparkling with desire. Suddenly, she moved with a gentle yet resolute grace, turning slowly to wrap her arms around Yang Huan's neck like entwined vines. Her body quivered slightly, a tremor born of excitement and anticipation, every inch of her skin radiating a scalding warmth. Then, her lips, lush and red like a blooming rose, gently pressed against Yang Huan's. Her soft, warm lips, imbued with a hint of sweetness, brushed against his, reminiscent of a butterfly alighting on a flower's stamen. Yang Huan's breath hitched, his body freezing in place as his mind momentarily blanked, struck by this sudden sweetness. Yet, in an instant, his defenses crumbled entirely. His hands instinctively tightened around Lin Weinong's waist, pulling her towards him as if to meld her into his very being. The two lost themselves in a fervent kiss, their lips intertwining, as if seeking to merge their souls. Lin Weinong's fingers wove through Yang Huan's hair, caressing his scalp, sending ripples of intoxicating sensation coursing through him. Yang Huan's breath grew rapid and heavy, his kisses imbued with urgency and longing. Their bodies pressed tightly together, feeling one another's warmth and heartbeats, drowning in the tempestuous whirlpool of temptation and forbidden desire. Unable to escape, everything else faded into insignificance. Only their shared breaths, heartbeats, and fervent kisses remained, encompassing the entirety of their world at that moment. In the sweltering corridor, the kiss intensified, igniting them in flames of desire. Their garments fell away, piece by piece, as their heated skin met, seemingly capable of igniting the very air around them. Yang Huan's hands roamed unconsciously around Lin Weinong's waist as she nestled closely in his embrace. Both of them lost in this forbidden delight, as if the world had ceased to exist. Just as their passion reached a fever pitch, Yang Huan suddenly sensed a voice echoing from a distant place. Initially like a gentle breeze brushing past his ear, subtle enough to be nearly imperceptible, but as time passed, it grew clearer and closer. "Little Taoist, what is wrong?" The voice pierced through the layers of haze in his mind like an arrow, becoming his sole lifeline in this vortex of desire. Yang Huan jolted, his eyes regaining a semblance of clarity. As reason surged back like a tide, he realized he was ensnared in a beautiful dream. Teetering on the brink of peril, without hesitation, he pushed Lin Weinong away with a sense of urgency and panic. In that instant, Yang Huan's vision became distorted and blurry, everything around him spinning. He felt as if he were being shaken, a sensation of vertigo overwhelming him. Lin Weinong's silhouette warped before his eyes, her once enchanting visage now appearing somewhat grotesque, the allure in her gaze turning strange and uncanny. Then, as Yang Huan opened his eyes once more, he found Lin Weinong beside him, shaking him, her expression a mixture of complexity. Before he could regain his footing, his mind still clouded with confusion, he instinctively pushed Lin Weinong away again, his eyes filled with wariness and doubt. What's wrong with me?" he stammered, his voice trembling, reflecting the disorientation that accompanied his abrupt descent from ecstasy into confusion. From Lin Weinong's perspective, they traversed the corridor at a leisurely pace. After a brief while, she pondered how to deftly question Yang Huan, extracting more secrets about his identity from him. She instinctively bit her lip, furrowing her brow slightly, a glimmer of cunning flashing in her eyes. Suddenly, An idea sparked in her mind, and she spoke softly. "Why does it feel a bit warm?" As she spoke, she gently lifted her top, her movements soft and slow, the fabric sliding down slightly to reveal her fair neck and the hint of her collarbone. She glanced up at Yang Huan, intending to gauge his reaction, but found him suddenly turning to her with a look of panic, his body freezing in place as if paralyzed. Lin Weinong felt a jolt of surprise, ready to inquire, only to witness Yang Huan engage in a series of bizarre actions. He slowly extended his hands, as if groping for something in the air, his fingers trembling slightly, his movements awkward and strange. Then, his hands began to rhythmically move up and down, as though massaging an invisible person, his expression a blend of tension and concentration. Lin Weinong's eyes widened, fixated on Yang Huan, an inexplicable fear welling up within her. She instinctively took a step back, her hands gripping the hem of her clothing. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Yang Huan's actions grew increasingly absurd. He clasped his hands tightly, as if embracing someone, while his lips constantly parted and closed, mimicking the act of kissing, a look of ecstasy gracing his face. In Lin Weinong's eyes, Yang Huan appeared to have suddenly lost his sanity. The surrounding air seemed to turn frigid, with the only sounds in the silent corridor being Yang Huan's labored breaths and her own rapid heartbeat. Lin Weinong stood frozen in place, her mind a blank canvas, taking a considerable time to regain her composure. Observing Yang Huan's bizarre behavior, her initial fear was gradually supplanted by curiosity and confusion. She intended to observe what Yang Huan would do next, yet as his actions grew increasingly fervent, an unsettling feeling washed over her. Cautiously, she approached him, softly calling his name, but Yang Huan seemed utterly absorbed in his own world, oblivious to her entreaties. A pang of anxiety gripped Lin Weinong as she recognized the gravity of the situation. She shook Yang Huan vigorously and called out, "Young Taoist, wake up!" After a prolonged moment, Yang Huan slowly regained his senses. What happened to me?" Lin Weinong gazed at him, a flicker of complex emotions crossing her eyes. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to sound composed. "How can you even ask me that? What is wrong with you? You barely took a few steps before you were embracing thin air, kissing as if lost in a reverie. What were you thinking?" Yang Huan looked around in a state of panic, his eyes filled with confusion and fear, unable to discern whether he was ensnared in a dream or facing reality. He ruminated on how he had suddenly found himself in such an uncanny predicament. The vivid images of their intimate moments lingered in his mind, yet the Lin Weinong before him bore a look of shock and bewilderment. As if nothing had ever occurred between them. "I don't know, it felt as if I just had a dream." Yang Huan's voice trembled slightly as he endeavored to untangle his muddled thoughts. "I distinctly remember." His words trailed off abruptly. He found himself at a loss for how to articulate the bewildering experience he had just undergone. The memories too vivid, too real, leaving him questioning whether this current clarity was merely an illusion. Lin Weinong fixed her gaze on Yang Huan, seeking any hint of a flaw in his expression, her eyes betraying a tinge of skepticism. "A dream? What sort of dream could lead you to such a loss of control? You had best speak the truth. This place is already peculiar, and I shudder to think what chaos you might unleash." Yang Huan lowered his head, furrowing his brow as he strained to recall every detail. He remembered Lin Weinong's allure, the kisses they shared, everything that transpired between them. Yet now, all of it seemed so surreal. Suddenly, he recalled the strange occurrences they had encountered in this dragon vein. Could this be yet another caprice of an unknown force? "I truly don't know." Yang Huan raised his head, his eyes reflecting a hint of helplessness. "Since you began to speak, everything has felt amiss. It is as though I have been ensnared by some unseen influence, involuntarily trapped in a dream." Lin Weinong frowned slightly, a flicker of doubt stirring within her. "What kind of dream have you truly fallen into?" Yang Huan's gaze flickered with hesitation, seemingly wrestling with whether to divulge the details of that dream. Ultimately, he spoke slowly. "I dreamed that we—" His voice dwindled to a whisper, a blush creeping across his face, as if the content of that dream was too embarrassing to voice. Stealing a glance at Lin Weinong,